The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is March the 31st, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1146 AD, Bernard of Chevreuse preaches his famous sermon in the field of Versailles, urging the necessity of a second crusade. Louis VII and Eleanor of Aquitaine are present and join the crusade. In 1492, Queen Isabella I of Castile and King Ferdinand II of Aragon issue the Alboran Decree, which expels Jews from their kingdom. In 1657, English Parliament makes the Humble Petition and advice to Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell, offering him the crown. He declines. In 1898, Eiffel Tower officially opens for dignitaries and an award ceremony in Paris, France. Designed by Gustave Eiffel and built for the Exhibition Universelle. At 300 meters high, it retains the record for tallest man-made structure for 41 years. In 1920, British Parliament accepts Irish Home Rule law. In 1930, the Motion Picture Production Code is instituted, imposing strict guidelines on the treatment of sex, crime, religion, and violence in film for the next 38 years. In 1981, first Golden Raspberry Awards, Can't Stop the Music wins. In 1967, Jimi Hendrix first burns his guitar and his fingers at Finsbury Park Astoria Theater in London. The guitar is sold at auction for nearly $500,000. The building is currently a church. In 1877, Test cricket debut of feared Australian fast bowler Fred the Demon Spofforth. Australia loses second test by 4 wickets versus England at Melbourne Cricket Grounds. Born on this day, Henry II, Rene Ducat, the Crates, Benjamin Baker, Cesar Chavez, Liz Caliborn, Al Gore, Richard Chamberlain, Shirley Jones, Christopher Walken, Ian McGregor, Chloe Zoa, Johann Sebastian Bach, Joseph Haydn. Who knew Haydn and Bach had the same birthday? Oh, I guess classical music buffs. Herb Alvert, August Young, Jack Johnson, Gordie Howe, Pavel Burr. Dying on this day, Francis I of France, Sir Isaac Newton, Charlotte Bronte, J.P. Morgan, Hans Fischer, and Jesse Owens. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 171 regarding a shooting at 1333 New Hampshire. See the man at that address for further information. That's all. Rose and Quirk.
Could you be a good detective? Well, how good is your memory? It might interest you to know that the average Calling All Cars fan has heard a certain fact about Rio Grande cracked gasoline between 30 and 50 times during the last 3 years. I'm going to start the phrase, and you see if you can repeat it ahead of me as I read slowly. Ready? More police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. Did you come pretty close? Now that you have the strongest clue in your search for the most perfect automobile performance, how long will it take you to get it? Or have you already gotten it? Can you logically, intelligently, truthfully compare any other claim made for gasoline to this proved fact of police car performance? There is no other testing ground to compare with the 55 million miles driven by emergency equipment that exclusively uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline. That's driving, like you do, only harder. It's starting, stopping, slow, long miles of economical cruising, acceleration, pickup, speeding, roaring with siren screaming. It's got everything. And you've already got the solution. It's calling your car to your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer to pick up that police car performance in your own car. And remember, don't let it get away from you. Once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. The story you will hear tonight should have been an open and shut case. In fact, it started out that way, and the officers investigating it felt assured that they had the criminal in their hands, when suddenly one of those rare happenings occurred that brought their case crumbling down on their heads, made it necessary for them to start all over again. This alone would have been enough to discourage many people, but to the officers, trained in the police school of thoroughness, patience, efficiency, it was no more than a routine occurrence. What they did about it and what their results were, you may hear for yourself in tonight's Calling All Cars.
It is the evening of August 30th, 1935. In a fashionable flat on New Hampshire Street in Los Angeles, 6 people are seated at the dinner table. The dessert course eaten, they linger over their after-dinner coffee before starting an evening round of bridge.
Oh, boy.
Well, George, you've gone and done it again. There's nothing to do but repeat what I've said so many times before. This is the best meal I've ever eaten.
I'm firmly convinced that the success of a meal depends a great deal on what's served before. The food itself doesn't have everything to do with it. Well, you will grant me that a few cocktails help one.
Why, George, do you mean that you plied us with liquor and that steak that we just ate was really nothing but dog food? This isn't going to be so funny.
Tim! What is the sound? She shot horses!
In the confusion, the woman with the gun escaped, and Phelps, without waiting for the doctor whom he had called to arrive, rushes Walters to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital himself. From there, the police receive an account of the shooting, and Detectives Bain and Sheldon are sent immediately to investigate.
Now, you people sit down. We want to ask you a few questions. Now, which one of you is George Ennis?
I am.
Now, you come with us while we look the place over. The rest of you stay here. This is the dining room, officer. She came in through that door over there and shot Jim. We were all sitting at a table laughing until... Wait a minute. What did she look like? She was tall, I think.
What do you mean you think she was tall? Don't you know?
Well, we were all so confused. I just got a glimpse of her. She stood over by that door when she shot? Yes, that's the door she came to. Well, Teddy was no pleasant experience. Does that door lead to the back door? Yes, it opens into a hall that runs to the back door. And where's the kitchen? It's through that door over there. Was anyone in it at the time of the shooting? No. Cook left as soon as she served the coffee. Sheldon, you better look around and see if you can find anything interesting while I ask Mr. Ennis a few more questions. See if you can find any stray slugs. There must be some around. Okay. Now, Ennis, you say you think this woman was tall. Is there anything else you noticed about her? How was she dressed? It seems to me that she was wearing a red dress. And I think she had a black hat on. Say, you know, her voice sounded a lot like Shirley Nealon. Shirley Nealon? Who's that? Oh, she's a girl that Walters used to go around with. Oh, Walters used to go around with her. Hey, this is turning out all right. Did you know her very well? Pretty well. They came up to the flat together quite frequently. Not recently, though. Not for quite a while. You know if he still sees her? No, I don't think so. At least I haven't seen her. No, I'm quite sure that they don't see one another anymore. They used to be together quite a lot, though. What did she look like? Well, she's tall, has dark hair. She's quite good looking. She used to be a model. Still is, I guess. Yeah, tall and dark, huh? You said the woman that shot Walters was tall. Was she dark? Why, I don't know. I would even swear that she was tall. I just got a glimpse of her. You see, she was...
She was sure wild. She's got slugs scattered all over the place. Looks like she's plenty nervous.
Yeah. Looks like she wasn't so smart, either. Say, Mr. Ennis, do you remember what Walters did when she broke in? No, I don't. We were also confused, and it happened so quickly, you know. But, well, it seems to me that she was looking at Jim all the time. Hey. Well, what? That's right. She didn't even glance at the rest of us. She was looking at Jim Walters all the time. You see, he was sitting over there, and I was sitting like...
Elated over the seeming simplicity of the case, Bain and Sheldon hurry back to headquarters and report their findings. Captain R.M. Davis, Detective Thad Brown, and the third officer go to the hospital where Walters, not fatally injured, is resting. Their pride in what they thought was such rapid progress is short-lived, however. For after a few short seconds with the man who had been shot... Well, Mr. Walters, it didn't take us long to find out who the woman was that shot you. What? Woman? Yeah, she was an old friend of yours. You know Shirley Nealon, don't you? Yes, I know her. Well, she's been in Denver for some time past. Well, she's the one who shot you. What? Why, you're crazy. She didn't shoot me. Yes, and I don't know who did. Well, I can tell you this much. You're off on the wrong foot, too. Shirley Nealon didn't have anything to do with it. Mulling over these developments, which have changed what seemed at first an open-shut case against Shirley Nealon into a baffling example of diverse testimony, the three officers returned to headquarters to map out a plan of procedure. Learned that a .38 caliber slug from a Smith & Wesson gun has been removed from Walter's body. Proceed to his house on 103rd Street. Well, that's the address. Let's go. Say, there's a car in that driveway. Come on. Yeah, Ford coupe. I'll take a look at that identification slip. Here, give me that flashlight. Well, Miss Shirley Nealon, and an address on 64th Street. Now, isn't that a coincidence? Crosby, you go down the street and call for a couple of men to stake this house out. Brown and I will look the place over now. If we aren't here when you come back, Stick around. We'll be over at this address on 64th Street. Okay. We passed the drugstore down a couple of blocks. I'll go there. Come on. Let's have a look around back.
Those hounds will wake the whole neighborhood. I don't think they'd like us anyway.
Yeah. Hey, suppose we forget about the back and let Fido and his pals find something else for dinner.
Checked by the noisy dogs, Davis and Brown limit their search to the house itself. Finding nothing of consequence, they remove the distributor from the car in the driveway and go to the address on the identification slip. It is 2 in the morning when Davis and Brown arrive at Shirley Nealon's house on East 64th Street.
It's a fine time of the morning to be waking people up. We'll probably get shot.
Well, it can't be helped. Come on, exercise your knuckles.
It hurts me almost as much as it hurts you, people.
Come on, open up. Open up there.
Who's there? What do you want?
Police officer. They want to talk to you.
Oh, all right, I'll be right down just a minute.
Wonder who he is.
I don't know. We'll soon find out, though. I just hope the Nealon woman is here.
So do I.
Boy, I could do with a little sleep. Here he comes.
What do you want?
We want to come in and ask you a few questions.
Huh?
Is that all right?
Certainly. Come right in.
Okay.
Come in here and sit down. Well, what's this all about? What do you want from me, anyway?
We just want to ask you a few questions. First, do you know Shirley Nealon?
Shirley? Why, certainly I know her. She's my stepdaughter. Why?
Does Miss Nealon live here?
No. She has an apartment near 8th and Rampart. She visits quite often, you know. Her brother said she was here early last evening.
She was here last night, eh?
That's what her brother said. I didn't see her.
Did you ever own a gun?
Yes. I have one now. And I have a permit to carry it, too. I'll go get it if you want.
Never mind that. Where do you usually keep your gun?
Under the mattress of my bed.
Why under the mattress?
Well, I don't like to have it around where anyone might find it. Dangerous to have people fooling with a loaded revolver.
Is the gun there now?
Was at 6 o'clock last night. I took it out to see if the barrel was rusting.
What kind of a gun is it?
It's 38. I don't like anything bigger. You know, the kick kind of throws
What
you.
kind of a gun is it? What company made it?
Oh, it's a Smith & Wesson. I thought you meant what the caliber was.
Do you mind if we look at your gun?
No, I'll go get it.
We'll go with you.
Yeah, well, my room is just up these short stairs. Come right along.
Say, what kind of a car does your stepdaughter drive?
It's Ford Coupe. Hey, why are you asking all these questions? I'd like to know what this thing's all about.
You just answer the question.
Well, of course, I'll help the law as much as possible, but I'd like to know what it's all about.
Is this your room?
Yes. The gun's right under the corner of this mattress right here. I put it...
Well?
Well, it's gone.
You sure you didn't know that all the time?
Must be here. It was here last evening. It was right there.
Was this brother of Nealon's? Where is he?
Well, he's in his room. I'll go get him if you want.
Might be a good idea. And, don't forget to come back.
Huh? Oh, no, sir. No, I'll be right back in just a minute.
This is a funny one.
Yeah, it sure is.
It doesn't work out right at all. It's funny that this Nealon woman's stepfather should have a gun just like the one that was used on Walt.
Yeah. And the gun's gone now.
Well, Walt certainly knew whether she shot him or not. He evidently was pretty well acquainted with her.
Yeah. But it isn't right at all. Say, take another look for that gun, will you?
Okay, I'll take this mattress off. Take the rest of this bed. Here goes. No, nothing here at all.
Oh, well, let it go then. Here they come back. Maybe the brother can tell us something.
Hope so. Everybody else is talking in circles.
Here's my son, officer.
Good. Now, it'll be a lot easier for everybody if you'll just answer our questions and don't talk otherwise.
Yes, that's right, son. I don't understand either, so let's do what they say.
Now, when did you see your sister last?
She was here at about 7:30.
You know what she came after?
Well, she didn't exactly come after anything.
What do you mean? Well, she came in and asked to use the phone first.
You know who she called?
No.
Did you talk to her after she made the call?
No, she just came in and sat down and then jumped up and said she just remembered something she had to get in the other apartment.
What other apartment? This one?
Yes.
What did she do?
Well, I heard her in here, and she went out to her car and she drove away.
You didn't talk to her anymore?
Yes, she phoned about 11.
What did she say? Do you remember?
Yes. She said to tell her mother that she was all right and that she wouldn't be home, that she was staying at her girlfriend's house. She asked if any people had been about looking for her. She asked
What did you
if
say?
any people had been about looking for her.
Now, that isn't what you started to say. What exactly did she say?
I believe my sister said, have any cars been out there after me?
Realizing after more questioning that they can gain no further information, the two officers leave the house on 64th Street. Return again to headquarters, where they find welcome news. The men guarding Walter's home have taken into custody a woman in red. Tired as they are, they speed at once to the house. Find the woman seated comfortably in a chair, smoking, surrounded by officers. The wall clock reads just 4 a.m. That's all, boys. Ron and I will ask the lady a few questions. Now, maybe you can tell us just what you were doing in Mr. Walter's house.
I am Mrs. Walters.
What? Wait a minute, will you? Aren't you Shirley Nealon?
Yes, that is my professional name.
And yet you say your name is Mrs. Walters.
Mr. Walters and I were married in Newman.
Did you know that Walters was shot tonight?
Yes.
How did you know?
I called Mr. Ennis's apartment. He told me. It's not serious, is it?
Yeah, but he'll live. He'll be in court to testify against you.
Testify against me? Why, I didn't have anything to do with it.
Tell us just what you did yesterday.
Well, I slept until around noon. Then I went downtown to a dentist. After the work had been done, I went to a theater. I wanted to kill some time. You see, I had a dinner engagement with Mr. Walters. After the theater, I called him.
Did Mr. Walters meet you for dinner?
No, he didn't.
Did you go to your stepfather's on 64th Street after you called him?
No.
Well, didn't you go there and take your stepfather's gun?
Gun? I didn't even know he had a gun.
Yes, your stepfather has a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol.
Well.
And that's the same kind of a gun that was used to shoot Walters.
Well, I didn't know he had a gun. I didn't have anything to do with the rest of it. I wasn't even there when Mr. Walters was shot.
Where were you?
I was here. After I called Mr. Walters from downtown, I came here and waited for him. He didn't come, and I telephoned several people. I called Mr. Ennis's and asked if he was there.
What did he say?
He said that Mr. Walters wasn't there, that he expected him for dinner.
Had Walters asked you to come to dinner?
No. Maybe he didn't know that I was in town. You see, I've been away for some time.
Yeah? He knew you were back.
Well, then I don't know why he didn't ask me.
How long did you stay here at the house?
And I've been here ever since. I called Mr. Ennis again a little after 9. That's when I found out about the shooting.
Now, you weren't here when we first came to the house.
No.
But the car was here. It had recently been running. The radiator was still warm. Where were you then?
Well, I was in the backyard.
In the backyard? What were you doing in the backyard? You weren't hiding from anyone by any chance, were you?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I was. After I found out about Mr. Walters being shot, I went out of the house and started to back my car out of the driveway. And then I saw a car drive up, and I thought it was the police, and they think I had something to do with it. So I ran out into the backyard.
Where were you in the backyard?
I was hiding in the corner, behind the dogs.
How long did you stay there?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a half an hour. By that time, there were more officers around. Finally, I decided that I didn't have anything to be afraid of. So I walked in the back door, and that's when the police found me.
Repeated questioning brings no result. Davis and Brown finally take the woman to the Central Homicide Office. Turn her over to Captain H.J. Wallace, whose expert questioning still fails to change her story. Realizing that they must have more physical evidence, the men wait for the sun to arrive, then go once more to Walter's house to search the ground. Beginning at the rear of the premises, they comb the backyard. Find nothing. Well, we can cross the backyard off our list. Yeah. Come on. Let's take a look at the back porch and then go through the house again. take that side, and I'll take this. Look everywhere.
Right.
Hey! What? Look at this. What is it? A 38 caliber Smith & Wesson. Ah, that's just what we want. Where did you find it?
In that laundry bag, which makes it all pretty simple. She put it in there last night just before she went in the house, after hiding in the yard. Although jubilant over finding the gun, the men are conscious of the fact that however conclusive the evidence may seem to them, to a jury it might carry but little weight without further corroborative facts. They decide to carry their search farther. They go to Ennis's flat, find nothing around the building, but across the street find a woman who gives them some interesting detail.
I had a guest last night. She came over for dinner, and then we played bridge afterwards. She, my husband, and my brother, who was staying with us. Well, at about 11:30, she said that she thought that she had better go home, so I showed her to the door. I turned on the porch light, and we stood on the porch talking, all for about 5 or 10 minutes. And then I went over to look at a plant that I had sitting on the railing. And in the bushes at that end of the porch, I saw a woman crouching. Well, I screamed, and she ran across the street and jumped into a car. Then I called my husband, and when he came out, she jumped out of that car and ran down the street and jumped into another one and drove off.
Do you notice what kind of a car it was that she drove away in?
Well, I couldn't be sure, but, well, it was a small car, though. Mm-hmm. It was a coupe.
A small coupe, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Could it have been a Ford?
Yes, it could have been. As a matter of fact, I think it was a Ford. Oh, it was awfully scary. I didn't sleep a wink all night. I tell you, officer, had I not been the type of woman that I am, things might have been very different. Why, people's hearts have stopped for less than that.
From another woman who lives opposite the Ennis flat, they get more information.
Well, I had been to a show, and as I was coming up the walk to our front porch, a woman called me from the side of the house. She wanted me to call Mr. Ennis. I didn't see why she wanted me to call him. I should think that if she'd wanted him, she could go and call him herself. So I told her that Mr. Ennis had gone to bed. She asked me if I was sure, and I told her yes. I didn't know, of course. Well, just then a car came up to Mr. Ennis's place, and a lot of policemen got out. Then the woman ran into the backyard.
Armed with these additional facts, Davis and Brown, not entirely satisfied with Walter's story of the shooting, and hoping that these developments will induce him to alter his original version of the near tragedy, go again to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
Well, hello there. How are you getting along? Hello, Walter. You know, we found a few things that sound important. And we think that maybe you'll change your mind about Shirley Nealon after you've heard them.
Oh, no, you're all wrong about that. She didn't do it.
We found her at your house early this morning. Had quite a talk with her.
Well, she says she didn't do it, doesn't she?
Yes. But, Walter, we found the gun on your back porch.
The gun? How do you know it was the same gun?
It was a 38 caliber Smith & Wesson. That's the kind of a gun that was used on you.
No, you're all wrong. Oh, say, I have a gun like that, but the one you found must have been mine.
What was it doing in a laundry bag on the back porch?
Laundry bag?
Yeah. That's where we found it.
Oh, sure, yeah, I remember that. It was in my car, and I didn't want to take it away in the house, see? So I just put it in the laundry bag.
That's funny. Miss Nealon's stepfather had a gun just like that, too. Only when he went to get it, it was gone.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. No, that doesn't mean anything. Only it's funny, because this Nealon woman of yours was seen at her stepfather's between the time he saw the gun at 6 o'clock and the time he looked for it about 2 this morning. Well, that doesn't prove that she did it. Now, look, I know Shirley better than you do. And I said that she didn't do it. I don't know who did it. Acting like the accused instead of a potential murder victim under the questioning, Walters clings stubbornly to his original contention. However, the testimony of the neighbors, her own dubious account of her movement, the gun, and the Ford car is enough evidence to bring Shirley Nealon to trial. On October 18th, 1935, she appears before Superior Judge Vickers in a hectic trial where Walters, on the side of the state, gives testimony obviously in favor of the defendant. But the jury, after 40 minutes of deliberation, announces a verdict of guilty as charged in the information. On November 1st, Judge Vickers sentences Shirley Nealon.
Shirley Nealon, guilty
been found guilty as charged. Therefore, I sentence you to from 1 to 20 years at the Hatchbit prison.
But the last chapter has not been written in the strange drama when Shirley Nealon is taken to prison. For 2 months later, Jim Walters finds himself facing Judge Agler. Not in the role of witness this time, but as defendant. Listens in silent amazement as the court shows him.
Sympathizes with the reason behind your testimony. However, there is a law that says a person found to be guilty of false evidence shall be liable to a charge of perjury. Shirley Nealon has been found guilty of the charges against her, which can mean only one thing, that you, Jim Walters, have, for some strange, distorted sense of chivalry, perjured yourself in this court. Therefore, I sentence you to serve the term provided by law for such an offense, namely, from 1 to 10 years in San Quentin Penitentiary.
So it was that this strange man, who chose to lie under oath rather than testify against his paramour, found out too late the fact that the law cannot be trifled with. By perjuring himself as he did, Jim Walters played it. And although it is too late for him to learn a lesson from it, perhaps you who are listening will realize more fully the fact that the laws of the country were made to protect you. When you violate them, you are going out of your way to ask for just one thing, trouble. Thank you, Chief Davis. Tonight, we salute Coconino County, Arizona, the second largest county in the United States, 18,623 square miles in area. And the gasoline used in her sheriff's cars must give police car performance. So, Coconino County becomes the latest addition to the ever-growing list of cities and counties specifying Rio Grande gasoline exclusively. Now, you can get exactly the same gasoline at your nearest independent Rio Grande dealer. Try it tomorrow. Your independent Rio Grande dealer also has a particularly newsy issue of Calling All Cars News for you this week. Something for every member of the family. Pictures, movie and radio gossip galore. Get your copy tomorrow. And don't forget to ask next time for Sinclair Motor Oil. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline, the thoroughly de-waxed, de-jellied motor oils that you can use all year round without changing grades. See your Rio Grande dealer tomorrow. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, a cancellation broadcast 171 regarding a shooting. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. So, who can flip? Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
8 years ago, a transporter mishap created an exact duplicate.
I am Will Riker.
Now, twin officers coexist.
Which of them is real? Both.
But hidden passions could turn them into bitter enemies.
There's no place for you in my away team.
And jealousy threatens to endanger a critical mission.
Playing it safe. Why don't we wait and see who comes out on top?
Let's go! Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
This is New York. WCBS AM and FM, New York.
Someone Show, presented by Chesterfield. Produced and transcribed in San Francisco with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guest, Miss Dorothy Kirsten. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Apple Week. And in honor of this crunchy occasion, we bring you a little singing worm from Spokane, Washington, Bing Crosby.
Ken, as an apple grower to an apple knocker, I thank you.
You really an apple grower, Bing?
No, Ken. No more. But in my youth, you know, I worked in Yakima as an assistant pollinizer in an apple orchard.
Assistant pollinizer?
That's what I was. I used to carry the tired bees from blossom to blossom so they could pollinate the trees.
I see.
I guess it's probably the last truly creative work that I ever did.
I don't know. It sounds dangerous to me. Even a tired bee can sting.
I was young then. I could fight back.
Oh.
I appreciate your attention. You're calling attention, rather, to the fact that October 26th to November 4th is National Apple Week. And you know something?
What? Tell us about it, Uncle Wiggly.
I am.
What's it about, apples?
Yeah. Now, you know the old saying, Ken? Of course, you must know it. Everybody does. An apple a day keeps you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when I was a young man in Spokane, Washington, I became enamored of a pretty girl who was at the time a doctor's girlfriend.
Oh.
I tried my darndest to win her away from this doctor. A fellow named Joe Lynch. Yeah. I even went so far as to strum a ukulele under her window, but it didn't seem to do me much good.
The young doctor was just too much competition.
Oh, yes. My ukulele meant nothing when he'd drop over with his stethoscope and let her listen to his back while he coughed. Couldn't cope with it. So, you know, one day, though, I got a bright idea.
An apple a day, huh?
Right. Just thinking. I hocked my ukulele, and with the money, I bought her a case of apples. 3 nights later, I went by her house, and there she was on the front porch eating the apples.
How about the doctor?
Sitting next to her, peeling them with his scalpel.
And the moral of this story?
Never hock your ukulele. Never know when you want to sing a song like this one I have here called Looks Like a Cold, Cold Winter. Without my uke, I'm forced to rely on the old baton and the aid, the assistance of John Scott Trotter. As soon as the rhythm heirs join me at the post, we can fly, John. Looks like a cold, cold winter. Plenty of ice and snow. But we'll keep the love light in our hearts aglow. Looks like a long, long winter. Baby, what do we care? As long as we have this love of ours to share. Gonna be cold outside, gonna be warm inside, so we'll cuddle up by a cozy fire side by side. Looks like a cold, cold winter. Summer's so far away, but until then I'll love you more and more each day. Looks like a cold, cold winter. We've got plenty of ice and snow, but we'll keep this love light in our hearts aglow. Looks like a long, long winter. Oh, but baby, what do we care? As long as we have this love of ours to share. Gonna be cold outside. Records breaking. Gonna be warm inside. Temperature taking. So we'll cuddle up by a cozy fireside. Fireside. Looks like a cold, cold winter. Yes, the summer is far away, away. But until then, I'll love you more and more each day. Gonna keep you warm until winter goes away.
boys and girls very jolly
Well, you're
singing.
Sweet, you're sweet to say so, Ken. But what makes you so bountiful, so munificent tonight, so appreciative? What happened?
Well, Bing, it's just that people are so wonderful.
Do you have anything to back up this carte blanche statement, this sweeping tribute to humanity?
Well, yes, I have, Bing. For instance, take the way people are going for the Chesterfield mildness test.
Oh, it's catching on big, all right.
Oh, Bing, listen to this. Every day, by actual count, over 10,000 smokers are making the Chesterfield mildness test.
Well, Ken, I'm glad that the folks are taking our advice and they're proving to themselves that Chesterfield smoke milder.
Oh, the Chesterfield mildness test is really building, Bing. You see, folks who make the test tell their friends how much milder Chesterfields are. Their friends tell their friends. And their friends tell their friends. You can see what's happening.
Yeah, we'll soon be out of a job. Wonderful news, though, Ken. Really it is. Have you folks at home made the test yet? You really ought to get with it. Be fair to yourselves and find out which cigarette is milder, which cigarette is best for you.
Right, friends. Make your next pack Chesterfields. Then be your own cigarette expert. Open them, smell them, and smoke them. Smell that milder Chesterfield aroma. Compare it with the brand you've been smoking, and you'll see no other cigarette has that milder Chesterfield aroma.
That's your proof right there that Chesterfield smell milder. And tobacco men have known for generations. When tobacco smell milder, they smoke milder.
So buy Chesterfields, and you'll see they smoke milder than the brand you've been smoking.
That's like what I've been saying.
What'd you say?
Yes, you've got to be fair to yourselves. Compare them with the cigarettes you've been smoking, and you'll always buy Chesterfield. A lovely French song, now happily available for non-continentals, with English words. Catching on, too, I hear. All my love, I give you all my love. The skies may fall, my love, but I will still be true. All my sighs will disappear at last. Now that you're here at last, my heart belongs to you. Oh, don't you ever let me go. Don't you ever let him go. You thrill me so I can see, as I recall my life. I've waited all my life to give you all my love. Well, folks, guest time is here tonight, and if I do say so myself, I think we're sort of really putting on the dog in that guest department. The lovely lady who has consented to cut up here with us this evening is one of opera's brightest stars. Also a bright star on the phonograph records, on radio, and in pictures. Here now is the charming and the very talented Miss Dorothy Kirsten.
Thank you, Bing.
Dorothy? This is wonderful. It's really nice to have you back with us again. Say, I want to congratulate you, too, on your brilliant performance in Manon Lescaut at the San Francisco Opera last week.
Oh, thank you, Bing. But I don't remember seeing you in the audience.
Well, I didn't want to wave or anything. I was there, though. I was there with bells on.
Oh, that was you. I heard those bells, but I thought it was a Chinese New Year's or something.
Dorothy, when I say with bells on, I don't speak literally. It's just a figure of...
I'm not so sure, Bing. You'll wear anything.
I will, won't I?
Apparently.
I was pretty snazzy that night, though. If you could have cased me. I wore my double-breasted blue, you know, with the dark tie.
You must have been miserable.
Oh, like a worm on a hot rock. Singing worm, that is. Singing worm.
You know, I always see your brother Everett at the opera. He never misses.
Well, he misses, but he's always at the opera. Matter of fact, Dorothy, Everett, he attends so often they're thinking of making him an honorary Italian. Now, Dorothy, lest Everett's lawyers meet us at the stage door and hit us with a subpoena or something. Maybe we better switch to music. Now, do you have something flashy ready for
Something flashy?
Oh, must scintillate this lot.
Well, how about Visi Darty from the second act of La Tosca? Do you know that?
Well, I don't know. I've only seen the first act.
Well, then how about the aria for the soprano in the second act of Mano Lescaut, In quelle trine morbide?
Nice, Dorothy. It's catchy, too, but I don't think it's big enough.
I know what might be good, Bing. Mi chiamano Mimi from the first act of La Bohème.
What was that again? What?
Mi chiamano Mimi.
Oh, Mimi. Oh, that's good. Mimi, you funny little good-for-nothing Mimi. No?
Wrong Mimi, kid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bing, maybe I should just sing Uwe ton Cœur.
I adore it. Really adore it. Uwe ton. Fine, John Scott. Miss Kirsten is ready, To maintain the high standard that you've just established. Let's keep up on that playing.
Oh, definitely.
I have a song here. It isn't quite as big as Ouvre ton cœur, but it is a very important piece of music. It's called Faisons les encore.
Faisons l'encore?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I'm familiar with that
It's
thing.
quite a thing. Would you mind just stand by a minute? I think you'll like it.
All right.
They used to rag up the jazz on pianos. Well, let's do it again. They used to sing, yes, we have no bananas. Well, let's do it again. They had a Charleston beat to lift their feet in 1924. Dapper Dan, the drummer man, tried a to knock a cymbal on the floor. They used to do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. Let's do it again. They used to do-do, do-do, do-do. Let's do it again. And even Sister Kate would shimmy, shake, and wobble like a jelly on a plate. They used to get such a kick out of living. Let's do it again. They used to beat out the jazz on piano. Oh, let's do it again. They used to sing, yes, we have no bananas. No, 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 yes, we have no bananas. Let's do it again. They had a Charleston beat to lift their feet in 1924. Dapper down, the drummer man tried to knock a cymbal on the floor. They used to do let's do it again. They used to do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's do it again. And even Sister Kate would shimmy, shake, wobble like a jelly on a plate. They used to get such a kick out of living. Let's do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it all over again.
So that was Faison Lagoon.
Or in English, let's do it again. Folks, Miss Kirsten and I are involved in the Paramount picture titled Mr. Music. It's going to come out soon. We have a nice duet in the film. It's called Accidents Will Happen. You want to take a whack at it, Dorothy?
Sure, Bing.
may show it.
Your eyes may glow.
Before you know it.
I'm sure I know. So if you fall
in love in just that way, oh, wouldn't I be thrilled to hear you say, I had a lovely How about something a little more intimate, something croony-like?
Well, let's croon Indian Summer.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. It's seasonal, too. John, could you guide us through the intricacies of Victor Herbert's Indian Summer? Thank you, Dorothy. I loved it.
Thank you, Bing. And now don't you think we'd better say something about the star of the show?
What star is that?
Why, Chesterfield. That's the real star.
Oh, yes. And Chesterfield's the star of the Folk Show, the Como Show, and the Godfrey Show. It's the cigarette that every smoker ought to be smoking because they're milder and they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. Right, Ken?
All right, Bing. And here's proof of that, folks. A leading research organization trained a group of scientists and technicians in the difference in smoking qualities of cigarettes. These expert smokers became the country's first cigarette taste panel. And for more than a year, they tested and compared leading brands smoking thousands of cigarettes. Recently, they reported this fact. Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
Like we told you a while ago, you can prove to yourself that Chesterfields smell milder, and they smoke milder than any other cigarette. Tell the folks how, Ken.
Oh, it's the easiest test in the book, Bing. Just get a hold of a pack of Chesterfields, then open them, smell them, smoke them. Open that pack and smell that milder aroma, an aroma no other cigarette has. Smoke them. Compare Chesterfields with a brand you've been smoking, and you'll see.
Beyond the reef, where the sea is dark and cold, my love has gone, and our dreams grow old. There'll be no tears, there'll be no regretting. Will she remember me? Will she forget? I'll send 1,000 flowers when the trade winds blow. I'll send my lonely heart, for I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then, my heart'll be beyond the Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then, my heart'll be beyond the reach. Well, that was Danny Stewart of Hollywood on the Hawaiian guitar, folks. And the Lorelei singing so beautifully in the background was Miss Lulie Jean Norman of Birmingham, Alabama. And that about gets it for tonight. But before we close up, I want to tender my deepest thanks to Miss Dorothy Kirsten for being with us tonight.
It was very nice thing, and I did so enjoy your rendition of Saison Local.
Isn't that a grand thing?
Yes.
You ought to get up on that, Dorothy. Say, incidentally, if you can, next week at this time, tune in, Dorothy. You'll hear Dick Powell. He's going to be our guest, you know.
Well, that ought to be a great show.
Thank you again, Dorothy.
Thank you, Bing.
Good night. Good night, folks. See you next week for Chesterfield. The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Mr. Dick Powell.
This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait.
one of Old Time Radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Here's how to pay half price for a Firestone tire most people call the new car tire. Go to your local Firestone store or participating dealer. Buy one Firestone Deluxe Champion tire at the regular price. Get a second one for half price. This double-belted polyester fiberglass tire is called the new car tire. For years, more new cars have come with a Deluxe Champion than any other tire made by Firestone. You'll see it on lots of 75s, too. Put the double-belt Deluxe Champion on your car now and save money. Buy one at the regular price, get the second one for half price at Firestone, where you can charge them, of course.
Wherever wheels are rolling, no matter what the load, the name that's known is Firestone, where the rubber meets the road. Firestone, Firestone, Firestone.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Come a little closer. Closer. That's better. Now you're on the edge of your seat. And we mean to keep you there for the next 52 minutes with a story of terror and suspense. Doing one's civic duty is one thing. But turning in the hardened boss of a notorious crime ring takes either guts or just plain ignorance. We're not too sure which it was with Amy Hastings, but she did her duty. She put the finger on Archer Hamlin, the top drug dealer whose arrest and conviction all but put a stop to the flow of drug traffic in and out of New York City. Such an admirable act deserves a reward, which Amy received. $1,000 from a city newspaper. And that's not all.
Hello?
Amy Hastings, please.
This is Miss Hastings.
Are you enjoying the money, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
The money you got for turning in Archer Hamlin and giving testimony against him at the trial.
Who is this?
A friend with a little advice.
Yes?
Better spend that money fast, Miss Hastings. You may not live long enough to enjoy it.
Our mystery drama, Having a Horrible Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Lynn Loring and Francis Sternhagen. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
I would like to ask a deceptively simple question.
Okay.
I say deceptive because few people seem to know the answer.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready as rain.
Okay.
No, wait. I think that should be right as rain.
Oh, well...
No, you wait. Make that ready as I'll ever be, okay? Ready as I'll ever be.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the question is this.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happens this time of year?
That's it.
That's the question.
That's the $64,000 question. That's the one for all the marbles, right?
Well,
That's the one that's on everybody's lips. Huh?
Yes.
That's the question. Well,
good.
As everyone should know, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving great deals on 1974 Buicks, which of course means that this time of year may very well be the best chance you'll ever have to buy a Buick. From the thrifty but surprisingly elegant Apollo to the dashing full-size LeSabre to the Electra, which surprisingly enough is the second largest selling luxury car in America.
Know-it-all.
If you wear or buy eyeglasses, you couldn't live in a better place than Dallas. Optics is right here, one of the nation's largest suppliers of glasses and contact lenses. Opticians and optometrists all over the country send them work. And now, Optics have a special planned sales room open to the public. That means anybody in the Dallas area can now enjoy Texas size savings on all glasses and contacts. The widest choice of quality frames, a complete choice of lenses, clear, tinted, bifocals, contacts, and the new half-weights, lenses that are half the weight of glass. Complete one-day service for most glasses, too. Full satisfaction guaranteed. Optics Vision Center, the special direct sales outlet right at Optics Plant, 2534 Royal Lane between Stemmons and Harry Hines. Open to the public Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Saturday till 12. Come in and see for yourself.
Put on a happy face at your Vision Center.
How about a little vacation? Some fun and fresh air. Let's go along with Amy Hastings and Lois Wilson on their way to a swinging singles week at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, snuggled deep in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains. Swimming, horseback riding, tennis, golf, the works, including murder. But let's not dwell on morbid things. We're off for a vacation at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, and it's just up the road.
I just wish we were going to arrive in daylight, Lois. We won't be able to see anything at night.
Don't worry, Amy. We'll have plenty of time to see every nook and cranny of the place. Besides, all the fun begins at night. That's when the wolves come out.
I hope you don't mean the four-legged kind. Anyhow, it sure is good to get away from the city and all those awful phone calls.
Anytime a person gets their name in the paper, they're plagued with crank calls. Forget it. We're off for a good time.
Oh, I won't spoil your fun, Lois. I promise.
Now, don't think about my fun. I can take care of myself. This is really your vacation. I still feel you shouldn't be paying for everything.
But why shouldn't I? What better way could I spend that reward money?
It took a lot of courage to do what you did.
No, not courage, really. I mean, I just recognized that man from the pictures in the paper and told the police.
Still, you deserved every penny of the reward.
You know, I wonder how he feels now.
Who? Archer Hamlin?
Yes.
As bad as could be expected, I hope. He was the worst thing that ever happened to New York City.
I do feel kind of sorry for him, though.
Oh.
I mean, I guess I would, because I was responsible for them catching him.
Now, baby, get Archer Hamlin off your mind. He's right where he belongs, behind bars, and it's silly to brood about him.
You're right. I'm not going to even think about it. I'm going to enjoy myself.
That's the spirit.
I know the girls at the office think I'm some kind of a prude.
Oh, well, there's some bunch. In the 2 months I've been there, I haven't seen one who has any brains, except you. Well, it's nice to have you for a friend. I don't make close friends easily.
We just sort of hit it off, you might say. I keep to myself a lot. I just never feel close to the girls at the office.
Well, forget them. We're off for a week of fun, and you're going to love this place.
Tomahawk Tree Lodge. It even sounds exciting. Lois, don't you think we ought to wait till tomorrow? I mean, should we be too anxious to meet someone?
Listen, the hard-to-get approach is all right in an East Side bar. But here, it's first come, first served. Here's an empty table. Now sit yourself down and we'll order some cool drinks.
It's so exciting and beautiful.
Oh, waiter, 2 Collins, please.
Lois.
What?
Don't look right away. But there's a man at the bar looking at us.
Where?
Lois, don't be so obvious. That tall, blonde fellow.
Well, I wonder if he has a friend.
Oh, Lois.
Amy, we're not here to spend the week by ourselves.
Will you stop craning?
He might join us if we let him know we're interested.
He just keeps staring.
Hey, it looks as though someone else is interested. That one in the tan jacket's heading this way and beating him to it.
I sort of like the one at the bar better.
Well, we have the whole week ahead of us.
What do we say?
Hello is a good one for a start. Oh, Amy, just remember you're a swinging single. Now relax.
Well, good evening.
How do you do?
Hello.
You girls just arrived?
Not a half hour, though.
We believe in making every minute count.
Well, at a place like this, that's the thing to do. I'm Fred Russell.
I'm Lois Wilson, and this is Amy Hastings.
Pleasure to meet you, Amy.
Hi.
Have you been here long, Mr. Russell?
Mr. Russell? Now, look, at a place like this, it's Fred. Okay? No, actually, I just got here yesterday.
Oh, a newcomer, too.
How long are you planning to stay, Amy?
1 week. That's all we got.
Are you staying long yourself, Fred?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
On whether I like it or not. By the way, you're from New York, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. How'd you guess?
I saw the license plate on your car.
Oh, you.
Are you the official welcoming committee?
Oh, no. But being observant and friendly is sort of a pastime with me. Look, I hope I can show you around a little while you're here, Amy, if it's all right.
Well, I guess so.
You've been here before, then?
Oh, sure. You know, there's a lot to do. You got horseback riding and canoeing and swimming, all those things. But, you know, they're not much fun alone.
Well, that's what we're here for. Isn't it, Lois?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, look, if you'll let me, I promise to show you a good time, Amy. How about starting with a dance?
Oh,
That is, if Lois doesn't mind.
Oh, not at all.
Come on, then.
Lois, are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, heavens, no. Go ahead.
I promise not to keep her long.
Have fun.
See you later.
Mind if I join you?
Oh, well, not exactly, but an introduction would be nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ralph Cook.
I'm Lois Wilson. How do you do?
Forgive me for seeming forward, but who is that dancing with Amy?
What?
That is Amy Hastings, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but how did you know?
Well, she's the girl who fingered Archer Hamlin last month.
Yes.
You said your name was...
Lois Wilson.
A friend of hers?
Look, Mr. Cook, just who are you? How do you know Amy?
Miss Wilson, I have to talk to you privately. It's important.
What is this?
It's about Amy.
Well, what about her?
We have reason to believe she may be in very great danger.
Oh?
Let's dance. It'll seem more natural.
What danger is Amy in?
Well, I'll explain it in a minute. Please. I need your help. Now, first of all, may I call you Lois?
Of course.
And I'm Ralph.
Yes, so you said. Now, what is all this about?
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yes, now, no one must know but you. And particularly not Amy or that man she's dancing with.
What danger is there?
We're pretty sure that Archer Hamlin's crowd is out to get Amy for fingering the boss.
Oh, no. You mean those crank calls were for real?
And that is why I'm here. We think this might be the perfect spot for them.
Why?
Well, we think one of them will probably pose as a guest, get friendly with Amy, and then kill her in some way to make it look like an accident.
Oh, how awful.
Well, this is the perfect spot for it. With horseback riding, a lake.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, it's possible, Lois. And very probable.
Oh, what can I do?
I want you to be my date. And that way I can keep close to Amy without arousing suspicion. What's the name of the man she's dancing with?
Oh, Fred something. Fred Russell. That's it.
He approached you as soon as you sat down.
That's right.
If he is the man, he'd want to get to Amy first before any other summer Lothario started making time.
You know, come to think of it, he did beat another man to our table. A tall, blonde fellow who kept staring at us. And it was Amy he was after. He hardly spoke to me.
That jibes.
And he noticed our rented car had a New York license plate.
Well, he's been watching for you.
This Hamlin crowd is shrewd. They don't shoot people from black cars. They'll go to any lengths to kill without arousing suspicion, no matter what it involves or how long it takes. That's why Hamlin himself got away with so much.
Oh. Well, what do you think he'll do?
He'll bide his time, gain her confidence. It's important that you don't let on to Amy that anything's wrong now.
Oh, why?
Well, if she gets the idea someone's after her, she'll get scared, and he'll know it. I want him to think he's safe. Now, don't worry. I'll always be around, and the minute he tries something, I've got him.
I don't like the idea of Amy being bait.
Well, she's not bait. She's a sitting pigeon right now. But the killer has to make a move before I can arrest him.
This must be a bad dream.
It's not pleasant, I know. I'm pretty sure this Russell is our man. I don't want him scared off.
Oh, what a way to start a vacation.
Lois? Hi.
Hi.
Where have you been, sleepyhead?
Oh, well, I didn't sleep well. Everything all right?
I've been here every minute.
Gosh, Lois, I'm sorry I ran out on you, but I couldn't wake you up.
Oh, it's all right.
Hey, the water's wonderful. Why don't you and Ralph swim out for a while?
Well, maybe we will.
We swam all the way out to that island, way out there.
You swam to the island alone?
No, Fred was with me.
You want a dip before lunch, Lois?
Well, yes. Let's all go.
I think Amy and I have had enough.
Gosh, yes. We'll just stay here and watch.
Oh, come on, a little more
It's
wouldn't
all right,
hurt.
Lois. They have been in quite a while.
Too long. And Amy's getting cold.
Oh, all right. Well, we won't be long.
Race you to the raft.
Okay. Hurry up with that shower, Amy. It's time for lunch.
Isn't he wonderful, Lois?
What?
Fred. Isn't he wonderful? I've never had a steady in all my life, and now in one day...
Amy, just how friendly are you getting with Fred?
What do you mean?
Well, I admit I did tell you to let your hair down and enjoy yourself. But, you know, there are other men here, too.
Oh, Lois.
No, you said you liked that blonde man at the bar last night.
But Fred seems so interested in me. For myself, I sort of like it.
What has he said?
He asks me all sorts of questions about myself. It makes me feel important.
Does he know who you are, Amy?
Well, of course. We all introduced ourselves last night.
I mean about the Archer Hamlin business.
He said he remembered me from all the publicity in the papers.
Did you tell him, or did he bring it up?
Lois, why are you asking all these questions?
Well, I just don't want you to take Fred too seriously, honey.
You're not jealous.
Oh, of course not.
I mean, you've got your date for the week.
I know, but that
Lois, I'm really enjoying myself. Let me. I like Fred. No one has ever been interested in me like this before.
It's nice to be wanted, to be loved, to be admired for oneself. And unsuspecting Amy Hastings is enjoying every minute of it. She's having a wonderful time. It's poor Lois who's having a horrible time. We'll get back to our fun in the sun when I return shortly with Act 2.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
This is Paul Newman speaking. Ever been close to a family struck by cancer? Naturally, your feelings go out to them and you ask if there's anything you can do. And they say no thanks and you feel so helpless. Well, there is something you can do. You can tell someone in the family to get in touch with the American Cancer Society. Volunteers there are helping people every day with services, information, and counseling about local community resources. That can mean arranging transportation or homemaking help or informing them about existing rehabilitation programs. When your cancer crusader calls, join the people who care about people. Give generously. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Right now, you can get True Value Hardware Store's finest latex paints at special low prices. Hi, Frank Lieber here to tell you that TruTex Supreme Latex House Paint is now just $7.44 a gallon. And TruTex Supreme Satin U Interior Latex is just $6.99 a gallon. The house paint comes in 24 earth tone Jamestown colors and white. It protects and wears like a fine oil-based paint. Yet it's latex, so it's easy to apply and easy to clean up after. The interior flat latex comes in 48 colors and white. It goes on smoothly without dripping or painty odor. TruTest Supreme Latex House Paint, just $7.44 a gallon. Satin U Interior Latex, just $6.99 a gallon. True Value Hardware Stores make TruTest paints in their own factories. They know their reputation as paint specialists depends on the quality of that paint. Get TruTest paints at special low prices now during the Labor Day paint sale exclusively at True Value Hardware Stores.
The Tomahawk Tree Lodge stands majestically on a mountaintop. Lush green lawns sweep invitingly toward the clear blue waters of Quail Lake. To Amy Hastings, enjoying her first vacation without her parents, it's a paradise. To her friend Lois Wilson, it's something else again.
Is anyone having dessert?
Oh, gee, not me. I couldn't eat another bite.
I'll pass.
By me.
Well, what's on the agenda for the afternoon? Croquet? Horseshoes? Badminton?
Gee, you know, it's too bad the ski lift isn't running today.
Does it ever in summer?
Sure, all year round. It's just down for repairs.
Oh.
You know, it's a great scenic ride. Go all the way to the top of the mountain and back.
Hey, maybe we can do that later on in the week.
Okay. What do you say to a horseback ride?
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Good way to work off a big meal.
Amy, you've never been on a horse in your life.
I know, and I've always wanted to.
I'm afraid the merry-go-round's been the extent of my riding.
I think we'd all have just as much fun here at the lodge. Besides, it's too hot. I mean, I'd love to try croquet.
Well, okay, but if Amy would like to ride, we'll go along and meet you two later.
Yes, I really want to go. Now, Lois, don't you worry. Nothing can happen.
Okay, let's go then.
Ralph?
Oh, no use being a wet blanket. After all, we're here to enjoy the facilities. We'll take a shot at horseback riding, too. We're paying for it.
Now, look, don't let me talk you into something you don't want to do. I mean, Amy and I can go alone.
Oh, no, come on, Ralph's right. We might as well have the fling we're here for.
Well, if you're afraid of a horse, it could be dangerous.
We'll take our chances.
Okay. Look, I'll go on ahead to the stables and reserve the horses.
I'll come with you, Fred. Hurry up, Lois.
I'm petrified of horses. Can you go it alone?
I can, but it's liable to look funny. I have the feeling I'm not one of Fred's favorite persons.
All right. I'll have to go, for Amy's sake. But I'll have to change. Amy's in slacks, but I can't get on a horse like this.
Well, hurry it up.
What do you think he might do?
I don't know, but horses can be dangerous.
I don't see them.
And they're probably in the stable saddling up.
Hi, folks. Ready to go out, too?
Oh, yes. We're joining our friends.
We've got two fine, gentle mares here. Have you ridden before?
Where's the couple that came down here a few minutes ago?
Oh, they're out on the trail. They said you'd be along.
Oh, Ralph, they're alone out there.
I should have known he'd try something like this. Get us going quick, huh?
Sure thing. Here we go, Virginia. You be nice now.
Oh, Lord, what do I do?
Nothing to it. Put your left foot here.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, just swing up. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
Now you, sir.
I'm all set.
Well, you sit a horse right nicely, sir.
Ralph, what do I do?
Hold the reins. Lean forward. Your horse will follow mine. Let's go.
Whew, it's not as I thought.
We'll have to go faster. Just hold on.
Oh. Is there more than one trail?
There probably is.
Oh, golly, they may have turned off somewhere.
Well, they couldn't be too far ahead. We weren't that long at the lodge.
Oh, there's a fork in the trail up ahead.
Pull on the reins. Oh.
Oh, which way do we go?
There's fresh hoof prints to the left.
You are a detective. Oh, it's Amy.
Come on, get up there.
We may be too late.
I don't know what we're going to find.
Amy!
Here they are.
Oh, Amy! Amy, what happened?
Take it easy. She's all right.
All right, nothing. She's flat on the ground.
Okay, Lois, I just fell off.
What happened?
Well, a snake frightened her horse. I was riding behind and I saw it dart out, but there was nothing I could do. Amy's horse shied and she just slid off.
All of a sudden, my horse reared.
Well, how come you didn't wait for us back at the stable?
We knew you'd catch up.
I think we've had enough horseback riding.
Well, what do you say, Amy? Do you feel like going on?
I guess I'd better go in for something a little less strenuous.
Oh, Ralph, this is impossible. Amy and I are going back to the city tomorrow.
You can't run away from Hamlin's men, Lois. The best we can do is lure them into the open. And they're pretty smart about that, too.
But I can't spend a week never letting Amy out of my sight. And he's certainly going to get suspicious with us hanging around all the time.
We don't have to be with them every minute, as long as we know where they're going.
Yes, but the minute they're alone, he can do anything he wants.
It'll have to look like an accident, so that limits his field of operation.
You mean like the horses this afternoon? Do you think he did something to Amy's horse?
I'm convinced of it.
Look, she looks so little and innocent dancing with Fred.
How could a girl like her get up the nerve to identify Hamlin?
Innocence can have backbone, Ralph.
Look, Lois, go along with me for a couple of days more.
Well, I guess I'll have to. But I look over there at Amy dancing with that man, and I shudder.
I hope you're not mad because I spoiled the horseback riding today, Fred.
No. Of course not, Amy.
You know, you're kind of quiet tonight.
Well, it's just that... Amy, can't we shake that friend of yours and her Romeo?
Well, Lois and I did come together, and we are best friends.
I know that. It's just that I'd like to be with you alone sometime. What do you say we slip down to the lake and take out a canoe?
Well,
Without telling your friend?
Oh, Fred, they're watching us dance. They'll probably just follow us.
None of their business. You do?
I don't know. Look, let's just go back to the table now. Tomorrow morning, I'll slip away early. Lois always sleeps late, and we can go somewhere together then.
Without telling Lois?
I promise, without telling Lois.
Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll go out to Tomahawk Tree.
Tomahawk Tree? Fred, that's where we are.
No, it's the tree this hotel was named after.
Oh.
There's a legend about it. Very beautiful.
Tell me.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, then. You know, this is the most thrilling vacation I've ever had.
Well, we're almost to the top. Now, that's the famous Tomahawk Tree right up ahead.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's such a beautiful morning. Makes you glad you're alive.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get away without Lois.
She was fast asleep. I dressed in the bathroom and sneaked out of the room.
Well, here it is. Tomahawk Tree.
Look how far down you can see.
Mm-hmm. That's Hidden Valley.
Okay, tell me now, Fred. What's the legend?
Well, the legend is that more than 200 years ago, an Indian brave killed himself here because he was disgraced in battle. He was the chief's son, but he was a coward.
And?
So he dug his tomahawk into this tree and jumped over the edge. But when the other braves tried to remove the tomahawk from the tree and throw it after him, not one of them could budge it.
Why not?
Well, they thought the Great Spirit had locked the tomahawk into the tree as a reminder to other braves who might get wet feet, so to speak.
It's not very romantic.
I'm afraid it's not all true.
What?
The lodge has to replace the tomahawk every couple of years as the tree grows around it.
Fred, you're making the whole thing up.
Here, give me a hand.
No, I don't want to go any closer.
That's all right, I got you. Now, look straight down.
Oh, it gives me the chills.
You see on the rock down there? Can you see the outline?
Eddie! Oh,
It's all right, I've got you. I have you.
I almost went over.
What the devil are you doing here, Lois?
What are you doing so close to the edge?
Well, we had our footing all right, but that scream of yours just startled both of us.
Well, what do you expect when I find Amy practically going over the side?
Lois, I thought you were still sleeping.
Well, it's a good thing I went out for a morning walk myself.
You just happened to come this way.
I think we'd better all go back for breakfast.
I wonder why Fred didn't want breakfast.
Well, he's probably miffed at me. But honestly, Amy, he had you too close to the edge.
Well, it sure scared me when you yelled. You know, I had no idea that you were following us.
Well, I wasn't. I was out for a walk, and I saw you there.
Lois, there's that man staring at us again.
Who?
The blonde one we saw the night we arrived. Remember, he was starting to come over, and Fred got there first?
Oh, yes.
Here he comes. Is it all right, Lois? I mean, are we already taken?
Listen, I don't know who's taking who anymore.
Good morning, girls.
Hello.
Do you mind if I join you?
Well, I guess not.
Thanks. I'm George Smith. I've been wanting to meet you.
I'm Amy Hastings.
Yes,
and this
yes,
is...
I know.
You do? That Archer Hamlin business again.
Yes, that's right.
Well, this is my girlfriend, Lois Wilson.
Hi, Lois.
Hello.
I was going to come over the night you arrived, but some other guy beat me to it.
Well, all's fair in love and war and summer vacations.
Amy, I wonder if you might like to play some ping pong after breakfast.
Well, sure, if you'll teach me.
Nothing to it.
I'll get Ralph and we'll make it a foursome. Oh, order me toast and coffee. I'll be right back. May I have Ralph Cook's room, please? Ralph, it's Lois. I don't know what it means, but another man's latched himself onto Amy.
It doesn't seem likely there'd be two of them, but the Hamlin crowd's clever. They could send in one to cover the other's tracks.
I told you about the incident with Fred at the cliff this morning.
Hurry up, Lois. We're ready.
Oh, have you ever shot one of these things?
In college, but archery wasn't my best sport.
Whew, I've never held a bow in my life. I wish we'd stuck to ping pong.
Well, let's just shoot for fun. Unless you want to keep score.
I'll be lucky if I even hit the target.
Let's make it just for fun.
Suits me.
Okay, I'll lead off.
Wonderful, George.
Oh.
That's a bullseye.
Come on, you try it, Amy.
Okay.
Now, your left hand on the bow.
Uh-huh.
That's right. Now, put the arrow between your forefinger and your middle finger. Like you're holding a cigarette.
I don't smoke.
Well, that's it. That's good. Now, just pull back and let go.
Oh, I told you I wouldn't hit the target.
Ralph? I haven't done this in years, but, all right. Here goes.
A bullseye,
Good
too.
shot.
Come on, Lois. It's your turn.
Well, all right, but I don't guarantee anything.
Now, just wait a minute, Lois. Keep your elbows out more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's right. Now, take your stance. Let me guide your arm.
Like this?
Yeah, that's better. All right, now pull back.
Oh, I can't. It's so
A little
hard.
more, a little more.
Amy, look out.
It's all right. It just nicked my arm.
Oh, that was a close one. What happened?
Lois lost her balance. Too much tension on the bow.
Are you sure you're all right, Amy?
Yes, it's just a scratch.
I think I'd have been better off without help.
What are you trying to say, Lois?
Nothing. I'm just glad that Amy's all right. You were there. You saw it. I swear he deliberately turned me toward Amy.
Yes, and that's what's got me worried.
Got you worried?
Looks like the Hamlin crowd has more than one man after Amy.
Almost every young girl's dream is to have several men after her. But it's much nicer when romance is their objective instead of murder. We'll return to the fun at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge when I return shortly with Act 3.
Never heard of beer on the rocks? No? Swell. The people who brew Budweiser never have thought ice in your beer was such a cool idea anyway. If you only knew how ice cuts down the head and waters the taste. Oh, a chilling thought. A downright tragedy with Budweiser especially. Budweiser is the king of beers. The only beer in America that's beechwood aged, naturally carbonated, which means Bud brews its own bubbles, tiny ones, over a dense lattice of beechwood strips. The beer ages the best way, the right way, naturally. But add an ice cube and bloop, there goes all that extra effort. So if you forget to cool enough Bud, skip the cubes and put your Budweiser on ice for a while, on the coldest shelf in your refrigerator. Even if the wait does frost you a little, it'll be worth it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
7C, 60-second radio commercial, take one.
See, 7C's 74 this weekend. It's 2 for the price of fun.
Good. That's 2 for the price of 1.
Oh, what'd I say?
2 for the price of fun.
Oh, certainly. Where else can you have so much family fun for just $1.87.5 a person?
Let's start again. Take 2.
See, 7C's 74 this weekend. It's 2 for the price of 1. Buy one $3.75 adult ticket after 2 this Saturday or Sunday, and you'll receive 1 ticket absolutely free.
God, that's absolutely free.
Oh, absolutely free. Oh. So see 7C's this weekend and save up a storm. Buy 1 adult ticket after 2 p.m. this Saturday or Sunday and have 2 for the price of fun at 7C's 74.
Cut. That's 2 for the price of 1.
Well, where else can you have so much fun for just $1.87.5 a person?
I know.
Vacations are supposed to be fun, but they can be hazardous for a girl with a contract out on her. First Fred, now George. Just who is a poor girl to trust? But Amy is oblivious to her danger at the moment.
Do you feel like a swim, Amy? No, it's just nice here on the grass. Everything's so exciting, you just have to catch your breath now and then.
Oh, come on. Let's swim out to the rock.
You go.
Well, I don't want to swim alone.
Well, where's Ralph?
Oh, he had to go into town. He had, well, some business to attend to.
You know, I wonder where Fred's been. I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Probably after someone else.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Now, don't take it seriously. That's the way everything goes at a place like this.
Well, to tell you the truth, I really like George better.
Where is he this morning?
I don't know.
Well, it's good to relax for a while. You don't have to keep up the personality front. Hey, I see they've got the ski lift going again.
You know, that does look like fun, riding in those little boxes.
They call them gondolas.
Lois, why don't we take a ride right now?
Oh, why not? If you don't want to swim.
Hey, I wonder what's going on down at the dock.
Someone probably caught a fish.
Well, let's go see.
Oh, who cares? I hate fish.
Oh, come on, Lois. It's on our way to the ski lift.
It's certainly gathering a crowd. Look, there's George.
Something must have happened. The boat boy's running toward the lodge.
I don't think I want to go down there.
Oh, come on. We have to find out.
They've dragged someone out of the water.
Let's hurry, Lois. George? George, what's happened?
They just pulled a guy out of the lake.
What?
Is he dead?
He looks like he's been in the water for at least 24 hours.
Oh, how can you tell?
Just take a look at him.
Oh, no. It's Fred.
Huh?
Fred Russell.
What happened? Does anyone know?
Well, not so far. I just got here myself.
Fred was a good swimmer. Our first day here, we swam out to the rock together.
Come on, Amy. Let's go back to the room. I don't want to stand around looking at this.
Yes, you're right.
I'll call you later.
Hello?
Lois, it's Ralph.
Oh, hello.
Can you get away for a drink?
Yes, Amy's napping.
Meet me in the lounge.
Fred's death shoots the two-man theory, doesn't it?
Not necessarily. But it sure eliminates him as a future suspect.
Ralph, could George have killed Fred to get closer to Amy himself?
He could have, and he might have.
Well, what do you think? You're the detective.
Yeah, I am. I think it's time we got Amy away from here. I'll drive her back to the city tonight. It'll be safer.
I'll come too.
No. It's better if you stay.
Why?
Well, give Amy and me a chance to slip away. You can follow in the morning.
Well, if you think that's best.
I do. Let's just play it natural for the rest of the day, I'll get away during the excitement of the barbecue tonight.
All right. Maybe you're right.
No, I am. And, please, don't let on that anything is wrong. But try to keep Amy out of the way. And don't leave her side for a minute.
Don't worry. Amy. Come on, sleepyhead. Don't snooze the whole afternoon away. Let's take that ski lift ride.
Ski lift? Oh, yes, we were going to do that.
Come on. Let's get away from the boys for a while.
Cook calling in.
Ralph, where have you been? We've been trying to get through to you for the past hour.
What's up?
We got a line on the Hastings case. Something that might help you, Ralph.
What?
That Hamlin crowd's smarter than we thought. The killer they've sent up there to get the Hastings dame is a woman.
Oh, this is fun, Lois.
Better than I ever expected.
Look how high we have to go.
Yeah, it's a long way up.
You know, it's like the kiddie Ferris wheel we went to at Sunset Park when I was a kid.
Enjoy it, Amy. We have a long ride to the top.
Amy! Lois, open up! Amy!
Hey, what's up?
George, have you seen Amy and Lois?
Yeah, and I repeat, what's up? They brushed right by me downstairs and we're headed for the ski lift.
The ski lift? Did they get on it?
Yeah, they're on their way up. Why?
Come on. We gotta get Amy off that lift.
Gosh, this is beautiful, Lois. It's just too bad the boys aren't with us. What are you doing, Lois? Close that door.
No, Amy. We'll be at the highest point in just a few minutes.
What is this? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Amy. I was getting kind of fond of you, but I'm getting $10,000 for doing my duty.
What? What are you talking about?
The Hamlin family is paying me $10,000 to kill you.
What?
For fingering Archer Hamlin.
But Lois, you're my friend, aren't you?
I was planted in the office, Amy, to make friends with you so that I could arrange this opportunity.
You mean you're going
I'm going to make it look like an accident. I tried to startle you that day on the cliff with Fred, but he held on to you. And that arrow, I purposely lost my balance, but I missed.
Fred. You killed Fred.
They'll find a bullet in his body when they do the autopsy. I killed him because I knew he was getting suspicious of me. I was trying to make that detective think Fred was after you. And then George showed up, and I had to switch the suspicion to him.
Who's a detective?
Ralph. Who else?
This fire road will get us to the halfway point on the tow. We can intercept them there. If we make it.
You mean Lois is actually going to try to kill Amy?
She's a hired killer. I thought it was Fred Russell first. And then you came along.
Me? I'm a coal salesman from Philadelphia.
Amy's life is in danger every minute she's with Lois. Pray we get to the halfway point before the gondola does.
Ralph was sent here to look out for you. He wants to take you back to the city tonight, so I'll have to get it over with now.
No, Lois, you can't. I'll fight.
I know, that's what I expect you to do. I'll tell everyone you got panicky and tried to jump.
No.
I tried to stop you, but you were too strong for me. You fell over the side.
No one will believe that.
Well, you won't be around to argue the point.
Lois, I can't believe you're trying to do this.
Oh, come on, I don't enjoy it. I have to do it. The money doesn't mean that much, but my husband works for the Hamlin family. They made it clear that if I fail, my husband will... well, I don't have to say it.
So it's really my life for his?
Yes.
Look, you said Ralph is a detective. Maybe he can help save your husband.
Oh, Amy. Dear, innocent Amy, you don't know the Hamlin crowd. If you did, you'd never have turned Archer in. Don't make it any more difficult for me.
No! No!
Let go of the side!
I won't!
You're going out! Now!
We made it. The girls are in the red gondola. The fourth one down.
Are you sure?
That's the one they got into.
You're right. Hey, they've got the door open.
This is the highest spot, too, just before the midpoint landing.
She's trying. Hey, look.
Good Lord, they're both hanging halfway out.
Fight, Amy! Fight!
Can we do something?
Until that gondola gets here.
Amy! Hang on, we're here! Hang on and fight! Amy.
Oh, George, it was horrible. Lois tried to...
Quick, get her out.
Lois fell. She tried to kill me.
We know, Amy. We saw it. Now take it easy.
Get her to the car. Let's get back to the lodge. I've got work to do. Amy, I want you to stay in your room.
And take the pills the doctor gave you.
I'm all right, really. My back hurts and my arms are sore, but otherwise...
Amy, you've had an emotional shock.
We'll get you back to New York tonight.
I just can't believe it happened. That Lois...
This place will be crawling with police by nightfall. You'll be safe here, but I don't want you to leave the room.
All right. I guess I don't have any choice.
No, you don't.
I've got to get downstairs and make some more phone calls.
Now, you try to rest, Amy. Lock the door behind me, and I'll call you later.
All right. I'll be all right, really. Hello?
Miss Hastings?
Yes?
Are you enjoying the vacation, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
You didn't think there'd be only one of us, did you?
Who is this?
A friend, Miss Hastings. With a little advice.
Oh, no.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. It's an old adage well worth remembering. Those who heed its advice are more often successful than not. Oh, yes, there's another old saying that's a favorite of mine. See no evil, hear no evil, but most of all, speak no evil. You can stay out of a lot of trouble that way. I'll return shortly.
Some people think we play ping pong all day. They're wrong. The USO isn't all fun and games. Today, the USO has millions of problems like this one in Germany.
My family's going crazy living in a tiny apartment. Where can we live?
Today's USO has millions of problems like this one in Asia.
I'm hooked on drugs. Where can I get help?
Or this problem in Athens.
Our marriage is breaking up. Can you help us?
Today's USO has little time for ping pong. We've got serious work to do.
We've got lots of new problems here and overseas. The problems are big. How big? Well, if someone asks you, who needs the USO? Tell them, we do! We do! Over 5 million American military personnel and their families need today's USO. And because we get no government funds, we need all your support. Please give to USO through the United Way or local USO campaign.
The time has come for us to leave the lovely Tomahawk Tree Lodge. We do hope you had a wonderful time. Of course, vacation resorts such as the Tomahawk Tree aren't really dangerous or menacing. That is, if you know how to ride a horse. If you're careful who your archery companions are. And, of course, if you don't have a murderer on your trail. Our cast included Lynn Loring, Francis Sternhagen, Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale. I want you to bring me the files from the doctor's office.
What?
I want you to bring me his files, as many as you can carry, only the current cases, the people he's had recently.
But Jimmy,
Now, let me finish. I want to borrow those files just overnight. I'll go through them real quick. So fast you can have them back in the drawers by morning.
What good will Dr. Cooper's files do you?
It's just an idea I got. I mean, this analyst stuff is pretty personal, isn't it? I mean, they have to tell the doctor everything, don't they?
Yes, of course. There can't be any secrets from an analyst. That would defeat the whole purpose.
Right. No secrets. So if I could see the doc's notes, if I could read through them, well, there's bound to be plenty of stuff they'd like to hide, stuff they'd pay money to keep quiet.
Jimmy, you're talking about blackmailing.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Academy Awards. Dr. Zhivago, the monumental motion picture of our time, in Metrocolor.
Winner of 6 Academy Awards. Starts Friday at McClendon's Park Forest and ABC Interstates Wilshire.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
This is Eddie Cantor. It's Wednesday and time for another show. Time for a few laughs, a few songs. And overseas, the men of our armed forces, bringing the fight closer and closer to the Japanese homeland, will be hearing this broadcast too. But when the gags and the tunes are over, they'll want something more important. They'll want assurance from us that we're backing them up. Ladies and gentlemen, show the men in the Pacific that there's a bond between us. Buy one tomorrow.
For the 1st Air Force with headquarters at Mitchell Field, Long Island, New York, Bristol Myers, makers of Salopatica, Truchet, and Minute Rub, in cooperation with the Drug, Cosmetic, and Allied Industries, dedicate this program to Uncle Sam and his appeal to buy more war bonds to help the war effort. And now, here's the star of our show, Eddie Cantor.
Every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shopping around. Every time, every doggone time I try romance, I'm taking a chance on losing my mind. I'm gonna learn to be a hermit and live in a hermit's cave till I lose those blues my sweetie gave to me. Gonna burn my bridges behind me, gonna hide out of them You can look, but you'll never find me behind the 8 ball again. But every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time. On the first time, hide out of stand. You can look, but you won't find me behind the 8 ball again. 'Cause every time, every doggone time I fall in love, I get a shoving around every doggone time I fall in Thank you, fellas and girls. And Don, what a thrill I had here at the airport watching planes take off. I saw a C-47 leave the field at 200 miles an hour. Then I saw an A-26 leave doing 400 miles an hour. And before I left, I saw a plane here at Mitchell Field doing 450 miles an hour.
My. Do they have anything faster than that leaving here?
Don, did you ever see one of these guys with enough points to get out? See something fast? He's home.
Well, I see what you mean. Eddie, I understand that some of the men are also released when they reach the age of 40.
That's right, Don. I met one of the fellows this morning who had just turned 40 and got his discharge. He was crying, and I asked him why. I said, why are you crying? Tomorrow you'll be out of the army, you'll be in civilian clothes, you'll have nothing to do but run after beautiful girls. And the guy said, yeah, but why didn't they let me out while I could still catch them?
You can't be serious. Haven't you heard the saying, life begins at 40?
How would I know, Don? Come back in 6 years and ask me.
Now, wait a minute, Eddie. Wait a minute. Are you implying that you're only 34 years old?
Now, Don, you were at my birthday party. You counted the candles on the cake, didn't you? Didn't you?
Eddie, there were 34 candles on the piece I ate.
Oh, go there.
And another thing, Eddie. Another thing, I happen to know that you and Ida celebrated your 31st wedding anniversary just last Saturday.
That's right.
Well, do you mean to say that at the time you and Ida were married that you were only 3 years old?
Oh, certainly, Don, certainly. We eloped.
Oh, you did?
Yes, we eloped. I got a ladder, carried her down from her high chair, slipped a teething ring on her finger, helped her into my carriage, and we were off to Niagara Falls. Don't be so statistical. After all, Don, I'm not like most actors. I happen to be 34 years old, and if I were 35, I'd be the first one to admit it. Believe me, Don, believe me.
Whatever you say, Eddie, but I had no idea that you were younger than Benny. You know, Jack admits to 36.
Jack Benny admits to 36?
That's right.
I'll tell you something, Don. Do you know that Stradivarius violin Jack has that's 150 years old?
Yeah, what about it?
I happen to know Jack Benny got his flat feet pacing up and down waiting for Mr. Stradivarius to finish it.
Well, now, Eddie, I'm not the least bit interested in how old you and Jack are, but I thought it was wonderful that you and Ida celebrated 31 years of married life. Really, I did. Now, maybe you could give these young fellows out here some advice, huh?
Well, Don, this may sound strange, but the man who gave me the formula for a happy married life happens to be Georgie Jessel.
Georgie Jessel?
Georgie Jessel. He told me to follow 2 rules. One, when you get married, tell your wife you have to have 1 free evening a week to go out with the boys.
And what's the other rule?
Don't waste that free evening going out with the boys.
How in the world can you stand there joking when these fellas are waiting for advice? Can't you see what a serious bunch they are? Just look.
Serious?
Yeah.
You wouldn't think so if you could see where they go to have fun. Lee's Hempstead Palace. For the benefit of the rest of the public, it's a Chinese restaurant.
Yes, Eddie, yes, I know. I was in that restaurant.
Yeah?
Gee, with the dim lights and all the smoke, you can hardly see to pick up your food.
Don, when these boys go to Lee's, it isn't chop suey they want to pick up.
Gee, Eddie,
Don't leave now, soldier. Don't leave.
Eddie, I love Chinese food.
You love Chinese food?
Oh, yes, I like steaks and chops. I like dairy products.
All right, Don. We know you like to eat. Of course, he's only fooling, fellas. Don is a very light eater. The minute it gets light outside, he starts to eat. You should see how much Chinese food this guy puts away. Instead of chopsticks, they bring him 2 baseball bats.
Well, tell me, Eddie, where do the boys eat when they're here in camp?
Well, a lot of the boys get in line at the post cafeteria for breakfast.
Where do they go for dinner?
By the time they get their breakfast, they've had dinner.
They really have to wait in line for...
Wait a minute,
They have to wait in line for breakfast that long, Eddie?
Listen, Don. Do they have to wait that long? Let me tell you something. A lieutenant ordered an egg for breakfast the other day, and by the time it was his turn, the egg he ordered had hatched, turned into a rooster, and was standing in line in back of the lieutenant waiting for his breakfast. I'm quite a frank chap, am I not? Don, we've spoken enough about what the boys do here at camp. I'd like to give you an idea of the work these boys are doing overseas.
Oh, you have some information about that, Eddie?
Yes, Don. I was listening to the shortwave radio, and I want to make a report on the news I heard coming out of Japan.
All right. Take it away, Tokyo.
Flashy flash. Very good news. War Department has asked me to make 2 announcements. Number 1, all men having enough points will immediately be released from the Army. Number 2, all men released from the Army will be put in the Navy. Now then, in regard to new point system for Japanese Navy, all Nipponese sailors will receive 2 points for each month's service overseas. Underseas, 4 points. Many citizens are trying to leave Tokyo. Japanese people warned to stay off trains and remain in their house during air raids. That way you will leave Tokyo quicker. Flashy flash. Just received news, latest naval battle. American naval losses twice as much as Japan. Japanese lost 10 ships. Americans lose 20 torpedoes.
Eddie, they're ready for the special event on tonight's program. The High Command here at Mitchell Field has established contact with the plane flying over New York, and they want you to interview the pilot from here.
Okay. Hand me that gadget I talked to Don. Here, I'll try it. Eddie Cantor speaking. Coming, pilot. Eddie Cantor speaking. Coming, pilot. How do you do? Fred Gordon, the mad Russian. Right? Russian, I was supposed to talk with a real pilot. What are you doing up in a plane?
Cantor?
Yes?
I have spent thousands and thousands of hours in the air.
Flying?
No, breathing.
Never mind. If you're an airplane, what took you so long to answer?
I am flying over Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, watching the ball game. What a thrill. They just knocked one over the fence.
They just knocked one over the fence. A baseball?
No, a spectator.
Oh, let's end this conversation, Russian. I don't enjoy talking to a moron.
Let's keep talking, I
do. Russian, I'll expect you here at Mitchell Field in 10 minutes. Where are you now?
I am flying over the Statue of Liberty.
Over the Statue of Liberty? How low are you flying?
Pretty low. I'm flying about, ouch! Careful with that torch, honey.
Russian, I ask you to stop clowning. I want you to come back here right away. Can you find the field?
I'm not sure. Right now, I'm doing some blunt flying.
Not blunt flying? You mean blind flying?
You fly what you want, and I'll fly what I want.
Russian, let me get this. You say you've got a girl in an army plane? Don't you know the Air Force has never heard of such a thing?
Shall I tell them?
Russian, you fool. You've broken Army regulations. You and that girl will be court-martialed, and next week, instead of being with me on my program, you'll be locked in the cell with that blonde.
I'll be so disappointed.
And now our singing star on the program, fellas, lovely Nora Martin. Nora, I want you to meet the boys here at Mitchell Field. You know, they're men who appreciate art. They're men who appreciate drama. They're men who appreciate literature.
Then why are they staring at my legs?
They're men. Go ahead and sing, Nora. Leonard Seuss and the orchestra play, and Nora Martin sing.
Dream when you're feeling blue. Dream that's the thing to do. Just watch the smoke rings rise in the air. You time your share of memories there. So dream when the day is through. Dream and in life come true. Never are the sad as they seem. Your dream, never are sad as they seem. So
And it took 14 days. The Battle of the Bulge at Bastogne, the beach at Normandy, and those terrible months of starvation and torture in the concentration camp at Dachau. What other sacrifices must they make before we at home realize how small is our share in this war? Instead of drafting your money, you're being asked to enlist it. In the name of American sportsmanship, in the name of liberty and justice for all, how can we do less?
Men, we're very proud to have as our guest tonight that lovely MGM star currently appearing with Van Johnson in their latest hit, Between Two Women. Here she is, Marilyn Maxwell.
All right, Don. She's on. You met Miss Maxwell. Stop applauding.
Who's applauding? I'm just fanning myself to keep cool.
Well, Don, you're wasting your time. You won't make a hit with Miss Maxwell. You're no Van Johnson.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Eddie. Don reminds me a little bit of Van. In fact, there's something about him that moves me.
I agree with you. He looks like a moving van. Yeah. But this food... Listen, this food shortage will thin him out. In fact, today, Marilyn, I heard a joke about the poultry shortage here.
What was it, boy?
Well... Oh, putting in your own words, boy, huh? Well, I was talking to a colonel in the Army, and he says he's afraid to pass a butcher shop on account of the eagles on his shoulders. I don't know. I thought I might have a joke there. Don't you get it, Marilyn? There's a poultry shortage, and the colonel is afraid to pass a butcher shop because on the colonel's shoulders, there's an eagle.
Well, whatever he has on his shoulders, it certainly laid an egg.
All right. The colonel told it to me. You can't go around hitting colonels. Don, I want you to bring in Harry Von Zell's baby. Will you do that? And Marilyn, I do want to thank you now for taking care of the baby on the trip.
Oh, that's all right. I'm crazy about the little fella. Harry Von Zell brought him over to my house when he was only a couple of months old. And what a fuss he made over me. He sat in my lap for hours.
The baby?
No, Harry Von Zell.
Here he is, Eddie, a chip off the old block.
Well, Eddie Cantor Von Zell, Jr. Well, little fella, how are you enjoying your trip east, huh, Junior?
Goo. Goo. Eddie.
Yeah?
I wonder what he's trying to say with his goo. 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 Popeyes has been busy since we came to New York. So Marilyn Maxwell has been taking care of me. Every time I cry, she kisses me. Then I stop crying. Mission accomplished. Popeyes has really been stepping out. Last night he went to the Stork Club. I thought it was funny when he came into the room all dressed up and said, "I'm going to the Stork." Used to be vice versa. He's been going out every night. I'll bet he'll be afraid to go out tonight after that one about the colonel with the eagles in the butcher shop. Some joke. Don Wilson flew here to Mitchell Field to take my old man's place. That Mr. Wilson made aviation history. It's the first time a plane ever flew a blimp. Oh, well. I better get back to sleep. Tomorrow's my big day. They're teaching me to meet Mayor LaGuardia. When I meet the mayor, all I have to do is stand up straight, bend over, and let him kiss me. Oh, boy. Cute fella, Fiorello.
Don.
Eddie, who do you think came all the way out here to Mitchell Field just to see you?
Well, I've had a lot of... Who this time?
Alan Young.
Alan Young? You mean that up-and-coming comedian who's heard every week? That talented youngster who critics predict will surpass the leading radio comics of today?
That's the fella.
Get him out of here. He's got talent. Get him out of here. Lock the door down. Lock the door.
It's too late, Eddie. It's too late. Here he is, Alan Young.
Hello, Alan. I'm delighted to see you. Mr. Cantor, you appeared on my radio program. That's why I thought I should come over here to your program tonight. Oh, you wanted to reciprocate? No, retaliate. Why, Alan, you sound as if you were mad at me. Well, I don't think it's fair for you to come on my program, be such a big hit, and steal the whole show. Why, I wouldn't do a thing like that, Alan. There's nothing I love better than another comedian. Especially a young one. You mean you really want to help me? Why, certainly, Alan. I'd do anything. In fact, I'll give you a joke that'll be the biggest laugh you ever heard when you use it on your program. You will? What's the joke? Well, you say the poultry shortage is so bad that a colonel is afraid to pass a butcher shop because of the eagles on his shoulders. That's no joke. No? No. Because colonels are brave. And they would not be afraid to pass a butcher shop. Even if it was raining. There's only one thing in the whole world a colonel would be afraid to do. And what is that? Tell that joke. Well, look, Alan, I was just trying to help a young fella out. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to be a comedian, Mr. Cantor. I came because I need some advice. Yeah. I had a fight with my girlfriend, Betty Dittenpfeffer. A fight with your girl? Yeah. Why, what seems to be the matter? Oh, the car was parked in a lonely road, and I did something I shouldn't, and she flew off the handle. Wait a minute. You did something you shouldn't, and she flew off the handle? Yeah. I stepped on the starter while she was cranking the car, and she flew off the handle. Well, you really came here to retaliate. Alan, makes you think I can help you make up with your girl?
Well, you just celebrated your 31st wedding anniversary. You certainly ought to know all about handling women.
Well, Alan, when I was your age, I had a fight with Ida, she'll tell you. And to get her interested in me again, I went out with those Zickville girls to make her jealous.
Did it work? Did you make up?
Did I make... Alan, that basketball team we've got living with us doesn't belong to Vassar. Look, if you want to make your girl jealous, I have just the right party for you. Here's Marilyn Maxwell. This girl can solve your problem right here on the radio.
Gosh, to think I've been going to Mr. Anthony.
Yep. Marilyn, this is an emergency. Alan Young wants to make his girl jealous. Will you go out with him tonight?
Why, certainly, Alan. But I'll have to break a date with one of these airmen here. What time will you pick me up?
You're going to break a day with one of these airmen to go out with me?
Uh-huh.
You may have to pick me up.
Alan, just how do you want me to help you make your girl jealous?
Well, I know what restaurant my girl's going to tonight, and if she could see us there together, it'd burn her up, really. Especially if I were holding your hand like this.
Alan.
Well, don't think I'm a wolf, Miss Maxwell. I'm just holding your hand and looking at you like this to help me forget my girl.
By the way, who is your girl? What's her name?
Her name? Gosh, it's worked already. Well, Alan, if you really want to make your girl jealous, just holding Miss Maxwell's hand won't be enough. Why don't you, kiss her, girl? Sorry, kiss her. Go on. All right. Miss Maxwell, will you kiss me on the forehead?
Well, if you want me to kiss you on the forehead, why are your lips all puckered up?
When you touch me, I'm going to jump. Go ahead. Kiss her, Marilyn. Kiss her, Alan. Get together. Go ahead. Alan. Do you think I got to kiss anyone on his program last night? They let me shake hands with the drummer. That was it. All right, Alan. Wow. Boy, if my girl Betty's listening in, this ought to burn her up. Burn her up. You don't look like you just stepped out of an igloo yourself.
Oh, that was fine, Alan. Now, if you really want to make your girl jealous, just kiss me like that in the restaurant tonight.
Tonight? I won't be able to kiss you like that again for 2 weeks. Look, Alan, if you really want to make up with Betty, why don't you take her out tonight? Take her to some nice place for dinner like Lee's Hempstead Palace, huh? Oh, no, nothing doing. Last time I took her to a Chinese restaurant, they embarrassed me.
Embarrassed you?
The waiter handed me a pair of knitting needles.
Knitting needles? They were chopsticks. You were supposed to eat with them.
Gosh, and I sat there knitting her a sweater.
Instead of eating, you sat there knitting your girl a sweater? You must be pretty dumb.
Dumb, huh? You should see her in it.
Oh, go back to Betty. Marilyn.
Yes, Eddie?
I wanted to ask you about your trip east. Are you here on business or pleasure?
Well, I've been working pretty hard in pictures and doing a lot of hospitals. So I came to New York to see my vocal teacher about my voice and to take a rest.
Oh, you came here for your voice and a rest?
Uh-huh.
You take your voice. I'll take the rest.
Yep. Oh, so you finally made it, huh, Russian? Russian, please don't embarrass me here tonight. Certainly you've heard the name Maxwell. That's famous all over Hollywood.
Maxwell? This is what Jack Benny used to run around with?
No. This isn't what Jack Benny used to run around with. You must be crazy.
He must be crazy.
Oh, Russian, you're mixed up. My name is Maxwell, but I'm not a car.
That's right. And she's not Maxwell, the coffee.
She could keep me awake.
Say, Russian.
Yes, I'm listening.
All right. Russian, when you interrupted us, Miss Maxwell was telling me that you came here to see her vocal teacher.
Now, that's a coinky-dinky. I personally am a vocal teacher.
Russian, you say that you're a vocal teacher?
Most dubious. You see,
Yes?
I am teaching Frank Sinatra how to sing. Every day I am taking him to the seashore, and like the great Demophiles is, I am putting pebbles in his mouth.
You put pebbles in Sinatra's mouth to help him sing?
No, to keep him from blowing away.
Oh, you're no teacher.
Russian, whom did you ever teach to sing?
My dear Miss Meatball.
No. Maxwell.
So sorry. Maxine, let me tell you something. This you won't believe because it's a lie. Only recently, MGM called me in to teach Ingrid Berman how to sing for the picture Gaslight.
Yes.
Every night I'm going to her house to teach her singing.
But Ingrid Bergman didn't sing in Gaslight. Why did you keep going to her house every night?
Silly boy.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
The other kind of program was presented tonight in cooperation with the drug, cosmetic, and allied industries by Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica, Truchet, and Minute Rod, and was dedicated to Uncle Sam's campaign to buy more war bonds to help the war effort.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. As we look in on lazy little Sheridan Falls, the hometown of the Coopers, we find many signs that summer is over. The leaves are turning red, the Coopers are turning their faces toward home after their summer vacation. And Liz is hoping that all her friends will turn green when they see how she's turned brown. Well, let's pick them up as they drive into town.
Gee, I hope we see someone on the way home. I can't wait for everybody to see my gorgeous suntan. Oh, there's Harriet. Harriet! Slow down, George. I want her to see my tan.
Liz, for heaven's sake, stop waving your leg out the window.
Well, how else am I going to show off my tan? I worked hard for it, and I want to be sure that people... Oh, there's the Atterbury. Stop the car.
Can't we talk to them later?
No.
Well, let's go home and get cleaned up.
Oh, no. I want her to see me before I take a bath. I might fade.
Oh, Liz.
Iris!
Mr. Atterbury, hey, we're back.
Oh, wait till Iris sees my beautiful bronze skin.
George boy. Hello, Liz girl.
Hello.
Liz girl. Hello, George boy.
Gee, it's good to see you, Iris.
How are you?
Fine.
Oh, we just got back from our vacation yesterday. But tell us about your trip. I'm dying to hear.
Well, as you can probably see by looking at me, we went to sunny Lake
We
Devon.
went to Moosehead Lodge.
Yes, uh-huh. You know, it takes that mountain sun to really...
Oh, it's a wonderful place to stay. It made quite an impression on us, didn't it, Rudolph?
Yes, especially around the pocketbook. $45 a day with meals.
Speaking of the sun...
That was one time I was thankful for Iris's appetite. They lost money on that deal.
Rudolph.
Well, we spent a simple vacation out in the healthful sunshine.
What's the matter, Liz? Why do you keep pulling your blouse off your shoulder?
Because you're so blind. There, look at that shoulder. Did you ever see anything like that before?
Oh, that reminds me. Rudolph caught the biggest whitefish of the season.
Go on, you're just showing how jealous you are of my tan.
What tan?
What tan? Come on, Iris. Admit it, I'm as brown as a berry.
Oh, dear girl. Liz, I'll admit you're a slight beige. But if you want to see a real tan, look at my shoulder. There. Doesn't that look like mahogany?
Yes, and it could stand a little sandpapering.
Wait till I pull my blouse down over my shoulder more.
Well, if you want to play that way, let me pull my slacks up and you'll see some tan.
Oh, stop that, you two. Pull up what you pulled down and pull down what you pulled up. You're collecting a crowd.
Yes, come on, Liz. Now cut it out.
Oh, Cooper boy, I want to see you in the morning. I may have some good news for you. A promotion.
A promotion?
Why, George, how wonderful.
No, not so fast. It all depends on a new account. Mr. Stevens of International Consolidated. If he places his account with us, we'll move you up to third vice president to handle it. Oh. I'm seeing him tonight.
Well, that sounds wonderful, Mr. Atterbury.
Goodbye.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Atterbury. So long, pale face. See you later, Snow White.
Well, there it is.
Our house. You know, George, the best part of the trip is coming home again. Doesn't the place look wonderful? With the green lawn and our lovely little white front porch. White front porch? Our front porch was never white.
Well, it's white now. I don't get it. We go away for a month and someone paints your front porch.
Uh-oh. That isn't white paint on the porch, George.
Oh, what is it?
Milk bottles.
The whole porch is covered with them.
Look at this. We're up to our stoop in sour cream.
Liz, which one of us forgot to tell the milkman she was going away?
George, something funny's going on around here.
What do you mean?
Look at this card for the milkman. It's been checked every day we've been gone. See, a pint of cream, a quart of milk, and a pint of ice cream.
Say, you're right. Now, who would do a thing like that? Hey, wait a minute. There isn't any ice cream here.
Exactly. George, I think we're about to crack the mysterious milk card caper.
What do you mean, Sam?
I got a clue, sweetheart. Look, there on the ground, a trail of strawberry ice cream drippings. And do you see where it leads? It leads next door.
Well, I'll be darned. You'd make a good detective, Liz.
Thank you.
Except for one thing.
What is?
Nobody lives next door.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Oh, don't be silly. Ghosts don't eat ice cream.
Well, not only that, they don't hang their underwear out on the line to dry. George, someone's moved into that house next door while we've been gone. Someone who likes strawberry ice cream. George, we're on the trail of the lonesome pint.
Fine neighbors. They move in and start stealing our ice cream. Come on, I'm going to have a little talk with that guy.
Boy, the trail is still hot. There's a fresh strawberry handprint on the doorknob.
Oh, that burns me up. Watch me handle this guy. My name is Cooper. I'm your next-door neighbor, and I ought to punch you right in the nose.
My name is Wood. I'm pleased to meet you. What for?
I'll tell you what for, you...
Let me, George. We're Mr. and Mrs. Cooper. We're just back from our vacation.
A vacation? How nice. Welcome home.
Listen, we're mad at you. Now stop being nice to me or I'll punch you in the nose.
My, you're belligerent.
Well, it's this way, Mr. Wood. All the time we've been gone, somebody's been ordering ice cream on our milk card, and the trail leads right to your front door.
Ice cream? Was it strawberry?
Yes, it was strawberry. Now, what have you got to say about that?
It was delicious.
Aha!
You'll pay for this.
Gertrude, now wait a minute.
Gertrude?
Oh, she's my wife. Whenever anyone yells at me, You've got this all wrong.
Oh, I have.
Oh, yes. One of the children has been bringing some ice cream home every day, but she wasn't getting it from your front porch.
Oh, no? Well, where did she get it?
The elves gave it to her.
I'm afraid I didn't quite catch what you said, Mr. Wood.
I said the elves gave it to her.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we better get going, George. Goblins might get us.
No, don't go. Come in, and I'll ask the child about it.
Well,
What did you say your name was?
Mrs. George Elf.
Come in.
Well, I don't really think we'd better.
Nonsense. Sit down. I'll be right back.
George, do you think we should call the cops?
Cops? What for?
Well, I think Mr. Wood has snapped his twig.
He sounds harmless enough.
Well, I don't know. That elf business frightens me. You know what they say, an elf never forgets.
That's an elephant.
No, I just wanted to be sure that no one was listening. I don't really believe in that elf stuff.
Oh, you don't?
Of course not. I just didn't want to disappoint Joanne in case she was listening behind the door.
Oh.
She's the most imaginative child we've ever had.
Oh, do you have more children?
Oh, yes. We have a typical little American family. 6 boys and 4 girls.
6 boys and 4 girls?
Yes. It's kept Mrs. Wood and me pretty busy.
Oh, she's alive?
Oh, yes, she's in the hospital.
Well, I don't wonder.
I can't wait to learn whether it'll be 7 boys and 4 girls or 6 boys and 5 girls.
Well, Mr. Wood, you've certainly got a lot of little splinters.
Yes. You see, Mrs. Wood was an only child, and so was I. And we were so lonely. We vowed that would never happen to a child of ours. Sometimes I think we overdid it.
Where are all the other children?
Oh, we farmed them out to relatives for the summer. You see that map on the wall?
Yeah.
Each little thumbtack represents a child.
Well, I'm glad you sent them away. It saved us about 9 pints of ice cream a day.
You let me get Joanne in, and we'll see about that ice cream. I really thought she was buying it out of her allowance. But let me handle it, eh? I don't want to disturb her imaginative little mind.
Well, I think the other end is the one that needs disturbing.
Joanne!
Did someone call the Queen of the Fairies?
Come in, Spritefoot. I want to introduce you to some friends of mine who live next door.
Next door? Are they elves?
Yes.
Oh, this should be great.
Come in, dear.
Yes, pull up a toadstool and sit down.
This is Mr. George Elf.
He doesn't look like an elf. His toes don't curl.
Well, he just washed his feet and he can't do a thing with them.
And this is his wife.
Oh, she looks like an elf.
Well, thank you.
I'm surprised I haven't met you elves before, because I'm a fairy queen.
Oh, really? Well, I believe your castle takes ice cream from the same milk company we use.
Yes, that's all Charlie can eat. He's my pet dragon.
Oh, come now, Queenie. Dragons don't eat ice cream.
Well, the big ones don't, but he's a small one. Charlie's just a dragonette.
Oh, yes, I've heard of his sister, Jessica.
Joanne, tell me, where did you really get that ice cream you've been bringing home?
Next door, where the elves live.
Now, whatever gave you the idea that elves live there?
Oh, only elves could work the magic. You make a mark on the magic card, and when you get home from school, whatever you asked for is there.
Thank you very much, Joanne. And now, dear, disappear. Whoosh!
All right. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Is that all you're going to say to her?
Well, you wouldn't really want me to punish her, would you?
Well, you at least ought to set her straight.
Yes, I don't think you're being fair to the child, Mr. Wood. Fantasy is one thing, but snitching ice cream is another. She should be told that there are no such things as elves or fairies, at least in Sheridan Falls.
Yes, I know, but I can't seem to do it. But do let me pay your milk bill, and I'll take all those bottles of milk off your hands.
Well, you don't have to.
Oh, really? I can use it.
Well, what in the world are you going to do with it?
I'm going to make the biggest sour milk pancake in the world.
Uh-huh. Come on, George. Let's disappear. Whoosh!
Well, it sure seems natural to be back with Liz Cooper and her problems. I'm sorry I haven't got a Jell-O recipe that would help her use up all that milk. But I have got one that'll make a hit with you and your family called Fluffy Orange Tarts. Luscious with the true rich flavor of oranges that you find in shimmering orange Jell-O. Just dissolve one package as usual, and when slightly thickened, whip it up as directed on the box. Fold in 3/4 cup of cream, whipped, and 2/3 of a cup of diced orange sections. Turn into baked tart shells and chill until firm. It's a dream of a hot weather treat. Gay, golden whipped orange Jell-O piled into crisp little tart shells. But any Jell-O dish is a dream, 'cause all 6 delicious flavors are rich with locked-in goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. And now, back to the Coopers. Liz is just finishing up the unpacking.
There, that's the last suitcase. What a homecoming. A porch full of sour milk and a neighbor who hasn't got all his buttons.
Now what? Mr. Wood.
Good evening. Hello, Mrs. Cooper.
What's the matter now? Do you want to borrow 6 dozen eggs for your pancake?
No. A dreadful thing has happened. It's Joanne. We've broken her little heart.
How?
She was listening outside the door, and she heard you say there were no such things as elves and fairies. She's been crying her little heart out ever since.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
Yes. Oh, gee, we didn't mean to do anything like that.
I know. And that's why I think my plan might work.
Your plan?
Yes. I thought I might leave Joanne with you for a little while. And if you acted like elves, she might be convinced.
What's your other plan?
I have none.
Well, it's been nice seeing you, Mr. Wood. Let us know how the pancake comes out.
I was afraid of that. My wife will kill me when she gets her strength back. Well, I'll take Joanne home now. She's waiting out on the porch.
Oh, listen to her. The poor kid. George.
No.
Oh, how can you listen to that and say no? Come on, honey, let's do it for her. It's our fault.
Well, but Liz, you...
It just means making believe for a little while, that's all.
Oh, how do you get me mixed up in these things?
Oh, I knew you'd do it. Give me a kiss, darling.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cooper. You won't regret this.
Wait a minute. How do you make like an elf?
Well, to be really convincing, you should shrink to about 2 feet high.
Well, that should be easy.
Yes. What is it you do to my shirts, Liz?
I know just the thing. Tell her you found her pet dragon.
Okay, what does he look like?
Oh, you can't miss him. He's invisible. Now, I'll slip out the back door, and you call her.
An elf yet.
Joanne.
Yes. Mr. Elf and I have a surprise for you right here in our hollow tree.
Say something, George.
Joanne, come on in.
Use an elf's voice.
Oh, yeah. Come inside, Joanne. We'll have your dragon in here.
Charlie? Oh, where is he? Where is he?
He's, you tell her, Mrs. Elf.
Thanks.
He's right over, he's invisible. No one can see him. Elves can.
Well, I was afraid of that.
You're not elves.
Oh, but we are. Honest. Prove it, George. Elf, elf. Oh, you're a great help.
I know how you can prove it.
How?
Elves can change their form at will.
I was afraid of that, too.
Let's see you change into another form right before my very eyes.
Oh, all right. You go first, George.
Where are your manners? Ladies first.
We'll do it, honey, but it's too frightening to happen in front of your very eyes. You wait on the front porch, and when you come in, we'll be something different. You'll see.
That's wonderful. I want you to change into a troll.
A what?
A troll.
What did you say?
A troll.
Oh.
And I want Mr. Elf to turn into a brownie.
A brownie?
A brownie princess.
This I gotta see.
Oh, now, just a second.
All right, Joanne, run outside and wait.
Okay. I'll get it. Only the Fairy Queen can answer the magic phone.
Oh.
Hello? Mrs. Elf's hollow tree.
What? I want the Cooper house. What is this, a tea room or something? I want Plaza 9970.
This is it.
Well, whoever you are, tell Mr. Cooper that Mr. Atterbury is on his way to the house with the new client, Mr. Stevens. And it's terribly important that Stevens is favorably impressed by him.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Never mind the sarcasm, just tell him that. We're on our way. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Who was that, dear? It was a secret message for me.
For you? Who from?
The King of the Fairies.
Oh.
Well, whoever it was will call back, George.
I'll wait outside. Call me when you've changed form.
Come on, George, let's hurry.
Oh, no. Go get yourself another brownie princess.
Oh, be a sport, George. Joanne is the only one who'll see you, and I've thought of the perfect costume for you.
What is it?
Well, keep on your brown shoes, socks, and garters, and I'll get you that dried grass skirt that Mother sent me from Honolulu, and you can wear my water wings and my brown bathing cap.
That sounds like Alice the Goon. That should be a sight for sore elves. What are you going to wear?
Well, I guess trolls are sort of funny little animals that live in caves or something. I'll put a stocking over my face and let it hang down like an elephant's trunk, and I'll put red rubber gloves on my feet and another pair on my hands, and I'll walk on all fours. That ought to do it.
Look, Liz, I have a better way. I'll get a gun. 2 bullets, one for each of us. It'll be easy.
Look, we're in this thing. Let's put our costumes on and get it over with. Come on.
Well, here we are, Mr. Stevens. This is Cooper's house. You'll find he's one of the most dignified, sober, conservative men we have.
Well, I don't like to seem fussy, but I do want to meet the man who's going to be responsible for my account if I place it with you.
Well, Cooper's your man. He's got both feet on the ground. I'll just ring the bell. Huh? What? Who's that?
Me, the Fairy Queen.
It must be a neighbor's child. Coopers have no children.
Open the door. Come in.
Oh, that sounds like Liz. She must have seen us come up the walk. We can go right in. After you, Mr. Stevens. You know, I was
wait a
telling
minute. Are you sure this is the right house?
Positive. Why?
What's that in the living room? On the floor. Some kind of an animal. What is it?
Search me. Looks like an anteater with sore feet.
Look out, Mrs. Troll. Some mean old ogres are in your house.
Oh, they are, eh?
Yes, they're awful. One is uglier than the other.
Well, I eat ogres for breakfast. Where are they?
Right there in the hall.
Good evening, Liz.
Oh, hello, Hello, Mr. Atterbury. Won't you come in? Pardon the rubber gloves. I was doing the dishes. I don't want to get dishpan hands.
You evidently don't want to get dishpan feet either.
Well, I was mopping the floor at the same time.
She's a troll. Didn't you know?
No. Mr. Stevens, meet Mrs. Cooper. She's a troll.
How do you do?
You'd better run along, Joanne. What's going to happen isn't going to be very pretty.
Can't I wait until I see the brownie princess?
No, dear. Brownie princess? Oh, brownie princess!
Well, Liz, the least you could do is stop this nonsense while Mr. Stevens and I are here.
But Mr. Atterbury...
You can't judge a man by his wife, Stevens. Wait till Cooper comes in. You'll see what I mean.
Under the lily pond is a rotten pixie!
We have company.
Good evening, George.
Oh, no. Well, Atterbury, why don't you introduce me to George? I haven't met her yet.
Cooper, you're fired. Let's go, Stevens.
Oh, wait a minute, please. Sit down. I can explain everything.
Don't bother.
Here, wait. I'd like to hear what the reason could possibly be. Let's sit down.
Well...
Get up!
What's the matter?
You're sitting on Charlie.
Charlie?
No. Charlie's her pet dragon.
Well, I wouldn't want...
Oh, come on, Stevens.
Look, the reason for the whole thing is simply this. This afternoon we told that child there were no such things as elves and fairies, and it broke her heart.
Yes, and tonight we convinced her there were such things, and she's happy.
Oh, you did?
Yes, and I'm glad, whether you like it or not.
Attaboy, George.
I'll tell you whether I like it or not.
Attaboy, George.
What?
That's the kind of spirit I like. I've got 2 kids of my own, and any man who loves children that much is good enough for me. It might be interesting. I never had my affairs handled by a brownie princess before.
Well, as I was saying, one of the finest gestures I've ever seen. Mr. Third Vice President, what shall we put in your office? A desk or a lily pad?
Oh, isn't that wonderful, George?
I guess I'd better be going now.
Oh, Joanne, I forgot all about you. I'm sorry it had to end like this, dear.
Well, that's all right. I'll only be sad until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow?
Yes, it's my birthday. I'll be 7, and that's too old to believe in silly things like elves and fairies. Oh,
Here I am, Lucille.
Well, Bobby boy, good to see you after a long, hot summer. What are we going to do tonight, Bob? A songa?
Natch, do you know I've been working on the railroad?
Well, things are tough all over, Bob, especially in radio.
No, I mean...
Television, you know, television. I'm glad you've got something to fall back on.
Lucille, you don't understand
what... were you doing, announcing the trains? I can hear you now. All aboard! Poor crab, French, Embling, go Fram, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Now, wait just a minute.
And all points east. East, get it? See, it should be east, all points east, but I cleverly switched it.
I get it. Believe me, I get it. Now, let's go back to the beginning.
Yeah?
I was talking about the song I've been working on the railroad.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Let's go.
All right. I've been working on the railroad.
J-E-L-L-O.
J-E-L-L-O.
Uh-huh.
Those aren't the right words.
Well, they are in this program. I know which side my show is buttered on.
Well, honestly, I can't argue with you, Lucille.
Yeah?
Jell-O is the right word any time, but especially at dessert time. Those 6 delicious Jell-O flavors taste so rich and refreshing, they make you think of the real, ripe fruit itself.
Uh-huh.
Because that flavor is locked in by an exclusive process.
Oh?
And it can't get out until your first delectable spoonful.
Is that so?
I guess that's why Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert.
Oh, you're so right. Now let's finish the song.
All right. 1, 2. We've been working on the Jell-O. Its flavor makes you glad you were born. It's luscious, tempting, and delicious. Forgive us for all this corn.
I bet they don't try that again.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight two of radio's foremost actors, Leon Janney and Ralph Bell, in The Man Who Tried to Save Lincoln.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we hear the strange story that I call The Man Who Tried to Save Lincoln. February 12th, of course, is Abraham Lincoln's birthday. And next April 14th is the anniversary of his death at the hands of an assassin. But many people have wondered what would have happened if Lincoln had not died that night. My story tonight concerns two such people, and it begins in a small laboratory in a college in Pennsylvania. A heavy-set, middle-aged man is tinkering with a maze of electronic apparatus.
1914, 1913, 1912, 1911, 1910, 1910. The gauge stops there. There's no penetration. The accumulated tension is too great to overcome unless I use more power. And if I do... just as I expected, the field coil blew out. 39 years penetration, and there I stick. Maybe if I get a more powerful tube. Hello, Professor Hodges speaking.
Professor Hodges? This is Miss Erskine.
Mrs. Erskine?
Oh, Professor Hodges, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Mrs. Erskine?
My tea, Professor. Oh, it was very naughty of you, but I know how absent-minded professors are, so I'll forgive you if you'll come right over.
Oh, yes, your tea. The truth is, Mrs. Erskine,
Now, I'm not going to let you say no. The dean is here, and some very attractive young women, and someone you surely want to meet.
I do?
Oh, yes, Tom Morrison. You know, he just wrote that wonderful book, If Lincoln Had Lived, You Must Meet Him.
Oh, yes. Is he any relation to former Professor Henry Morrison?
His son. Now, you will come, won't you, right away?
All right, Mrs. Erskine. Maybe I need some social life to take the cobwebs out of my brain.
Oh, Professor Hodges, I'm so glad you could come, even if I did have to remind you. And I want you to meet Tom Morrison. This is Professor Hodges.
How do you do, sir?
Glad to meet you, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison has just been telling me about his book, If Lincoln Had Lived. It is fascinating. It is simply fascinating. It is... Oh, but there's Lucy Johnson, and I must see her, please, you two. Just excuse me, because... Oh, Lucy! Lucy, dear, I want to speak to you, dear. Now, just wait a minute.
Mrs. Erskine was telling me you're a physicist, Professor Hodges. Electronics.
Yes, that's my line. I've heard of your book, Mr. Morrison, If Lincoln Had Lived. Tell me, what would have happened?
Well, as I was just telling Mrs. Erskine, I think tremendous things would have happened.
Such as?
I think Abraham Lincoln would have managed things so wisely that at the end of the war between the states, the whole nation would have recovered in 10 years.
Oh, yes? Go on.
There would have been no bitterness. And as a united nation, we'd have forged ahead much more quickly to take our place as a world leader.
Yes, I can see how that would be.
Why, we'd have been so strong in 1914 that we'd have prevented World War I by our very threat to intervene.
Then there wouldn't have been any World War.
Well, certainly the chances against it would have been much greater.
Mr. Morrison, Tom, I am glad I came here today. I think you're the man I need.
Need? In what way?
I'm in the middle of a tremendous experiment. I need a man with imagination. That's you. I need a man I can trust. You again.
Professor, what is this experiment?
Tom, I'll answer one question with another. How would you like to step back through the pages of history to that fatal night of April 13th, 1865, and save Abraham Lincoln's life? These are the instruments I've been working with, Tom. They don't look like much, I guess, but they work. Up to a point, that is.
So that's what a time machine looks like. I always wondered, and now I know.
Time machine? Tom, you've been reading H.G. Wells. You and just about everybody else, I suppose, think of a time machine as an invention which could carry people back and forth through time like an automobile carries them along a road. Right?
Well, pretty much, I guess.
In that sense, a time machine is impossible, believe me. But in another sense, everyone travels about in time constantly.
How do you mean?
Tom, what happened on your 7th birthday?
My 7th birthday? I had a big party. Yeah, I got a pony for a present. Rode that pony all over the lawn.
You see, Tom? Just now you traveled backwards 25 years in time, mentally.
Hmm? Well, say, I did, didn't I? I think I see what you're getting at. You can travel through time mentally, if not physically.
That's it. And this machine here is just a refinement on that principle. If I used you as a subject, Tom, and focused it at some special date in history when I knew people were present at this spot...
Yes?
The electronic circuits would take your own brain waves, your memory pattern, your personality, if you want to call it that, amplify it millions of times, and push it back into the past, into the mind of some person at that particular spot at that particular time.
You mean that my brain pattern would be impressed upon the brain of some man living in the past?
Roughly speaking, yes. You'd be able to think with his mind, see with his eyes, hear with his ears, and move about in his body.
I see.
There are difficulties. For instance, suppose your mind finds itself inside the brain of a very strong-willed individual.
Yes?
You will probably be helpless, unable to influence his actions in any way. You see, you'll be dominated.
I see.
On the other hand, an easygoing or weak-willed person would be subject to your will.
Mm-hmm. Then you couldn't always be sure of just what would happen when you made an excursion back into the past.
Unfortunately, no. But that can't be helped. There are other difficulties. Right now, my main tube isn't big enough. I can't achieve penetration further back than 1910.
40 years.
I have a bigger tube coming that should extend the range at least to 100 years. But while we wait for it, suppose we do a little experimenting.
What kind of experimenting, Professor?
Tom, tomorrow, how would you like to go on a little jaunt back to the year 1912? Comfortable, Tom?
Feel fine, Professor.
I've purposely arranged this chair so that you can see out the window. You see the public library across the street?
Yes. It was, erected in 1912, wasn't it?
The very year you're going to visit. Did you know your mother was one of the first librarians there?
Yes. It's family history that she met Father when he went in to get a book. He was so bowled over, he forgot the book.
He also forgot to sign the library card in the back of it. I have the very book right here. The Life of Lincoln.
The same book. It looks as if it hadn't been read in 40 years.
It hasn't. Here's the card. Here's the line where your father should have signed his name. Perfectly blank.
Dad certainly must have been smitten.
That's just the point. Tom, I know it's possible to send your brain pattern back in time, but is it possible for you to change anything that happened then?
To change anything? I hadn't thought of that. If the past has happened, it's fixed, isn't it? It can't be changed.
I think it can. That's what we're going to test. Tom, I'm going to send you back to that day your father met your mother. I'm going to force your mental pattern into your father's mind.
Good Lord.
Yes. You'll see with his eyes, think with his mind, move with his body. And Tom, you are going to sign this library card.
Sign the card?
Right. You're going back to noon, July 10th, 1912. According to the timestamp on this card, the book was delivered at that exact moment.
I see. And I'm to sign the library card that never was signed. I'm to alter the past.
If you can. Maybe you won't be able to. But try, Tom. Try. Concentrate every power of your mind on it.
I will. But you have the book and the card here. They're not in the library.
Ah, they are. Back in 1912.
Oh, of course. I was forgetting.
Ready?
Yes.
Sit back. Relax. I'll attach the headpiece. There. Now concentrate your mind on the thought, noon, July 10th, 1912. Repeat it over and over mentally.
I understand.
It'll take a few seconds. You may experience a period of dizziness. Be prepared for anything.
Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912. Noon, July 10th, 1912.
Mr. Morrison, what is it? Are you ill?
I felt dizzy for a moment. Well, where am I?
Well, this is the public library, and I have the book you called for, The Life of Lincoln. Why are you staring at me so oddly, Mr. Morrison?
You? I've never seen you before, have I?
Why, no. I'm Miss Andrews, the assistant librarian. I just started work here today.
Miss Andrews. Is this July 10th, 1912?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, what time is it?
Well, the clock is just striking noon.
Oh, yes, of course. Why did I ask that? I know perfectly well it is. It's as if there were a voice in my mind. It's odd.
Are you sure that you feel all right, Mr. Morrison?
Of course I do. Just a little giddy. That's the effect of love at first sight.
Mr. Morrison.
Oh, I mean it, Miss Andrews. Will you have lunch with me? Now, right away, so we can talk.
Why, of course I will.
Will. Thank you, Miss Andrews. Get your hat. It is lunchtime, isn't it?
Why, yes, I believe it is, Mr. Morrison. But the book, don't you want me to sign it out for you?
Oh, bother the book. Lincoln can wait. But there's something.
Yes?
I'm trying to remember something. The card. Yes, I have to sign the card.
Well, not if you don't wish the book.
Yes, but I do. Something tells me I must. I don't know why. Give me the card. please.
Yes, of course.
And a pen.
Here you are.
Now, I'm feeling dizzy again. My name. Tom. No, not Tom. Henry. What's wrong with me? Henry Morrison. There. Now,
Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison, can I get you a glass of water or something?
Tom, here. Drink this.
Thanks, Professor. Oh, it's better. I am over my dizziness.
What happened? Tell me.
Well, there was an instant of dizziness. Then I opened my eyes, and Professor, I was standing in the public library, talking to a young woman. The woman who was later to become my own mother.
Go on, Tom.
Yes, it was noon, July 10th, 1912. And I seemed to be inside the mind of someone else. Someone who went on talking and acting as if I didn't exist.
Of course. Your mental pattern was being superimposed on his mind. Your father-to-be.
Yes, I tried to make him realize I was there. I exerted all my willpower. Then I think he signed the library card. I'm not sure. Everything got far away and dark then, and I was sitting here with you back in 1950.
We'll know in a moment if he did sign the card. If you did change the past, Tom. I'll open the book. If the card was signed, the signature will be there now. It'll have to be there. Look.
It's signed. Henry Morrison. My father's signature.
And look, he started to sign it Tom, and then he crossed out the Tom and wrote in Henry. That proves your personality was dominant for a moment. We can do it, Tom. We can reach back into the past and save the life of Abraham Lincoln.
And change the whole course of world history since 1865.
As soon as the bigger tube gets here, we'll try further tests, send you back further. Tom, how would you like to be present to hear Lincoln deliver the Gettysburg Address?
Hey, you, take care. Step to my foot, huh?
Oh, sorry. I felt dizzy. Well, where am I?
Where are you?
Yeah.
You crazy? It's Gettysburg, of course. You ought to know you lived here all your life, Jesse Evans. Quiet, the president's going to speak.
The president?
President Lincoln, of course. Shh.
7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we do this, but in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot concentrate,
Professor, I saw him. I saw Lincoln. And I heard him deliver the Gettysburg Address.
And we've done it. We've achieved the penetration into the time we need. And we've proved you can stay there at least half an hour.
It was terrific. There was a farmer named Jesse Evans, a simple fellow. I was able to control his actions without difficulty. And for 30 minutes, I saw Lincoln, listened to him. Now I know I'm right. If Lincoln had lived, we'd all have a better world today.
Tom, we'll leave for Washington tomorrow. We'll set up our instruments and equipment in the Ford Theater itself, where John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at about 10:15 on the night of April 13th, 1865. And you will return to that fateful night and prevent the shot from being fired. Well, everything seems to be working. I was afraid the trip by truck might have jarred the main tube.
How still it is here. How hushed. Listen to the silence, Professor. It's as if not a single sound had been uttered here since the night Lincoln was shot.
Well, Tom, considering this place is a museum now, and maybe 1 million people have visited it...
Still, the atmosphere of silence is here. Think of it, sir. Through that doorway, Abraham Lincoln walked. Across those boards. Up those stairs. Walked unknowing to his death, while John Wilkes Booth lurked outside, a loaded pistol in his pocket.
I know what you mean, Tom. Now let's plot our strategy. We have the place to ourselves until tomorrow morning. Let's try to imagine this theater as it was, April 13th, 1865. Let's figure out just where everyone was, so far as we know. You tell me, Tom. You're the expert in this field.
All right, Professor. Now, over there is the box office. There, the entrance. This was the auditorium. And there, of course, was the stage. Up there was the private box in which Lincoln and his party sat.
Ah, I wish we could get the gadgets up there, but we can't. Have to work from down here.
At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the President and Mrs. Lincoln entered with 2 guests. The play had already started. A ticket taker named Buckingham took their tickets, and an usher led them to their box.
I see. Go on, Tom.
At about 10 minutes past 10, John Wilkes Booth sauntered in. He spoke to Buckingham, the ticket taker. Then he went on upstairs toward Lincoln's box. In his pocket, he carried a brass derringer loaded with 1 shot.
And he struck almost immediately.
Yes, sir. The President had an armed guard, John F. Parker. But Parker was criminally negligent. He left his post to watch the play. Left Lincoln unguarded. Booth slipped into the President's box, fired 1 shot into Lincoln's head, leaped to the stage, and made his getaway.
Now, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Our experiments have proved definitely that your ability to alter the past depends on the type of mind into which the electronic pressure forces your own mental pattern.
That's right. If I should hit a strong-willed man, I might not be able to control him at all. A neutral or weak-willed type I can control and force to act.
And you must act. Booth must be killed. You understand that?
Of course. If I just stopped him, he might strike again later.
Another danger is that we might send your mental pattern into the mind of someone who did not know Booth and would be unable to stop him in time.
What do you suggest, sir?
We have 2 possibilities. First, the guard Parker. He was weak-willed, and he was armed.
He seems the most logical choice.
Unfortunately, we don't know just where he was for part of the evening. He left his post, and wandered around. And the pattern of pressure must be very carefully aimed.
Of course. If we missed him...
No telling what would happen. My choice is Buckingham, the ticket taker.
Buckingham, eh?
A ticket taker is not ordinarily a man of, shall we say, great mental achievements. You will probably be able to control him. And remember, he knew Booth. And in fact spoke to him.
That's true. Also, we know almost exactly where he stood the whole evening.
There by the entrance. All right, Tom. We will plan on sending you back to April 13th, 1865, into the mind of Mr. Buckingham. Now, let's start getting ready.
Hey, steady, man, steady. You almost fell then. What's the matter, fella? You drinking again?
Oh, where am I?
Why, this is Ford's Theater, of course. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm all right. Thanks. Just dizzy for a minute. So I'm there. On the scene. Ford's Theater. The night of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, what's that? What about Lincoln? He's here tonight, you know.
Yes, I know. The lobby. Ford's Theater. April 13th, 1865. We've done it. And I can't fail. I can't.
Quiet. The play's going on, you know. You mustn't disturb the president.
No. The president. Yes. The president. He mustn't be disturbed. Oh, no, I'll see he's not disturbed.
You're acting awful strange. You're talking odd.
Well, who am I? Tell me, who am I? Is my name Buckingham?
Buckingham? That's a good one. Tell him, Harry, is his name Buckingham?
It can't be. You're Buckingham.
You? You're Buckingham?
That's right, fella. Say, how much did you have to drink tonight?
Nothing. We missed. Somehow. We missed. But it won't make any difference. It won't. I'll find him.
Look, why don't you go in, find an empty seat, and sit down until you're all right?
No. I can't sit down. Got to find someone. Who? Lincoln. Yes, President Lincoln. And John Wilkes Booth. Got to find them. Save. Kill.
Harry, help me to hold him up. He's staggering.
Dizzy. Got to concentrate on Lincoln. On Booth. Concentrate.
There's no liquor on his breath. He's ill. Better get him outside.
No, I'm all right. It's 10 after 10. I have something important to tend to. Life and death. Have you seen Booth? John Wilkes Booth, the actor.
Have I seen Booth?
Yes. Excuse me, Buckingham. I've got to go on in. I have a very important engagement to keep. Yes. Very important. A matter of life and death.
Well, if you're sure you feel all right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, that was a funny performance. If I hadn't smelled his breath, I'd have sworn he was drunk.
He's a funny one. Never know what he's up to. That talk just now about having an important engagement. Just bluff, you may be bound.
Do you suppose he's in his right mind, though? Asking us if we'd seen John Wilkes Booth, the actor, when he's John Wilkes Booth.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did Tom and Professor Hodges succeed? No, you have only to open your history books and know they didn't. The past can't be changed, only the future. And it can be changed for good or evil, now, today, by you, and you. By all of us, each working in his own way. What future are you working for? While you think about it, I'll tell you about next week's story, The Big Hand. It's about two criminals who risk their lives in a desperate gamble for $1 million with death as their ever... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler with a title role played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, Miss Leslie Woods, and Raymond Edward Johnson. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Gil Stratton Jr., and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. People do a lot of kidding about the terrible biscuits a bride bakes. But I'll bet a lot of brides are mighty good cooks, especially those who use Mary Lee Taylor husband-tested recipes. You see, first these recipes are developed in the famous Pet Milk kitchens. Then they're sent out to homes like yours, where the wives try the recipes and report what their husbands say about the food. Only those recipes given a big okay by husbands are called husband-tested. And you get one of these valuable husband-tested recipes on the label of every tall can of Pet brand evaporated milk. And don't forget, when you get Pet milk, you're getting milk that's double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And you're getting that milk for less generally than you'd pay for any other form of whole milk. So make sure the milk you buy is Pet evaporated milk. And make sure the recipes you use are husband-tested. There is much to be said for getting up at the crack of dawn and being out to greet the rising sun. And look who's saying it right now as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I tell you, Magee, that sunrise was just beautiful.
Yep.
There I was, you see, out in the backyard, hanging up a line full of your wet socks.
Yep.
When the sun came peeping up over the gas company.
Yep. Well, comes up at that side of town pretty near every morning. I'm sorry I didn't get to see it this morning, but I run into trouble the first thing right off this morning. I couldn't get my dad-ratted pajamas off till nearly 10 o'clock.
Why not?
I was asleep. This really is great weather, though. Day like this makes me want to get outdoors and do things.
Good.
You know what I'm going to do right now?
What?
Take a nap. I'm going to put up the hammock in the backyard and stretch out in it, and did you ever see it to fail? Try to do something constructive, and somebody always interrupts with a telephone.
I'll get the phone. Don't worry about it.
Well, you get it, I won't get it.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly Magee speaking.
Me speaking.
Who? Oh, yes. Oh, this afternoon, huh?
No, not me this afternoon.
All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Tell me goodbye. Who was it?
Dr. Gamble's nurse.
Huh?
The doctor's out, but he left a note on her desk to call you.
Me?
Yes, she says to tell you to come to his office this afternoon. The doctor has picked today for your checkup.
What? Oh, no, he don't. I won't go.
But, Magee, if he's picked today to do it...
Let him pick some other day. Or better still, let him pick some other pigeon. He's already picked this poor pigeon clean anyhow. I don't need no checkup.
Oh, now, Magee, we go through this every year. Why don't you just be a good boy this time and go have your examination?
Because I don't need any examination. Every year it's the same old malarkey. Cut down on cigars. Take more exercise. Don't have so much fun. You ought to just write it to me in a letter and save me the trouble of taking my clothes off.
Now, that isn't fair. Dr. Gamble is very conscientious.
Conscientious, my fine, healthy clavicle. That guy's been tumping thummies so long, it's nothing but a routine with him. I stretch out on the table, strip down like a hot rod car, and his mind is 1,000,000 miles away.
It is?
Well, I admit I ain't no art study, but he don't even know I'm there.
Well, he must, dearie. He always shudders at the first look.
Yeah. We ain't thinking about me. When he looks down my throat, he's thinking about the first hole on the golf course. When he jabs his finger in my middle, he's thinking about the pot roast he's going to have for dinner.
Well, now, just the same, I think you ought to let him look you over.
Who's that? If that's him, if that's not Gamble, I'll duck out the back way.
Relax. It's the old-timer. Come in.
Hello there,
kids. Hi, daughter. Hi, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer. How are you, boy?
In the pink, Johnny, in the pink.
Good. How you keep that way, anyway? You spend much time at the doctor's?
Not me, Johnny. You get in the habit of running to the doctor, and it can change your whole life.
Yeah.
Like it done to my old friend Abner Coggleshell.
What happened to Abner?
Well, sir, Abner got a Charlie horse in his leg when he was a kid.
Oh.
And not being very bright, he thought he ought to go to a horse doctor.
Yeah.
Veterinary fixed him up fine, and Dad done it. From then on, when he didn't feel good, back he went to the vet.
Why not, if it made him happy?
I started to change, daughter.
Yeah?
After a while, Abner's friends noticed that for breakfast he wasn't eating rolled oats or puffed oats. He was just eating plain oats.
Kind of started thinking of yourself as a horse, huh?
Yep. Took to wearing a blanket instead of a coat. Cutting holes in his straw hat for his ears to stick through.
The heavenly days.
Then Abner fell in love.
Oh, dear.
Honey, he says to the girl, let's you and me get hitched. Okay, she says, and the first thing she knew, he had harness and a halter on the both of them.
I suppose that ended the romance.
No, daughter. Abner was so persistent, the girl just couldn't say nay. They had a real nay. They had a real nice wedding, too.
Yeah?
Church decorated with alfalfa blossoms, the organ playing the light cavalry overture. While the bride trotted down the aisle wearing a floral horseshoe.
Sounds pretty high society, boy. They still married?
And very happy, Johnny.
Yeah?
Been together ever since. And they got 2 fine youngsters named Whirlaway and Seed Biscuit.
And all of this happened because your friend Abner got a Charlie horse when he was a boy?
Yep. And an interesting thing occurred yesterday, daughter.
Nay.
Abner was playing cow ponies and Indians with the youngsters.
Yeah?
And he got a big lump on his leg again.
Oh, dear.
The vet looked at it and said he couldn't handle it. Said what Abner had was a genuine Charlie people.
A Charlie people?
Yep. Abner started going to a people doctor again, and this is where I came in, so I'll go out so long, kid.
He's an interesting old character. What are you looking at?
Hey, out there, at the curb. There's a car pulling up. It's him. That's Doc Gamble. My gosh, come on. Let's duck out the back way.
Don't be silly, Magee.
Come on.
Look, now, if you don't want him to examine you, just tell him so. Although I think you should.
Tell him. You ever try to tell that guy anything? He'll have me down with his knee on my chest and a stick down my throat before I can even defend myself. Come on, grab your hat, quick.
I'm not going to do it. Now, this is just silly.
Well, I'll see you later, kiddo. I'll be home for dinner.
Magee, wait for baby!
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and I'll Walk Alone.
Where are we going anyhow, Magee? Any place?
Kramer's drugstore. I want to pick up a pocket full of alfalfa Coronas before Doc Gamble catches up with me and makes me quit smoking.
Well, somebody should. I've smelt those cigars. Woo!
Them cigars don't hurt me, kiddo.
Well, I don't know about you, but they certainly ruined my curtains.
Well, that ain't to the point. To the point is I don't need anything from Doc Gamble.
Well, now I think you're being pretty silly about the whole thing.
Well, I'm not.
Why don't you let the doctor examine you just in case you do need anything, because...
Ah, what does he know anyhow in the first place? Some examination. First thing he does, he sets me down in a chair and shines a flashlight in my ear. And if it don't come out the other ear, he claims my head is stopped up.
Oh, now, he wouldn't do that.
Then he says, cross your legs, he says. I cross my legs, and he raps me on the knee with that rubber sledgehammer of his, and if my hat don't fly off, my reflexes are bad.
I don't
Then he says, close your eyes, my boy, he says. And while I ain't looking, he buries a needle in my leg clean up to his elbow.
Oh, you just...
I let out a scream and jumped 6 feet, and he says, jittery, aren't you? Big eye, I'm jittery. I'm in fine shape. I'm in the pink of condition. I'm sound of wind and limb.
I don't know about your limb, but there's certainly nothing wrong with your wind.
You said it. Hey, take a look in Kramer's, will you? Doc might beat us down here, and if he's in there, I'm not going in.
It's okay. The coast is clear. Come on.
Okay. You keep an eye peeled while I get some cigars in. Oh, hey, look. Kramer's got some new samples out here on the... Oh, cookies. Want one?
No, thanks. Although I would like an ice cream soda. I'll need some nourishment if I... What's the matter?
Phew. These cookies are awful. Taste like sawdust. What's the name of them? What's it say on the basket there?
Let's see. It says Dr. Proctor's Poodle Biscuits. Maybe they'll make your hair curly, dearie.
Well, I'll take a pocketful anyhow in case we ever get a dog. Grab some matches and a bunch of them sample pills. I want to check the phone booth.
Do what?
I'm checking the phone slot. No. No luck.
Do you always look in the phone for nickels?
Yep.
Ever find one?
Yep.
When?
1913. One of these days I'll find another one, too. Because I never pass a phone booth without giving it a shake. Oh, hi, Ed. Sit right here, Molly.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hi, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Ed.
What'll it be, Mrs. McGee? Would you like one of my own Ed Tatum specials, Mrs. McGee? I invented it.
Oh? What's in it, Ed?
Well, I line a soup bowl with sliced bananas, fresh peaches, candied pineapple. Then I put in a scoop of vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple nut, and pistachio ice cream. And top it with blackstrap molasses. Then...
Make it a chocolate soda, Ed. Please.
Oh, yes, ma'am. How about you, Mr. McGee?
Huh? Oh, I was watching the front door, Ed. I'll just have...
Hey, would you like one of my Mr. McGee specials, Mr. McGee?
Huh?
I named it for you, Mr. McGee.
Yeah? Oh, well, that's swell, Ed. What's in it?
Well, I line a soup bowl with sliced bananas, peaches, and candied pineapple. Mm-hmm. Then I put in a
root beer float, Ed. I gotta watch the door, because if I see Doc Gamble, I don't want to see him.
How is that, sir?
Well, he's dodging the doctor, Ed. Himself is due for an examination, but he doesn't want to go.
Oh, I know how that is, Mrs. McGee. My Uncle Fred was always like that. Hated to go to the doctor.
Yeah?
Yeah. He got a terrible cough about a year ago, but he wouldn't go to the doctor with it. Not him.
He wouldn't, huh?
No, sir. Aunt Fidelia kept after him to go, but he wouldn't.
Uh-huh.
She nagged him day and night to see the doctor, see the doctor, see the doctor.
Did he go?
No, sir. You know where he finally wound up?
In the hospital?
No, ma'am. Palm Beach, Florida. Just having a whale of a time.
Yeah?
Aunt Fidelia left a lot of insurance. Oh, hi, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Ed. Well, hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
What'll it be, sir? Would you like a sundae? I got a new one I just invented called the Harlowe Wilcox Special. Like me to make you one?
Well, that's very flattering, Ed. What's in it?
Well, I line a soup bowl with black Let me surprise you with it, huh?
Okay, Ed, I'm brave.
You don't know how brave, Junior. Pass the straws, will you? Thanks.
Say, your hand is all bandaged up, Mr. Wilcox. What happened?
Well, I wondered when somebody was going to notice it, Molly. I have a very badly sprained finger.
Yeah? What happened? Get it caught in the phone slot? Because that's what happened to me one time.
No, nothing like that, pal.
Oh, I see.
I was visiting some friends of mine last night, people with a 6-month-old baby.
Oh?
I leaned over his crib, poked my finger at him, and said, "Hitchy-kitchy-ow."
Oh, you bachelors. You should have said hitchy-kitchy-coo.
Well, that's what I started to say, but just as I kitchied, the little fella grabbed my finger, gave it a yank, and sprained it quite severely.
Oh, now, Mr. Wilcox, how could a tiny
No,
baby...
Molly, no, don't ask.
Bring your finger.
Well, Molly, it's very simple. The little man was raised on pet evaporated milk.
Now you see what you went and
Because,
done.
you know, pet milk contains all the good, nourishing milk substances a baby needs to ensure steady growth.
Open the door.
To help him build strong, straight bones, good, sound teeth.
Yes, well, I'm sorry about your
A
finger.
pet milk baby gets all the essential milk minerals in safe, easy-to-digest form.
Sorry I asked about it, either.
Combined with just the right amount of vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin.
Ah, sure, Junior, we know. Any baby that's raised on pet milk is bound to be as strong as Samson.
Well, I'll go even further than that, pal.
Huh?
I know a pet milk baby who is stronger than Samson.
Oh, please. Oh, Mr. Wilcox. Leave us not get carried away, now.
No, really, Molly, really. 2 of my friends have baby boys. Sidney raised his on pet milk.
Mm-hmm.
Sam didn't.
Yeah?
And today, Sidney's son is stronger than Sam's son.
Oh, that is the worst. That's right. Station house.
Mr. Magee just came in. Dr. Gamble is coming.
Oh, Doc Gamble? Oh, my gosh. Come on, Molly. Out the back way.
Careful, dearie. Do you know where you're going?
Magee! Hey, Magee! He's after us. Out the back door. Come on. Into the alley.
Watch that alley, Mr. Magee. The trash cans are right out there.
Heavenly days. Watch it, dearie. Are you hurt?
Okay. Is he coming?
No. Let's get out of this alley.
Skin my shin. Look at it. Peeled it like a ripe banana.
Honest to goodness, if this isn't the silliest routine.
Come on, out this way. Round the corner. Come on over this way. There's a little park here with some benches and...
Oh, isn't this a nice little spot?
Yeah. Handy, too.
Yeah. Look at the little lily pond. Where are we, anyway?
This is the back lawn of the city hall, kiddo.
Oh, I've never been back here before.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit right here on this bench and rest a while.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, me too. Doc Gamble will never find us here.
Well, hello there, you two.
It's Mayor Latrivia.
Oh, hi, Latriv. Oh, it's a nice little park you got back here, boy. This where you hide out when the work gets too tough?
No. This little spot is entirely too vulnerable, Magee.
Oh?
When I really want to hide out and relax, I go catch a movie.
Oh?
I saw a wonderful new picture at the Bijou Theater last night, in fact.
Oh, how was it?
Believe me, Molly, I sat there just glued to my seat through the whole performance.
My gosh, did the manager do that to keep you from walking out on the picture, Homer?
Do what?
Glue you to your seat.
Yeah.
My goodness, if the picture was that bad, I think they'd be ashamed to even...
Oh, no. No, just a moment, Molly. I'm afraid you didn't quite...
How'd they work it, Latrivia? Was the glue already on the seat, or did the usher slap it on your pants with a brush as you came down the aisle?
Look, Magee, I don't quite know how we got confused here, but I assure you nobody put any glue on my trousers.
Just on the seat, Magee.
Yes. No.
No matter where they put it, Molly. If Latrivia sat in it, he was stuck with it. By George, I'd sue the theater. That's what I do.
You going to, Mr. Mayor?
Well, of course not. For what? I haven't any suit at all.
Well, I'll say you haven't any pants anyhow. No, sir. Must have tore the bajunior out of it. I'd haul them guys into court so fast it'd make their heads turn big.
Yeah, so would I. My goodness, when things are so bad that a theater manager has to use glue to keep his audience from walking out.
Yeah, when they have to sneak up on you from behind and put the glue...
Oh, stop it. Now, this whole thing is ridiculous.
Well, you said it.
Now, listen to me, please. When I said I was glued to my seat, I was merely using an old expression. Do you understand?
Oh? Just an expression.
Certainly. I simply meant that the picture held my interest all the way. My attention was firmly gripped.
Yeah, that's all that was firmly gripped. Oh, I'd like to have heard you when you got up to leave, boy.
Yeah. Can't you just hear the trousers rip when he rose out of that glue?
I didn't trip my trousers when I froze out of the glue. I rose out of the stew. The glue! Look, when I said I was glued to the fleet. Glued to the fleet. Seat! I simply meant I employed the dicture. Enjoyed the picture. You deliberately missed and saved my snootman. Tootman. I didn't save it. You always... I was glued to the fleet.
Magee?
Yes, boy?
I wonder if you'd let me take a snapshot of you for my desk. I've always wanted one.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, sure, boy. Where do you want me to stand?
Well, over this way a little. I like the lily pond there in the background.
Oh, okay, boy. In front of it? Like this?
Back just a little, please, while I focus the camera here.
Okay.
Back a little more. Back. Back.
Oh, this ought to be about...
That's the picture I wanted. Lovely. Good day, Molly.
The King's Men, and I'll always be following you.
Footsteps, 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 footsteps.
Following you.
Following you. Following you. I'm following you. I'll always be following you. I'm loving you so, and I want you to know I'll always be following you. Whatever you say, whatever you do, I'll always be following you. And if you should go to Siam, I'll make certain that's where I am. I'll hop on a train or I'll charter a plane to be with my sweet honey lamb. Whatever you say, whatever you do, I'll always be following you. And if you went to Chile, I'd pay the fare. I'd gladly go to Philly if you were there. Or even Piccadilly, say I don't care. No matter where you're going astray, I'll only be a step away. Following you. I'll always be following you. I'm loving you so, and I want you to know I'll always be following you. Whatever you say, whatever you do, I'll always be following you. You'll never get out of my sight. I'll follow you morning and night. Wherever you go, I just want you to know you'll never get out of my sight. Whatever you say, whatever you do, I'll always be following, always be following, always be following you. So listen for my footsteps. Everywhere you go, I'm following you.
Dad rat luck anyhow. Look at me. Wetter than a picnic in April.
Well, we got one lucky break. They let us on this streetcar, at least.
Yeah. Let me wring out my hat again. Boy, I haven't been soaked like this since March the 15th.
Yes, and it was such a little lily pond, too.
Yeah, well,
I've seen you fall in Dugan's Lake, and you weren't any
Roll to the living, mate. Roll to the living, and we're free plasma.
Well, we're nearly home now, dearie.
Gone at this whole thing is Doc Gamble's fault, too, the big fat money-grabbing chiseler. If it hadn't been for him trying to lure me into his dad-ratted torture mill today, I wouldn't have had to go running all over town, falling over trash cans and getting drowned.
Bless you.
Thanks. I'd be laying in my hammock, taking it easy.
Talk about the Travers next. Talk about the Travers. Connection with Neil Cross and all blue and
Why does everything always have to happen to me? My shin hurts, my back aches, I'm...
Bless you. As soon as we get home, I'll put you to bed, dear.
Call plasma next. Call plasma. Change for nerve.
Yeah. Come on, this is us.
How can you tell?
Well, we always get off at Gorfer, whatever he said. Oh, boy, I feel awful. Come on.
Call plasma. All out to call plasma. Nerve car.
Hold my arm, Molly.
Mother's got you, dearie. Don't you fret.
What's up, please? 51st Motor Trust Company, board.
How do I get into these things, anyhow?
You're just unlucky, that's all.
I'm just a pig-headed, sparrow-brained knuckle skull. That's what I'm just. Not only that, but my feet are wet, too.
You're wet all over.
What makes me so stupid? I didn't study for it.
Of course you didn't, sweetheart.
Other guys, when their doctor calls them to come and have a checkup, they come and have a checkup. Oh, no, not me. I got to be a smart aleck. I got to be a wise guy. I don't need a doctor.
Bless you.
Thanks. No, I got to run all over town. Skinning my shins, falling in lily ponds, getting banged up. Who's that on our front porch?
Why, it looks like Dr. Gamble.
Well, so you finally got home.
Oh, Doc, am I glad to see you. Where can I lay down for my checkup? Right here on the porch? Okay. Help me lay down, Molly.
What's this? What goes on?
Well, your nurse phoned, Doctor. Said you wanted Magee to come to the office. Said you'd pick today for his checkup. So?
Was that what she told you?
That's what she told her.
Oh, no. That girl never will learn to read my writing.
Huh?
I owe little drone bundle here some money from bowling.
I'll say you owe me some money. $10, Fatso.
So I asked my nurse to tell you to stop in today and pick your check up.
Yeah.
What?
You mean?
I saw you at Kramer's, but you left before I could get you, so I brought the check over.
Oh.
Now, where do you hurt, my boy?
Oh, every place. Oh, I feel ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. One ingredient that good cooks use day after day in all sorts of everyday foods is pet evaporated milk. There's just no substitute for it in making good juicy meatloaf, scalloped potatoes, creamy smooth gravy and sauces, cake frostings, delicious cream pies, and dozens of other family favorites. Pet evaporated milk makes such a delicious difference in foods because there's such a difference in the milk itself. Good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness by evaporation. That's what pet milk is. Every pint of pet milk has the same natural nourishment and goodness that's in a full quart of good, sweet country milk. To use in place of ordinary milk, you mix pet milk half and half with water. To use in place of coffee cream or whipping cream, you take pet milk just as it comes from the handy can. Get several cans of pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow. And like other good cooks, let pet milk help you to make everyday foods extra delicious, extra nourishing.
Of all the things you said about Dr. Gamble, Davy?
Yeah, he sure was swell to me. He wouldn't even charge me for doctoring me up.
I know.
Yeah.
He said it was a pleasure. He seemed to enjoy it.
He even tore up the check. Good old Doc. I ought to do... Hey, wait a minute. That check he tore up he owed me that.
Rest, dearie, rest.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
Sometimes an ex-serviceman prefers to spend a quiet Memorial Day with his family. And that's the way it is with ex-Marine Jim Carter until a phone call changes his plans and leads to an unforgettable day for the Carters in Mary Lee Taylor's Story of the Week next Saturday morning. Right after the story, you'll hear Mary Lee Taylor's recipe of the week for savory pork steaks, a money-saving one-dish dinner that's sure to please the husbands. For a half hour of entertainment and service, tune your radio dial to NBC next Saturday morning for Mary Lee Taylor.
Next, it's What's My Line on NBC.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective, created by Raymond Chandler, brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's brilliant and dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with the new, cool, minty flavor. Yes, in a recent test, new Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is the favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred new Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. these families, 3 to 1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, in a recent survey, families 3 to 1 said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now, the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin.
The moment old man Jeter came into my office, I made up my mind not to vote for him if he ever ran for president. He was tall and thin with straight, compressed white lips. He wore a neat pinstripe flannel suit with a small rosebud in the lapel. He carried an ebony cane, and he wore spats. He looked a smart 60, and unless his ulcers got nasty, I gave him another 15 years, which was pretty big of me. He sat down, speared me with those barbed gray eyes, and came right down to business.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, I believe?
That's right.
My name is Wadsworth Jeter.
And how do you do, Mr. Jeter?
You're a private detective?
Well, why not?
Frankly, sir, I'd expected the Hollywood detective's office to be somewhat more glamorous, or rather more elegant, shall we say?
No, Philo Vance has a branch office here on the 4th floor. If you're shopping around...
No. You'll do, I'm sure.
Well, my rate is $25 a day, plus expenses.
Money is no object.
Except when you don't have much of it.
That seems to be the motivating philosophy where Miss Harriet Huntress is concerned.
Who or whom is Miss Harriet Huntress?
A rather standard, rather obvious gold digger who wishes to marry Grover.
You want to tell me who Grover is?
Grover is my adopted stepson, my late wife's son.
Go on.
Next year, he will inherit $1 million left him by his mother.
Which explains Miss Huntress's interest in Grover.
Precisely.
Look, Mr. Jeter, am I being hired to smear Miss Harriet Huntress?
Not at all. Merely to disillusion Grover about her.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing. I think you'd better find yourself another boy.
Wait. There's more.
Okay, let's hear it.
Do you know a man named Marty Estelle?
Sure. He's a big-time gambler out on Sunset Strip. Why?
Mr. Estelle claims my son Grover owes him $50,000.
Well, then Grover'd better pay up if I know Marty Estelle.
But suppose my son doesn't really owe Estelle the money.
Does he or doesn't he?
Mr. Estelle supplied photostat copies of Grover's notes with Grover's signatures. I thought they might be forged, so without Grover's knowledge, I took them to a handwriting expert named John Arbogast, a sort of detective.
No?
He's not sure. He wants more time. I'd like you to take over the case.
Harriet Huntress and all.
Miss Huntress, as you may know, is associated with Mr. Estelle.
Well, that's incidental. I'll handle the forgery case and not the slander job. Now, where does this Arbogast have his office?
On Sunset near Ivar.
Okay, I'll look it up. Miss Huntress?
She lives at the El Milano on North Sycamore.
All right, I'll look her up, too. Arbogast and Huntress, in the order named. There was no snooty secretary to prevent me from walking right into John D. Arbogast's extremely fat presence on Sunset near Ivar. He was an enormously fleshy gent with a thick neck that was in folds like a concertina. He wore a wrinkled dark suit that needed cleaning and some reweaving where it had some small holes in it. Arbogast just sat and stared at me with the whites of his eyes, because those 3 holes that needed reweaving were bullet holes. And John D. Arbogast was dead, very recently dead. I left in a hurry, and as far as I could tell, nobody saw me come, nobody saw me go. My next stop was the Swank El Milano Hotel on North Sycamore.
Just a second, mister. Something you want?
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm the house detective.
Well, I'm looking for a Miss Harriet Huntress.
Miss Huntress ain't seeing anyone.
You can tell her it's Marty Estelle.
Are you Marty Estelle?
I'm from him.
That's different, ain't it?
That's none of your business, is it?
Well, whatever you're up to, you're not playing it very smooth.
Well, some days I feel like playing it smooth, and some days I feel like playing it like a waffle iron. Well, if you must know, I'm one of the boys. Philip Marlowe, private eye. Here. My card.
Well, that's another story. I'll phone up to Miss Hunter.
Yeah, say I'm from Marty Estelle. Make it convincing, huh?
How much convincing?
Oh, well, how much do those cigars you're smoking cost you?
$22.50, box of 50.
That much convincing.
Well, that's cute. You and me are going to get along. I'll phone Miss Huntress, but you go right on up. Room 814. I just know it'll be all right.
Harriet Huntress was too tall to be cute, too beautiful to be really cheap. Her green eyes were wide set, and there was plenty of thinking room between them. Her hair was a dusky red, like fire seen through a haze. The green eyes were that much green ice as she sized me up in the doorway.
Well, what's the big message, Sonny?
I'd have to come in. I never could speak very well in public.
Come in.
Never could speak very well on a dry throat either.
There's the scotch. Help yourself.
Thank you.
So, you're from Marty Estelle?
No, not strictly, not even loosely. Not at all, in fact.
What's your racket?
No racket.
Marty will love to know you used his name.
I'm shaking in my shoes.
You're some kind of detective, aren't you?
Yeah, right. Philip Marlowe. It's good to got you.
I'm glad you like it. Now, what's your business?
All right. How much will you take to give up Grover?
You look smart, but you talk stupid.
Old man Jeter's pretty tough. His idea is that you get nothing. You get smeared. I don't see it that way. How much?
How about $50,000?
How about $500?
How about talking about the effect of the rain on the rhubarb?
Now, look, sister. Suppose we skip the footwork, considering the sobering fact that a man named John D. Arbogast has already been murdered in this little case.
Does that have anything to do with me?
I don't know. He was hired to analyze some notes Grover gave Marty Estelle. He was killed just after I took over the case.
Do you think Marty Estelle works that way?
You know him better than I do, does he?
Have you told the police yet?
No, I thought I'd see if I could make a deal with you first.
I'm going to tell you something. My people were nice people who never got involved in murders. Old Jeter ruined my father. My dad shot himself and my mother died of the shock. I'm going to fix Jeter for that someday, even if I have to marry his son to do it.
Adopted stepson, really. There's no relation at all.
It'll hurt Jeter just as hard. And the kid will have $1 million next year. I could do worse, even if he does drink too much.
You wouldn't want Grover to hear that now, would you?
No? Turn around and have a look, Gumshoe.
I turned fast. He stood about 4 feet from me. Big, blonde, powerful. Whiskey in his brain and blood in his eyes.
I can say anything I want around Grover. It's all right with him. Isn't it, Grover?
That's right, Harry.
He's trying to break us up, Grover. What do you think of that?
I think maybe I better break him up. That's what I think of that.
She laughed, and that made me mad. I turned to growl at her. It was a dirty look. It was the look of the month. That was a mistake. The big guy hit me. I went over sideways. It wasn't a hard punch, but my head hit a desk going down, and the desk got the decision. It gets dark fast in Southern California, but seldom that fast. When I came out of it, Grover, the blonde sucker puncher, and Harriet Huntress were gone. But the bottle of scotch was still there, so I took that for a souvenir and stuffed it in my pocket and floated down the elevator into the street. It was dark by the time I got back to my apartment on Hobart Avenue in Hollywood. I turned on the light, and there stood a big guy, another big guy. This was National Big Guy Week. This one had a big nose, the dead color of wax, and he had a .22 caliber Colt Woodsman pointed straight at me.
Close the door and reach. Come on.
I turned a little to close the door. I got my hand under my coat. Then I turned back to Waxnose fast. I had my Luger out. We stood there facing each other. Waxnose didn't seem at all impressed with my automatic.
I just came to tell you to be smart.
You're looking at a Luger, mister.
Yeah, I know. Men of distinction carry Lugers. Me, I pack this small bore because I can shoot. If you think you can take me, go to it.
Now, look, what's the game?
Maybe you can take a hint, and maybe you can't.
Maybe or maybe not. What is it?
Lay off old Jeter's boy.
When I
I wouldn't think of contradicting anyone who uses a Colt Woodsman 22 with the front sight filed off. Must think he's pretty good.
I am good.
Yeah. And that's why I say, okay, pal.
We'll see.
Speaking of 22s, do you know anybody named John Arbogast?
I meet such a lot of people.
Well, this one was fat and shot 3 times with a 22.
I don't remember shooting no fat guys today. So long, chum. Remember what I told you. Lay off, Grover. So long, chum.
Yeah. Swell. Ah, shut up. Yeah.
Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, Mr. Jeter. Well, your son or your adopted son or your stepson or whatever he is poked me in the jaw today.
He is both my stepson and my adopted son.
Well, both of them poked me in the jaw.
My word, where?
In Miss Huntress's apartment.
You spoke to her? What did she say?
She wants $50,000 and no dice. I offered her $500, just as a gag.
Just as a gag? Mr. Marlowe, perhaps you underestimate the importance of this matter.
Listen, Mr. Jeter, there are some very unusual angles to this case. For example, a gunman just stuck me up in my own apartment and told me to stay off of this case.
What?
I don't see why this case should get so tough.
Good heavens. Listen, Mr. Marlowe, my chauffeur, Waldo, will pick you up in my limousine. I want to talk to you.
All right. Well, tell Waldo to park on Hobart facing Franklin.
He'll be around for you in 20 minutes.
Good. Just give me time to drink my dinner. Bye-bye. Sat next to Waldo, the chauffeur, as he tooled the big Jeter limousine through Hollywood, along the glitter of the Sunset Strip, out past Beverly Hills toward Bel Air. At Cavello Drive, we swung left for a couple of 100 yards, then left again, aiming for a driveway flanked by 12-foot wrought iron gates. Then something happened. Someone was standing in the glare of our headlights. Waldo swore and slammed on the brake shouting, "You stupid! Go and get out of the driveway!" The man stepped toward us. The next minute, there was that same Colt 22 staring into my face again.
All right, this is a heist. Get out of the car, both of you.
Look, Waxnose, haven't you had enough fun for one night?
Buzz off, bum. Shut up and get out.
I'd have to think some more on that, Buster.
I'm warning you. I'll let you have it.
Don't be a goal, you go.
All right, you asked for it.
Hey!
Holy.
You shot the guy.
Yeah. I shot him. It was this. All in fun.
Yeah, some fun.
It did the work. Jeter's house is right ahead.
You sound as if you just shot a nickel in a pinball machine instead of a man. Now listen, turn off those lights and let's get out of here, but fast.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. In a recent test, New Pepsodent was preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say New Pepsodent is their favorite, 3-to-1.
The William Kilpatrick family, 212 South Missouri, Claremore, Oklahoma, preferred New Pepsodent on every single count. The Kilpatricks say New Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1, families prefer New Pepsodent over any other toothpaste they tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say New Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Kilpatricks and other families who were asked to compare New Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get New Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson.
Waldo and I drove back to my apartment again, leaving Waxnose lying dead in the Jeter driveway. We went back to my place to start all over again. Over what was left of my purloined scotch.
Yeah, this is good scotch you've got here, Marlowe.
Inch bottle.
Not this.
Sure. I pinched it from the apartment of Harriet Hunter's.
Well, bottoms up.
Waldo, do you think that gunman was there to scare young Grover into realizing Marty Estelle means business?
Could be. I always drove Grover home around that time.
It just doesn't sound like Marty Estelle to pick that sort of a helper.
Well, sure. Maybe that's why he picked him. Because it didn't seem like Marty Estelle.
Yeah, that's good thinking, Waldo.
Dartmouth, 37. Rah, rah, rah.
That would be either the cops or Mr. Jeter. Hello.
Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, Mr. Jeter. And the reason we're not in your study now is lying outside of your front gate.
What's that you're saying?
Somebody jumped us outside of your gate and Waldo shot him dead.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Listen, Marlowe, come here at once. Do you hear? At once.
I'll send Waldo, Mr. Jeter.
I want to see you.
Waldo will tell you all about it, Mr. Jeter.
Marlowe.
Good night, Mr. Jeter. After Waldo, the chauffeur, had left, I went back to the El Milano Hotel. Hawkins, the house stick, was all smiles and open palms. I placed no confidence in his smile and a $20 bill in his palm.
Harriet Huntress again? What's the matter?
Just take me up to her apartment, that's all, huh?
Sure. Right this way, fella.
Hawkins took me to the 8th floor, room 814, and opened the door. There was someone in the room, waiting.
Here's company for you, Mr. Estelle.
Beat it, Hawkins.
Yeah, this is the guy I was telling you about, Mr. Estelle. Come in earlier today. Said he was from you.
Beat it, I said.
Oh, sure.
Come on in, Marlowe.
I came to see Miss Huntress, not you, Estelle.
Well, first of all, Harriet's not home. I came to tell her what happened outside of Jeter's gate.
So you keep informed.
I can't wait for her any longer. Got to get back to the casino. Now then, what did you come back for, Marlowe?
I'm looking for the Jeter boy. After what happened to him tonight, he needs somebody to walk behind him.
You think I'd play games like that?
All I know is we were shot at.
I asked you a question.
I answered it to the best of my knowledge.
What knowledge, for example?
Well, for example, you hold $50,000 worth of Grover's notes for gambling debts.
I've got $50,000 invested in the kid. Would I be likely to bump him off?
That makes sense, all right.
I always make sense.
Bully for you.
When I have $50,000 invested in a guy, I'm apt to find out all about him. Like about old Jeter hiring a man named Arbogast to work for him. Arbogast was shot today. You know it. I know because I had you followed. You didn't tell the law, Marlowe. That could be very hard on you.
Well, it could.
Does that make you and me friends?
A little blackmail, huh?
Not much.
We'll call it tattletale grail mail.
From now on, do you stop bothering Miss Huntress?
Hey, you win, Marty.
Swell. That's all. I've got to go.
Well, I'll just wait around for a bit, okay?
Well, the Harriet Scotch is in that cabinet there.
Thanks. I'll roll up my pants and go waiting in it.
You know, Marlowe, I like you. You're cute. So long, Shaman.
Marty Estelle was right. He wouldn't kill anybody who owed him money and was soon to come into a lot of it. Now I was in bed with the police for not reporting Arbogast's murder. Well, I looked around Harriet's apartment vaguely, walked into the bedroom, and stopped. Because mixed with the fragrance of good perfume and good cosmetics was the plain, ordinary, homespun odor of gunpowder. I walked across the room and yanked open the closet door and stepped back. There, just as big as life, but as dead as they ever come, was young Grover Jeter. And at Grover's feet, among the graceful shoes in Harriet's closet, was a tiny pearl-handled automatic. I felt bad about that, because I guessed that the dainty holes, the bullets from that dainty gun, would fit the two dainty holes over Grover's heart. I put the neat little pistol in my pocket. I thought old man Jeter ought to know about his son, I thought. I didn't expect to find Waldo, the chauffeur, and Harriet Huntress with old Jeter in Jeter's big study, but There they were.
Why, Mr. Marlowe, I'd about given up hoping to see you tonight.
Well, I changed my mind about coming out again, Mr. Jeter. Oh, Waldo?
Hi, Marlowe.
Didn't expect to see you here, Miss Huntress.
Didn't you?
Did you expect to see me here?
Never mind that, Marlowe. I want to know where my son is.
What do you mean, Mr. Jeter?
He's missing. That's what I mean.
Oh.
He's missing, and no one knows where he is.
I know.
Eh?
What's that?
Where, Marlowe? Miss Huntress, where did you and Grover go after Grover took that sucker punch at me in your apartment?
We went out together in a taxi. During the ride, I had a change of heart. I didn't want Grover or Grover's money. I told Grover to find another playmate, and I got out in Beverly Hills. Grover went on in the taxi.
And where did you go?
Back to my apartment. Later, I got out my car to come down here and tell Mr. Jeter I decided to forget the whole thing. And for him to call off his dime novel salute.
A dime will no longer buy a novel of any description, but that is beside the point.
You said you knew where Grover is. That's not beside the point, is it, Mr. Marlowe?
He's back in Harriet's apartment.
Well, I didn't let him in. How on earth could he?
Hawkins, your house detective, let him in. The last I saw of Grover, he was dead.
Oh, what? What's that?
Dead, shot with a small caliber gun.
I can't believe it. I can't. It's
Grover's dead?
Miss Huntress, this .25 caliber pistol was on the floor at Grover's feet. Here, take it. Look it over, will you?
It's mine.
You murderess.
I'm not.
You cold-blooded murderess.
Oh, stop that!
Stop it, both of you. It could have been suicide.
Suicide? Well, yes. That's a possibility, of course.
I see you like that idea, Jeter. But it wasn't suicide.
Then she did it. The murderess. The scheming, contemptible...
It was murder, and it's fairly obvious who did it, Jeter.
Eh?
Marty Estelle is my guess.
Well, guess again, Waldo. Estelle had $50,000 invested in Grover. He wouldn't kill a golden goose like that. And Waxnose didn't do it because he was dead, thanks to Waldo here.
That leaves her. She did it.
There had to be a motive and an opportunity.
Well, it was her apartment after all.
Correct, Waldo. But Grover was Jeter's adopted stepson.
Oh, like a real son he was to me. A real son.
Yeah. But did you lovely people know that in the state of California, a man can inherit from an adopted son who has money and who gets dead? Did you know that, Mr. Jeter?
Why, what do you mean?
Your inheriting Grover's $1 million would be a motive for killing him, wouldn't it?
Mr. Marlowe.
That was the motive, Jeter, and it was Waldo's job to find the opportunity to murder Grover for you.
All right, Marlowe. That'll be all for you.
Well, Waldo, the Dartmouth gun fanner, huh?
Drop that gun, Waldo.
Shut up.
I said drop it. Drop it.
Hey, that's nice shooting, Harriet.
My hand.
Well, Papa will put a little Band-Aid on for you, Waldo.
Waldo, you could have gotten into my apartment wearing that chauffeur's uniform. You could have gone in through the garage entrance and up the back way.
Sure. When Grover let him in, he backed Grover into the room with his gun, but he shot him with yours. How much was Jeter going to pay you for this job, Waldo?
Don't talk, Waldo. He's bluffing.
You're telling me he's bluffing.
Nice kids, these college boys. Tell me, was it Dartmouth or Dannemora, Waldo?
Shut up, copper.
You killed John Arbogast to throw suspicion on Marty Estelle. Then you hired Waxnose to fake a holdup on Grover. Why? Again to throw suspicion on Marty Estelle. To make it look as though Estelle was trying to scare Grover into paying his gambling debts.
If I hired Waxnose, why would I have shot him tonight?
Because you like to kill people, Waldo. When I was brought out here tonight, Waxnose thought I was Grover in the car. He began to fake his holdup. But you just couldn't resist taking one of your snappy snapshots at Waxnose, could you, Waldo?
Shut up.
Could you? Next, Mr. Wadsworth Jeter.
Look here, Marlowe. You can't accuse me of... Doctor.
He's sick.
Call a doctor.
It's his heart. If Jeter dies, it's your fault, Marlowe.
Okay, Waldo. Tell you what I'll do, Waldo. If Jeter dies, he doesn't have to pay me my fee. We're even. Okay, Waldo? Harriet, Angel, listen, go call the doctor. And while you're there, call the law, huh? Jeter didn't die. His heart was as good as mine, if you want to make anything out of that. The law had Jeter and Waldo cold, and I mean cold. Me? Well, I went out a couple of times with Harriet, as I sat home with her a couple of times drinking her scotch. It was nice, all right, but I didn't have the money or the clothes or the manners. Still, I was sorry when she went to New York to live. She had absolutely the best scotch I ever tasted. Maybe because it was free. I don't know.
just heard Van Heflin, starring in the mystery series Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment. Have you tasted the new Pepsodent toothpaste? Its lingering, minty flavor is so fresh and inviting, families prefer it by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste they tried. In a recent nationwide test, these families said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter. Remember, new Pepsodent gives you more invigorating Irium foam. It sweeps dulling film away. No wonder it's the 3-to-1 favorite with families all over America. Get new Pepsodent with Irium for your family right away. Now, here's our star, Van Heflin.
The need for food in Europe tonight is desperate. Starvation faces a multitude of our fellow men. There's a way you can help. For $10, a package containing 21.5 pounds of food will be sent for you to a friend or a relative or any member of an organization you designate in Europe. Or simply say to a little French girl or to a Belgian war widow. Your order will be strictly respected, and you'll receive a signed receipt from the person who received your gift. Send $10 now. Send all you can. Send your $10 to CARE. C-A-R-E. CARE, New York. Help keep America the hope of the world.
Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger from the story Trouble Is My Business by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at the same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, the United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Doggone, look, Mr. Dillon, there's times a man just don't use his head for nothing except to hang his hat on.
What are you talking about, Chester?
I knowed better than to keep on playing, but I went right ahead and done it anyhow.
Oh, the poker game last night, huh? Forget it.
Forget it. Mr. Dillon, I lost $9.45 in that game.
You'll live.
Yes, I'll live, all right, but I'm sure going to be eating mighty low on the hog for the rest of this week.
Wait a minute, Chester.
What's the matter? Well, now, what's the matter with her? Flying down that boardwalk like the devil himself was chasing her.
Yeah.
Well, that's Sally Bogan, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. Sally.
Seems like she's scared of something right now.
Hey, Sally, wait a minute. Wait. Well, it's too hot a day to be hurrying like that, isn't it?
Yes, I guess it is.
Oh, what's the trouble, Sally? Why were you running?
Oh, I don't know.
Something scare you?
Somebody I just saw. A man. Forget it, Marshal. I'm all right now.
Well, who was he? What did he do to you?
Nothing. I just didn't want him to see me.
Well, why? Who was he?
My husband.
Ben?
No, not Ben. The other one.
Forevermore, the other one.
The first one. Nobody knows about it. Not even Ben.
What's this all about, Sally?
Oh, I was 17 in San Francisco. He was second mate on a clipper. And about 4 years ago, it went down in a typhoon, and he's dead, Marshal. He's got to be dead, or else I'm not really married to Ben.
You should have told Ben about it.
I know, but I didn't. And now it's too late. Well, it wasn't him. It couldn't have been him. Just somebody that looked like him, maybe.
Oh, that's possible.
Well, if he wasn't drowned, he'd have come back before this. It's been 4 years.
Oh, my gracious alive. No man wouldn't stay away from a pretty little...
Been a long time, Sally. You're prettier than ever.
Hello, Jeff.
Why'd you run when you saw me up the street there?
Well, I wasn't sure. No, it can't be.
Oh.
It just can't be.
No. Hey, what's the matter?
No, Jeff, don't touch me.
You better take it easy, mister. She's kind of upset.
Who are you, mister?
My name's Dillon.
Well, you just run along, Dillon.
He's the marshal here, Jeff.
We don't need no permission from the law.
Jeff.
Sally and me are going to spend some time together and maybe have a drink or two. And it's going to be just like old times now that I'm back.
No.
No.
You better tell him, Sally.
Tell me what?
Jeff, I'm married.
I ought to know better than anybody else that you're... You don't mean to somebody else.
I thought you was dead. The ship was sunk and you didn't come back. And I thought you was dead.
Well, you sure didn't waste no time hitching onto somebody else.
She waited 4 years, mister. That's a long time for a girl to try to make out alone, don't you think?
What I think is my business, Marshal. Come on, Sally. We're going to talk this over in private.
No, Jeff, I can't.
Now, this is no way for a wife to act to her lawful husband. You come on.
Just a minute. Now, Sally, do you want to go with him?
No, Marshal, I got to tell Ben. I've got to decide what to do.
All right, mister, you heard her.
Are you aiming to come between a man and his wife?
You call it what you like, but you're not dragging her off somewhere when she doesn't want to go.
Is that so? Well, on board ship, Mr. Marshal, when a fella butts in like this, we just...
Jeff, no!
You better stand back now, Miss
Oh,
Sally.
make them stop!
Oh, that wouldn't be too easy, not now.
All right, find some water to throw on her, Chester.
That's right, I will.
I'll take Sally over to Doc's. Maybe he can give her something to calm her down.
Boy, howdy, he's out colder than a Texas January.
Yeah, well, he may wish he'd stayed out when Ben Bogan learns about this.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Ooh, ow, ouch, ooh.
What's wrong, Joe?
Daphne, have you been using my razor again?
Just a little. I was peeling peaches.
Oh, fine. Why didn't you change the blade? It feels like you've been sharpening pencils with this thing.
Now, just a minute, buddy. It was you who said we could use more economy around here. And I've been saving wherever I can. And by shaving the skin off the peaches...
But look at my face. Think how the Red Cross could have used all this blood.
It's your own fault. You and your economy.
Well, being penny conscious isn't such a bad idea. Not if you use common sense. Take savings bonds, for instance.
Here it comes.
Go right ahead and scoff. But I got 8 million Americans who agree with me. We all buy savings bonds on the payroll savings plan because we know that investing in bonds is the best way to use our money.
We could use some of that money around here.
Well, maybe, or maybe we just think we can. When we buy bonds, we guarantee we'll have the money in the future, when we'll certainly need it more.
Stop waving that razor. You're splattering me with soap.
Oh, I don't mean to get excited, but who wouldn't? Where else can a man make an investment that's guaranteed to pay off $4 for every 3? And guaranteed by the credit of the whole U.S. of A. So there.
Bravo! Bravo!
All right. Now let me change the blade and get back to shaving.
I think I'll stay and watch.
Why?
Because you're so cute when you cut yourself.
Oh, fine.
How is she, Doc?
Oh, she's all right, Matt. There's nothing wrong with her. A good night's rest won't cure. And one less husband, of course. Yeah, that's quite a situation.
Yeah, it sure is. It's going to be worse, I'm afraid.
Why? She didn't break any law. She had plenty of reason to think her first husband was dead.
No, I mean the trouble is going to stir up when Ben Bogan finds out.
She doesn't want to see Ben until tomorrow, Matt. She wants to stay here in town tonight and try to figure things out.
No, that's a good idea. She can get herself a room over at the Dodge House.
Wonder which one of those men she'll pick.
I don't know, Doc. I just hope she does it quick before the two of them meet head on.
You know, Matt, if I was 20 years younger, I might get into the fight myself.
Huh? An old goat like you.
Goat? Oh, Matt. I'd have you know, a few short years back when I was a mite slicker and spry. Oh, my. I was a holy terror with the ladies.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Why, it wasn't until recently that I'd even accept a woman patient. They'd always up and fall in love with me. And a man just can't have it.
Doc, what's this I hear about my wife?
Hello, Ben.
Oh, Marshal. Somebody said they seen you bringing Sally up here a while ago.
Well, yeah, I guess they might have at that.
Well, what's the matter with
There's
her?
nothing serious wrong with your wife, Bogan. She's a little upset, that's all.
Well, what do you mean? What's she upset about?
Well, I don't think the technical terms would interest you.
Now, never mind the terms, Doc. What's she doing here? What's wrong with her?
Well, now, maybe you could explain it better.
What's going on here, Marshal?
Well, Ben, it's kind of like Doc said. It's just
Doc, I think I'd better go over to the Dodge House. Ben.
Sally, now, what's this all about?
Haven't you told him, Marshal?
Well, I thought I'd better leave that to you, Sally.
Tell me what, so help me. If somebody don't say something...
Take it easy, Ben. Take it
There's
easy.
something wrong with my wife. There ain't nobody will say nothing, and you say take it easy.
Ben, it seems that Sally here was married once before.
Married?
Yeah, a man named Lightly, a sailor. Sally thought that he'd been drowned at sea years ago, but, well, he turned up here in Dodge today. He came looking for her.
Sally, why didn't you tell me?
It was all over and done with. I didn't think it mattered.
Oh, you didn't, huh? Well, you think it mattered if I whip you some.
Ben?
Leave her alone, Ben.
You stay out of this, Marshal. Go run that skunk out of town if you want to do something useful before I get to him and kill him.
Killing won't solve anything, Ben. He's got as much right here as you have.
Has he got a right to come sneaking around my wife?
Could be she's his wife, Ben, since it turns out he's still alive.
Well, he won't be alive long. And it's your fault, you little duck. See?
I said leave her alone.
I'll leave her alone as soon as I beat a little sense into her.
No, please.
All right. All right, Doc, he's all yours.
I think that fellow sure was mad when he come to, Mr. Dillon. You were just stomping on it. Well, what happened to him? He stumbled into Matt's fist, Chester. My gracious, Mr. Dillon, you sure are keeping busy today.
What are you going to do about it, man?
Wish I knew, Kitty. You know, if those two get together, somebody's going to be killed. And I can't keep them apart forever.
No.
Yeah, if it was a drunken trail driver with a 6-gun in his hand, I could have handled it maybe, but... I don't know. These man and wife mix-ups are...
2 men and a wife, Matt.
Yeah, that's twice as bad. I was going to end up worse.
Well, I sort of figured Sally was heading for trouble. Not quite like this.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, she doesn't belong in a place like Dodge City, Matt. She's too restless, too free and easy. She spends too much time in town.
Doing what?
I wouldn't have said anything if this hadn't come up.
Well, now, come on, Kitty. What are you getting at?
Do you know a whiskey drummer named Slim Randall?
Slim Randall? Yeah, I've seen him around.
Well, he and Sally have been together a lot the last few weeks. It's harmless enough, I guess. Well, you know how people talk and make something out of nothing.
Yeah. All right, I'll change what I said. It's 3 times as bad. Or it will be if Ben hears about Slim Randall.
Matt? Oh, Matt.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
I want you to tell us.
I want to know what you two have done with my wife.
I've been trying to tell you that she doesn't want to see you tonight. She doesn't want to see anybody. She's got to be left alone so she can kind of get hold of herself.
Well, there you are, Ben. You heard what he said.
You're lying, both of you. You let her get together with that low-down sailor from San Francisco. That's right, mister.
Well, I've been looking for you.
Well, now you found me.
My name is Lightly.
You dirty team.
Yeah.
All right, hold it, Ben.
No, Marshal, let him draw. That's all I ask. Just let him draw.
I'll shoot the first man who touches his gun.
Mister, I want to know where my wife is.
He doesn't know any more about it than you do, Lightly. If she wants you, she'll come looking for you.
He's got her locked up somewhere, so she would have.
You got no wife, mister. You're a dead man. And if you ain't yet, you're soon going to be.
Oh, you like to name the time and the place, Bogan?
How about tomorrow morning, in front of the livery stable?
I was hoping you'd make it sooner.
I'll make it right now if you...
All right, hold it, both of you! All right, Lightly, you've said your piece. Now get out.
I'll see you all tomorrow. Drinks are on me.
I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him.
Oh, calm down, Ben. Go buy yourself a whiskey.
Maybe I will.
Well, it sure can cause a lot of trouble, Matt. A woman having one husband too many.
Maybe she won't have, Doc. Not for long, anyway.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Yeah, Daphne.
look at this story about savings bonds in the paper.
Yeah? What about it?
Do you think that's the best way to tell people about savings bonds?
Why not? Look, see, it says here that savings bonds are a guaranteed investment. Right now, they pay off at the rate of $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. You're not convinced?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
No salesmanship.
No salesmanship? What more do you need to know? Why, right now, more than 8 million Americans are buying saving bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan.
So?
So what?
That's what I say. So what?
Now, look, Daphne, if millions of Americans are convinced that saving bonds are their best investment, not only financially, but for the future of their country, what the heck is bothering you?
Well, I think they could sell a lot more with salesmanship. You know, slogans and jingles. Listen, if you're spending more and saving less, try a savings bond.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe savings bond pay good, like an investment should.
Daphne.
You get a lot to like in a savings bond. Interest, earnings guaranteed.
Wow.
Well, did I sell you?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was you were selling.
Savings bond.
I'll take 100.
Oh, Joe.
Man, you aiming just to sit there, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's right, Chester.
Well, it's pretty near time.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, relax, Chester. They got me just jumpy as a cat.
Well, ain't you going to do nothing to stop it, Mr. Jones?
Not much I can do about it, Chester.
You can stop them.
No, just postpone it. As long as they feel like they do, it's going to happen later today or tomorrow or sometime. I can't ride a herd on them 24 hours a day.
Well, I don't know, but there must be something you could do.
Well, how about a game of pinochle, Chester?
A pinochle? At a time like this?
Well, why not?
Why, I never heard nothing so cold-blooded in all my life.
Pinochle? Well, I never thought of it that way.
You know what I mean, Doc Adams. No, I don't want to play no pinochle.
Well, how about you, man?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Get the cards.
Well, I swear I never seen the likes of you two.
Oh, stop worrying, Chester. When it's time, I'm going to go down to the stable and I'm going to try to stop them.
Well, I'm proud to hear that.
Matt? Oh, thank heaven you're here.
What's the matter, Kitty?
Matt, you got to stop those two men from killing each other.
You're as bad as Chester.
Here's a letter. You read it.
Huh?
Yeah, it's for you. Jim Doby came out and gave it to me a few minutes ago when I passed the Dodge House. He didn't have time to bring it over. I think I know what it is.
Oh, Pete. I should have guessed it. Oh, never mind, Chester. Come on, let's go.
That's him, Mr. Jones. Right in the door of the stable there. That's him.
Yeah, I see him.
Looks like he's just standing there waiting.
Well, he picked the best spot he could. Jeff Lightly will have to come at him across the open there.
I don't see Lightly around nowhere.
He's not far away. You can bet on that.
You stay out of this, Marshal. The law can settle up afterwards.
Now, watch your gun, Ben.
Now, wait a minute.
I got no time to argue. Just hand it over. I mean it, Ben.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, it won't do no good. I'll find him later, is all.
I doubt it.
Quit hiding behind that marshal and come on out, Bogan.
Now what have you done? Set me up for him? Give me my gun. Come on.
Get back inside, Ben. You stay with him, Chester.
That's right, Will. Come on now, Ben.
Why you don't let us alone?
I don't recollect giving you no invite to this party, Marshal.
I'll take that gun of yours, Lightly.
Well, I ain't so sure about that. Here, now, you're pretty high-handed, ain't you?
You're just lucky you didn't try to draw. Chester, bring Ben out here.
Well, all you're doing, Marshal, is just putting it off a while. It'll just happen later, is all.
Maybe. All right, both of you. I want you to read this letter. It was handed me a couple of minutes ago. Go ahead.
From Sally.
Go ahead, read it.
Marshal Dillon, when you get this, I've left on the train for back east.
Huh?
I'm going with Slim Randall. He's a fine fella and treats me good, not like Jeff and Ben. You tell them for me I don't want they should kill each other, but I don't never want to hear of them again.
Well, what do you think? Fighting over a woman who doesn't want either one of you.
Why, a dirty little sneak. You know, come to think of it, I was getting so I didn't trust her at all.
Oh, I never did. That's why I wasn't in no hurry to find her. Well, here now. Bogan, I'm going to buy you a drink.
And I'm proud to accept. And the second one's on me.
Hey, Marshal. You know, I guess you got here just in time to keep us from making a couple of fools of ourselves.
No, not quite in time, boys.
What do you mean?
You both married her, didn't you?
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Tomorrow, the Jack Benny Show leaves for a 3-week trip to Chicago and New York. So let's go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where Rochester is helping him pack.
Be careful how you fold it over the hanger, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Careful now, I don't want any creases in it.
Okay.
Now pack the other one. I don't want to be caught short on the trip, so I'll take all 4 of them.
5 if you include the blonde one you're wearing.
Oh, yes.
Now I think we ought to start packing your clothes.
Okay, I'll take this one, and this one, and this one. No, this one.
Be careful, boss. You almost sneaked in a suit where the coat and pants match.
Well, don't let me do that, Rochester. I don't want to give Hollywood a bad name. Come on, help me with the rest of my things.
All right, here you are, boss. Peekaboo!
Rochester, just pack that underwear and stop playing games. Now hurry.
Hurry.
Quiet, Polly. Now let's see. You packed my aspirin, vitamins, blood tonic, nerve tonic, sleeping pills, liver pills, Listerine, Benzedrine, Pablum, toothpaste.
And sympathy soothing syrup.
Oh, yeah, sympathy soothing syrup. Did you put in the 10-cent size or the 25-cent size?
The 10-cent size, a gallon ought to be enough.
Now, let's see if I have everything for the trip. Socks, shoes, shorts, shirts, ties, hat, top coat, sandwiches, soda pop, and cash register. Now, what else? Oh, yes, I think I'll take a good book to read.
How about this one over here?
I Stand Condemned. Oh, I read that. It's a wonderful story. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Sam, Louis, and Obispo. I'll take it alone, read it again. Now, help me shut up these valises.
Shut up.
Quiet, Polly. Don't say such naughty things. That's a foo-foo word. Polly, are you going to miss Daddy when he goes on the Dwayne Big trip to the Dwayne Big City with all the Dwayne Big skyscrapers?
Boss, do you think you'll see Fred Allen?
That's a foo-foo word,
Yes, I know. Now, let's,
I'll get it, boss. Hello, Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, and radio, and we'll drive you to work until the trolley strike is over. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, he's almost packed. All right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Boss, it was Miss Livingston. She said she'll be a little late picking you up. She's having some trouble with her packing.
Oh, I bet it's that new maid she hired.
Gee, Miss Livingston, I envy you going to Chicago and New York.
Yeah, they're really exciting places, Hilda. Now, let's see. I'll take this pair and this pair and this pair.
Is Chicago really as windy as they say?
Yes, and I'm glad you reminded me. I better take a couple of pairs of the lacy ones. Now, look, Hilda, tell the gardener I'll be away for 4 weeks. Tell the butcher I'll take care of the bill when I come home. And you know what to tell the milkman.
Yeah, that fresh guy.
What?
You know, the last time you were away, Miss Livingston, when I went to the door, the milkman threw his arms around me and kissed me, and I shook all over.
You mean you were thrilled?
No, he had a cold bottle on my back.
Oh, now let's see. I want to take along this lovely pair of nylon stockings that Mr. Benny gave me.
Oh, they're beautiful. Mr. Benny bought them for you?
No, he won them on the Queen for a Day program.
Gee, Miss Livingston, you certainly are lucky.
Yes, they weren't his size. Now, let's see. I ought to take something to read on the train.
Why don't you take this book, Miss Livingston? It's the latest selection of the Book of the Month Club.
Oh, yes. I Stand Condemned. I read the reviews last week. It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Senda, Mendel, and Journey.
Gosh, that sounds like an exciting story.
Yes.
Say, Miss Livingston, could I go down to the station with you? You see, Alice Faye is one of my favorite movie stars, and she'll probably be there to say goodbye to Mr. Harris, and I'll get a chance to see her.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey, but Alice probably won't be there. She's working at the studio today. Gee, I wonder how Phil's coming along with his packing with no one to help him.
Now be careful and don't trip over the suitcase, honey.
I won't, Daddy. I'm going to miss you when you're away.
Well, thanks, baby. I'm going to miss you, too.
Daddy, have you got another little girl in New York?
Nope.
Have you got a big girl there?
Of course not. Never talk that way around your mother. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, baby, hand me that over there.
This long, thin stick?
That's right. And careful now, you don't break it.
What is this stick, Daddy?
It's a baton.
What's a baton?
I don't know. It's got something to do with music. I keep waving it, and the guys in the band keep looking at it, and since Petrilla don't object, I guess it's okay. Well, let me see. I guess that's all.
Oh, Daddy, here's something Mommy told me to give you. It's a farewell present.
For me? Gee. Well. Gosh, this is swell. Just what I've always wanted, a book. What's the name of it, honey?
I Stand Condemned.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, win, place, and show. Now, let's see here. I want to...
Daddy, why did Mommy mark that arrow on the cover of the book?
The arrow? That's in case I pretend to read. I'll know which end to hold up. Well, I guess we've got everything. I better leave now, honey, so come on and give Daddy a great big kiss.
But, Daddy, you promised you'd do something for me before you left.
Now, honey, Daddy's late.
But, Daddy, you promised.
Okay. Ham, hocks, and turnip greens, you and me in New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye, baby.
No, Dennis, I absolutely forbid you to take it. You're too young.
But, Mother, there's nothing wrong with it.
Then why was this book banned in Boston? I Stand Condemned.
But there's nothing wrong with the book. It's all about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children, Bro, Mo, and Seltzer. Seltzer was just a little squirt.
Dennis, enough of this discussion. Now finish your packing.
Yes, Mother.
And, Dennis, be careful on the trip. Don't stick your head out of the window when the train is moving. Remember what happened to Cousin Wilbur when he went to New York last year?
Yes, Mother.
And if the train stops long enough in Kansas City, put some flowers on Wilbur's grave.
All right. See, it's getting late. I better finish dressing. Please hand me my tie and shirt.
Just a second, son. I'd better pin this $20 bill on you before you put on your shirt. Hold still. There. Now Mr. Benny will never find it. Dennis, what did you just put in your suitcase?
Oh, that's my new contract for next year.
Oh, I'm sorry you signed up again with Mr. Benny.
But why, Mother? After all, Mr. Benny is a big celebrity. And Mr. Benny's a big radio comedian. And Mr. Benny's a big movie star.
What's that stamp on the bottom of the contract?
He's a notary public, too.
Dennis, Dennis, are you sure you rehearsed the song you're going to do in Chicago?
Oh, yes, Mother. I know it by heart now. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, I'd love to, Dennis. I'll accompany you.
You'll accompany me?
Certainly, Dennis. Before I married your father, I was the one-man band in Major Bow's Saskatchewan unit. A one, a two, a hit it!
Sees me.
That was Oh.
Gee, I'd better hurry. Look what time it is.
Gosh, darling, I better hurry. Look what time it is.
Yes. Are you all packed, dear?
Oh, yes, darling, but what are you so sad about?
Oh, just think. In one short half hour, I'll be saying goodbye to my dear, sweet, big, fat husband.
Now, don't cry, sweetheart. I'm only going to be gone a few weeks.
Yes, I know. And, darling, I bought you a new book to read on the train. It's called I Stand Condemned.
Oh, I've read that, dear. And it was so interesting, I bought the sequel to it. It's called I Sit Contented.
I Sit Contented?
Yes, it's all about a man who smokes Lucky Strikes. And he has 3 lovely children, LS, MF, and T. And why shouldn't he be contented? After all, Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
I know, darling. That's what you said to me the night you proposed. Remember that night, dear? We were driving through North Carolina.
Yes, I'll never forget it. You look so lovely with the moon and the tobacco leaf in your hair.
Oh, Donald, we're being so childish. Oh, by the way, Donald, didn't you say you were expecting a call from Mr. Benny?
Yes, I can't understand why he doesn't. Ah, there's the telephone now. Hello?
Hello, Don. Are you all packed?
Oh, yes, Jack, and you ought to see my bags. They're so round, so firm.
I know. I'll see you at the station, Don. Goodbye. Well, my grips are all packed.
How are you going to be gone?
About 4 weeks.
Then you ought to take some.
Yes, I think so. I wonder how much I should take. I'll be gone exactly 28 days. That's 28 breakfasts and 28 lunches.
What about your dinners, boss?
Oh, I'll probably be master of ceremonies at a lot of banquets. You know.
Oh, yes, we wrote those letters, didn't we?
Yes. Well, I better go down to the vault and get some money.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh under 25 years.
Oh, it's you all, Mr. Benny.
Yes. How are you feeling, Ed?
Oh, fine, now that spring is here. It is spring, isn't it?
Yes. It's very lovely out.
By the way, Mr. Benny, I've been trying to recall something. Do you remember when you first brought me out here?
Yeah?
What was the name of that little dusty trail that led up to your house?
Dusty Trail? Oh, that's Wilshire Boulevard now. I said I'm going to New York.
Where?
New Amsterdam.
Oh.
Yes.
You might not believe this, Mr. Benny, but I had a chance to buy that place for $24.
Oh, well, it's worth a lot more now, you know.
Inflation, I guess.
Yes. Well, I better open the safe now.
Shall I go down to the lower level?
No, Ed. No, I trust you. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. I wish Boulder Dam would step up the current. Now, let's see. There. I guess that'll be enough money. Well, Ed, I've got to rush down to the railroad station now.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Ed. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Down here?
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot. So long, Ed.
Here you are, folks. Union Station.
You go ahead, Mary. I'll catch up with you.
Okay.
How much is it, driver?
$1.65.
Here you are, $1.65, and $1 for you.
Gee, thanks.
Well, here I am.
Gee, that was fast, Jack. Did you pay the driver?
Yes, Mary. Here's your purse. You left it on the seat.
Oh, for a minute I thought you used my money.
Don't be ridiculous. Come on, let's go inside. And oh, by the way, Mary, you ought to get that zipper on your purse fixed. It's stuck.
It isn't stuck. I had it welded after our last trip.
Well, now you'll have to have it sewed, too. There's a hole in the bottom.
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to tell
we
me...
haven't got time now.
There's a big fuss over everything.
Now, let's see. I wonder where the gang is here.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, there they are, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Attention, please. People stopping at Albuquerque, please have your tickets validated. People stopping at Chicago, please check your baggage all the way through. People stopping at Kansas City, please put flowers on Wilbur's grave.
Phil, Don. Over here, Jackson. Is everybody here? Where's Dennis?
He's not here yet.
Well, I hope he isn't late. Hey, Phil, why are you lugging that big bag around? Why don't you check it?
Oh, no, not this one, Jackson. I got my music in it.
Music. Sounds like the concerto from Lost Weekend. Phil, you ought to be ashamed.
Now, wait a minute. We're going to be on the train for 4 days. 4 days with nothing to do. You kids can read.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
Attention, all passengers going to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Those going to Anaheim and Cucamonga will take the local. Those going to Azusa will board the Super Chief, walk back to the last car, and get off. You're there.
I'd like to have a couple of magazines.
Magazines? Sure, Mary. Wait here. I'll go over to the newsstand and get some. Oh, mister.
Yes?
I'd like to get some magazines to read on the train. What have you got?
We've got Flick, Pick, Peek, Look, Hook, Snook, Judge, Smudge, Fudge, and the Saturday Evening Post.
Well, I think I'll just take this one, Esquire.
That'll be 75 cents.
75 cents for Esquire, but everybody else only charges 50 cents.
We throw in the scissors and thumbtacks.
Well, I think I'll take something else.
I've got a good book you might enjoy reading. It's called I Stand Condemned.
No, I've already...
It's about a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves 3 lovely children. You should live so and long.
I read that. Anyway, I'll take these magazines here. Thank you. Here you are, Mary.
What'd you get?
Click, Pick, Peek, Look, Hook, Snook, Judge, Smudge, Fudge, and Pravda. That's all.
Say, Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, yes.
Hello,
I thought you were a little late.
Hello, Dennis.
My mother came down to see me off.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
Hello. Now, Mr. Benny, once my boy gets on that train, he's your responsibility.
I know.
And when you get to New York, I want you to take better care of Dennis than you did last time. Don't be taking him to that place called Minsky's.
Minsky's?
Why, Jack Benny, did you take Dennis to a burlesque show?
Mary, Minsky's happens to be the name of a delicatessen. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
See?
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Remember that third salami from the end?
Amsterdam will be ready in 10 minutes.
Oh, gosh, Jack, that's us, and I wanted a bite to eat before we got on the train.
Well, Mary, there's a little stand right over here at the corner of the station. I'll go get you something there.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him, and they're all red hot.
2 hot dogs, please.
Purple poppies coming up.
How much are they?
40 cents.
40 cents for only 2 hot dogs?
Ooh, but this week I'm serving them United Nations style.
What's that?
English mustard, French bread, Russian dressing, and sold American.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll take them.
Okay, here you are.
And here's your money.
Thank you. After you finish the hot dogs, I'll give you back 2 cents for the skins.
What do you want the skins back for?
They're the fingers off my rubber glove.
Say, while I'm here, I better take some for the rest of the gang. Give me 3 more hot dogs, please.
Okay. Do you want everything on them?
Yes.
Good, I just dropped them.
Just give me the hot dogs. Here's your money.
Thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
On track 7, the chief leaving for Kansas City. Chicago in the middle and New York's the last
I feel like I'm leaving from a jukebox.
Jack, hurry up.
Right with you.
Hello, everybody. Got here just in time.
Jack, there's your publicity man, Steve Bradley.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Steve.
Oh, no, you don't. I came down here to get some pictures. Now, come on, line up, everybody. Benny, you stand right here.
But, Steve, we...
Now, take those roses and hold them up there in front of you.
Roses? What are they for?
You're going to put them on Wilbur's grave.
I didn't even know Wilbur.
That's all right. Just give him the flowers. You don't have to talk to him.
Now, look, Steve.
Hold it now. Smile, come on, smile, everybody. There.
Steve, the train is moving.
That's fine. One more of you, Benny, lying in front of the engine.
Now, cut that off.
Hurry, Jack. Come on, Phil.
Come on, Dennis. Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a nice trip.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day.
Goodbye. Have a lovely time.
Goodbye, Mrs. Day. I'll take good care of Dennis, and when we get to New York...
Shut up!
Go be nice to people. Isn't that awful?
Hurry, Jack. The train's moving.
Okay, Don, I'm on.
Will all visitors please clear the platform?
You know, Benita, I can hardly believe it.
But, Ronnie, it's true. You saw him get on the train.
Yes, Benny's really gone. And we'll have 4 glorious weeks of peace and quiet. Benita!
Ronnie! Ronnie, put me down. I didn't think it'd affect you this much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the government has developed a far-reaching program to help our veterans, and all America has concentrated on the job of welcoming.
Well, Mary, next Sunday we'll be broadcasting from Chicago and the following 2 weeks from New York.
Jack, when we get to Chicago, are you going to visit Waukegan?
Yes, I have to, Mary. They begged me to come. I don't know why I'm so irresistible. There, I got it right. I'll let Alan make something out of that. Good night, folks.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For 20 years, our town has admired something called the Lubitsch touch. That special brand of gaiety and romance that distinguishes pictures directed by Ernst Lubitsch. And tonight, we offer a prize example of this cinema magic. The current screen hit from 20th Century Fox, Heaven Can Wait. Hard-boiled Hollywood thinks Don Amici gave his best performance in this picture. And tonight, he plays the same part, opposite Maureen O'Hara, one of Hollywood's most brilliant young actresses. Heaven Can Wait has no social problems to solve, no message, but the all-compelling one of good entertainment. And we never can get too much of that, particularly in these days. The play is the story of a man named Henry Van Cleve, who has been in hot water most of his life because of his rather enthusiastic interest in the opposite sex. But he's at last called to account, and in a very strange place. I think Heaven Can Wait should go very well with this national audience, and with our global audience, too. Those Americans in uniform all over the world who enjoy these plays along with us at home. It's really one gigantic family fireside that Lux Flakes brings together on these Monday evenings. Somewhere on a little South Pacific island, a lad may be listening, while somewhere on the plains of Iowa, his family is listening too. Perhaps in its way, the Lux Radio Theater has become a kind of American institution, just like the good product that makes this theater possible. You may have to wait a few days now and then to get Lux Flakes, but it's worth waiting for. Now a hit play, as the curtain goes up on Heaven Can Wait, starring Don Amici as Henry Van Cleve and Maureen O'Hara as Martha.
Henry Van Cleve passes on.
Millionaire, 70 years old, succumbs quietly.
When Henry Van Cleve died, he realized it was very unlikely that his next stop could be heaven. So, with dignity and gentle humility, he presented himself at the place where people had so often told him to go, Hades. Now he stands in the outer office of the head man of the region, known to his devilish associates as His Excellency. At last an attendant whispers in Henry's ear, and he's ushered into an elegantly furnished office, where behind a huge desk sits an elegantly dressed gentleman, His Excellency, the Devil.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Van Cleve? Come in, please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. It's very kind of you to receive me.
Not at all. Sit down.
Thank you.
I hope you'll forgive my keeping you waiting, but we're very busy. Really, sometimes it looks as if the whole world is coming down here. Frankly, I haven't had an opportunity to familiarize myself with your case. When did it happen, Mr. Van Cleve?
Tuesday. To be exact, I died at 9:36 in the evening.
I trust you didn't suffer much.
Oh, no, not in the least. I had finished my dinner.
A good one, I hope.
Oh, excellent. I ate everything the doctor forbade. Then I fell asleep. And when I woke up, all my relatives were there, speaking in low tones, saying nothing but the kindest things about me. Then I knew I was dead.
I hope your funeral was satisfactory.
Well, there was a lot of crying, so I believe everybody had a good time. It would have been an ideal funeral if Mrs. Cooper, a coloratura, hadn't volunteered to sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Mr. Van Cleve, I can see you have a sensitive, cultivated ear.
Oh, thank you.
And let me warn you, the music down here is anything but pleasant. Beethoven, Brahms, and Mozart, you hear them only above.
Yes, I know. And there are several people up there I would love to see. Particularly one. A very dear one. But I haven't a chance.
Have you tried?
No, Your Excellency. I know the life I lived. I know where I belong. I'd like to get it over as quickly as possible.
Very well. If you meet our requirements, we'll be only too glad to accommodate you. Would you be kind enough to mention, for instance, some outstanding crime you've committed?
Crime? Crime? Well, I'm afraid I can't think of any. But I can safely say that my whole life has been one continuous misdemeanor.
Well, get on with it, but make it as brief as possible, please.
Well, perhaps the best way to tell you the story of my life is to tell you about the women in my life.
Ah, you begin to interest me.
Let's start with the first woman, my mother. A lovely lady, but prejudiced. I was bald, and I looked like a boiled lobster, but she thought I was wonderful. She was the first woman I ever fooled. And then there was my grandmother. She was just as prejudiced as my mother.
baby boy. My little darling. Here, let me hold him a minute. Please, Mother Van Cleve. Let the baby rest. Oh, you're just jealous, Bertha. Give him to me. I can't stand it any longer. I'm going to talk to Randolph about this. Yes, Randolph. First you take my son away, and now you want to alienate my grandchild.
You see, I was only 10 days old, and already women were fighting for me. What a way to start a man on the road of life.
Go on.
Well, my next lesson came from little Mary. She was 9, just my age. She was pushing a doll carriage along our street one day when...
Hello, Mary. Don't you talk to me, honey, Dan, please. You're a bad boy. My mother says I shouldn't talk to bad boys. I bet you don't know what I have in this box. It's a beetle. A beetle? See? You like it? Oh, who doesn't like beetles? It's yours. Oh, thank you, but I wonder if I should take it. Oh, don't worry. I have another one. Another beetle? Uh-huh. See? Oh, it's beautiful. But it looks rather lonely. I think it wants to be together with mine. You mean you want this one, too? Honey, Dan, please. You think I'm the kind of a girl who would take away a boy's last beetle? Oh, that's all right. You can have it. Oh, thank you, honey. Now, if you want to, you can walk with me to the corner.
From that moment on, one thing was clear to me. If you want to win a girl, you have to have lots of beetles.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then there was the matter of the French governess we had. I was 14 years old then. I borrowed my father's dress suit and $20, and we went to Delmonico's for dinner.
You and the governess?
Yes.
You were 14 at the time?
Yes.
Think of that. Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh, very much.
Good.
Up to a certain point, anyway. I drank too much champagne, and then my family found out about it.
Oh, how?
My cousin, Albert Van Cleve, told me.
Go on.
Well, I suppose the first really important incident was the morning of my 26th birthday. That was back in 1899. There was a big family conference that morning, my mother, my father, and my grandfather. It was about me, of course.
Oh, that boy. Where is he? Why, didn't he come home last night?
Now, Bertha, I'd like to give you some consolation, but all I can say is, chin up.
Randolph, where does the boy get it from? Our own son.
I give up, Bertha. I never gambled in my life, and I never knew what a musical comedy girl looked like. Why, to this day, I wouldn't know how to find the stage entrance to a theater.
It's always around the back, Randolph. It has a sign over the door. You can't miss it.
Father, please. I'm not interested.
Too bad.
Where does the boy get it from?
Good morning, Grandfather.
Good morning, Albert.
Good morning, Uncle Randolph. And Bertha. Good morning, Albert.
Albert?
I just came in to bring a little birthday remembrance to Henry. Why, anything wrong? Isn't he home? Well, it's 11 o'clock Sunday morning, and if I know my cousin Henry, he's probably still in church. I mean that humorously.
Albert, I'm struggling successfully against the gout, and I'm waging a terrific battle with my liver. But I doubt if I have the strength to survive your jokes. You're a successful lawyer. Let it go at that. I love you, Albert.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Albert, it was sweet of you to drop in so early. I hope Henry will be here tonight to thank you.
I hope so, too. Otherwise, I'd be in the most embarrassing position so far as my future in-laws are concerned.
Oh, we're so eager to meet your fiancée. How does she like New York?
Well, she's only been here for 2 days.
And her parents, Albert, how are they?
Oh, yes. And how does the big butcher from the wide open spaces like New York?
Father, please. Grandfather, you don't seem to have any idea of the importance of Mr. Strabo. Why, he's one of the great meatpackers of our time. He created the most famous character in American advertising, Mabel the cow. You've seen her on billboards, Father.
The big happy cow smiling at you over the fence and saying in big letters, how does it go?
To the world, my name is Mabel, which you'll find on every label. I am packed by E.F. Strabo for the pleasure of your table.
No cow in its right mind could have said anything like that.
Grandfather, please.
Oh, Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes, Floggo?
Mr. Henry has just come home. He went directly upstairs.
Thank you, Floggo.
Well, I'd been out all night. I was in my room just getting out of my evening cape when Mother came up to speak to me.
Henry.
Good morning, Mother.
Are you all right, my boy?
Oh, yes, Mother.
Many happy returns.
I'm sorry, Mother, if I made you unhappy.
Oh, Father and Grandfather and I, we're worrying ourselves to death. But all that matters to you is having what you call a good time.
Mother, I went out last night to raise cane.
Oh, son, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, don't worry, Mother, I didn't. I couldn't get it out of my mind.
You bewilder me. Pretty well.
Mother, when you saw Father for the first time, did you feel that unmistakable something? Did you feel an electric spark from your head right down to your toes that swept over you like a hurricane and threw you down on the ground, but you bounced up again and floated right over the treetops?
Oh, heaven forbid. I never had such a feeling. Oh, Henry, where do you get it from? Not to me. And your father certainly never had any sparks.
Mother, all I'm trying to say is I met a girl yesterday.
Oh, well, I hope she's from a good family.
Oh, I don't know. And frankly, I don't care.
Oh, what's her name? Where does she live?
I wish I knew.
Is she one of those musical comedies?
Oh, no. This time it's entirely different music. It's not the coochie. It's not the can-can. It's like a waltz by Strauss. Like a minuet by Mozart.
Oh, son, where do you get it from?
From you, Mother. Now, you must be just. When I was a little boy, you wanted me to believe in fairy tales. And now when one really happens... Mother, do you remember that story about the young man? I think he was a shepherd who was walking in the woods.
Oh, you've been in the country.
No, it happened right on Broadway. Suddenly, the young man saw a big castle, and out of the window leaned the most beautiful princess. Nothing could stop him. He climbed up the parapet of the castle.
Henry, have you broken into the Waldorf again?
Mother, darling, let's forget the fairy tale. I don't think I'll ever find that girl, but if I did, all your troubles would be over. If she didn't want me to gamble, I wouldn't look at another card. I'd stay home every night. Mother, I might even go to work.
Henry, that's wonderful, dear. Oh.
Well, I don't know where she is, so don't expect too much. And, look, Mother, I've been riding around for hours and hours trying to forget this girl.
Oh, now, dear, don't you worry.
But it was pretty expensive. The cab is still waiting out in front, and the cab driver was so nice to me. I promised him...
I know, dear. Just look under your pillow. I put something there last night.
Oh, Mother. Mother, sometimes I wonder if you're not spoiling me. There was a big crowd at the house that night. All the Van Cleves in New York turned out to meet Albert's fiancée, Martha Strable. When Albert brought them in, 100 pair of eyes turned to the door, and 100 tongues stopped wagging.
Dear family, it is my privilege and honor to present Mr. and Mrs. E.F. Strable. And last but not least, well, here she is, my fiancée, Martha.
How do you do?
Oh, Mother Strable, this is my grandfather.
How do you do? Welcome, Mrs. Strable. Did you bring Mabel?
Grandfather.
We're pretty proud of Mabel, Mr. Van Cleve.
Naturally. And you, Mr. Strable, welcome to our family.
Mr. Van Cleve, we folks don't talk much, but when we say something, we mean it. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the chance to meet the man who feeds the nation. May you lie as solidly anchored in our hearts as you do in our stomachs.
Grandfather, this is Martha.
So this is Martha. Well, Martha.
How do you do, Mr. Van Cleve?
Grandpa.
Yes, Grandpa.
If I were about 50 years younger, I'd take you right away from this splendid young man you're going to marry. Kiss your grandpa.
Dinner is served. Where's Henry? Oh, here he comes. Oh, Henry, come here. Yes? Martha, dear, I want you to meet Henry Van Cleve, my cousin.
How do you...
Oh, Miss Strable?
We're celebrating Henry's birthday, Martha, dear.
Oh, many happy returns, Mr. Van Cleve.
Our cousin Henry.
Cousin Henry.
Well, thank you, Cousin Martha.
Well, Henry, I've done my duty. It'll be your turn next.
That's most unlikely.
Oh, nonsense. All you have to do is to find the right girl.
That's difficult, Albert. I'm afraid I'll never have your luck.
Yes, no question about it. I'm lucky. Oh, where's Father Strable? Father Strable! Father Strable!
Don't be afraid, Cousin Martha.
I should have told Albert. It would have been the thing to do.
It shall remain our secret. I promise.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we had a secret. The most innocent secret I ever had. You see, I had met Miss Strable just the day before. It was in a department store near the telephones. I heard a girl making a call.
Hello, Mother. I'm at the hairdresser's. Oh, they say it will take at least half an hour. Don't worry, Mother. Goodbye.
Now, here was a girl lying to her mother. Naturally, that girl interested me at once. Why was this angel lying? I had to find out, so I followed her. But even if she hadn't lied to her mother, I would have followed her anyway. She left the store and went to a bookshop on Fifth Avenue. She seemed very worried about something and kept glancing around nervously, looking for a clerk. Well, Briefly, I volunteered. May I help you, miss?
Thank you. I'd like to... Oh, aren't there any women clerks?
Well, unfortunately not.
Well, it's, maybe I'd better come some other time.
Oh, please, miss, my employer's watching, and if he sees me losing a customer, it might cost me my job.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, perhaps I can buy some other book.
Oh, why another book? Please, speak freely. Which book do you want?
Well, the title of the book is...
Yes?
Well, it's, oh, there it is, right there. That one.
This one. Oh, yes, here. How to Make Your Husband Happy by Dr. Blossom Franklin. This one?
Yes, that one.
Oh, I probably should apologize. I imagine I should have called you Madam.
Oh, no, it's still Miss.
Oh, but not for long, I presume.
That's quite right. How much is the book?
Well, it's very expensive.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, this is against the interest of the firm, but I must be honest with you. Don't buy this book. You don't need it. I'll tell you something much more appropriate. Leave your nest and fly away with me.
Well, I might buy that book, too.
Well, it's not in stock right now, but I'd love to discuss the idea with you.
Please, will you tell me how much is How to Make Your Husband Happy?
Oh, by Dr. Blossom Franklin. Look, there's a picture. Now, where could a woman like that have found out how to make a husband happy? You certainly don't want to learn anything from her. You're so charming, so young, so beautiful.
You shouldn't say things like that. If you don't mind, I'd like this book.
I do mind. Now, imagine that I'm the man you're going to marry.
Please, I just came in here to buy a book.
For the sake of discussion, let's say we are getting married. Now, believe me, I don't want anybody to tell you how to make me happy. The greatest gift you could bring me is to be just as you are. Adorable.
All I want is a book, just one book.
Stubborn, huh? Now, look.
If you don't change your attitude, I shall have to complain to your employer.
I'm not employed here. I'm not a book salesman.
Oh.
I took one look at you and I followed you into the store. If you'd walked into a restaurant, I would have become a waiter. If you'd walked into a burning building, I would have become a fireman. If you'd walked into an elevator, I would have stopped it between two floors and we would have stayed there for the rest of our lives.
I think you must be mad. Goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. Please, wait. That was our secret. Martha Strable was the princess I had met. And now she was going to marry Albert. That night, Mrs. Cooper entertained at the party. I call it entertainment. She was singing. Martha, dearest, come outside.
Yes, Albert.
Oh, Martha, dearest.
I'm terribly sorry, Albert.
Dearest, you don't seem to realize who is singing.
Oh, I know. Mrs. Cooper. One of your most important clients. But, Albert, what could I do? I have to sneeze.
Dearest, do you think you may have to sneeze again?
Well, I don't know. I can't guarantee it.
Well, then, let's not take any chances. Why don't you go into the library and see how things develop?
Yes, dear.
Now run along. I'll go back to the drawing room.
Hello.
I didn't know anyone was here.
You didn't know I was here. Is that what you mean? Cousin Martha, look at me.
What?
You're beautiful.
Oh, let me go. Let me... Oh, you kissed me.
You're irresistible.
Cousin Henry.
Yes?
You must never do anything like that again. Even Albert, my own fiancé, never did.
To kiss you?
Of course he kissed me. Why not? But he never kissed me like that.
Like what?
Oh, I hate you. I don't know why I ever stay in the same room with you.
Please forgive me. But we're going to be related. We're going to see each other. Now, how can we help?
Well, I suppose we can.
And if we meet in the future, we don't have to talk about personal things, about you and me. Let's talk about something neutral. For instance, Albert.
Why not?
By the way, do you love Albert?
I'm marrying him, am I not?
Are you?
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. You can't. You haven't got that book.
What book?
How to Make Your Husband Happy.
It might interest you to know that I went back and bought it.
Does it tell you how to make a man happy whom you don't love?
He's a fine man. He's good. He has integrity. He's full of high ideals.
Do you love him?
Well, I'm going to make him a fine wife. At least I'll try my best. And if you ask me one more question, I'm going to leave this room and I'll never come back again. Never.
I still can't understand an angel like you and Albert. It doesn't make sense. Why do you want to marry him?
I've always wanted to live in New York, and I don't want to say anything against our own home. Don't misunderstand me. We have all the modern conveniences and luxury. But you don't know Father and Mother.
Well, I've only just met them.
Don't you think they're sweet?
Oh, yes, very.
Oh, yes, they are. But it's not very easy to live with them. You see, most of the time they don't talk to each other. And whenever a young man and... Oh, they wear some very nice ones.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Well, if one asked for my hand and my mother said yes, my father said no. And if my father said yes, my mother said no. But Albert came when they happened to be on speaking terms, and if I hadn't said yes, who knows when they might have been talking to each other again. And I might have been an old maid. Oh.
You're not going to be an old maid. You're going to be married, but not to Albert. And yet you won't even have to change the initials on your linen.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're going to marry me.
Well, how can I marry you? I'm not even engaged.
Martha, do you love me?
I hardly know you.
Love doesn't need any introductions. You love or you don't love. Do you love me or don't you?
Trying to take away the fiancé of your own cousin.
Do you love me?
Yes. Oh, why did you ever come into my life?
To make you happy. To hold you in my arms forever.
Oh, I wish I were dead.
Look, let's get away. Let's get married immediately. Tonight.
You mean alone?
That's just what I mean.
Why, I never did such a thing before. Oh, I wish I were dead.
When Romeo and Juliet ran away from home, they didn't stop to say goodbye. When Tristan falls in love with a soldier, they have to sing for 3.5 hours. And all I'm asking you to do is jump into a cabin with me and drive to the first justice of peace. What are we waiting for? Come on.
No, wait, listen.
Now, don't stop now.
But Al...
Come on, or do I have to carry you?
Listen, we can.
All right, then I'll carry you.
Henry, put me down.
Mr. Henry, sir. Open that door, Flogdo, quick.
Henry!
Mr. Henry, sir, what are you doing?
Get out of the way. We're going to be married.
Mr. Henry!
What's the matter? What's all this excitement right in the middle of Mrs. Cooper's diary?
Mr. Albert,
What happened, Flogdell?
Mr. Henry and Miss Stable, they're going to be married.
Oh,
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
She was packed by E.F. Strable to be served at Albert's table, but that Henry changed the label.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Heaven Can Wait, starring Donna Michi and Maureen O'Hara in just a moment. Meantime, here's a question for Sally. Sally, what do you do when you're writing something with a pencil and make a mistake?
Why, you rub it out. You take an eraser and rub it out.
Mm-hmm. And what does that do to the paper you're writing on?
Well, I don't suppose it helps any. Matter of fact, sometimes you make a thin place in the paper or even rub a hole right through.
Uh-huh. So when you rub a pretty slip with cake soap or rub the fabric together between your fingers...
You're certainly not helping the slip any.
And you may be doing plenty of damage. That's why it's so much wiser to let gentle Lux suds float away dirt. That's what they do, you know, when you squeeze them through the fabric. Float away the dirt with no rubbing. And none of the harmful alkali either that strong soaps have. Lux helps your things last longer, wear better.
There's another reason, too, for luxing under things after every wearing. Listen a minute.
You're so lovely, darling. You know, I've been looking for you for years.
Sentimental? Well, maybe. But what girl doesn't hope for words like that? And Lux girls hear them often. You see, they're always sure of daintiness. And it's so easy to be sure. It takes only a moment to give undies their nightly luxing. So don't take chances. Lux undies after every wearing to guard daintiness and help those pretty things of yours last longer, too.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of Heaven Can Wait, starring Donna Michi as Henry and Maureen O'Hara as Martha. Far below, in the infernal regions, Henry Van Cleve continues his life's history with a suspicion of brimstone in the air as the old man talks to His Excellency, the devil.
And so, we got married.
You stole Martha away from Albert, huh?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Let's hear the rest of it.
Well, in the next 10 years, old houses were torn down and new houses rose taller and taller. But our marriage lasted just like our 4-story brownstone house. One morning, a few days before our 10th anniversary, I was coming down the stairs for breakfast. My son, Jackie, was bouncing a ball.
Now, Jackie, stop that.
Good morning, Daddy.
Good morning, Jackie. Now, you know very well you're not supposed to bounce that ball until your mother is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Now, I've told you this many times, son.
And I'm always sorry. Daddy, I bet you'd like to know what I'm going to give you for your birthday.
Yes, I'm dying to know. Now, let's see. Is it a tie?
Well, I'm not telling. But I'll give you a hint. It has 22 colors in it.
Well, no tie has that many colors.
Oh, no? Daddy, how old are you going to be?
36.
That's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, I never thought about it, but I guess it is.
Daddy, when you were as old as me, what kind of a kid were you?
Well, I was pretty obedient. When my parents said go to bed, I never argued about it. I I did all my schoolwork. Brushed my teeth every morning, and I never sneaked into the kitchen and stuffed the turkey with my father's old Panama hat.
Gee, Daddy, I guess you were a wonderful boy.
Well, I suppose I was.
And Grandpa must be a terrible liar. Well, goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Jackie. Where does he get it from?
Good morning, Henry.
Morning, Mother.
Sit down, dear, while your breakfast is still hot.
Morning, Grandfather. How are you feeling? That's fine. Look, Mother, this is a bracelet I bought yesterday. You think Martha will like it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Well, after 10 years with me, I think she's entitled to it.
Yes. Oh, if your father could only be here, Henry, to see you settle down.
Well, it's Martha and only Martha. You know, Mother, I'm the luckiest man in the world.
By the way, isn't she coming down for breakfast?
I didn't go into her room. She's probably tired.
Mr. Dent, please, sir. This telegram came for you.
Thank you, Marlowe.
What is it, Henry? Anything serious?
No, nothing. I think I'll go upstairs and see if Martha's still asleep.
Well, Henry, was Martha still asleep? Show me that telegram, Henry.
Here.
Please don't try to follow me. As soon as I have settled down, I will make plans about Jackie. Don't let him know anything. With your ingenuity, it will be easy to make up a story. Henry, you mean we've lost Martha?
It's incredible. It just doesn't make sense. Martha leaving me.
What did you do? What happened?
I don't know how I can go on living without her. I love Martha.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you what happened.
I don't know. I always thought she was very happy with me. But you know how people talk.
If a woman like Martha runs away from her husband, there must be a reason.
Grandfather, what am I going to do?
That's up to you. But let me tell you one thing. I'm an old man, and I may have to go any day. And if you can't make her forgive you, I'll be standing up there right in the entrance, and if you ever try to climb that ladder, I'll hit you on the head with a baseball bat.
I figured Martha had gone back to her folks, and I was right. But the thing I didn't know was that she had met Albert on the train. He stopped off with her. Albert, the great corporation lawyer. Albert, the peacemaker. That evening, they were all sitting around the parlor. As usual, Mr. and Mrs. Strable went on speaking terms.
Jasper! What's all that noise about? Jasper! Will you stop yelling? I'm trying to read. Jasper!
Yes, sir. I just talked to Mr. Chuck, sir. He says somebody saw a couple of prowlers somewhere on the ground. They may be some of them horse thieves.
Well, tell Chuck to keep after them.
Yes.
And if necessary, shoot them.
Yes.
Excuse me, Father, but if you don't mind, I think I'll go upstairs. I'm pretty tired. Good night.
Sure.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, dear. Breakfast at 7:30.
Yes.
Oh, Martha.
Yes, Albert.
Martha, I want you to have a restful night. And why not? Your troubles are actually over. You paid for your mistakes and paid dearly.
Albert, I don't want anybody to get the impression that I'm a victim of 10 years of misery. Nothing of the kind. There were moments in my marriage which very few women have been lucky enough to experience.
There were times when you were lifted way up to the sky.
Yes, way up.
Only to be dropped way down afterwards. That's not the purpose of marriage. Marriage is a peaceful, well-balanced adjustment of two right-thinking people.
I'm afraid that's only too true. Good night, Albert.
And Martha, there's one other thought I want you to sleep with. My feelings for you have remained unchanged.
That's very kind of you.
Naturally, I'm not the flashy type, like some people. And I would say I'm rather on the conservative side. If I were, for instance, a suit of clothes, you'd not call me a stylish touch. And I prefer it that way. But I can safely say that I'm sewed together carefully, and my lining is good. Frankly, I believe I wear well. I'm not too hot in the summer. I give protection in the winter. Need I say more?
No, Albert. You gave a complete and accurate description of yourself. Good night.
Thank you, Martha. Miss Martha, excuse me, please, ma'am, but that horse thief we was looking for,
Oh, yes. Did you catch him, Jasper?
he's in your room, ma'am, waiting for you.
In my room, you mean?
Yes, that's him.
Martha.
Henry,
Henry, you...
Oh, Martha, darling, sweetheart, how could you do this to me? Don't you realize what I went through, running away like that without a word? Can't you imagine what I suffered? Oh, Martha, Martha.
Henry, it won't work anymore.
What's Albert doing here?
Albert?
Yes, Jasper told me. What's he doing here?
I just met him by accident on the train.
Accident? You expect me to believe that? Here I am looking all over the world for my wife, going insane with despair. And where do I find her? 2,000 miles away with another man. I just don't see how I can stand anymore.
Henry, it won't work. I know your every move. I know your outraged indignation. I know the poor, weeping little boy. I know the strong, silent man. The wounded lion who is too proud to explain what happened in the jungle last night.
Oh, so I'm a fake. I'm false. I'm cheap.
Henry, please.
I know I brought you nothing but unhappiness.
You know that's not true.
Oh, so we did have some good times together.
Some wonderful times.
Well, then what do you want? What did I do? Even a murderer has a right to defend himself. You can't hang a man without evidence.
I know.
Oh, if I only knew what particular thing is in your mind. Have you seen Aunt Minetta recently?
Of course I have.
Oh, well, now everything is clear. Now, let me tell you. When she saw me, yes, I was having tea at the plaza, and at the table with me was a very handsome young woman. But believe me, there was nothing to it. I would have come to you and told you myself.
But you didn't want to make me uncomfortable, even for one.
That's exactly right, darling.
It won't work, Henry. And besides, Aunt Minetta hasn't said one word about you.
Oh. All right, I'm fighting a losing battle. I don't love you. I never loved you. I love everybody in New York more than you.
There you go again. Listen. It's the 25th of October, Henry. Many happy returns.
Thank you, Martha. But it's something much more important than my birthday. It's our anniversary. 10 years ago today, I was almost as much in love with you as I am right now.
It's very difficult for a woman to send her husband away on their 10th anniversary. Especially when he speaks as beautifully as you do. But I must do it.
All right, darling, I know it's all over, but... Here, this is your present. You like it?
I'd say it cost $10,000. For that money, it's a very good purchase.
Well, Martha, what makes you talk like that?
Oh, if only you'd forgotten to give me this bracelet. I probably would have been fooled. You've no idea what a mistake you made. The magician played one trick too many. You see, the other day I was having a new photograph made of Jackie and me, and I wanted to have it the right size to fit into your wallet. So I slipped into your room. This is what fell out of your wallet. It's a bill from the jeweler's. September the 30th. One bracelet delivered, $500. October the 21st, one bracelet delivered, $10,000.
Martha.
I don't remember having received any bracelet from you on or about September the 30th.
Oh, so that's what it's all about. To think you had to go through all this only because the jeweler made a mistake. And that's what the whole thing is, a mistake. I never bought this $500 bracelet.
Has the jeweler ever made a mistake on any of our bills before?
Oh, so you don't believe me. It's easier for you to believe that I lied than that the jeweler made a mistake. Oh, darling.
Henry, this may surprise you, but I just don't believe a word you're saying.
I don't believe it either.
Grandpa.
Martha, darling. Now, come, let's get started. Let's pack.
What do you mean?
Well, naturally, you're going back with us to New York. Henry, what are you standing there for? Come on, sweep her off her feet, otherwise we'll miss the next train. Where's your bag, Martha?
If I can't make her happy, then I don't want her to come back.
That's better.
No, I mean it seriously.
That's why it's good. I'll pack for you, Martha.
Martha, let's face it. You want a divorce?
I see no other way.
And what about Jackie?
Naturally, I want her.
Yes, I think you're right. The boy should get away from me.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
But I did. You want him to turn into another Henry Van Cleve?
Where are the rest of your things, Martha?
In the closet, but...
For instance, you know what our little Jackie did the other day?
What?
He bought ice cream for the little girl.
Well, what's wrong about that? I think it's charming.
But the girl he bought the ice cream for was not the girl he should have bought it for.
The little devil.
And when the one little girl found out that the other little girl... Well, that boy got himself into such a mess.
Did he get out of it?
Sure. The little girl likes him better than before.
Oh, what a...
He is a problem.
I suppose so. But when he comes and makes up his little stories, and you know that they are just little stories, but he wants you to believe them so badly that you wish you could, and finally, well, what else can you do?
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm not talking about... Oh, I don't know.
Happy anniversary.
I'm still too confused. I have to collect myself.
You can do it on the train.
But what am I going to say to my parents?
Send them a telegram.
You mean sneak out of the house in the middle of the night?
Exactly.
Like thieves?
Yes, like thieves. We did it once before. Why shouldn't we do it again? How many people are lucky enough to have the thrill of eloping twice in one marriage?
That's it. We'd better get started.
Martha, will you come back?
Well...
Of course she will.
Martha, will you?
Yes, Henry. Of course I will.
We sneaked down the stairs and out into the carriage. Old Strable saw us, though. He came flying out of the house like a tornado.
Come back! Get back, fast, you pink Mabel. Yippee!
And then one birthday began following another, faster and faster. I became 45, then came 46, 47. And I stopped counting. On one of these birthdays, Martha and I went to the Follies. And at the end of the first act, we saw a very attractive girl coming down a staircase. A few weeks later, I happened to find out that her name was Peggy Nash. And I happened to hear things about her which made me very eager to meet Miss Nash.
Well, sit down. How do you do, Mr. Jones? Jones was the name, wasn't it?
Yes, Jones. How do you do, Miss Nash? Thank you for letting me call.
Thank you for those beautiful, beautiful roses.
When I saw you the other night at the Follies coming down the stairway, I said to myself...
That's the girl of my dreams.
Yes, that's right. You see, Miss Nash...
Oh, Jonesy, the note that came with your flowers.
You laughed at...
Who wouldn't? That note was so full of charm. It was so sweet. It had all the quaintness of bygone days.
Oh, really?
Yes. You know, men don't write that way anymore. Oh, why are there so few of you left?
Well, to tell you the truth, Miss Nash, I didn't exactly come up here to be admired as a museum.
Oh, now, Jonesy, don't be touchy.
Anyway, Miss Nash.
Peggy.
Anyway, Peggy. I'm sure it's a waste of time to talk about the past when the present can be so lovely that one anticipates a most delightful future.
Oh, Jonesy, it all sounds so wonderful. But, oh, dear.
But what?
Well, you see this photograph? He's very handsome, isn't he?
Oh? Friend of yours?
Very much so.
Serious?
I'm afraid it is.
Is there anything I could do to make you forget this young man?
Oh, Jonesy, they're asking a lot.
Would it be indiscreet to ask who he is?
Now, come on, Mr. Van Cleve. Don't you know your own son?
Miss Nash.
No, I didn't fall into your trap. But it must be rather sad for the great cavalier of the gay 90s to find that his technique's getting rusty. Yes, I've heard all about the daring Henry. I understand in my mother's day you were. And I'm sure you had a very dashing figure. Now you're a kind of retired Casanova. Well, it's always the same with men when they retire. Some grow flowers and some grow a tummy.
Miss Nash, my son means very much to me.
He means very much to me, too.
How much? Shall we say 5,000?
5,000? Oh, Jonesy, you're underestimating me. I'm much worse than that. But I'll make you a bargain. $25,000.
I'll send you the money.
Before lunch?
Before lunch. Well, goodbye, Miss Nash.
You've been perfectly charming.
And so have you.
And you hope never to see me again.
Goodbye. Miss Nash, now that our problem has been solved, I would like to ask just one question, and I'd appreciate an honest answer.
I give you my word.
Suppose you didn't know I was Jack's father, and you happened to see me on the street or in a restaurant. This is just an academic question. How old would you say I am?
Well, I'd say about 50.
That old?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
No, that's perfectly all right. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, but how old are you?
50.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Don Amici and Maureen O'Hara for the third act of Heaven Can Wait. But before we do, Sally has a new version of the old nursery rhyme about the little Indian.
It's a very sad story, Mr. Kennedy, so I hope you're in the proper frame of mind. It's about a girl who just bought some new rayon stockings. It goes like this. Her little stockings, pretty as can be, one tap to run. Well, then there were three. Three little stockings, pretty nearly new, that rubbed with thick soap. Whips only two. Two little stockings, my story's nearly done. Strong soap whipping them. So now there's one. And you know a girl can't go around wearing just one stocking.
A very sad story, Sally. But I'm afraid your heroine wasn't awfully bright.
She was just plain dumb, Mr. Kennedy. While if she'd left those stockings, she might still be wearing them.
She might indeed. We have proof, you know, that Lexington stockings cut down runs over 50%. In a whole series of tests on rayon stockings, the ones washed with Lux Flakes lasted far longer. The nose rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Luxing cut runs in half.
That works for silk and nylon and cotton seed as well as rayon. Whatever kind of stockings you're wearing, a Luxing a day helps to keep runs away. This is something that rayon dry thoroughly. They need from 24 to 48 hours to get dry all the way through.
And be sure you get Lux Flakes. If your dealer is out of Lux when you ask for it, he'll have more soon. So ask him again in a day or two. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the play, we have an appointment with two very charming people, our stars. But now the curtain rises on the third act of Heaven Can Wait, starring Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara. The recital of the life and misdemeanors of Henry Van Cleve is drawing to a close. As Henry talks, His Excellency the Devil listens attentively, jotting notes on a pad of red paper.
At the age of 50, then, you found you were growing a bit corpulent, unattractive to the ladies.
Yes.
You were displeased.
Well, in a way, a man likes to feel that, well...
Vanity.
I suppose that's it.
Continue, please.
Well, another year rolled by, and Martha and I celebrated our 25th anniversary. Early in the evening, she disappeared. I found her later sitting alone in the library. Oh, darling, what are you doing here all alone?
Nothing. I just wanted to take a little rest. After all, it's been such an exciting evening.
There's nothing wrong, is there?
Oh, no, nothing, dear. I'm just...
Just what?
I should tell the truth. I'm being a little sentimental. So I came in here for a few minutes.
Ah, yes. This is where it all started.
25 years ago.
Yes. I was standing there by the window, and then you came in.
Yes. Then you started walking towards me, very slowly. I could count every step.
Oh, you were such a frightened little girl.
Darling, I want to make a confession. After all, we have been married 25 years.
Well, what is it, Martha?
I wasn't frightened at all.
You weren't?
When you were walking towards me so slowly, I thought, what's the matter with him? Can't he walk faster?
Oh, darling Martha.
Yes, Robert?
Mrs. Van Cleve, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Yes, I called you. Well, it's really not important. Yes, everything's all right now. I'll call you tomorrow.
Who is that?
Oh, nothing special. Let's go back to our guest, shall we?
Darling, who was that on the phone?
Oh, I'll tell you all about it some other time.
Why not now?
All right, I'll tell you. This is another confession. My lover.
I don't think it's funny at all.
Are you jealous?
Oh, no, don't be silly, Martha. But why can't you tell your husband who you talk to over the telephone? And besides, I wouldn't have brought it up right now, but for the past several weeks you've been going out in the afternoons and you've all worked.
You are jealous. Henry, at last, after 25 years. Thank you, darling.
Martha, whom did you talk to?
Well, you promised to be sensible and not to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Yes, I promise.
Well, you know how women are. We have too much time on our hands, and we begin to imagine things are wrong with us. And I'm no exception. So I've been going to see a doctor. That's all.
Darling, I certainly feel like a fool. Now, I'll make a confession. I really was jealous. Imagine a man. Martha, what did you see the doctor for? What's wrong?
Nothing, really.
Darling, is it serious?
I tell you, it's nothing at all. Just a little dizzy spell. Now, you promised to be sensible.
What did the doctor say?
Listen, dear. If I take 5 drops 3 times a day, and if you don't worry too much about me, we'll both live to celebrate our golden anniversary. Now, let's dance.
I didn't know it then, but this was our last anniversary. It was the last time we danced together. There were only a few more months left for Martha, and she made them the happiest of all our lives. I was a lonely man after Martha died. I kept searching for something in life and never finding it. Perhaps it was my youth I was looking for. Perhaps it was Martha. One morning I came home at breakfast time. I'd been out all night. My son Jack caught me sneaking into the house.
Father, is that you?
Oh, good morning, Jack.
I'd like to talk to you, Father.
Now, Jack.
I said I'd like to talk to you. Come into the library.
Jack, I heard a very funny joke. It'll start your day off with a laugh.
You should be ashamed coming home at all hours, making a wreck of yourself. How long do you think you can keep this up?
Please, Jack, don't scold me.
Someday you're going to collapse.
Yeah, I know you're right, Jack. I shouldn't be living this kind of life. But, my boy, put yourself in my place. I'm lonesome. You're always away somewhere on business. And being alone in this big house night after night, you don't know what it's like.
Neither do you, because you're never at home.
But I can imagine what it's like, and Jack, it's horrible. I want to have a talk with you. I'm not fooling myself. I'm not getting any younger, and I think the time has come to change my way of living.
Oh, yes? All right, who is she?
Who?
The girl you want to marry.
Well, who said anything about getting married? No. What I had in mind was something entirely different. You know, Jack, the other day when I was all alone in the house, you know what I felt like doing?
What?
Jack, I felt I'd like to sit down in a comfortable chair and read and read and read.
Oh, I didn't do it.
Jack, the eyes can't take it anymore?
Why don't you go to an oculist?
That might do, yes. On the other hand, what do you think of the idea of some kind of a reader? You know, someone with a pleasant voice and nice diction.
Come on, out with it. Who is she?
Well, you have the most suspicious mind.
How old is she?
Well, she is an unusually adult young woman. I met her at old Wilson Weatherby's house. She was his reader.
Father, this is the silliest idea I ever heard.
Jack, why do you want to deprive your old father of a little cultural pleasure? Look at all these beautiful books. I can think of nothing more dignified and homelike than sitting in front of the fireplace and having someone read one of them to me. Something worthwhile. Something like this, perhaps. Now, let's see. This book.
Well, something like what? What book is it? How to Make Your Husband Happy? Where did this thing come from?
Why, that's been here a long time. I'd forgotten.
Forgotten what? Father, about this reader you want. This girl.
I've forgotten that, too. I don't want her, Jack. I guess I don't want much of anything. As a man grows older, his medicine cabinet grows bigger. At the age of 70, my medicine bottles filled 6 shelves. The night I died, I'd eaten everything the doctor said I shouldn't. When I woke up, there was a nurse sitting beside me. A nurse? Oh, she was a vision. I opened my eyes, and there she was sitting on the edge of the bed. Nellie Brown, registered nurse. Your Excellency, one look at her, and it didn't matter whether she was registered or not. And then Nellie took out a thermometer, and she said, "Open your mouth." Who wouldn't for Nellie? Then she put the thermometer in my mouth, and my temperature went up to 110. Who could ask for a more beautiful death? Well, Your Excellency, that's the story of my life. And now I'd be grateful if you'd ring for the elevator and send me down where I belong.
No, definitely no. Sorry, Mr. Van Cleve, but we don't cater to your class of people. Please make your reservation somewhere else.
Somewhere else? But, Your Excellency, if I walk into the lobby of the other place...
You mean above?
Yes, I know what will happen. The man behind the desk will say, "Can't you read the sign? Clientele restricted."
Well, you never can tell. Sometimes they have a small room vacant in the annex. Not exactly on the sunny side, not so very comfortable. The bed may be hard, and you might have to wait a few hundred years until they move you into the main building.
Oh, I don't think they'll even let me register.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try. After all, they may inquire about you among the residents in the main building. And I think you'll find a lot of people who'll give you a good reference. And that always helps. For instance, grandfather.
Oh, yes, grandfather.
Don't you think he'll be waiting for you?
He might.
He will, and not with a baseball bat. And there must be many old waiters from Sherry's and Delmonico's whom you tipped generously. And those old cab drivers who still remember that you never waited for the change. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of friends up there. And if they all should fail, there's someone else.
Yes, she's up there.
She will plead for you.
Do you think so?
You know she will. Mr. Van Cleve, I would say you have a chance. Anyway, it's worth trying. Here's the elevator.
Goodbye, Your Excellency. And thank you.
Good luck.
Oh, I'll need it.
Going down, sir? No, up.
Our stars will be back in a moment. You know, people have different ideas about almost everything, even washing dishes.
I do my dishes once a day. Just rinse and stack them, tuck them away in the laundry tub, and then wash up the whole lot at a time. I think it's more efficient. I wouldn't think of letting dirty dishes stand around. I get them out of the way just as soon as I can after every meal.
Different methods, but listen to this.
I use Lux flakes, of course. I wouldn't think of using anything else but Lux.
Yes, it's Lux for dishes, whichever plan you follow. First, Lux saves your hands. If you've let strong soap give your hands that dishpan look, change to Lux. Soon your hands will be soft and smooth again. That's been proved in many, many tests. Second, Lux does more work. Does up to twice as many dishes as the same weight of well-known dishwashing soaps tested. You get so many suds with Lux Flakes, they're very thrifty. Use Lux thriftily, too. Don't waste it. Use all you need to get good suds, but no more than you need. Try Lux tomorrow for dishes, and see for yourself how much work it does, how kind it is to hands. Be sure you get Lux Flakes. Now here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
In the book that lists fine performances given at this microphone, you'll find written in large letters the names of Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara. And here they are for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. I have a rather important piece of news for the audience.
Let's have it, Don.
Well, in all fairness to you, Maureen, I think they should know that you are not 60 years old, as you were at one time during the play, but just 23.
Then I guess I can go to the canteen and dance with the soldiers this week.
There'll be trouble at the canteen if you don't. I wonder how it feels to be 23.
Weren't you ever 23, Mr. DeMille?
I can't remember that far back.
Well, at the age of 23, every girl considers Don Amici one of mankind's greatest benefactors.
Who, me?
Yes, you, Don. Just imagine a girl sitting at home alone at night, reading a book or washing her hair or something dull like that, and then the telephone rings. Somebody's in town on a furlough and wants a date. Everything's changed. The world is bright again.
And I did it?
Don, the whole thing couldn't have happened if in a certain motion picture you hadn't invented the telephone.
Well, don't forget I was lucky to have Loretta Young help me.
Well, if you're lucky too, Maureen, I'm sure you'll be very much interested in next week's play.
What is it?
The RKO screen success, Mr. Lucky. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, Cary Grant and Lorraine Day. This play has romance. It has exciting adventure, and it has the comedy that Cary Grant is noted for. So next Monday night is our lucky night with Mr. Lucky at this microphone.
Well, count me in for that one, C.B., and good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I'm joining in our applause myself. Last Friday night, radio welcomed back its oldest favorite, Amos and Andy. It was a completely new kind of show for them. A full half hour with a famous orchestra and top guest stars. Through the years, we've grown very fond of Amos and Andy. And now they're really better than ever. The old familiar gang of Brother Crawford, the Kingfish, Ruby, and Madam Queen will all be back. So each Friday we can listen to the warm humor that made us all enjoy them so much. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Lorraine Day in Mr. Lucky. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Don Amici will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Happy Land, and Maureen O'Hara's next picture at the same studio is the Technicolor production, Buffalo Bill. Third in tonight's play were Cliff Clark as grandfather, Arthur Q. Bryan as His Excellency, Anne O'Neill as Henry's mother, Roland Drew as Albert, and Verna Felton, Leo Cleary, Robert Harris, Fred Mackay, Regina Wallace, Dorothy Scott, Mary Lou Harrington, Dick Davis, Norman Field, Tommy Cook, Horace Willard, and Paula Winslow. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is National Bible Week. All over the world, the young men of this nation stand ready to make the supreme sacrifice to preserve liberty and justice. It is our duty to make sure these prevail when they return. Bible reading and regular church attendance will show the world that Americans hold steadfast to their faith. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Cary Grant and Lorraine Day in Mr. Lucky.
Make sure you get the vitamins and minerals your family needs in spite of food shortages. Get Vims. They're scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Vims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Yet Vims cost only a nickel a day in the family size at your druggist. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a girl fighting for her life in the rapids of a rushing stream and ended in the quiet depths of a poisoned cup.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A guy in my business has to take his vacation whenever he can get it. And the best I could get was a string of short weekends at a little resort town called Paradise Lake. It's only a few hours' drive from Chicago with lots of woods and streams. It's a lovely spot located just outside my income. It was after one of these weekend, if you'll pardon the expression, vacations, that I was heading for Chicago in time to get back on the job that night. I checked out of my rented cabin and had just crossed the bridge over Rocky Creek when suddenly I saw her. I jammed on the brakes. The girl lay on the edge of the road unconscious, my front wheels almost touching her. Hey, you, what's the matter? I got out of the car and ran over to her. The late afternoon sun gleamed on her wet, disheveled hair, and she was soaking wet. I could see tracks where she'd climbed up from the rapids below to the edge of the road. I chafed her wrists and slapped her hands a little. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? What happened? Come on, baby, snap on it.
Oh.
That's the girl.
Oh. No.
You look like you've been half drowned, beautiful. Well, she's still out. Well, better get you into my chariot before you catch pneumonia or some other car finishes you off. Up we go. Funny how silk clings when it's wet. I went back to my cabin. I got her inside and put her on the sofa. Then I started the fire in the fireplace and got the oil stove going in the kitchen. Eagle Scout Stone was doing his good deed for the day. I'd be late for the office tonight, but she looked as though it might be worth it.
Who's in there?
I came out of the kitchen and saw that she was sitting up, her big gray eyes wide and a little dazed.
Who are you? Where am I?
Her name is Randy Stone. Drink this.
What?
Go on. St. Bernard would have brandy, but on my salary, you'll have to settle for this. Drink it down.
How did I get here?
We'll exchange questions later. All right, now, down the hatch. That's the girl.
Oh, I'm soaked.
Better pull this blanket around you. There.
I'll be warm in a minute.
No, you're shivering. You better wrap it a little tighter.
You can let go.
Oh. Oh, yeah. I'll put some more wood in the fire. What's your name?
Pat Torrance.
What did you do? Slip and fall into the creek?
Fall?
Now, don't tell me you were in swimming, or is that a new style in French bathing suits?
No, I didn't fall.
All right, easy now. Now, what happened?
I was pushed.
You were what?
She pushed me. She tried to kill me.
The girl got up, one hand at her throat, her eyes wide with frightened memory. The blanket fell away from her shoulders, revealing a lovely outline all the way down.
I remember. I was standing on that high bank overlooking the rapids.
Yeah? Well, who did it? Who was she?
I'd better go. Thanks for...
Whoa, now, wait a minute. Whoa, now, take it easy. Get warm first. You'll get sick.
I really must go. Francine's probably worrying about what's happened to me. I've got to get back.
Francine?
Francine Moore. We have a cabin on the lake.
Oh, I must have been blind to have missed you all the time I've been here.
We just got in today.
Oh, I see. Well, whoever pushed you in certainly didn't lose any time, did she?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Maybe I better drive over to your cabin and get your girlfriend to bring over some dry clothes and then round up a cop on the way back.
Oh, no. No, please, not the police.
What's everybody got against the police? Why not?
Not right now, anyway. I want to talk to Uncle Ben first. Her father.
Uncle Ben?
Well, he's really not my uncle. I mean, well, he raised me when I was a kid. I owe him an awful lot.
Ben who?
Mason. He runs the hotel here, Paradise Inn.
Wait a minute. You mean Ben Mason's daughter, Margaret? Why would she want to kill you?
Because she hates me. Oh, I shouldn't have listened to Francine. She said I might get a chance to rest, to straighten things out in my own mind. Then when we get here, I find Marge already on the scene.
Yeah, but, Pat, what makes you think it was Marge who pushed you?
Oh, it was her, all right. She's broken up my marriage, stolen my husband, and now she's tried to kill me.
Well, beautiful, all I can say is that any man who'd pass you up for Marge Mason is the kind of a guy who would marry Hetty Lamar for her money. Just what did happen?
Well, I'd been walking along the creek. Francine was busy getting the cabin fixed up, and I was going to the store. When I got to the little footbridge, I suddenly saw Marge standing there. I had no idea she'd be here at Paradise.
Why, Pat, darling. Dad said you were here, but it didn't seem possible. You and Francine together. Ed's old girlfriend sharing cabin with you.
Francine Moore was never, as you put it, my husband's old girlfriend, and you know it.
Really, dear? Hasn't Francine ever mentioned it? Well, no matter. There comes a period in every man's life. But she was just a comma in his.
Why, you unscrupulous.
How naive can you get? Ed's played the field all his life, and he always will. You never really understood him.
I thought I understood you. I looked on you as if you were my own sister. I trusted you.
That's what Grace used to say about you.
Grace?
Yes, dear, Grace Rainey. Another member of Ed's harem. She's here at Paradise Lake, too, you know.
Grace Rainey? What do you mean?
Oh,
Why,
Dad
she
gave her a job as a hostess at the inn. The same big blonde cow. But you know Ed. He always did suffer from high blonde pressure.
Ed was never interested in Grace.
Wasn't he? Don't play innocent with me, darling. It's really jolly. You, Grace, Francine, and I, together once again in the old hometown.
Old home week.
All we need is Ed on the scene. And I shouldn't be surprised if he weren't on his way.
What? You mean he's coming here?
Come now, Pet. How corny can you get? Cut the act. You must have known he was planning to spend a few days here. Why else did you come?
To get away from him. From everything that reminded me of him.
Oh, please. Why don't you do the decent thing? Call it quits. Give him his divorce.
Why? So you can profit by what you've done to me?
I've tried to be patient with you. I've gone a long ways to try to reason.
Keep right on going. Don't ever let me see you again.
All right, Pat. If that's the way you want it. But if you insist on clinging to him like a spider just to spite me, you've only yourself to blame if anything happens.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
Take it any way you wish. Any way you wish.
And Marge just walked away and left you there?
Yes.
Then how could she have pushed you?
Well, I don't know. She must have come back. There was no one else around.
Well, she had the motive, I suppose, but still.
It's like a bad dream. To think Marge could do a thing like that. We used to be so close. We were even brought up together when we were kids.
All right, now, all right. Everything will be all right. Use my shoulder if you want. You want a handkerchief?
Thanks. What did you say your name was?
Randy Stone.
Oh, you've been very sweet, Randy. I must be a sight to behold.
Well, on the contrary, you're a sight to be held.
Oh, I'll bet.
Oh, that's a lousy pun, I know.
Anyway, this fire's nice and pleasant.
Yeah. Say, maybe I better fix up something to keep you from catching cold.
Oh, I'll be all right.
No. I got some stuff left in the kitchen and in this bottle. I'll fix you a hot toddy.
Oh, don't bother, Randy.
It's no bother at all. After you drink this, I'll drive over to your cabin and get your friend Francine.
All right.
Where is your cabin?
Just past the inn across the road.
Uh-huh. I'll have this ready in just a few seconds.
Swell.
So we had some hot toddy together. I hadn't had all the ingredients, maybe, but at least the essentials were in it, and it wasn't too bad. I got her to tell me something about herself. Her struggles, her dreams, her telephone number. Suddenly I realized how late it was getting.
Late? Oh, golly, it is at that. Francine will be frantic.
Yeah, not to mention my boss when I get back to Chicago tonight.
Your boss?
Yeah, the night editor.
You mean you're a reporter?
Any objections?
Yes, you'll put this in the paper.
Oh, why not?
Oh, you mustn't. It'll hurt Uncle Ben. If he finds out what's happened between Marge and me, he'd be terribly upset.
Yeah? Well, now, look, dollface, you just watch your step and make sure you don't get any free publicity yourself in the obituary column. That'd really upset dear old Uncle Ben. Now, you sit right here until I get back. If Marge or whoever it was who pushed you in catches you alone, there's no telling what might happen. I guess I just never could understand the feminine psychology. Bunch of dames trying to bump each other off over a guy who was never any good to begin with. Give me a nice, clean, masculine murder any time. At least it makes some sense. I drove back toward the inn, following the road along the course of the stream. And then suddenly ahead of me, I saw a couple of flares burning in a car parked across the road with its headlights focusing on the rushing stream below. I pulled up. A big white sheriff's star was painted on the car's side. Some men were working along the edge of the stream, and a small crowd was watching. I got out, walked down the bank toward the edge of the creek.
Oh, now, Grace.
There were two girls standing at the edge of the crowd. One was a tall blonde who was crying softly, and the other was Marge Mason. Hiya, Marge.
Oh, Randy Stone.
What's going on?
They're dragging the creek.
Dragging it? What for?
They're trying to recover the body.
The body? Whose body?
A friend of ours. A girl named Pat Torrance.
I see. What happened?
Grace says she jumped in.
Yes. Yes, I saw her.
Oh, you did? When was this?
Just a short time ago. I was on my way back to the inn from the store when I heard her cry out. For a moment, I could see her face through the trees as she fell in. It was Pat.
Randy, this is Grace Rainey. She acts.
Yeah, I noticed.
Randy Stone, a reporter from Chicago, Gracie.
Oh? A reporter?
Couldn't you get help? Wasn't there anyone else around?
No. It was so dark. I didn't see anyone. And she couldn't swim. I knew she couldn't swim. She couldn't swim.
Grace can't either.
Well, can't act either. What makes you think she jumped?
This wasn't the first time she tried to commit suicide.
That's right.
How do you know that, Marge?
Why, her husband told me, Ed. Just a week ago, he tried to persuade her to go to a sanitarium and take treatment.
When did he tell you that?
Why, just this afternoon.
This afternoon?
Well, I was talking to him on the phone. I ran in and told her what had happened. It was awful.
You mean talking to him long distance to Chicago?
Why, no, Mr. Stone. Ed Torrance got here this morning. He's right here in Paradise Lake.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Gloom becomes a thing of the past on Tuesday, September 19th over most of these NBC stations when genial Art Linkletter returns to prove once again that people are funny. Check your blues at the door because there's no room for them in the merriment when the fortunate prize-winning contestants go through a wide variety of mad antics on People Are Funny. That date, September 19th. And it's important for another reason. It's the day that Fibber, Magee, and Molly and their delightful guests at 79 Wistful Vista will be back where the chimes are. NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Well, the police started dredging the creek at Paradise Lake for the body of Pat Torrance after her friend Grace Rainey said she'd seen it jump in. We stood around watching them search for the body, Grace and another of Pat's one-time gal friends, Marge Mason. So many girls involved in this mix-up, I was beginning to feel like a lone male at a ladies' seminary tea. I wondered if I should tell the gals that at this very moment Pat was sitting in my cabin alive and kicking.
Poor Pat.
Marge kept talking as we watched them drag the stream.
Complex. Ed said she even thought drivers were trying to run her down in the streets.
Well, why isn't Pat's husband here? Ed knows what's happened, doesn't he?
Yes, Marge told him on the phone.
I don't know why he isn't.
Say, which one of those officers is the sheriff?
You'll probably find the sheriff in their car up there, Mr. Stone, with a white star on the door, see?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Grace. Promise or no promise, I figured it was time to bring the law in on Pat's story that Marge or someone had tried to murder her. There was a solitary figure sitting in the sheriff's car. A heavy-set old dame built like a battleship and a voice to match.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm looking for the sheriff. Have you seen...
I'm the sheriff.
You?
Pick up your chin, mister. What do you want?
Well, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not the only woman sheriff in the world, Buster. There have been others. You're a stranger here, I take it.
Well, yes. My name is Stone from the Chicago Star.
Chicago Star, eh?
Yeah.
By thunder, every time you turn up a wet rock, you find a Chicago Star reporter underneath.
I don't understand what you mean.
Oh, you don't, eh? Now, look, Bob. I don't know how you got here so quick. or why you think a suicide in this county is important enough for the high and mighty Chicago Star send a reporter out.
Well, it's past...
But I don't care, see? And what's more, as far as I'm concerned, you can skedaddle right back to Chicago.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Oh, you get no cooperation from my office, do you understand?
Well, frankly, no.
I haven't forgotten those stories your paper printed about me during my campaign for office.
Well...
So I was a joke, eh? Ha! I didn't have a chance, did I?
Well, now, look, I'm sorry, but I personally didn't have a thing to do...
Go back and tell those morons who run your paper that Dolly Maynard was elected, in case they haven't found out yet.
Well, maybe it's caught up with
I'm their machine politician, and as long as I'm in office, none of their hack reporters will get a single story out of me.
Yeah,
and
well,
what's more, you go back...
What kind of a hen house had I gotten into here? Dames. Well, I left her there sputtering, her fuse still burning. If the sheriff of Paradise Lake indicated the local level of sanity, maybe it was just as well I kept my mouth shut, as Pat had asked me to. So I drove on past Paradise Inn to Pat's cabin across the road. The light inside shone through the drawn blinds. Pat's roommate, Francine, was apparently still there. I got out, walked across the road, and up the short gravel path to the cabin door. I could hear voices as I approached.
Oh, how awful. How utterly awful. I know, Francine. It's hard for me to believe myself.
It was Pat.
Oh, I'll get it. Randy.
I thought you said you'd stay put at my cabin.
Oh, forgive me, Randy. I just couldn't. I got so nervous there all by myself. Come in, won't you? Oh, Francine, this is the man who rescued me, Randy Stone.
Oh?
This is Francine Moore, my very best friend.
How many best friends can a girl have?
Oh, I'm so grateful for what you've done, Mr. Stone. Pat's my dearest little old friend, and if anything had happened to her...
Well, everybody else thinks something has happened to her.
What? What do you mean?
Well, when you hiked up the road, didn't you notice the crowd by the creek?
The creek? No.
Well, they're dragging it for your body.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. How could you miss seeing it?
I didn't come over the road. I cut through the meadow. I didn't want anyone to see me all wet.
Oh.
Well, what makes them think that Pat is in
the police?
No, not me, baby. They're already looking for you. When I came by, everybody thinks you jumped in.
Jumped in?
Yeah.
Pat, you didn't.
Of course not. I told you how it happened. I was pushed.
Oh, Mr. Stone, did anyone see her? How would they know?
Well, Grace Rainey says she saw her.
Oh, Grace.
You mean she says she actually saw me jump in?
She seems to think she did.
Pat, darling, couldn't you have just slipped and thought
No, I tell you, I was pushed. I didn't just imagine it, Francine. Why do you look at me that way? Someone did push me deliberately.
Oh, now, darling, why don't you go to bed now? And in the morning, I'm sure we'll all have a more sensible outlook on everything. Listen, I'll fix you a cup of hot chocolate. Go on, dear. Go to bed.
Oh, Francine, you're a love. Good night, Randy. You've been wonderful. Thanks so much for everything.
Yeah, send me a medal. Good night, baby.
Poor dear Pat.
What does that mean?
What?
The way you said that.
Oh, come into the kitchen. Oh, the poor darling has been under an awfully severe nervous strain the past month or two.
Did you know that Ed's here, too?
No.
Yeah, the Don Juan husband of hers, Marge, was talking to him.
Here? At Paradise Lake?
Yeah.
Well, why would he come here?
Well, he probably heard it was open season on dames.
Oh, no. Now, seriously.
Well, Pat seems to think it might be on account of Marge.
That's strange. Oh, would you like some hot chocolate?
No, thank you. I better be on my way now that Pat's in good hands. Nice to meet you, Francine.
See you again sometime, I hope.
Well, you never can tell. Good night.
Goodbye, Randy, and thanks again.
I went back to my car. I got in. I lit a cigarette. I sat there for a while, wondering where Ed Torrance had been when Pat was pushed into the creek. There are a lot of things I began to wonder about Ed. What kind of vitamins did a guy have to eat to get into his league? I was about to turn on my lights and start back to the inn to find him when I saw the dim figure of a girl stealing around from the back of the cabin. It was Pat. I opened the car door quietly. The dim figure halted suddenly, tense and looking my way. I couldn't see her face, but there was something about her that was different. No, it wasn't Pat. It was someone else. I jumped out, and as I did, the girl fled toward the trees, a filmy scarf streaming behind her. Wait! I ran across the road as she disappeared. I started running down the road after her, but she crossed it and disappeared into a grove bordering the inn grounds. I thought I saw her go up the veranda of Paradise Inn, and I bounded after her. There was no one around except a couple of elderly dowagers in rocking chairs. They stopped rocking when they saw me, and I asked them, did a girl just come in?
A girl? Which girl, young man?
A girl, any girl.
Not very particular, are you?
Oh, never mind. And just then, over the side railing, hurrying up the garage driveway, I saw her. I turned and ran down the steps. It was just a glimpse, the lights from the inn glinting on her reddish-brown hair as she hurried past, heading for the guest cottages and back. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
What? Marge, it was you.
Why, Randy. Who did you think it was?
Didn't you just come from behind Pat's cabin?
Whatever are you talking about? What would I be doing there?
I'm sorry. I thought I saw you. Well, never mind.
What's the matter?
You seen Ed tonight?
Ed?
Yeah.
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wondered why he came here today.
Well, he must have found out Pat had come here, I suppose.
He phoned you said.
Well, yes. Why are you asking all these questions?
I'm a reporter, remember, dear?
Grace is fixing some coffee at the cottage we're sharing here and back. Why not join us before you go?
I wouldn't miss it.
This way.
So you're bunking with Grace?
Yes, the inn's so crowded I had to move in with her in one of the guest cottages. The one right over there, with the lights on.
Oh, yes, I see. Looks like she forgot to draw the blinds.
Yes, and the window's wide open. I hope she isn't under...
Well, it's a warm night. Looks like she's curled up in that easy chair for the evening. She and that telephone.
That woman. She simply monotonizes the telephone. Right around this way, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
But, why'd you have to leave without at least telling?
Wait.
At least
What's the matter?
Quiet.
Marge put her fingers on my lips, and we stood there by the cottage door motionless.
You're on your way back to...
Grace Rainey's voice came through the open window clearly, and with every word, Margaret Mason grew more tense and strained, and her eyes more stormy.
Dear darling.
This Ed again, this Superman.
Yes, I know, dear. Margarita was a bit stuffy. I can imagine how surprised you were when you called the cottage and she answered the phone.
Why, of all the...
Steady.
Yes, I know, darling. Well, Francine's here, too, but what of that? All that's water in the creek, you might say. There's nothing to stop us from getting married.
Married?
No, dear. But they haven't found the body yet. But Pat's dead. How do I know? Well, you see, darling, I saw her pushed in. Yes, that's right. Pushed.
She did it.
Well, let's face it, darling. We both wanted her dead. So, now our wish is granted. We're free to marry.
Free, is she? So, you're free, are you?
What?
Not for long, you won't be, you two-timing, double-crossing she-Judas.
Easy.
You'll be in jail within 24 hours for murder.
Just again, dearie. You see, I know who killed Pat Torrance.
Oh, goodness. What's all the commotion?
Francine Moore, little Miss Dixie, stood in the doorway that opened on the little back porch. When I saw her standing there, a long silk scarf trailing over one shoulder, I knew at once it had been she who'd come from around back of the cabin, hoping not to be seen.
What are you doing here, Francine?
Oh, I thought I'd drop in to straighten out a few little things for both of you and Marge.
Francine, what do you mean?
If you thought Ed had any intention of marrying either of you, I'm terribly sorry. Because you're wrong.
What?
Ed and I are being married as soon as his divorce is final.
Oh, you are you?
Yes, Grace, we are.
Well, congratulations. How many of you is he marrying?
I'd say those congrats if I were you, Randy. Because she isn't marrying anybody. Little Miss Moore is going to the electric chair for murder.
Grace.
Now, wait a minute.
I saw Francine push Pat in the creek.
Oh, how very amusing. So I murdered Pat. Well, do you know where she is? At our cabin, asleep in her own bed.
How long do you think that story will stand up?
Ask Randy.
Well, I left Pat at their cabin, all right, just a few minutes ago.
So, she's got you to lie for her, has she?
Well, I shouldn't have left Pat alone, Randy. She's not well. No telling what she's liable to do, but I felt I owed it to these ladies to set their minds at rest, if they have any minds left.
You're not getting away with it, Francine. I'm going to the police right now.
Come back here. Grace, come back. I'm warning you.
Francine, drop that gun.
Let go. Take your hands off.
Drop it. Do I have to break your arm?
Oh, stop
So you came here to find out how much Grace really knew? Now you know the game's up. Killing won't do you any good. You're finished. You're through.
Oh, stop.
All right, drop it. The gun exploded as it hit the floor. Francine's soulful brown eyes widened in an instant of horror, and then suddenly she slumped. And I know that little Francine had caught one of her own bullets. Marge and I bent over her.
Randy, is she...
Get on the phone quick. Get a doctor.
Yes.
Francine, do you hear me?
Randy.
Mary,
Go to
Marge.
cabin.
I'm in the cottage.
Pat.
To bring a doctor over here.
Pat, what about Pat, Francine? Is she all right?
Pat mustn't drink the hot chocolate. Poison.
Poison? I didn't bother with a car, but covered the 100-plus yards between the inn and Pat's cabin in an unofficial world speed record. I yanked open the cabin door, rushed through the room, and into Pat's bedroom.
Randy, get out!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I came for some hot chocolate. Did you drink any?
Hot chocolate? Have you gone crazy? Of course not. Can't you see I've just come out of the tub?
Yeah, I didn't mean... I'll wait outside. Get your clothes on, beautiful. You're having more company.
What? Who?
For the sheriff. She'll want some of that hot chocolate, too, so don't touch it until she gets here. You understand? Well, it's 4 a.m. in Chicago again, and tonight's story is full of women as a sultan's harem. As the French say, cherchez les dames. And on this trip, I found plenty of them, with a moral to go with each one. For Marge, hell hath no fury like a woman tripped up trying to skip with another woman's husband. And for Gracie, gentlemen prefer blondes, on the theory, no doubt, that where there's light, there must be heat. For little Francine, well, she tried to take life cheerfully, the life, that is, of anyone who stood in her way. And as for Pat, well, you don't need any moral for her. A girl with a map like she has can usually find somebody to read it. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. In tonight's cast were Barbara Fuller, Rose Hobart, Shirley Mitchell, Eileen Prince, and Martha Wentworth. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday marks the return of Theater Guild on the Air, with Rosalind Russell and Charles Lawton as first guests in Edward, My Son. A week from this Wednesday, that's September 13th, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman resume their popular roles in The Halls of Ivy. And please remember, this weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Show.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High School, and what with the overcrowded classrooms and a rather rigorous schedule, has had a pretty busy time during the past semester.
But not busy enough, evidently, to suit Mr. Osgood Conklin, Madison's beloved warden, a principal. Just recently, Mr. Conklin organized a school banking system. And who do you think was selected for the honor of handling this noble project at no increase in salary? Well, it wasn't Barney Baruch. I've had to take care of all the records single-handed. Oh, I'm not complaining. I think it's admirable for people to be saving and frugal, especially if you've got something to save. I didn't count on the complications that set in last week. It seems that after school Thursday, I had $25 of the students' money in an envelope, which I placed on the dresser in my room at Mrs. Davis's. I intended to deposit it Friday morning and had asked Mrs. Davis to wake me at the usual time. I was sleeping very heavily when she knocked on my door.
Connie? Oh, Connie. Connie, are you in there?
No, I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Come on now, Connie. You've got to get up.
Why?
To go to school.
I graduated from school a long time ago. Well, not such a long time ago.
Before you do anything else, dear, I want you to see the surprise I've got for you here in this box.
In this box?
Go on, open it, Connie.
Well, I don't understand, Mrs. Davis. It isn't my birthday or anything. Why, it's a dress. Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, sure I should have.
No, you shouldn't.
Yes, I should. I bought it with practically found money.
Found money?
Yes, I found it on your dresser yesterday. I knew that you'd left it for me to cover the back rent you owe. But frankly, Connie, I didn't expect it so soon and so...
Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Connie.
You shouldn't have done it.
But why not? Don't you like the dress, Connie?
Sure, I like the dress. I love the dress. But will the district attorney care for it?
What district attorney?
Well, don't you see, Mrs. Davis, that wasn't my money. I was going to deposit that for the students. And today also happens to be the day Mr. Conklin inspects my bank records.
That is a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, the happiest coincidence since Frankenstein met the Wolfman. Look, I know you meant well, and I hate to hurt your feelings, but really...
Oh, you won't hurt my feelings, Connie. I'm a lot like my sister Angela that way. She just refuses to harbor bad thoughts.
That's very nice, Mrs. Davis, but from what you've told me about Angela, sometimes she doesn't harbor any thoughts at all.
Yes, she is terribly absent-minded, poor dear. But sometimes that's for the best.
What's for the best?
What's for the best for who?
If you'll punch my transfer, I'd like to get off here. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've got a big problem today. That money that paid for that dress didn't belong to me.
It didn't?
I've already told you, Mrs. Davis, it was part of the students' savings.
Oh, Connie, then you shouldn't have done it.
I didn't do it. You did it.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Oh, this is terrible. Let's see that box again. Oh, you got the dress at Sherry's department store. Maybe they'll take it back and refund the money.
You see, Connie, I thought you left the money for the back rent you owe. And so
I know you did, Mrs. Davis, and I appreciate the thought more than I can tell you. But if you'll excuse me, I've got to get ready now. Walter Denton's picking me up in a few minutes.
Oh, did you have another accident with your car, Connie?
Just a slight collision with a new Hudson, Mrs. Davis.
What happened?
Well, you know the ad they have? Hudson, the car you step down into?
Yes.
Well, this one I drove down into. Do you know how to get to Sherry's department store, Walter? I've got to stop there for a minute.
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. I'll get you there in no time. By the way, how do you like the car today?
The car? Oh, it looks fine, Walter.
I polished all 4 fenders the other day.
Well, I'm sure that'll improve the appearance of... What fenders? You haven't got any fenders on the car at all.
Oh, of course not. They're home in my garage. I only put them on weekends.
Weekends?
Oh, sure. Even people don't dress up every day in the week.
I see. No sense in hitting a sloppy pedestrian with a natty car.
Exactly. You know, human beings are a lot like cars if they only stop to think about it. Take yourself, for instance. The way you look this morning.
I know. Stanley Steamer.
I'm only trying to be helpful, Miss Brooks. You look a little worried about something. Is there anything I can do?
Nothing I can think of offhand, Walter. Just keep it under your hat.
You keep what under my hat?
The information you're going to worm out of me by the time we get to Sherry's.
Oh. Well, what is the information?
It's about the school banking system.
Oh, that. I know that's a big pain in the neck to you, but that's nothing to get depressed about. Gosh, did you see the papers this morning?
No, I didn't get a chance.
Well, you ought to read the story in the bulletin. Oh, that'd cheer you up. It's all about a woman embezzler who was caught stealing $19,000 from the Federal Trust Company. They just gave her 10 years in the clink.
I feel better already.
Oh, she didn't even get a chance to spend any of the dough she embezzled. I guess honesty's the best policy after all.
Wish I'd taken out a policy like that.
And right in the same paper is another story that'd make you glad just to be working at school, Miss Brooks. It's about conditions in the state reformatory for women.
No good, huh?
Deplorable. Oh, they make the poor inmates mop the floors all day long. And if they haven't got any mops, which they usually don't have because they're so short of everything, why, then the women have to mop the floors with their hands.
How awful. Oh, here's the store, Walter. Drive up in the back, will you? That's the quickest way to get to the basement.
Basement?
Certainly. That's where they keep the mops, isn't it? Let's see now. Adjustment office. This must be it. I beg your pardon.
Come in. You're my very first adjustment today. Sit down, won't you, Miss...
Brooks, Constance Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? I'm Mr. Pearson. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thanks. I'm in kind of a...
cup of coffee?
No, I've got to get to school pretty quickly.
Good for you. There's nothing I like better than a nice, punctual pupil.
This interview may not be as unpleasant as I anticipated. I'm not a pupil, Mr. Pearson. I'm a teacher at Madison High. But the reason I dropped in here is to return a dress someone bought for me.
Well, you know the motto of Sherry's, don't you? If you're not satisfied, we cheerfully refund your money.
That's what I've heard.
And that's what we do. Now then, about this dress. You don't like it?
Yes, I do. I like it very much.
But it doesn't fit quite properly.
Well, I can't be certain about that because, frankly, I didn't
Is
even...
the color. Oh, you don't like the color.
I think the color is peachy.
I see. And so it clashes with your complexion.
You don't understand. I just can't keep the dress. I've got to get the money back.
Well, that's what we're here for. In Sherry's, your money is cheerfully refunded.
She'd stop being cheerful and start refunding.
And now then, first of all, we must have a valid basis for adjustment. Tell me, how did you find out that the material in this garment is inferior?
Inferior? I didn't find out
that... The sales lady told you, didn't she? Miss Morgan.
Miss Morgan?
So, you know her. Well, there's no sense trying to shield her, Miss Brooks. I knew there was a leak somewhere. We'll have a loyalty check in the morning.
Look, somebody bought me this dress with money that, well, it shouldn't have been spent.
Why not, Miss Brooks? Don't answer that. I know. It was counterfeit money. Young woman, I'm surprised at you. Surprised and shocked.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Pearson. There was nothing wrong with the money Mrs. Davis paid for this dress.
So, Mrs. Davis paid for the dress. Miss Brooks, what are you doing with Mrs. Davis's dress under your arm? I know. You couldn't afford the dress yourself, but you needed money. So when you saw it lying there on Mrs. Davis's bed, you couldn't resist the temptation. You picked it up and brought it here for a refund. Oh, you poor misguided creature.
This guy really runs the gamut. Listen, Mr. Pearson, Mrs. Davis is my landlady. She bought me a dress for a present in this store yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so, Miss Brooks? You see, yesterday we had our final clearance sale of ladies' dresses, and of course, in a closeout of that sort, there can never be any refund.
What?
But remember, anything else you buy can be returned within 60 days, and Sherry's will cheerfully refund your money.
Well, that's just dandy. And the next time you have a sale, be sure and get in touch with me.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Where can we reach you?
Just drop into any post office. You'll find my number under my picture.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
Doctors have proved that many complexion problems respond wonderfully to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care. Oily skin looks less oily. Dull, drab skin fresher and brighter. Coarse-looking skin appears finer. Even tiny blemishes, incipient blackheads disappear or improve. To win such complexion improvements, simply use Palmolive soap. Nothing but Palmolive, the way doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day.
Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvements in your complexion within 14 days. For remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal, and proved it could bring lovelier complexions to 2 out of 3. So forget all other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap the way these doctors advised for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, Sherry's department store lived up to its reputation by refunding the dress and cheerfully keeping my money. In a way, it's a good thing I had the extra dress with me, because when we got to school, I stepped out of Walter's car and right through the hem of the dress I had on. Well, knowing I had to face Mr. Conklin, I felt pretty panicky. It's bad enough to have your spirits dragging without having your hem down there, too. But I finally hit on a pretty good scheme. Between classes, I dropped into the domestic science room to have my old dress patched up and to try and sell the new one. Excuse me, Miss Atterbury, but I wonder if you could help me out.
Oh, it's Miss Brooks. Well, come in, dear. What can I do for you?
Well, I tore the hem of this dress I've got on, and I'd like to get it fixed up.
Well, I'll do whatever I can. Some of these sewing machines are in pretty bad shape. There's one old singer here that hasn't worked for weeks.
That's too bad. Maybe you could teach him to dance. Or sew the seam by hand.
Let's see that hem now. Pretty bad rip. Take quite a while to fix it.
Well, then maybe I'd better slip on this other dress till you're done. I'll just step behind this screen here and take this one off. Oh, there. You got it?
Yes, I'll start stitching it up right away.
Good. I'll certainly appreciate it, Miss Atterbury. Well, I've got this one on. How do you like it?
Why, it's lovely, Miss Brooks. I wish I had one like it.
You have, Miss Atterbury. I've decided this dress is not my type, so you're welcome to it for $25.
Only $25? That's a steal, Miss Brooks.
Let's use another word, shall we? Now, if you'll excuse me, Miss Atterbury, I've got to get over to Mr. Conklin's office.
All right, Miss Brooks, and I'll have your other dress all fixed when you come back. Then we'll try the new one on me. Of course, I weigh 186, but I hope I can get into it.
Just have the $25 ready. You'll get into it. Oh, one thing, Miss Atterbury.
Yes?
While I'm gone, try and lose a few pounds.
Now, see here, Harriet. Just because you're my daughter doesn't give you the privilege of taking time off from your study period. As principal of this school, I must...
But, Daddy, it'll only take a minute. I just want your permission to withdraw $3 from my school savings account. I've just got to have a new sweater.
Harriet, it distresses me to hear you talk this way. Why, do you realize that it's invariably a craving for unnecessary finery that is the basis for most of the crimes committed by women?
But, Daddy...
Just this morning, there was a story in the paper about a woman being held as an embezzler. And do you know what her alibi was? She needed clothes. I tell you, it's a disgrace what this civilization is coming to. Show me a well-dressed girl who has only a moderate income, and I'll show you an embezzler.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks. I see we have on a new dress.
Oh, is yours new, too? This is sort of new. Well, yes. Hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Run along, Harriet. I have some important matters to discuss with Miss Brooks.
All right, Daddy. We'll take my matter up later on, huh?
Dismissed, girl.
Yes, sir.
Now then, Miss Brooks, have you brought all the student banking records with you?
Well, not exactly all of them, Mr. Conklin.
Then how many?
None of them. You see, I wanted to double-check some of the items before you and I did the final recap, and...
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I'm not trying to tell you anything, Mr. Conklin. The less, the better. You see, there's one more deposit I've got to make today before the records tally.
Very well, Miss Brooks. I'll wait until lunch period.
We'll have a long lunch period, Mr. Conklin. It may take me quite a while.
To do what, Miss Brooks?
To start a pyramid club. See you later, Mr. Oh, you did a wonderful job on my old dress, Miss Atterbury. Now, suppose you try on this new one.
All right, Miss Brooks. But I'm so much heavier than you, I hope I can get it on.
Oh, you'll get it on easily. I have to smear you with butter. Now, off with the old, and on with the new. Lift your arms. That's a good girl. Now, down over your shoulders. Fine. Past your waist. Good. Now, past your... There. Oh, it fits you like a glove, Miss Atterbury.
Feels like I'm standing in the pinky.
We'll close the zipper along the side.
The zipper? All right. Oh, it won't move.
Oh, nonsense. Take a deep breath. Now hold it. Oh, there we are.
When can I breathe out?
Oh, don't be a child. You look lovely in it, Miss Atterbury.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. But I can't hold my breath any longer. What happened?
Nothing much. The zipper just returned to at ease. That's what I like about this dress, Miss Atterbury. It brings out the real you. Gods of you. I guess we will have to alter it a little, but if you'll just give me that $25 now, I'd like to go and
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. I don't know if I want to buy this dress right now. Here, let me take another deep breath.
The latest thing, plunging neckline. The fashion experts say that necklines are going further south every year.
I know.
Of course, this one's on its way to Mexico City. But I'm sure the dress can be made to fit
And
you.
I'm sure it can't, Miss Brooks. We just weren't made for each other. Help me get it off, will you?
All right, Miss Atterbury, but you're overlooking a great buy. After all, breathing isn't everything.
There you are.
I've got an idea. Why don't you dye the dress?
Dye it? What color?
Flesh color. Then you wouldn't have to worry about the zipper. No, I guess not. Oh, there's the lunch period. I've got to hurry over to Mr. Boynton's laboratory.
Oh, did Mr. Boynton invite you to lunch, Miss Brooks?
That's why I've got to hurry. He's just going to. Mr. Boynton. I'm glad I caught you before you went to lunch.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to the cafeteria today. I brought a couple of sandwiches to eat right here. Would you like one of them?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Boynton. I don't like to take
your... Oh, go ahead, Miss Brooks. They're very good.
Well, thanks.
And they're only 30 cents apiece.
Here's 15. I'll just eat the bottom half. I really should be in Mr. Conklin's office right now with the school banking records, but frankly, I'm a little shy.
Well, that's one of the reasons I like you, Miss Brooks.
I don't mean bashful shy. I mean come to the station house shy.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Is there something wrong?
Nothing serious, Mr. Boynton. Do you think you could ever love an embezzler?
I never have. What's this all about, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, let's forget it. Let's live for today. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Here's another 15 cents. Give me the top of that sandwich.
Are you sure everything's all right, Miss Brooks?
Oh, let's not talk about it, Mr. Boynton. Tell me, why are you eating in the lab? Cutting down on expenses?
Well, sort of. I've been a little short all month.
You too?
Well, I'll be solvent again this afternoon. Mr. Conklin's buying a sport jacket of mine. It's one that was sent to me for Christmas, and he just insists on my selling it to him. Says he wants to wear it to the faculty masquerade ball next month.
Masquerade ball? What kind of a jacket is it?
Well, it's green suede. Mr. Conklin's going as Robin Hood.
Oh, he's a natural. What's he giving you for it?
About $25.
Gee, I'm glad I dropped in today. It's good to see you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, thanks, Miss Brooks.
What are you going to wear to the masquerade, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
You only think you haven't made up your mind yet. Mr. Boynton, I happen to have in this box the ideal costume for you.
Oh, but Miss Brooks,
Let me unwrap it for you. Now, tell the truth, Mr. Boynton. Who always wins the grand prize at fancy dress affairs? Men who dress as women.
Men who dress as women?
You're so right, Mr. Boynton. Now, take your jacket off.
But I don't want...
Now, that's a good boy. Just slip this dress on for size.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, I'll never be able to get into it.
If Miss Atterbury could get into it, you can get into it. Now, come on, right over your head. Just straighten it out. There.
Oh, I feel ridiculous, Miss Brooks.
Why, it looks lovely on you, Mr. Boynton. And I'm going to let you have it very reasonably.
But it's so tight.
Well, naturally it's tight now, but that's easily corrected. It'll fit you perfectly when you've got the proper foundation garment on.
Foundation garment?
Oh, excuse me, Walter and I were just... Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet, Walter.
We were... Who's your friend? What a bill!
Walter, please. It's Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton?
I'm just trying on a masquerade costume.
Oh, I see. Well, well, the reason we were looking for you, Miss Brooks, was to tell you that Daddy wants to go over those school savings records right away.
I know he does, Harriet, but I haven't been able to make a certain deposit yet. However, as soon as I sell this dress to Mr. Boynton...
I'm afraid I can't buy this, Miss Brooks. It's just not my type of costume.
Oh, but Mr. Boynton...
Wait a minute, Miss Brooks. If Mr. Boynton doesn't want the dress, maybe my mother will buy it. I know she's been saving up for one.
Really, Harriet? Do you think she'd like it?
Why, I think so. Would you mind modeling it for me, Mr. Boynton?
Modeling it?
You know, walk up and down with your hand on your hip.
I had to do that once when I first joined a fraternity.
No, but this is absurd.
Please, Mr. Boynton, just a few steps.
Well...
A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts me.
There you are, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hi, Mr. Conklin.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello, Miss Boynton. Now then, Miss Brooks, I have been expecting...
Mr. Boynton! I was just trying it on for size, Mr. Conklin, but...
I know this is a biology laboratory, but what kind of an experiment is this?
Just the masquerade, Mr. Conklin.
I don't want to hear any more about it. I presume you still haven't prepared the school savings record yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Conklin.
I'll be tied up for the rest of the day, but bring them to my home immediately after school. And they'd better balance.
Let's see now, where were we? Oh, yes. She will leave you and then come back
Now, if you'll just take this chair by the desk, Miss Brooks, we'll check these columns of figures.
Oh, before you do, Mr. Conklin, there's something I'd like to explain. You see, when you add them all
I'm
up, they
sure
don't...
I'm mentally equipped to add a column of figures, Miss Brooks. 6 and 8 of 14, 9, 23,
Osgood.
Please, Martha. Can't you see I'm trying to do some work here?
Well, I just want to talk to Miss Brooks for a minute.
Well, go ahead, but be quiet about it.
Yes, dear.
6 and 8 of 14.
Come over here, Miss Brooks.
I see you're wearing the dress, Mrs. Conklin. How do you like it?
Oh, I like it fine. How much did you say it was worth?
$25.
Oh, good. You'll never guess where I keep my money, Miss Brooks.
Not in the school savings bank, I hope.
No, it's in the sugar bowl. I'll go and get it for you, Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks, come here this instant.
Yes, sir. Hurry, Mrs. Conklin.
Now sit down, Miss Brooks. I've added these figures very carefully. 3 times. And I still get the same total.
I know. There's $25 missing.
You knew?
That's what I was trying to explain, Mr. Conklin. You see, that was the money I didn't deposit.
But why not?
Well, it was used for something else.
Something else? But that was a sacred trust, Miss Brooks. How could you do such a thing? Why, that's an awful...
Pardon me, Osgood. But I've got to talk to you. There's $25 missing from the sugar bowl.
From the sugar bowl?
Only you and I knew that money was there, Osgood.
Well, you see, dear, my check isn't due for 2 weeks, and I
want that money, Osgood. I want it now.
But
she wants the dough, Osgood, and she wants it now. See?
What?
Oh, well, I mean, not just anyone can play in the sugar bowl. You've got to be invited by the Southern Conference. Of course, this year the Rose Bowl.
I'll get it. Oh, come in, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Conklin. Oh, good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Well, here's that jacket, Mr. Conklin. I must say it's a good buy for only $25.
Jacket?
I meant to call you about that, Boynton. I've decided against buying anything for myself. I want to surprise Mrs. Conklin with a little gift. A new dress.
Surprise!
How much is this dress, my dear?
$25.
I just happen to have that amount on me. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. Here you are, my dear.
Thanks. The books are now balanced.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Conklin. Let me have 50 cents of that money. Here you are, Mrs. Conklin.
But, Miss Brooks, what's the 50 cents for?
Get yourself a mousetrap for the sugar bowl.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after the records were straightened out Friday afternoon, Mr. Conklin gave me the money and told me to be sure and deposit it the following morning. This time I didn't leave it on my dresser. I put the $25 in an old pair of galoshes in the hall closet. I slept until almost 10 o'clock Saturday morning and was just getting out of bed when Mrs. Davis came in.
Oh, I'm so glad you're up, Connie. I thought that was the cutest thing.
You thought what was the cutest thing, Mrs. Davis?
How you tried to give me some advance rent by slipping it into the galoshes you borrowed last week.
Oh, no. You didn't take that money and buy me another dress.
Of course not, Connie. I bought you a lovely leather briefcase to keep the student savings in.
Well, there's only one way out. Get me a needle and thread.
A needle and thread? What are you going to do?
What can I do? I'll sew some sleeves on it and sell it to Mrs. Conklin.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways, and whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
Hello. Hello, Fran. Yeah, I just signed. I'm an ex-automobile manufacturer now. Yeah, okay, Fran, I'll take myself seriously. Sure, I'll be home early, Fran. I'm just dropping in to say goodbye to the boys in the assembly line. Goodbye, Fran.
Albert.
Yes, it does, what?
While we're gone, whatever you do, don't use my good lace tablecloth. Put them on the shelf in my... Sam?
Me, Fran, your old retired husband.
Everything settled?
The Revelation Motor Company, Samuel Dodsworth, president and founder, became the property of United Motors this very afternoon.
How do you feel?
Well, a little lost. Guess the way a man is supposed to feel who's just sold 25 years of his life.
Well, you've got to expect to feel kind of lost for a while.
I knew what I was doing when I sold, Fran.
You mustn't feel lost, Sam. Life is going to be fuller than ever and richer for both of us. We're free.
I'm just as keen on this trip as you are, Fran. I'm raring to go. I've always wanted to see London and Paris.
Oh, but it's got to mean much more than a trip to us, Sam. It's got to be a new life all over from the very beginning. We're going to start over. Why, I'd almost sell this house so we wouldn't have anything to tie us down.
Now, wait a minute, Fran. This is our home. We've built ourselves into it.
I want to get us some new selves now.
Why, if we weren't tied to this deadly, half-baked Middle Western
Now,
town...
Fran, don't start knocking Zenith.
I'm not knocking Zenith, Sam. But I'm thinking of my freedom. I want the lovely things I've got a right to. In Europe, a woman of my age is just getting to where men take a serious interest in her. I won't be put on the shelf for my daughter when I can still dance better and longer than she can. No one ever takes me for more than 35 or 30 even. I'm begging for life, Sam. No, I'm not. I'm demanding it.
Well, if that's how you feel, I'll enjoy life if it kills me, and it probably will. How about a kiss?
There. Oh, and I'll love you much more when you're not just an old horse on a treadmill.
And while I'm about it, Fran, there's something I haven't told you since I came in. Did I remember to tell you today that I adore you? You folks finish your brandy. I'll just take a quick stroll around the deck.
Why go on deck to smoke that old pipe of yours?
Well, it's wonderful out on deck. Besides, I want to see that light, my first sight of England.
Oh, Sam.
I'm excited, I'll admit it. Major Lockhart, you'll see that my wife dances all she wants.
It'll be my pleasure, Mr. Dodsworth.
Close that door, Sam. You're blowing my hair all over the place.
See you later.
Any orders, sir? Anything for you, Mrs. Dodsworth?
No, thanks.
Bring me a brandy and soda. Yes, sir.
Oh, it's been such a pleasant voyage.
Sorry it's over?
Yes and no. I've had a very good time, thanks to you, Major Lockhart. If it hadn't been for meeting you Britishers, though. Talk about Sam not being able to wait to set foot on British soil. Well, neither can I. And when I do set foot...
You'll try your wings.
Oh, that's very pretty, Major. I hope I don't fall.
No, you won't. You'll soar out of sight. I shall be there with my telescope watching. You know, I've been laying out things for us to do in London.
For us to do? Mm-hmm. Really, Major Lockhart? Oh, I know all about these steamship intimacies. The moment we sight land... Oh, how do you do?
Won't you join us, Mrs. Cartwright?
No, thanks. I'm going outside to get a bit of air. You'd think she'd dress for dinner. Why is the traveling American always so dreadful?
Forgive me, Mrs. Dodsworth, but why are you Americans always such snobs?
You enjoy taking me down, don't you? But is it snobbish to want to see something besides one's fellow citizens abroad? Or to want to know more of life than one's always known?
Well, to us in England, life in America has always seemed so enviable, so safe and sane, so normal.
You don't know what one misses living a safe and sane, normal American life. I may be a snob, but I know what I want, you see.
You Americans generally do, I've found.
And right now, I want you to dance with me, Major Lockhart.
With pleasure.
Hey, Miss Cora.
Good evening.
See that light over there? Is that Bishop's light?
It is.
Bishop's light. I've never been across before. I get excited. Take one look at that light and all the things I've ever read about England come to life. A town behind it are those flat-faced brick houses and a cart crawling up a hill between high hedges and Jane Austen and Oliver Twist and Robin Hood. England. Mother England. Home.
Have you always felt that way about England?
I don't know. It just struck me, but I guess I must have.
There's nothing like a first trip to Europe.
Especially when you're old enough to know what you're after.
What are you after?
My wife, of course, she's been over before. She wants me to learn how to enjoy my leisure now I've retired. What it boils down to, I've been doing things myself for a long time now and thought I'd give things a chance to do something to me.
How long have you given yourself?
6 months.
To get all that done?
Well, I'll be homesick by then.
Yes. I was homesick the first year I came over.
Came over? Where from?
Michigan.
Are you an American?
I don't know what I am. I used to be a British subject by marriage. I don't know that one can be a British subject by divorce. I expect I'm just a woman who lives in Italy.
Do people live in Italy?
There are quite a few Italians.
No, I mean people like you.
I live in Italy by the thousand, Mr. Dodsworth.
Why?
It's cheap.
My wife tells me I ask too many questions.
I didn't mind answering, so I couldn't have minded.
You don't seem to talk to many people on board. Wife said you didn't open up much when she tried you.
Perhaps I wasn't feeling so well that day.
Feeling better tonight?
Much better, thank you.
You've lived abroad. What's it like?
Well, that depends on what one's after.
Well, a man has no more job. Wife wants a fling. There are worse things than travel.
Much worse.
It wouldn't do for me. Steady thing, give me America.
Your wife wouldn't say that.
And she will by the time our 6 months are up.
I hope she does. Drifting isn't nearly so pleasant as it looks.
If you don't like it, why don't you give it up?
One drifts for lack of a reason to do anything else.
What do you want?
What do you suppose any lone woman wants?
Well, there are plenty of lone women in America. Women without men, I suppose you mean.
That's exactly what I do mean. But in America, well, they're among Americans.
Could you put down that paper and listen to me for a moment, Sam Dodsworth?
Hold on.
I just wondered if I could remind you that this is a London hotel room and not our living room in Zenith. Can't you put all those biographies and things somewhere in that box of cigars?
Oh, Fran, there's no place to put anything in these hotel rooms. I don't see what
Now,
I'm...
please don't complain, Sam. It makes the room look as though... Come in. Oh, hello, Clyde.
Oh, hi, Major Lockhart. Good evening. Where have you been all day, young fella? I tried to get you for lunch.
And when he couldn't, he went to the Tower of London.
Sure, I went to the tower. It's in London, isn't it?
You're so hopelessly American, Sam.
What do you mean, hopelessly?
I assure you, he's becoming a regular tripper. It was nice of you, Clyde, to ask me tonight.
Well, I was afraid maybe I was too early, but I'm glad to see I'm not. That's an exciting bit of goods you've got on, Fran.
I'm glad you like it. I bought it with you in mind. Come on, Clyde. Have a good time at your stag party, Sam.
Yeah, I think I will. They tell me there are a couple of Americans there live in Manchester in the automobile business. The sort of thing.
No, I'm sure it'll bring back all the charms of Zenith. Don't drink too much, will you?
Don't worry. If they got any rye whiskey over here, I'm unable to find it. I probably won't drink it all.
Good night, Mr. Dodsworth.
Night. Don't you dance too well, young fella. Fran's mad enough at me already.
All right, Mr. Dodsworth. I don't know why you like this place. To me, all nightclubs are foul.
I feel so alive in them.
Well, I was thinking of turning in early.
Oh, will you?
Well, I've got a meeting in the morning, and if I'm the least bit sleepy...
Don't let me keep you up, Clyde. Sam will be out very late, and I had hoped we could stay here and dance until all hours, but...
No, I didn't mean... I mean, how long do you expect his dinner to keep him?
That depends entirely on how much he has to drink.
I say, he isn't likely to come in roaring, is he? Shoot me if he finds me here.
Sam?
Well, men have done such things.
Sam has all the old-fashioned virtues except jealousy.
Call it a virtue, do you?
Well, when a wife who isn't exactly plain seems to be attractive to other men and doesn't seem to mind when they show her she's attractive.
Fran.
Yes?
Don't go trekking over to the continent. Stay here in England. You belong here. We need you and love you here.
I shouldn't be human, Clyde, if I didn't love hearing that, but I wish you'd change the subject.
I will not change the subject. And I want to kiss you, here and now.
That was a very silly thing for you to do, Clyde, and I don't like it.
Oh, you will when you think it over. Look, why don't I take you back to the hotel, and tomorrow you come have tea at my place?
I shall not come to your place tomorrow, and I want you to take me home now.
You know, you're taking a wickedly unfair advantage of me, trying to make me believe you resented that.
Didn't you think I would resent it?
Oh, I thought I was doing what was expected of me.
What was expected of you?
Not you alone, Fran. There's a tradition about this sort of thing.
I thought civilized people knew where an innocent flirtation stops.
For a civilized woman who's been married as long as you have, you're making a great deal of a small matter.
If you don't mind, I'm going home alone.
Well, if you insist, I'd rather you wouldn't. And I'd like to offer you one bit of advice. Give up undertaking things you aren't prepared to finish.
Do you really think...
You have the most charming and most childish misconceptions about yourself, Fran. You think you're a woman of the world, and nothing of the sort. And I'm awfully afraid you never will be.
I never want to see or hear of you again.
Well, that won't be too difficult to arrange. Waiter?
Yes, sir?
Check, please.
Fran?
Yes, Sam?
What's the matter with you, Fran?
Nothing.
Hey, you're crying. What is it, sweet? What is it?
I was never so furious in my life. That man...
Lockhart? What'd he do?
He insulted me.
How far did he go?
He kissed me. And when I tried to put him in his place, he humiliated me. He said things to me. He said things that... I can't bear it.
I suppose it's up to me to go out and shoot it.
Don't joke, Sam.
Well, I would feel like a fool. You and I aren't up to this kind of thing. Why, make us look like the hicks we are.
Sam.
Well, it does. It's your own fault for leading him on.
So I'm to blame.
He must have had some excuse for making a pass. You've been flirting with him. You've got such a sweet way of bawling me out in front of him. He'd naturally conclude.
I've never said anything to embarrass you. I've always been loyal. Oh, you'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
Fran, I'm tired.
You think I'm not tired?
Well, then let's forget about it.
Oh, Sam.
What is it now?
We never used to scrap so much at home.
I guess we haven't had enough else to do over here.
It's England. England's such a strain. I want to go over to France tomorrow.
Oh, but, Fran, I'm just beginning to get on to London. There's some aeroplane factories.
I want to leave right away. I'm so ashamed about this Lockett business. Ashamed way down inside of me. I can't stay in this country with that man laughing at me and saying...
Saying what? That you told him a couple of things?
Oh, that's not what he'd say. You've got to take me away. You've got to look after me. I don't trust myself, Sam. I'm afraid of myself.
Afraid, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam. Sam, I'm just a woolly American like you, after all. And if you ever catch me trying to be anything else, will you beat me?
Well, I have to beat you very long at a time. You know, beating it'd be a pretty new thing for me. I'd have to go at it kind of slow.
Too divine, don't you, Mrs. Cartwright? There are many tributes I could pay to the French, but the divine, I'm not sure.
Oh, but everything is done so perfectly, with such taste and ease. Just take these hotel rooms, this apartment, and that salon next door turned into a salle à manger at a moment's notice. Sam wanted this little dinner to be chez soi, Mrs. Cartwright, and he was so glad that you were able to stay over.
It's never hard for me to stay in Paris.
And you, dear Madame de Penable, if I could begin to tell you how touched I am by your concern over Sam and me. I know Sam hasn't seemed very cordial, but really, you have to know American men and how to manage them underneath the exterior, no matter how gruff they seem.
I understand perfectly, my dear friend. But don't you think perhaps before the men come back, you really must...
What, my dear?
Sign the lease for the house.
A lease? Are you staying here? Oh, no, it's, well, I've got the photographs right here. It's the most wonderful stroke of luck being able to rent it. It's the Duchesse de Quatrecheusville at Montreux on Lake Geneva. That mountain's the, what mountain is it, Madame de Penable?
The Dent du Midi.
Of course, the Dent du Midi. And, that is the Castle of Chillon. Brian's prisoner, you know?
But if you haven't told your husband about it.
You heard him at dinner. He's gone sightseeing mad.
I thought you were sailing home in June.
That's Sam's idea.
I remember so well the talk I had with your husband last night on the boat about what he was after in Europe.
Oh, really?
Seems to be developing into something quite different.
I hope so.
In the afternoon where Napoleon was crowned, the fellow at the American Express told me to go there. There I was, sitting down, Napoleon and Sam Dodsworth of Zenith together. And I looked up at the rose window. First I saw what it was, and then I began to see what it meant. And I began to feel...
Sam, what are you talking about?
Your husband has been simply fascinating, Mrs. Dodsworth.
Has he, Cook? I suppose you told him all about Napoleon's tomb. Sam, don't you realize that Herr von Oberstdorf knows all about Napoleon's tomb? It wasn't necessary for you to...
I wonder, Fran, if you will excuse me. It is already so late. Good night, my dearest Fran.
Then you do really have to go?
We Parisiennes are not used to such late hours in Paris as you Americans.
I'll get your coat, Mrs. Penable.
Thank you.
I suppose I must be leaving, too.
Oh, smoke one more cigarette.
This has been such a charming evening. And now you and your husband must dine with me. Are you free Tuesday, shall we say 8? Well, here, I will write down my address. Quai Voltaire, through the Carousel and straight over the river.
What a charming address.
It is where I stay when I'm in Paris. If I dared hope that ever you would come to Vienna, there I think I could promise you that you would like my establishment. It has been in our family so long. Well, here I have only a small place.
What an ideal existence.
I shall look for you Tuesday, then.
Oh.
I beg pardon, I have offended you.
Oh, of course not. It's just... Well, I'm still not used to having my hand kissed by a stranger.
Stranger? Oh, surely, friend, you do not think of me as...
Excuse me.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Cartwright. Couldn't I?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Dodsworth, for a charming evening.
I don't suppose we'll be seeing you again.
No, I'm off to Italy in the morning. And please forgive me for interfering in your affairs, but don't, my dear. Don't. You're so charming.
Don't what?
Fran, you wouldn't believe it, but I really tried to kiss Mrs. Penable's hand. I couldn't make it. Maybe one of these days. You're not going, Mrs. Cartwright?
Oh, I must. But if ever you are in Naples... Here, I stole a bit of your letter paper to write my address on.
Swell.
I'll say good night, too. If you wish, Mrs. Cartwright, I can drop you at your hotel.
Thank you.
Good night, Kurt. Thanks for your sweet flowers. Call me up tomorrow. Maybe we can dance somewhere for tea.
With gladness. Good night, Mr. Dodsworth.
Good night. Good night, Mrs. Cartwright. Yeah, I like that woman.
You know I'm always glad to see any friends of yours, Sam. Even the not particularly amusing ones.
Amusing? Are you trying to tell
Well,
me?
there are interesting strangers. They just take a bit of finding.
A bit of finding. Hey, you're starting to talk funny, Fran. Guess it'll wear off when we get back to Zenith.
Dear old Zenith, huh?
I'll say dear old Zenith. Don't you think it's time we began thinking of going back home, Fran?
Home? Well, really, Sam, I want to see lots more of Europe.
You're the boss. Lots more of Europe it is, but I ought to be getting home before too long, you know. I got some business to attend to. I'd like to see how Emily's getting along the old house.
Oh, the old house will still be there. Would you mind bringing my cold cream, Sam? It's on the bureau.
All right.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, it's in the bathroom, then. And those, paper things with it.
We've got to begin making plans pretty soon. We can't keep on drifting.
Drifting? Oh, dear, how sleepy I am. I've got an idea, Sam. Why don't you go home?
What's that?
Well, if you'd come into the same room with me...
Okay, now I'm in the same room with you. What'd you say?
Why don't you go home to Zenith?
Without you?
Yeah. Get yourself a new lease on life, then come back and join me. Why don't you?
But I wouldn't want to go home without you, friend.
Well, you're not enjoying Europe. I'm only thinking of your pleasure. If you thought of mine, you wouldn't ask me to leave here when we're just getting to know some really nice people.
I don't think they're so nice.
Well, we needn't go into that again.
And Mrs. Peanable, there's something fishy about her. You mark my words. And that Kurt, I hate to think who pays the bill when he takes you out. We might dance somewhere for tea.
And for the last time, Sam, it's Madame de Penable, not Mrs. Peanable. And anyone will tell you she's a true woman of the great world here. As for Kurt, he may be poor, but he holds one of the oldest titles in Austria, and both of them belong to the most amusing and exclusive crowd in Europe.
Friend, do you really think the real thing in Europe would hang out with a couple of hicks like us?
Sam, I won't have you.
What else are we? I am an ordinary businessman. I married the daughter of a Zenith brewer who seems to be flying pretty high these days.
You're getting tiresome about that daughter of a Zenith brewer. I've heard my friends insulted enough.
Well, there are a lot of gigolos.
You may be the most impressive man in Zenith, but you're not in Zenith now. You're in Paris. And I'm sick and tired of apologizing to my friends for the
have
way...
you been apologizing?
Yes, I have.
Hello? I'm sorry. All right. We've been making so much noise, someone's complained.
How humiliating.
Yes, isn't it? Well, go ahead. Pipe down, but go ahead.
You are hopeless. If you had the mistiest notion of civilization here...
Maybe I don't think so much of civilization here. Maybe clean hospitals and concrete high roads and no soldiers along the Canadian border are my idea of civilization. There are 20 million cars at home in America, and I've contributed something to all of them out of my personal civilization. That's not more than just knowing how to order a meat course under a glass top.
You are a hick, Sam, and you just don't want to be anything else. I could teach you, but you won't let me. I belong here. They accept me
They'd
here.
better get used to getting along without you, because I'm going to get out of this town, and I'm going to do something and take you along.
You might as well face it now, Sam. I'm not going.
Oh, yes, you are.
We need a vacation from each other, Sam.
I don't feel that way. I think I've been weak with you long enough, friend.
Well, I was going to tell you tomorrow, but... Well, I've taken a villa for the summer with René de Penable in Switzerland. I've signed the lease.
I think you might have told me.
I've got my own money.
Fran.
What?
Fran, darling. You're not drifting away from me, Fran.
I hope not.
You and I, Fran, after 20 years. I won't go home. I'll give it up.
Oh, no, you've got to go. You simply got to go. I can't stand being torn this way any longer. I'm suffocating.
Fran.
If we're going on together, I've just got to be left alone this summer. Oh, don't look so hurt, and please don't be angry. Or do be angry if it'll make you any happier. Remember, I did make a real home for you. Only you've just got to let me have my fling now. Because you're simply rushing into old age, Sam. And I'm not ready for that yet. Please understand.
I think I understand, Fran.
Don't be angry, Sam.
Hello?
Sam, what are you doing?
I just thought I'd call the porter. Hello? Pardon me. Hello, portier. Maybe he can tell me the first boat I can catch.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Dodsworth, starring Orson Welles and Fay Bader with Nan Sunderland. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Dodsworth, starring Fay Bader with Nan Sunderland.
Really, Renee, you shouldn't.
You know, Rennie, you're not my chaperone.
That is not my ambition. Remember, I would have had your husband here. Oh, yes, the afternoon post came while you were gone. There was a letter for you. You might want to amuse Kurt by reading your husband's letter aloud to him.
Has Rennie always been like this, Kurt? Lately, she seems to me to be so difficult.
Would you do something for me if I were to ask you, Fran?
Within reason? Why not?
Read your husband's letter. To yourself will do.
That's an odd request, Kurt. Do you really want to hear the news of Zenith?
If you want to tell it to me.
Well, my daughter's well. Tubby's well. I've never told you about Tubby. He's my husband's best friend. Sam's golf has gone off. He misses me. His friends seem to have grown much older. You don't know how old men can grow until you've seen Sam's friends. Sam himself might give you a rough idea.
And presently he'll be taking you back to Zenith.
Kurt, are you trying to torture me?
No, I'm making love to you.
Oh.
It was not an impulse. It's something I've wanted to do ever since we met.
Don't make love to me, Kurt.
I was thinking of you and of this place tonight. I was thinking of the attraction you and I feel for each other. There is such an attraction, isn't there?
No, there isn't. No.
I'm leaving in a few days, Fran.
This cannot be.
But it is. You mustn't be afraid, Fran, of anything.
I shouldn't want to do anything to hurt Sam.
That I care for you, that need not hurt your husband. Live in the present tonight, Fran. That letter you're holding, that letter is the past.
It's the future, too, Kurt. At least for me.
We will get rid of both present and future, if you wish.
How?
The cigarette lighter. Could that not be of use to you?
Your cigarette lighter? I don't understand.
I light it. I hand it to you.
Yes?
You touch the flame to the letter, like this. It burns, like this. It burns rapidly. Now the letter is almost gone.
Oh. Sam, you might have cabled me before you left New York.
Here you are, son. Guard, son.
Oui, monsieur.
See, I've been studying French while I was gone. You like that, Fran? Guard, son?
It's very good, Sam. Very good. If you knew how nearly I missed meeting you at that boat train.
I'll carry this bag into the bedroom. I forgot it. I guess I tipped him too early.
Oh, Sam, I forgot to tell you. I thought you'd be tired after your long ride from Sherwood. I took 2 bedrooms this time. That's yours on the right. You'll like it. It's got a nice bathroom. You don't mind, do you, Sam?
I don't mind anything now that I'm back with you, Fran. You must be tired, too.
I am. Dead. Why do you keep looking at your watch, Sam?
I'm expecting a caller.
This late? Who?
Yeah, it's Sherberg. I sent a man a telegram to meet me here. Give him 10 minutes more before we go.
You're very mysterious. I've never seen you like this before.
Never seen you like this before, either. Tell me, Fran, weren't you pretty lonely in Montreux?
It's nice there, Sam. The lake is lovely. Who can that be?
It's my caller, probably. I told him, send him right up.
I'll wait in the bedroom. Will you be long?
Now, rather you stayed, Fran. Someone you know, one of your European friends.
Has Rennie de Penobel been gossiping about me? Because if she has, it's all a pack of lies.
I haven't heard a word from Mrs. de Penobel and Madame de Penobel.
Sam, what are you up to?
Sit down, darling. Come in. Good evening.
Kurt.
Good evening.
Was it Kurt you telegraphed to, Sam? I think you might have told me. Our first night together after all these weeks.
I tried to reach you on the phone, Fran, to let you know I was coming.
I wanted to see you two face to face. Fran alone would have wasted time acting. I knew you hadn't been in Montreux all this time. You'd been in Biarritz together.
Well, I've never heard of anything so outrageous in my life. What if Kurt was in Biarritz when I was there? Are you implying, Sam Dodsworth, that there's anything wrong between Kurt and me? Do you know how insulting you are?
You don't know how insulting I'm going to be if you don't stop this play acting.
Play acting, just because Kurt and
Stop it, Fran. Your ex-friend, Madame de Penobel, took the trouble to write me a friendly letter.
Oh.
I got the 2 of you here because I want to know exactly how important this thing is to you, friend.
I'd be so happy if I could make you understand.
I understand. Sure, you've given her things she wanted and things she needed never got from me. I'm interested in what I want and need, too. That happens to be peace of mind.
This is not what you think, Mr. Dodsworth. If you can bring yourself to see matters reasonably.
Reasonably? I've crossed the Atlantic Ocean to be reasonable. Fran, I've loved you and been married to you for 20 years. I'd like to hang on to you if I can. You 2 want to marry each other?
I won't let you throw me at Kurt's head. I'll answer for both of us. No, we don't. Nothing has happened between Kurt and me.
And we'll have it that way, Fran. We'll just forget what hasn't happened. Start on a long hike tomorrow, eh, friend? Tyrol, Italy, any place, and sail back home in October.
Home. You're trying to take my happiness, my youth away from me. The only romantic happiness I've ever known.
Stop being ridiculous,
I'm not
friend.
being ridiculous. I'm fighting for my life.
You don't have to fight. All you've got to do is to divorce me. If you don't want to do that...
He's right, friend.
Thank you, and if you don't mind...
If you'll excuse me...
Have you any more to say to him, friend?
No.
Neither have I. Except this. If I ever find you as much as talking to my wife again...
You don't frighten me, Mr. Dodsworth. I've respected your wishes, but only because I think they mean more for her happiness. Good night.
That's what I'm concerned about, her happiness. Good night.
Good night.
Well, when do we start? Where do we go?
Wherever you like. Till we go home in October.
Home in October. Zenith in October.
You'll be wanting to go home in October. Emily's having a baby in October.
Emily? A baby? Well, she didn't tell me.
You left it to me to tell you. I was saving it up.
How is she? Is she well?
She's fine.
I'm going to send her a cable. Couldn't I telephone her? Now, think of Emily.
You see, we darn well got to behave ourselves. We'll be a couple of old grandparents in October. And you, Fran?
Yes, Sam?
Fran,
Yes, Sam.
weren't you quite a long time at the dressmaker's?
Oh, let me alone, Sam. I'm tired, and I'm not on a time schedule, you know.
Don't talk to me like that, Fran. We're all we've got, you and I, to talk to do anything with.
That's just it. You've become too dependent on me, and...
Maybe I have, friend. I was just thinking, now, if we're going on together, if I'm to make you happy, we've got to cut out this homeless stuff and beat it right back where we belong.
Zenith.
I'm going to grab off the first sailing.
That's a good idea, Sam. But you'd better arrange to go alone. I'm staying here.
What?
Yes. I didn't go to the dressmaker's this afternoon. I saw Kurt von Oberstoff. He's in Berlin. He phoned me yesterday.
Oh.
Whatever you think, I'm telling you the truth. I haven't seen him since Paris until today.
I don't believe you,
It
Fred.
doesn't make any difference whether you do. Even if what you think is true, it wouldn't make any difference. I love Court and he loves me, and I'm going to marry him.
Fran.
He asked me this afternoon. I've only just now decided, just this minute, since I found out exactly what this happiness is that you want to give me. Take me back to Zenith, where you can be yourself, but where there's nothing for me, nothing. Just to be the little woman, meet the wife.
Fran, that's
oh,
not
you
what-
don't know anything about me. You've never known anything about me. Not what I had on, what I thought, nor the sacrifices I
Look
made.
out!
I'll be happy with Court.
Can you get your divorce now, Fran?
What?
Your divorce.
Oh, I think so.
I wish you'd wait a few months, not for me, for you.
Why?
I'd like you to feel absolutely sure about Kurt.
Well, it's my funeral now, isn't it?
I'll have to get used to that idea, I guess. Your funeral. I hope it isn't, Fran.
Now leaving for Sorrento, Amalfi, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Vesuvio.
Fibber,
swift the coach.
Excuse me, is there anything for Dodsworth?
Not a thing, Mr. Dodsworth.
What have you got to offer in the way of excursions today?
We have a tourist party just starting for Pompeii.
I've been there. Been everywhere.
How would you like Paestum, sir? Here is the folder. Greek temples in excellent preservation.
That's more than I am. I'll take a chance. Give me a card.
How many in the party, sir?
One.
Yes, sir. The driver will have your ticket.
Okay. Pardon me, madame. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Hello.
Mr. Dodsworth. Do you remember me?
Sure, Mrs. Cordright, the steamer. Paris. This is great.
How is Mrs. Dodsworth?
Oh, fine, thanks. Fine. She stayed in Berlin. She didn't like traveling.
I see. And the education? How's that coming on?
I gave it up. I didn't work out the way I expected. Found myself learning things I didn't want to learn.
Your car is ready, sir.
Hold it.
Oh, you're busy. I'm sorry. I didn't... don't have
Busy? I've got nothing today but some ruined temples they'll keep. They've kept this long.
And come after me for lunch.
Today?
Yes, why not?
Mrs. Cordright, there's no use trying to fool you. I'm lonelier than you can imagine. I accept with pleasure. While I'm about it, I guess you caught on about my wife. It must be a pretty ordinary story. She's younger than I am and livelier. I'm staying here to be on hand for the divorce, I see.
Where?
Berlin.
What would you like for lunch?
Couldn't we fit up some American dish? Could we have clam chowder? See, get me the clams, I'll make you the chowder. I used to be quite a chef in Zenith. Nothing fancy, of course. Want to hire me? First-class cook and mechanic. I'm a pretty good fisherman, too.
Could you let yourself enjoy life for a while?
Could I?
Well, then, why don't you break away from your hotel? Get about Berlin, move out to me.
Out to you?
Out where I live at the Zillipo. My maid and I can't make you as comfortable as your hotel does, of course. When you want a bath, you have to choose between a tin tub and the Mediterranean. But if you really like swimming and fishing and a willing listener...
You know, that's awful kind of you, Mrs. Cartwright. Mighty friendly, but I don't see how I could.
Why not?
What did your neighbors say? I know what they'd say in Zenith.
That's exactly what they'll say here. But that doesn't mean that we'd have to care, as long as we knew it wasn't so.
I mean, you really wouldn't care?
Certainly not.
That's the deal. Porter, see if you know. Take our bags, please.
Oh, dear. I want you to meet my mother. Mother, this is Fran.
Kurt has told me so much about his mother. You look so strained, Kurt. I'm the one who should look strained, but I don't feel it. I love your mother, and I hope she's going to love me.
I would not find it difficult to become most fond of you, Mrs. Dodsworth.
I wish you wouldn't call me Mrs. Dodsworth.
But that is your name.
Well, it won't be much longer, and it shouldn't be to you now.
Fran, my mother believes we should postpone our marriage.
Kurt.
I did not say postpone. I will try to make it clear to you, as I hoped I had to Kurt, why I could not give him the permission he asked of me to marry you.
Kurt asked you permission to marry me?
And I am so sorry that I cannot give it.
I think you might have told me, Kurt, that you're not a free agent.
You do not understand how such things are arranged in our old families.
No, I'm afraid I don't quite. What have you got against me, Barrett? I love your son, and I'm really rather a nice person.
You seem to be a very nice person, my dear. But I'm so much older than you. You'll forgive me if I observe that you're older than my son. Have you thought how little happiness there can be for the old wife of a young husband?
God loves me, and I love him. No matter what you think, there's no reason.
Oh, but there is. Your husband is living, Mrs. Dodsworth. It will be necessary for you to be divorced.
That's not so serious, is it?
It is more than serious in our family. It is final.
Hello, operator. I want to put in a long-distance call. To Naples. Naples? In Italy, yes. Yes? Yes, I'll hold on.
Friend, you do not understand.
I'd rather not talk about it.
We can still be married, friend. In a year, perhaps, after we have won her over.
Go away, Costa. Please go away. Hello? Long distance? Naples? I want the Villa Cartwright at Posillipo. Yes, that's it. I want to speak to Mr. Samuel Dodsworth. Yes. The Villa Cartwright. Hello? Yes? This is the Villa Cartwright. What? He isn't here right now. You'll call later?
Any fish today, lady?
Oh, I was worried about you. It was getting so late.
I was fishing out with Pietro. He showed him a few Florida tricks I know. Said, you hear that?
That's not Pietro. You haven't.
He's crazy about that motor.
You haven't put it on his boat with the beautiful sail I bought him?
Yeah.
Sam Dodd.
Oh, now, don't be hard on me. Setting up that motor's the first real fun I've had since I quit business. It's gonna be swell. I'm raring to go for the first time.
To go? Away from here?
Well, any place where I get back in harness. I think I may try aviation this time. The idea of a Moscow to Seattle airline kind of strikes me.
Moscow to Seattle?
Buy in on a transcontinental connection there, maybe work up to a round-the-world system. I know what I'll do. What we'll do.
We?
The day after this divorce comes through, we'll hop off and go straight across.
We, Sam?
Tough going on you, though. Only one little suitcase. Think you can stand up?
Sam, I'll fly across Siberia with you on one suitcase.
I spent one short month here with you in this house. And I can't imagine ever living without you again.
I can't imagine ever living without you either. I think I must love you a great deal, Sam. Let's take a ride in Pietro's boat, Sam.
Oh, but I just can't.
I want to get out of the house. I want to get out in the water where they can't get at us.
Edith.
Are you coming or aren't you?
Well, if you're that set on it, just give me time to get my fishing tackle. If somebody ought to answer that phone, I'll answer it.
Sam,
hello.
Please come, please.
What's that, Bellino? Well, that's Italian for Berlin. Edith, they're calling me from Berlin.
Berlin.
Hello? Yes, Fran. This is Sam. Sorry to hear that. When are you sailing? Yes, I guess I'll have to. No, it's all right. Get the tickets. Goodbye.
That was your wife, wasn't it?
Yes. Kurt's chucked her. She's dropping the divorce. She's sailing the day after tomorrow. I've got to go with her.
I won't let you.
What else can I do? It's 4 o'clock. I can get a plane up to Rome.
I won't let you go back to her.
Edith, I know this is a jolt. It's a jolt to me,
I
too.
won't see you killed by her selfishness.
You don't understand, Edith. It's going to be tough on her with all the talk, Tubby. You don't know Zenith.
I love you. She doesn't. You're content with me. You're miserable with her. A minute ago, you had the whole world in your hands. I won't let her take it away from you.
Don't be fair, Edith. She needs me.
You might think of me.
I am thinking of you, but I've got to take care of her. I've got to. I'll go pack now, Edith.
There's nothing that can stop you?
Nothing. You see, marriage has always been a kind of a partnership with me. Just because one partner doesn't want to hold up his end, you can't get out of things that easily, Edith. Not if you want to live with yourself. You know, it's funny, but I'd like to think that you wouldn't love me if I didn't do what I'm going to do now.
I love you always, Sam. No matter what you do.
Why do you want to go in the smoking room for, Sam? Why don't we go down and at least look at the cabin?
Stuart, bring me a brandy and soda.
Yes, sir. Well, you might have asked me if I wanted anything.
Do you?
No. But if I got to sit in this icebox while you drink, you've got to shut that door.
Go on, you saying?
What? Oh, yes. That it's nice to be going somewhere again after all those weeks I was so bored in Berlin. And you were so right about Kurt, Sam, dear. You wanted me to wait, and I can't think how you guessed it, because you aren't usually awfully good at judging character, except in the case of businessmen, of course. But you were right that time. His family may be as old as the Colosseum, but when I saw his mother, an old, awful country summer.
Fran.
Sammy, you're crushing my hand, please. Don't get ardent yet. Remember, I've still got to get
I'm not
used to...
ardent. I mean, you shouldn't ride Kurt and his mother that way, that's all.
I'm sorry. I'll be good. Well, I shouldn't have expected you to defend them. I suppose I ought to beg you to forgive me. I thought of it. But I know how you always let bygones be bygones. It's such a wonderfully happy ending to all our wild escapades, I suppose I should say.
I suppose so.
You seem rather distressed, Sam, considering our reunion.
Do I? Maybe I can't let bygones be bygones that easily, Fran.
Well, I do think you might meet me halfway. After all, I wasn't completely to blame. You were a good deal at fault, too, you know.
Stuart! Yes, sir? Take this check. Get the suitcase with this number and bring it here. Yes, sir.
What's the idea, Sammy?
I'm not sailing with you.
Sammy, what?
No use trying to put a tack bait. I just can't make a go of things any longer.
And this is the man I've loved for 20 years.
Oh, no, it's the man who has loved you. I'm through. Finished.
What's going to become of me?
I don't know. You'll have to stop getting younger someday.
Oh, you can hurt.
Sorry. Goodbye, Fran.
Are you going then to that washed-out extinction in Naples?
Yes. When I've got my divorce, I'm going to marry her.
And do you think you'll ever get me out of your blood?
Yes. Love's got to stop somewhere short of suicide. Goodbye. I cannot remember any time on the Campbell Playhouse when we've been so very specially fortunate in our guests as we are this evening. Of the great trio, Fay Bainter, Walter Houston, and Nan Sunderland, who created the play Dodsworth on the New York stage, two are with us tonight. The first, Miss Fay Bainter, has long been one of the leading figures in the theater. East is West, The Willow Tree, Jealousy are only a few of her successes. You've heard her tonight as theater-goers the country over heard her and believed her during the 2.5 years she played the part of Fran Dodsworth. It's my great pleasure to present to you Miss Fay Bainter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Orson Welles. I've always enjoyed playing this part, and I enjoyed it again tonight. You know, the thing that has always made Fran Dodsworth such a satisfying character to play is the feeling that she's such a real person.
I can easily understand that. And to our other guest, my highest tribute is that she is a woman of her word. When she played Isabel Amberson in The Magnificent Ambersons with us a few weeks ago, she promised she'd be back here soon, and here she is, Nan Sunderland.
I'm very happy to be here. I'm especially happy to be playing once again with Fay Bainter.
Thanks, Nan.
I hope you too, Miss Bainter, will develop the habit of appearing with us frequently in the Campbell Playhouse. Thanks again.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the western United States. His strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, were always on the side of right against might. It was he, more than any other man, who put an end to violence and brought peace, security, and justice to the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of rustlers! There's going to be trouble! Hi-yo, Silver, away!
It was late in the evening, and when Sally Dobbs, dressed for riding, started for the front door of the ranch house, her father stopped her.
Sally, where are you going this time of night?
Oh, Pa, I was just stepping outside.
Tell me the truth, girl. Where are you going?
All right, then I'll tell you. I'm going to see Chick Brown.
But he's in jail.
And he won't be there long.
Now,
if
Sally, that ain't no way
Don't
for you
try
to...
to stop me, Pa. I know what you men have been planning. You're all set to lynch Chick tonight. Well, you shan't do it.
You're staying here. No daughter ain't gonna run like friends with a cattle rustler.
You can't call Chick that.
That's what he is, a rustler. Courting my daughter and stealing my cattle at the same time. The ornery coyote needs hanging.
You're not giving him a chance to prove he's not guilty. You're lynching him.
We got all the proof we need. Cliff Duran showed me and the sheriff my stolen cattle on Chick's range, big as life.
Chick's no rustler?
His soft talks turned your head, Sally. I didn't want you to know about this till it was all over. We're doing the best for all concerned. Ain't no use stretching out the misery when we can stretch his neck and forget it all about it.
Oh, Cliff Duran talked you into this. He made you and the others figure it was right to lynch Chick.
This ain't nothing for women folks to get mixed up in.
Let me go.
You ain't stirring a foot out of this house.
No man living can make me stand by and see Chick strung up. Maybe Cliff Duran fooled you, but he ain't fooled me. I'm going down to the jail with a horsewhip and...
Why, honey. There now. You love that rustler as much as that. Why didn't he come to me if he wanted that cattle? I'd have given them to him rather than see you be
I know
unhappy.
Chick didn't do it. I've got to stop that lynching.
Oh, I like Chick, too, Sally. I was sort of looking forward to the day when you and him are... Well, it's too late to stop the fellas now. They're all riled up for the lynching. Sally.
Oh, boy.
Well, I can't promise no results. But if you stay here in the house, I'll do everything I can to make 'em wait for a trial for the hang Chick.
Oh, Paul, will you?
Will you stay here?
If you'll help Chick.
Oh, try my best. But don't go counting on me stopping them. Cliff has them fellas biling mad.
Cliff Duran and one of his henchmen were waiting for the other members of the lynching party at the Prairie Rose Cafe.
You sure got these fellas worked up, Cliff?
Yeah. So the sheriff sent word he'll fight before he gives up his prisoner, did he?
Says we'll have to take him over his dead body.
Uh-huh. Well, Sheriff Martin's too nosy to suit me. Maybe it'd be a good idea to have him out in the way, too.
Yeah. Say, you might even get the town to make you sheriff.
Maybe a hit on something there, Sid. Why, I'd be a mighty good sheriff. Help this town a lot.
Help yourself, too.
Boy, I'd clean out the town. Wouldn't let no cheating or robbing done that I didn't do myself.
Cliff, here comes Dobbs.
It's about time he got here. Howdy, Dobbs. You're late. We've been waiting for you. Cliff, we can't go through with this lynching. Sally's heard what we was up to. Oh, she did, huh? Well, what of it? She ain't sticking up for a fellow that courted her while he was stealing her old man's cattle, is she? I reckon so. Says Chick ain't no crook. Says if when we lynch him, she'll horsewhip the lot of us. Hey, you ain't letting a girl stop you from seeing justice done. I've been thinking it over. There ain't too much proof against Chick. Maybe if we wait...
Well, where's your spunk, Dobbs? You can't back out now.
Men, I say let's call this thing off. Cold feet, huh? I thought your boots looked a mite frosty when you come in. Now, we've all known Chick Brown a long time. Never knew him to do a crooked thing. I say we gotta wait for a trial, so he'll have a chance to prove he ain't a rustler. Hey, just because your daughter changed her mind for you, don't think you can stop us. We know Chick Brown's guilty, and we're just stringing him up. And there ain't nothing you can do to stop us. If you ain't gonna be with us, get back to your ranch and stay there. I promised Sally I'd do everything I could to stop you, and I'm gonna do just that. I can't change your minds, but by the great horned toad, I can help the sheriff stand you all. Let him go, let him go. It's a good thing this happened. Now we're seeing who's on the side of law and order. If there's any more traitors, we'll take care of them, too. All right, now let's have a drink while we wait. Order up, boys.
As the men crowded around the bar, an Indian slipped out of the cafe and hurried toward a tall masked man who stood in the shadows near two powerful horses. What about it, Tonto? Is it a lynch mob?
Not right.
Well, that's what it looked like. I was afraid there'd be a lynching here.
What we do?
We leave the horses here and creep up to the back of the jail. The men are watching the front.
Cliff Duran, lead fellers.
I suspected him of rustling for some time. We know Chick Brown is innocent.
Not right.
Sheriff Martin's honest, but he won't have a chance against the mob. Did Sam Dobbs agree to the lynching?
No. Him not like it.
Crouch down, Tonto, so those men won't see us. First, we've got to prevent the lynching. After that, we'll see what we can do about that evidence.
I hear back window go in jail.
We'll have to pry it open and get in.
Tonto use knife.
Most of the mob is gathering at the cafe. We won't have much time. That does it. Now to get inside. Hurry, Tonto. Come on.
If they're really going to try and lynch me? I reckon they are, Chick. I'm going to unlock your cell and give you back your guns.
There ain't no use fighting that mob, Sheriff.
You're my prisoner, and as far as I'm concerned, nobody can do nothing to you until you've had a square trial.
Sheriff Martin.
Huh? What the? Mask. Where'd you fellas come from? Who are you?
You know the mob is planning to lynch Brown.
If you're part of that gang, you can go back and tell the others that I ain't giving him up without a fight. I'm here to see the laws respected.
We're taking your prisoner to safety. Come on, Brown, before the mob gets here.
I ain't going with you.
Don't reach for that gun, Sheriff.
You can't do this.
That mob will be here any minute. There's no time to argue. You're coming with me, Brown.
I'm not going.
Come. You stay back there, Sheriff. Tonto, unlock that back door. This way, Brown.
You're part of the lynch mob, ain't you?
No. Get going.
This is all a trick. You're bandit friends of Chick.
Stay back there and don't make a move.
I'd rather be shot than hung. Get it over with. I ain't going with you.
We're trying to save you from that mob.
Everyone will think I'll run away. That'll prove my guilt.
Grab his other arm, Tonto. We're going to save you in spite of yourself.
You're making me a fugitive. Even Sally will think I'm a rustler now. I've run away.
Help me get him on Silver. You keep back, Sheriff. Don't you try anything, Chick.
Let me go. I'd rather be lynched having Sally believe in me than to live a fugitive having her think me a crook.
Come on, Silver. There's the crowd heading for the jail.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver, away!
Later that same night, Sam Dobbs returned home and found his daughter waiting for him.
Paul, what happened? Could you help Chick?
No, didn't need to.
Then he ain't lynched?
His friends saw to that.
What do you mean, his friend?
A masked man and an Injun held up the sheriff and helped Chick get away. You know what that means.
A masked man?
They must have been part of Chick's gang that helped him with the rustling. Well, I guess we was wrong, Sally.
But Chick was always...
Whatever we thought he was, now he's a fugitive. Running away like he did, he's admitted he's guilty. He ain't lynched, but now any man that sees him will shoot on sight.
You mean Chick was in cahoots with other men?
That's the way it looked. I went to town and talked with Duran. When I seen I couldn't make him give up his lynch plans, I went to the jail, figuring to help the sheriff stand off the mob. Then I seen the true facts.
Well, what did you see?
A masked man was there. He was there to bust Chick out of jail and get him away safe and sound.
And Chick went with him?
He did. There was some talk, but I didn't pay much attention to that. The fact is that Chick ran off, and he was helped by the masked man. And that's proof to me that he's crooked.
He'd have been hung if he hadn't, wouldn't he?
The sheriff feels the same as me. Chick proved his guilt by running away. Now, there's no telling what'll happen next. I've got to be ready.
Ready? Well, ready for what?
The next move with the rustlers. It's plain that there's a gang of them, and they might make a move against the one that's to be the main witness. That's me. It was my cattle they stole.
Oh, Paul.
Ain't no sense in that now. Just forget him.
Well, I can't understand.
Don't try to, Sally. I hurried home as fast as I could. No telling what he'll try next.
Oh, you don't think he'll come here?
I ain't taking no chances.
Oh, Chick having a masked man for a partner. Now he's a fugitive. Oh, boy.
No use fretting about it, honey. Quiet. Who's coming?
What? I hear horses.
Well, I'll look out the window.
Who is it?
Maybe it's some of Cliff's men chasing the fugitives. And maybe it ain't.
You think maybe
Put out
Chick...
the light. Ain't taking no risks. Maybe Chick's coming to have it out.
There. Put out the lamp. If it is Chick, what you gonna do?
What any law-abiding man would do, shoot him. And the masked man, too, if he's with him.
Can you see who it is yet?
The moon ain't bright. All I can see is a blob of white moving toward here. It's a white horse.
But Chick's horse...
The masked man was on a white horse, the sheriff said. Hand me that rifle. That's a girl. Now we're ready for him. Stop where you are. Don't come no nearer.
Dobbs, we want to talk to you.
My gun does all my talking with outlaws.
Sally.
Paul.
Don't say nothing. Keep down in case they start shooting.
Oh, that's Chick.
The rustler. Keep quiet. Keep back.
Sam Dobbs!
I ain't hankering to shoot you, fellas. But get going right away or start dodging lead.
Give me a chance to explain, Sally.
She don't want none of your lies.
Paul, can I talk with him for just a minute?
They're up to some trick. You get.
Go away. Paul's got a gun on you. He'll shoot.
Sally, I ain't no rustler. You gotta believe me. I ain't done nothing wrong.
If you don't go, you're gonna make me shoot you. You're forcing my hand.
Paul, the back door, an engine.
I'll get you.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As Sam Dobbs held a rifle on the Lone Ranger and young Chick Brown, Tonto slipped in the back door. A moment later, he had seized the rifle and...
Go that rifle, old...
Help, Chick!
You have him, Tonto?
Chick, ain't you going to help Paul?
Honey, Tonto ain't hurting him. He just wanted to get the rifle away for him so he wouldn't talk.
You got my rifle. Well, that ain't saying we're going to listen to your lies.
Let Dobbs up, Kemosabe. Light that lamp, Chick.
Right.
Sam Dobbs, you're going to listen to us, and you're going to help us prove that Chick is innocent.
He's sure been acting innocent, ain't he? A masked man helps him out of jail. Then he busts in here with you and that Injun. If he's innocent, then I'm local.
I know it looks like I'm guilty, Mr. Dobbs, but I ain't. This fellow rescued me from the lynching so I'd have a chance to prove I'm not guilty.
But, Chick, now you're a fugitive.
Miss Sally, if Chick were a fugitive in the true sense of the word, do you think he'd come here to ask for help?
Help?
I'll give you help. You jail-robbing rustler. I'll
Dobbs,
give you help.
Either the real rustler is very dumb or he thinks you are.
Me? Dumb? What's that you're saying?
He expected you to turn against Chick on the flimsy evidence of finding your cattle on his land. The real crook knew there was mighty thin evidence to stand up in a trial. That's why he didn't want a trial. He wanted to end the whole case by lynching Chick.
Chick ran away.
I didn't have no choice.
I made him go with me. The sheriff himself will tell you that. You were one man, Dobbs, who's fair-minded and not cowardly. The ones who follow a lynch mob leader do so because they're afraid to state their own mind. I figured you were not in that class.
Who do you think stole cattle?
Cliff Duran, leader of the lynch mob.
Cliff Duran, a rustler?
Are you sure?
I think Duran stole the cattle and left it on Chick's range. Then he tried to lynch him before there was a chance to prove who the real thief was.
You're talking mighty loose. Can you prove what you say?
I'll prove it with your help.
What can I do?
We'll need the word of a man the ranchers know and trust to back up the evidence we're going to find.
You talk mighty sure.
Somewhere on Cliff's range or in Cliff's barn or house, there must be evidence that'll prove his guilt. We're going to find it, or we have to look under every blade of grass on his range.
The best thing you fellas can do is to light out of here. Every man in the county will be gunning for you. I ain't going to be no part or parcel of this thing.
Sally, do you think Oh, I ain't caring so much about what the others think, but you.
I want to think you're innocent, Chick.
Oh, don't cry. The stranger's promised to help me, even if your father won't.
Well, I ain't said I wouldn't help.
Paul, will you?
I ain't said that neither. Stranger, you don't talk like a bandit. And Chick never was in any...
if you're seen with us, people will suspect you, too. It'll be dangerous.
What you think I am, a tenderfoot? I come west when there wasn't nothing between my head and the scalping knife except this here rifle. I'll show you who's scared. I'm going with you.
Oh, Paul.
You will?
Then I'm going with you, too.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Maybe we'll be gone for some days, and there may be trouble.
I'll ride you over to your Aunt Gussie's place. You can stay there till this is all over, one way or the other.
Meanwhile, Cliff Duran and his men were calling the sheriff to account for allowing Chick to escape.
Who is them fellows that helped Chick break jail?
Strangers. One of them was masked. I told you he was.
He's a fella that held you up?
Yep.
That's a likely story. Them fellas couldn't have gotten away unless you helped them.
What could I do?
He was mighty set against seeing justice done to the rustler.
No prisoner of mine's going to be lynched while I can help it.
You let a rustler go free. There's justice at the end of a rope for rustlers. Sometimes for sheriffs that are crooked, too.
Meaning?
Maybe we better put it in writing for you.
Now, we made you sheriff, and now that we know you're a crook...
I'm calling you on that. I ain't taking them words from any man. Slap your leather.
Said.
Come on, draw. Why, you ornery. Let go my arm. I got him, Cliff.
Take his guns, Joe.
I got him, you cowards.
grabbing me from the back. Well, at least we ain't crooked.
I'm the sheriff of this county.
Shut up. You was sheriff, but now that we know what you are, you ain't sheriff no more.
This ain't...
That's right. Shut his mouth for him, Joe. Folks, this is the way we're going to treat crooks from now on. I'm electing myself sheriff. That all right with you? I say there ain't room here for crooks. I say let's make an example of the sheriff so nobody else will try their thieving around here.
I say lynch him. Let's bring him up.
What do the rest of you say?
Take him away.
At that moment, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, Sam Dobbs, and Chick Brown were heading for the Duran Ranch.
Well, that's Duran's place, isn't it?
That's right. What are we doing when we get there?
Looking for evidence. That's the main thing. Tonto, I've been wondering what the Duran bunch will do when they find that the sheriff was willing for Chick to get away.
Me not know.
It might be best if you rode to town and kept an eye on things.
Not want Tonto here?
You're the only one who can appear in town without starting a chase. Go there.
Tonto go. Get him up, Scout.
I wonder if Duran will make a play against the sheriff.
I don't know. Dobbs, are you going to stick with us through this thing?
I'm with you till I'm sure that Chick's either guilty or not guilty.
Good enough.
I'm telling you, though, I feel like a crook myself for riding with you and trespassing on Duran's ranch.
Quiet down. We're getting near. I'm giving you the chance to turn back now, if you're going to turn back.
I'm seeing this through. Get going.
And we're stopping here. Rein up.
Now what?
Dismount. We'll leave the horses here. Most of Cliff's men are in town. It makes our job easier.
What are we going to do now?
There's lights inside the house.
We'll try the barn first. Come.
That's it, just ahead.
Stay in back of me.
Don't see anybody about.
They was all in town helping Cliff stir up the mob again me.
Maybe.
He left 2 men to guard the ranch. You can see them through that window.
Yeah, playing cards.
I'll have to twist off the lock on the barn door.
You make any noise and them 2 will be out here, their guns blazing.
Cliff's got some tough hombres working for him.
There it is. Come on.
Can't see nothing without a light.
We'll have a light as soon as we cover this window.
I'll get it. I just kick some old burlap bags here. They'll do the trick.
I'll find a lantern.
You both better be mighty careful.
Yeah, we ain't no more anxious for trouble than you are.
I have a lantern. Is the window covered?
Yep. No light will get through.
Now have your look and let's get out of here.
Nothing here except tools and spare harness.
There's a grain bin.
Nothing here that spells rustling.
Here's some branding irons.
I see.
Them's regular irons.
Yes. Cliff Duran's brand is a flying O.
Yeah.
What you gonna do with that rake?
What are you getting in the grain bin for?
Of all the loco ideas. Raking the grain. Stranger, what you up to?
There it is. Take this rake.
Sure.
What's that you found?
Look at this.
Well, I'll be a hop-toad's uncle.
Mister, you got it.
Quiet. Somebody's coming in.
Put out that light.
I got it.
I see him. I'll blast
Wait.
it.
Kimasabi.
Tonto, what's wrong?
Come quick. Maybe them limped sheriff.
The sheriff? Follow me.
All agree that this crooked sheriff needs his neck stretched? Well, then, as your new sheriff, I hereby declare this coyote guilty. Who's got a rope handy?
I have. Bring it along for Chick. Now this fella can use it. You're all a bunch of nitwits. I've been your sheriff for 2 years, and you never knew me to be crooked.
Hey, we thought you was honest because you was sly as a prairie dog. Always stucking into your hole when trouble come. Now we know you for what you are.
This ain't legal. You ain't got a bit of proof.
We know you let that prisoner get away. That's all the proof we need.
You've been in cahoots with the rustlers all the time. That's a lie.
Shut up, you.
As long as I can talk, I'm going to. You stirred up this crowd against Chick. Now you set him against me. You're a smooth talker, Cliff. A mite too smooth. You're full of talk. We'll mighty soon fix that. I've been thinking that there must be some good reason why you're so anxious to get Chick out of the way and now me. Cliff Duran, I say that you're the crook.
I don't care what you say. Neither does anyone else. Get that rope up there on that tree limb, fellas. Be sure it's tied tight.
We're getting her, Cliff. Be ready in a minute. You're getting rid of me and Chick, so no one will try to find the real crook. You. That rope ready yet? Yep. Wait till I climb down. You ain't saying nothing, because you ain't got nothing you can say. By golly, I see the truth now. You rustled that cattle and planted them on Chick's range.
Got any proof?
The way you're acting's my proof.
You're going to be acting mighty strange yourself in a minute, doing a jig on the end of a rope.
Yes, sir. I brought this horse over here. Got it all in saddle.
Yeah, then let's get on with this.
Yeah,
All right, get aboard that horse, Martin. It's the last time you'll be riding him.
I'll boost him up. Get over here.
No, wait a minute. Wait till we get the noose around his neck. You ain't scared, are you, Sheriff?
No, I ain't. You'll get what's coming to you for this, Clift Orion.
Yeah, you're getting what's coming to you right now. Tie that rope around his neck, Joe.
You betcha.
You got any more to say, Martin? This is your last chance.
You got these men so hopped up they don't know what they're doing. What's the use of talking to them?
Hold your head still so I can get this knot tied right. Hurry up there.
All set.
Clear back so we can work this.
Don't try for your gun.
That's the masked man.
One that helped the wrestler get away.
Quiet!
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You'll soon find out. Move in front of me with the others.
I'll get you for this, whoever you are behind that mask.
Men, listen to me. Most of you are honest. Sam Dobbs and Chick Brown are heading here. They're bringing proof that'll show you how wrong you've been.
The masked man's full of lies.
You're about to hang the sheriff because he let a prisoner escape. Well, there's the prisoner riding here. He hasn't escaped at all. He's bringing evidence. Proof that the right man is not being punished.
Men, close in. Capture that masked man.
Oh, my hand.
Don't try any more gunplay.
Sakes alive, what a draw that masked hombre has.
The man you've accused is coming here. Dobbs, the man that every one of you knows can be trusted, is coming here with him.
There they come now.
Cliff Duran has fooled all of you into thinking that you were helping justice when you were really helping him in his crooked scheme. Stand still, Duran. You thought you could pin your rustling on Chick Brown. You planted evidence and had him arrested.
Folks, listen to me. You're going to believe a masked man? He ain't got proof for a word he says.
That's Chick Brown there and Sam Dobbs with him.
You're wrong, Duran. Sam Dobbs has brought the proof. Dobbs, bring those irons. Give them to me.
Here you are. Doggone it. I never thought I'd get help from a masked man.
Here's Duran's regular branding iron.
That's an honest iron. Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Dobbs and Brown and I found that iron hanging on the wall of his barn. And here's another branding iron we found by raking through his grain bin. Look at this iron.
That ain't mine.
Well, a running iron. That settles your hash, Cliff. Only wrestlers need an iron like that.
I've been framed. That ain't mine.
We had Sam Dobbs along, a man you all know and trust.
I seen the masked man here find that iron. It's Cliff Duran's, all right. For my money, that proves Cliff's a rustler.
Will somebody cut this here rope about my neck?
Tonto have a knife.
Chick, you come over here. I want to publicly apologize for thinking you was a rustler. I guess all of us feel the same.
You bet we do.
The thing I'm most ashamed of is taking the word of a man like Duran for anything.
You ain't proved a thing. You can't do nothing to me.
No, me.
I guess we all owe you an apology, too, Sheriff.
Let me through. Let me in there.
Sally. Honey, what are you doing here?
I had to come. I couldn't stay away.
You can rest your heart, girl. The masked man proved that Cliff Duran's the real crook.
Then, Chick, you're free?
I am, honey. Now, we all know who the real crook is.
Oh, Chick, I'm so happy.
Hey, where's the masked man?
He was here just a minute ago.
There he is. Why didn't he wait? I wanted to thank him.
Doggone my hide. That's a real man riding off there. A real man.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Beginning the curious adventure called
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
Having successfully solved the case of the missing baby, Nick with his two assistants, Patsy and Scubby, have come to Greensboro for a short but well-earned vacation.
Well, Greensboro hasn't changed, and neither has this hotel lobby. It looks exactly the same as it did last summer.
I only hope we have half as nice a vacation this time. Last summer was wonderful.
It certainly was. Oh, Scubby, it's too bad you weren't with us. We
Well,
had one.
you know, I could... Carter.
Well, hello, Joe. I'm
And
glad to
Patsy.
see you.
How are you,
Well,
Joe?
this is a surprise. Well, you folks come up pretty early in the season for a vacation, didn't you?
Yes, we felt we needed one. Oh, Joe, I want you to meet my assistant, Scubby Wilson. Scubby, this is Joe Hill, Greensboro's deputy sheriff.
Well, hello, Joe. I'm mighty pleased to meet you. How long do you intend to stay with us, Nick?
Oh, about a week, I hope.
Well, Nick, I think I've left my purse in the car. Will you excuse me? I'll be back in just a
Sure.
minute.
Say, Nick, I was just reading in the papers the way you busted up that baby selling racket. What about telling me about it?
No, nothing doing, Joe. I want to forget business for a few days. I came to Greensboro because it's the most peaceful village in the state.
Oh, we have some excitement now and then. In this town? Yep. Why, this past week, there's been quite a bit of excitement here.
Uh-huh.
What happened? Well, the main subject of conversation right now is the great Carlos.
The great Carlos, not the famous magician.
Yes, sir.
Wow,
He come to Greensboro a week ago.
Well, a famous magician sure must be slipping if he has to play spots like this.
Yeah. Well, what would you say if I told you he's settling down here?
Here in Greensboro?
Yes, sir. Well, one day last week, he drove up to the town hall in one of the best-looking cars I ever saw. And you should have seen him in his long, flowing cape, top hat, and cane when he come into Nelson's office. You remember Nelson, Nick?
Yes, Nelson's a village judge, isn't he?
Yeah, judge, justice of the peace, and village treasurer, too.
Oh, yes.
Well, like I was saying, Carlos comes into Nelson's office and says he heard that the Drake Mansion was for sale.
The Drake Mansion?
Mm-hmm.
Say, isn't that the place the village owns and tried to unload on me last summer?
Yeah, that's right. Well, Nelson almost fell over when Carlos asked him the price of the place. And then, right before our eyes, Carlos takes out his wallet and counts out 20 $1,000 bills. Mm-hmm.
20 $1,000 bills?
Yes, sir. You could have knocked us over with a feather. Mm-hmm. Well, that was the first time I'd ever seen a $1,000 bill.
Now I know what you mean when you said there was quite a bit of excitement in the village.
Imagine his carrying that much money around. Let me tell you, Nelson didn't waste any time having the sheriff take the money at the bank.
So the great Carlos is now a resident of Greensboro.
Yeah, but that ain't all.
Nick, you should have seen what I just saw. That is, if I really saw it.
What are you talking about, Patsy?
While I was getting my purse out of the car, I saw a man coming toward the hotel. He was wearing a black cape, a top hat, and a cane.
Well, that was Carlos, the magician.
Oh, but that isn't all. Following him like a dog was a half-grown black panther.
A black panther?
Yes, and this man and the panther entered the lounge of this hotel. Oh, Nick, you don't think I'm seeing things, do you?
Oh, you ain't, Patsy. The panther is Carlos' pet.
A panther for a pet?
Yeah, it's got half the town scared to death.
I should imagine so.
Well, sounds like a sight worth seeing. What do you say if we drop into the lounge and take a look at Carlos and his panther?
Sure, that's something I don't want to miss.
All right, if you folks want to. The lounge is this way.
Okay.
Nick, isn't it rather dangerous having a panther loose like that?
Yes, Patsy, it might be.
I can tell you right now it's going to cause trouble. Why, only yesterday the sheriff and Carlos had a run-in about it. Well, here we are.
And now, gentlemen, I shall perform a trick for you that no other man in the world but Houdini could perform.
Oh, Nick, there's the panther lying at his feet.
Yes, and a beautiful specimen it is, too. Must weigh all of 200 pounds.
You will note, gentlemen, that I have taken this man's watch, though he's not aware of it as yet. And now I place the watch, a duplicate of which I couldn't possibly have, on this table. And then I smash it. Thus.
Hey! You broke my watch!
Patience, my friend, patience. I now take this handkerchief, which, as you can see, is nothing more than a handkerchief, and I cover the remains of the watch with it. Thus.
Nick, he can't really get that watch together again, can he?
He's one of the world's greatest magicians, Patsy, and it's his trick. And having covered the remains of the watch with his handkerchief, I now remove it with one quick motion. Presto!
Hey, my watch, it's gone.
Ah, yes, it is, but only for a moment, sir. Now, if you will be so good as to look in the pocket of the man standing next to you, I think you will find your watch.
You mean it's in Fred's pocket?
Yes, you'll find it in his left coat pocket, I believe.
Hey, let me look, Fred.
Sure.
See, it is my watch, and it's working okay.
Nick, how in the world did he do that?
Patsy, that's one trick even I can't explain. And now, gentlemen, if I may have your full attention, I shall demonstrate a trick that was performed before the crowned heads of Europe.
Uh-oh, trouble. Here comes the sheriff.
Now, if one of you gentlemen will be good enough to volunteer his
Just
services...
a moment, Carlos. Remember what I told you yesterday?
Gentlemen, your worthy sheriff would have a word with me. Forgive this little interruption.
I warned you yesterday about that panther. You got to keep him caged.
My dear sheriff, my panther Ebony has roamed freely wherever I've traveled, even in the courts of Europe.
That don't make no difference. He ain't roaming free in Greensboro.
Why, you country bumpkin, in intelligence and behavior, this beautiful animal is by far your superior.
Now, just a minute. I don't want no trouble to you, Carlos, but I'm warning you. I'll shoot that panther on sight if he ain't caged.
Did you hear that, Ebony? Yes. This oak will kill you on sight unless I put you in a cage. Just listen to him, Sheriff. You can see that he doesn't like the idea.
What I said goes, Carlos, and don't forget it.
I'm afraid, Ebony, that the sheriff doesn't understand that you dislike being caged. Yes, you'll have to explain to him in your own way.
Oh, Nick, look at the way his tail's flashing back and forth.
Yes, I don't like this.
Carlos, you better control that panther.
My dear Sheriff, Ebony knows exactly what he's doing.
If he comes any closer, I'll shoot him. Keep him away, I tell you.
Sheriff, he's going to spring. Look out. Ebony. Why, you've killed him.
It was him or me, Carlos. I told you I'd shoot him.
You fool. That animal was worth 5 of you. I'll teach you to kill my pet. Sheriff, look out for his cane. Hey, that's for you. Hey, wait a minute. Ow. Let go of my wrist. Drop that cane, Carlos. Drop it or I'll break your wrist. That's better.
Sheriff, are you all right?
Yeah, Joe. Carlos, you're under arrest.
What? Under arrest? For what, may I inquire?
For assault and battery.
Why, this is ridiculous. Do you think that I, Carlos...
Are you coming along peaceful to jail, or do I have to use force?
You fool. The jail hasn't been built that can hold the great Carlos against his will. You'll be wasting your time trying to keep me in prison.
All right, that's enough talk, Carlos. Thanks for taking the cane away from him, Nick.
It's quite all right, Sheriff. Oh, just a moment. You look familiar. Aren't you Nick Carter?
Yes, I am.
Well, I've heard quite a bit about you, Mr. Carter. Not only as a detective, but as a fellow magician.
Thanks.
Not at all. Now, I will overlook your having disarmed me this time. But please don't interfere again, or you may regret doing so.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
All right, come along, Carlos. I'm going to lock you up in one jail that you won't ever be able to escape from.
Well, Sheriff, it looks as though the whole village has turned out this morning for Carlos' trial.
Yeah, Nick. Well, better get the prisoner, Joe. Judge Nelson will be coming in any minute now.
Okay, Sheriff.
See you later, Nick.
Yes, Sheriff.
Did you take a look at Carlos this morning, Joe?
Yep, a little after dawn.
Yeah?
I offered to get him some breakfast, but he said he was going out for it.
He was going out for it?
Yeah. He's some magician if he can do that.
Oh, I'll be glad when we've seen the last of Carlos. There's something about that man I don't like.
You want me to put the handcuffs on him, Sheriff?
No, that won't be necessary, Joe. Not with the two of us. Joe.
Yeah?
Where is he?
What?
He's gone.
Well, he must be here. He was in that cell just a couple hours ago.
But he's gone now, and the cell door is still locked.
Well, how could he have gotten out?
Oh, I don't know. Come on, we better get back to the courtroom and tell Judge Nelson. Oh, this is going to make us look like the biggest fools in the village.
Oh, gosh, Sheriff, it wasn't our fault.
I'd like to know how we're going to explain it.
Say, Sheriff, you think that guy really can break out of jail? Him being a magician and all?
Oh, gosh, Joe, I don't know what to believe. Hey, Judge! Judge! The prisoner's escaped! Silence in the courtroom.
You say the prisoners escaped, Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
Oh, I can't figure it out, Judge. We searched Carlos before we locked him in the cell last night. Now he's gone.
He couldn't have just walked out of there. Who had the keys to the jail?
I've had them on me every minute since we locked Carlos up, and there ain't any duplicates.
Nick, how could he have gotten out?
Well, maybe a great magician like Carlos can break out of jail. What do you think, Nick?
Oh, I doubt it, Scubby. It'd be quite a feat for anyone to
Good
accomplish.
morning, gentlemen. I understand you're looking for me.
Nick, it's Carlos.
First he escapes, then he comes back.
Silence in the courtroom. Is the prisoner aware that he can be severely punished for escaping from his cell?
But, Your Honor, I did so with the deputy sheriff's permission.
What? That's a lie, Judge.
It's the truth, Your Honor. Early this morning, when the deputy came to my cell to see if I wanted my breakfast, I told him I was going to have my breakfast outside. He laughed and said that if I could get out of my cell, it was all right with him.
And how, may I inquire, did you manage to get out?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that is the professional secret.
The fact remains, Judge, the prisoner did escape from his cell. I demand to know how he did it.
It can hardly be called escape, Your Honor, as I've returned of my own free will.
We'll pass over that for the moment and proceed with the charge against you. The charge is assault and battery. How do you plead?
Well, it is true, Your Honor, that I struck the sheriff, but it was entirely justified. He killed a pet of mine, which was worth 5 like himself.
I'm afraid that hasn't any bearing on the charge. How to plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Due to the fact that the prisoner has pleaded guilty and has saved the village the expense of trial, the court is inclined to be lenient with him. However, the prisoner's escape can't be overlooked. The verdict of the court is a $600 fine or 60 days in jail.
$600? Why, that's robbery.
Under the law, I could sentence you to as much as 3 years in the state penitentiary.
Why, you country lout, do you know who I am? I am the great Carlos. The laws of ordinary men don't concern me.
I'm afraid in this case they do. You have your choice of paying the fine or going to prison.
Well, I'll pay my fine, but mark my words. You will regret this day as long as you live. Here's your money, and with it is the curse of Carlos.
Nick, I've never seen anyone so furious.
Sheriff, he's coming over this way.
Yeah, don't start anything, Joe.
Well, Sheriff, this seems to have been your day. But I'm afraid your triumph will be short-lived.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I mean that within 24 hours, you will be dead.
Dead?
Yes, Sheriff.
Gosh, Nick, I'm sure glad you're here.
Mr. Carter's presence won't save the Sheriff. And I warn you, Mr. Carter, don't interfere in that which doesn't concern you. It might be fatal. The Sheriff will die within 24 hours. Nothing can prevent it.
Well, it seems as though Nick has run into an adversary who's no ordinary man. The great Carlos has predicted that the sheriff will die in 24 hours and has warned Nick not to interfere. We know Nick will not heed the warning, but will he be able to prevent Carlos from carrying out his threat? Listen Monday. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Monday night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, Gangbusters!
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Tonight, Gangbusters celebrates its 14th anniversary. Since its beginning in 1936, Gangbusters has presented over 600 actual police case histories and aided in the apprehension of over 350 wanted criminals.
Tonight, Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John C. Hilley, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to narrate tonight's Case of the Golden Touch. Mr. Hilley.
Thank you, Roger Foster. And good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Tonight's case began rather inauspiciously late one night, not too many months ago, in a diner on the Lower West Side of New York. This diner was frequented mainly by dock wallopers from nearby piers and drivers and loaders from the nearby truck terminals. A wiry young man in work clothes was sitting at the counter over a cup of coffee when a heavy-set man walked toward the empty stool beside him.
Hello, Ralph. How's the coffee?
Oh, Victor. Hi.
Cup of coffee. Black?
Oh,
where you been keeping yourself, Ralph?
been working.
Good. Glad to hear it. Where?
At Woods Trucking.
Yeah, doing what?
I'm checking loads. I gotta get back, Victor. See you around.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll walk part of the way with you.
What about your coffee?
The coffee here stinks. Hey, Bud, forget the coffee, will you? You're looking great, Ralph.
Yeah. Was feeling great, too.
After you, Ralph?
Thanks. I go this way.
I've been looking for you, Ralph.
That so?
Yeah. Want you to get me a load.
Well, don't look my way, Victor. I had enough.
Well, I got everything set. I got a big buyer uptown, lots of dough.
Look, I like dough as well as the next guy, but I don't want to take another fall, so that's that.
No, you won't take any fall. Nobody will take a fall. You get me a load of Scotch whiskey, we'll make a nice piece of change. A buyer will pay $25 a case for all we can get.
Look, I don't want to get jammed up again, Victor. It ain't worth it. I like breathing free air.
Well, think it over, kid, and let me know. Can I meet you someplace after work?
No, not tonight. I gotta meet Dee Dee for a drink after.
Oh, date with a wife, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, Ralph, I'll be in touch with you. You think it over, huh?
But I don't...
Just think it over. You'll get 2.5 G's for doing nothing. So long, Ralph.
Yeah. So long. Really, baby, I didn't come here to talk foolish. I came to enjoy a drink.
Look, Ralph, it stands to reason. You gotta get that load for Victor. What have you got to lose?
What have I got to lose? I'll tell you what I got to lose. Got another several years off my life to lose.
Has Victor taken a fall yet? Has he?
I ain't worried about Victor. I'm worried about myself. These FBI's ain't dumb, you know. Truckload of liquor out of my terminal gets hijacked, I'll be the first guy they talk to.
So what good will talking get him?
No.
How do you ever expect to get anywhere in this world if you don't take a chance?
Say, listen, baby, whose side are you on anyway? Who... Has Victor been talking to you?
To me? Why should Victor be talking to me?
How did he find out where I was? How did he find out I was working again in the truck terminal?
Well, don't ask me. There are millions of ways of finding out those things if you want to find them out.
Yeah.
Ralph, I'm telling you, you're passing up the opportunity of a lifetime. It's like money in the bank. Victor already has a buyer lined up.
Oh, if I had any sense, I'd go right to the FBI with this thing. Right to the FBI and tell them all about it.
Now, wouldn't that be just lovely?
But I guess I got no sense.
Oh, Ralph, I knew you'd do it. I just knew it.
Special Agent Service talking.
Oh, Mr. Service, I don't know if you remember me. You had me up on hijacking a couple of years ago.
What's your name? I'll remember you.
Well, that can keep for a minute, Mr. Service. But would you FBI's like to break up a hijacking before it starts?
I think we would. What's it all about?
Well, a certain party has come to me and asked me to line up a load of liquor. I don't want to get jammed up again, Mr. Service. I'm clean. I want to stay clean.
Why don't you come here and tell me about it?
Oh, well, look, Mr.
Service, how about City Hall Park, huh? City Hall Park in a half an hour.
Okay. But who is this?
Well, it's Ralph Sarek, Mr. Service. Remember?
Yes. Okay, Ralph, City Hall Park in half an hour. Hello, Ralph.
Oh. Well, Mr. Service.
Come on, let's sit down on the bench there.
No, I think we better walk.
Sure.
Maybe this wasn't such a good place to meet after all, in broad daylight like this. Huh?
You don't think anybody's behind you?
I don't know about that. I wouldn't put it past Victor.
Victor Rossi?
Yeah, Victor Rossi. He's the one.
Hold it here.
Hey, taxi! Where are we going?
We can talk riding around. Get in, Ralph.
Okay, yeah.
Head up down, driver. So it's Victor who wants you to get him alone.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Service. Ain't that good information for you? I always knew you wanted to make Victor.
This isn't a make, Ralph.
Well, isn't it? I
Tell
thought...
me something. Why didn't you get him alone?
Oh, look, Mr. Service, I don't want to do any more time. I had enough in there.
Why didn't you just tell Victor no and forget about it?
Well, you know how it is, Mr. Service. By not getting him the load, I passed up a 2.5G touch at least. I figured it... Well, you know, if the government's so anxious to get a make on Victor, to collar him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Ralph, I know what you mean. But the government doesn't pay out money to anybody unless they work for it.
Work? Work how, Mr. Service?
You find that load for Victor. We'll let him hijack it.
We will?
We will. That's the only way we'll get a make on him.
Well, but Mr. Service...
It's settled, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it's settled.
Now, keep your ears open.
Keep my ears open.
I want all the information you can bring me about the buyer. My boss wants the buyer as bad as he wants Victor. Worse than he wants Victor.
Yeah, the buyer.
Well, Ralph, how do you think you'll like working for the government?
It's going to be hard to get used to, Mr. Service. Awful hard.
Yes?
Me, Victor. Val.
Okay, just a second.
Oh, Victor.
Well?
Got your load, Victor.
Yeah? What?
1,150 cases of scotch. How's that?
Yeah, that sounds all right. When's it coming in?
The ship docks tomorrow over in Jersey, Hoboken.
How's it come over? Through the Holland Tunnel?
No, on the Cortlandt Street ferry. When something lands in Hoboken, we always bring it over on a ferry.
Well, it ain't much of a ride from the ferry up to your terminal. Yeah, we'll have to grab the truck on the ferry.
Hey, can you do that?
Well, sure, why not? How many men on the truck?
2, driving a helper.
Yeah, that won't be any trouble. You're sure it's 1,100 and some cases?
Listen, I've seen a manifest.
Okay, Ralph. It's a deal.
10%?
10%.
Yeah. Is this one buyer going to take it all at $25 a case?
Every drop.
Can he handle it all?
Yeah, he's a big operator uptown. He's got a string of small clubs. He can handle it all right.
Yeah. Do I know him?
What are you so interested in the buyer for?
Me? I don't know. I just want to be sure.
Sure of what?
Well, listen, I'm a part of this deal. I'm entitled to have the facts, don't you think?
I'm telling you the facts.
Okay.
So don't worry about it.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Well, stop wondering. Everything's taken care of. Now, how about a drink on it?
No, thanks. I got to run along. I got to meet Dee Dee.
Oh? Well, have a good time.
Don't I always?
Give my regards to Dee Dee.
Yeah, I will. So long, Victor. You'll hear from me when I get the information.
All right, Ralph. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, tomorrow sometime. Just sit tight.
Yeah. Baby.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he's gone. Gone to meet you.
I forgot to tell him. I'm tied up.
You're a smart kid, Dee Dee. Roping him in like that when he didn't want to be roped.
I got a system, Victor.
Give me a kiss, baby.
No.
Come on.
Please, Victor.
Listen, what are you getting, coy?
It's all part of my system. You'll get your kiss when I'm ready.
You're a smart kid. You're too smart for Ralph, huh?
You said it, Victor.
You're too smart for me. I want something, I want it. Now, come here.
Oh, Victor.
you, baby.
Why, cute.
Too bad you're married to Ralph, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough.
After we make this touch, we'll get around to doing something about it. Okay?
Okay.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, that's how this case progressed. An FBI informant was in on the plans of the liquor hijacking as the conspiracy got underway. But even the best laid traps are in danger of springing too soon or snaring the wrong game.
And once again, here's tonight's narrator, the Honorable John C. Hilly, Assistant United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
Well, as I was telling you, FBI agents of the New York field office had an informant planted in a ring of liquor hijackers. And as information came to him, Special Agent Larry Service brought it to his supervisor, John Humphrey.
John, Ralph just phoned. He said Victor took the bait. He'll go after the load on the ferry.
Good.
The buyer's supposed to be a nightclub owner. No information on the drop.
I wonder if Ralph knows his wife has been seeing Victor.
I doubt it.
What do you think he'll do when he finds out?
I'm just as worried about what he'll do if he doesn't find out. Whatever he tells Dee Dee's going to be relayed to Victor as fast as she can get there.
Yeah, I know, Larry.
He said he hasn't told a soul about his connection with us, but there aren't many secrets between a man and his wife.
Well, maybe we won't have anything to worry about. The touch will come off tomorrow.
John.
Yeah?
Ralph keeps warning me Victor might get rough with the drivers.
We'll take care of that, Larry. You and I are going to be the drivers.
Oh, that takes care of it all right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Takes care of it fine.
That drive onto the ferry's awful narrow, John. You sure you can wheel this trailer through there?
I'm going to try, I'll tell you that.
Where'd you learn to push one of these things anyway?
Never even been in one until yesterday.
Oh, great. You're doing okay.
Take a look through that mirror, Larry. See how our friends are doing.
They're still back there. The car and all four of them.
You got to hand it to Victor. He knows his business.
Okay, try that rig on a boat.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Watch this side. Easy there. Okay, go ahead.
Not bad, huh?
Not bad. I thought you were going to take a bulkhead with you.
Oh, no, it wasn't that close.
It was close enough. Whew, I'm telling you, I'm going to feel a lot safer in Victor's hands than I felt riding in this thing with you.
Keep your fingers crossed anyway. If he wants to be, he can be plenty tough.
You're telling me.
But if we're as meek as lambs, he won't bother with any rough stuff.
John, you never saw a meeker lamb.
Well, here we go.
Hey, John. Over there. A couple of our men. Mac and James.
Good.
They're the ones who are going to tail the truck, right?
That's right.
Oh, that's a tough assignment. Thank goodness that didn't happen to me.
Come on, let's go out and get a smoke, huh?
Yeah, I could use something.
Go on.
Victor's boys are getting out of their car.
Yeah, looks like the moment.
Did you know that they were crying for help in the Bureau of Census, the Department of Commerce?
Is that so?
Yeah, I just happen to have an application here in my pocket.
Take out your pack. Give me a cigarette.
Oh. Here comes Victor. Yeah. Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Hello, boys. Nice day on the river, ain't it?
Yeah. Smells better today.
Now, listen to me. A truck of yours. I'm going to take it.
What?
Who are you kidding?
I got 4 boys standing around here. They all got guns, and they're all itching for target practice. You understand me?
That's pretty plain.
So I'm taking the truck.
Oh, now listen.
Look, Bud, I got nothing against you. All I want is that load. But if I have to kill you to get it, you're going to get killed. Now, you wouldn't want to die over a lousy load of Scotch whiskey, would you?
You got a point.
Okay. Walk on back past your rig. There's a sedan there right behind it. Go on, watch.
Yeah.
Keys in the truck?
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay. Keep watching. You're doing fine, boys. You got lots of sense. Okay. Pile in.
Hey, look.
Get in.
Come on, Johnny. Won't get any place arguing.
Yeah, I guess I won't.
That's the attitude, boys. Now, here. There's some goggles for you. Put them on. Don't try to look out through them. It won't do you any good. The glass is painted over. So just sit there and relax. For relaxing, there's nothing like a ferry ride across the Hudson.
There.
Hey, Dee Dee, be careful with that coffee. It's hot.
You're lucky I don't pour it over your head.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
I'd just like to know why you're sitting here at 11 o'clock in the morning drinking your third cup of coffee when right now the load is being delivered to the drop.
Listen, baby. First of all, I worked at the terminal till 1 o'clock this morning, so I'm entitled to drink as much coffee as I want at 11. Second, I done my part. Victor don't need me anymore. Besides, I don't know where the drop is. Pass the sugar.
Brother, are you small potatoes? Here.
I mean, I'm small potatoes. Don't throw things around like that.
You're the key man in the operation, and you get a stinking 10%.
Ain't 10% enough for you?
You want to know the truth? No.
Okay, do it out then.
What kind of a big dealer do you think you are? I don't need you, Mr. Small Potatoes.
Oh, now,
I
baby.
can go where the big money is. Why should I wait around for you to get up a little nerve?
Dee Dee.
You're through, Ralph. And you don't know it.
Huh?
It's me and Victor. Victor? You heard first. Victor. It's been going on for months.
You're kidding.
Am I? We were just waiting for this touch to make it final.
Yeah? Well, you'll see how final it is. You'll see where Victor winds up.
He'll wind up 3 notches above you.
Yeah, you can go visit him in Atlanta.
Where?
Oh, come on, Dee Dee. Sit down and let's be like a man and wife should be.
Where did you say I could visit Victor?
Now, Dee Dee...
Have you sung to the FBI on this deal?
Oh, baby.
You have, haven't you? I should have known you would. Victor will kill you.
Dee Dee, where you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to find Victor.
Dee Dee!
Next floor, boys. Just hang on to the railing and you'll be okay.
Listen, I can't see anything.
That's just the idea of the goggles. Hang on to the railing. Okay, you up front. That's the last step. Follow that railing around.
Yeah. Railing.
Okay, stop here. Inside.
Inside where?
Come on, this way. Now sit down on the floor. Both of you.
Yeah, but what...
Sit down. Now listen. I'm leaving one of my boys outside the door for 10 minutes. I want you to keep those glasses on and stay still. You get me?
Yeah, we get you.
Now, you've been pretty good boys, both of you. So here's a little something for your trouble. Don't spend it all in one place. Remember, 10 minutes. I'll see you.
You okay, John?
Yeah, Larry. You can take the glasses off. That 10 minutes routine was just a bluff.
Hey, look. He handed us $20 apiece.
Generous guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Where are we, anyway?
I'd say it's a condemned tenement house.
Well, let's get going.
Now, we better wait a few minutes anyway, just in case. Then I want to call the office and see if they followed the truck to the drop okay.
Special Agent Dean.
Hello, Dean. John Humphrey.
Hello, John. Everything okay?
Yeah, fine. Where's the drop? Where'd they take the truck?
A small garage on Murray Street, number 653. Mac and James are keeping it under surveillance.
I see.
Something's going wrong, though.
What?
Well, Ralph phoned a few minutes ago. He said Dee Dee accidentally found out he was singing, and she's on her way to Victor.
Oh, no.
That's what he said.
Look, get hold of Mac and James. Tell them if she shows up at the drop to pick her up quietly and bring her in.
Right, okay.
Meantime, Service and I'll try to locate her elsewhere. We've got to grab her before she sees Victor. If we don't, we'll never make that buyer.
Yeah, who is it?
Victor home?
No, he isn't. What do you want?
Well, look, I got business with him. I'm buying some stuff off him. Some stuff that just come in today.
Okay. He's down unloading the
Hiya,
stuff. Now,
Dee Dee.
listen.
Special agents of the FBI.
I don't care what you are. You can't come busting in here.
We're in. So you haven't seen Victor yet.
What's this to you?
It's plenty to us. You just come along, you'll find out.
Get your hands off of
Dee Dee,
me.
don't get stubborn. Come on, let's go. We're getting you out of here before Victor comes back, and we have to carry you. You might just as well come along like a good little girl.
Out. In the doorway.
Hello, Mr. Service.
Step in here.
Look, I'm sorry I'm so late. I can't find Dee Dee any place. She must have gone to Victor. They must have skipped together.
Don't worry about Dee Dee. We've got her.
You have?
We found her at Victor's place before she had a chance to talk to Victor.
How do you like that, Mr. Service? Look what she does to me. After I give her the best years of my life.
Yeah, it's rough.
I could murder that Victor. But Dee Dee, I still love her. Ain't that strange? I could go back to her on bended knee.
Well, you've got a little something else to do for us first.
Yeah?
What, for instance?
We'll know who the buyer is when he takes delivery. Then we can nail him.
Yeah, that's what a guy gets for buying merchandise with heat on it.
But we'll get Victor when he pays you off.
I was thinking, is there any chance I could keep the money? After all... No, I guess not, huh?
You guessed right, Ralph. That's our evidence against the buyer. But you just wait till the job's finished. Now, where do you think your payoff will be?
I don't know. I got no idea.
Well, try to make it some public place, a bar maybe. Some place where we can watch the transaction and step in as soon as the change is made.
And now, Gangbusters.
Hello, Ralph. How are you?
Oh, for crying out loud, Victor. How long do you want me to sit and wait for you?
How are things going, Ralph?
Come on, give me my end of the score. Let's get out of here.
What's the matter? Dee Dee waiting for you someplace?
What do you got Dee Dee so much in your mind for? Come on, pay off.
Look, Ralph. I could find a market for all the loads you line up.
There ain't gonna be any more loads. I pushed my luck far enough.
You and Dee Dee going on a vacation?
I ain't seen Dee Dee in 3 days.
You haven't?
No, she run out of me.
Oh, no, that's too bad, Ralph. But here, this ought to cheer you up.
Thanks.
$2,875. It's all in that envelope.
Yeah, it better be.
Now I got a big piece of news for you, Ralph.
Hmm?
I got a wire from Dee Dee. She's in Atlantic City waiting for me. How do you like that?
Yeah. I got a big piece of news for you. You're gonna get this...
Victor. Hey, what's going on here?
Special agents of the FBI.
So,
Hey, watch, you got a gun.
Sure, I got a gun.
Give me that.
Go on.
Beautiful, John.
Let me at him. I'll tear him apart. I'll break his back.
Okay, Ralph, now take it easy.
Stealing Dee Dee like that. Stealing a man's wife. I'll tear him apart.
He's had enough for now. Let him sleep this off.
Yeah. Yeah, let him sleep this off.
All right, you people, stand back. Come on, it's all over. There's nothing to see. Come on now, there's nothing to see.
Hey, Mr. Service, you know something? I kind of like this working for the government. Hey, there must be something to this civil service business.
Sure, Ralph. There's a lot to it. You don't make much money, but there's always plenty of laughs.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was how this hijacking syndicate was broken up. The leader, his accomplices, and the buyer of the stolen merchandise were all tried in federal court and received the maximum penalties. It was the hard work of agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in skillfully using an informant that wrapped this case together.
Well, thank you, Assistant United States Attorney John C. Hilly, for this most amazing case history. And Gangbusters, congratulations to all the FBI agents who participated in this difficult investigation.
And now we take you back to Gangbusters. Tonight marks the 14th anniversary of Gangbusters in its crusade against crime. At this milestone, it is indeed a great pleasure to bring you a message from the Honorable James A. Pride, Chief of the Washington State Patrol.
Hearty congratulations to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary of splendid service. The long history of the program and the enthusiastic response of listeners everywhere are proof of success. May this anniversary be more than a recapitulation of past accomplishment. May it mark a milestone of success, which may continue for many years to come.
The next message comes from the Honorable Carl G. Bachman, Mayor of the city of Wheeling, West Virginia.
Congratulations to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary. Gangbusters has done an outstanding job of helping the American people to understand more fully the work police officers and enforcement agencies are doing for their protection.
And finally, the Honorable Homer Garrison, Jr., Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, has this to say.
Hearty congratulations to Gangbusters for its 14 fruitful years of enlightenment and entertainment to the public, and its aid to the cause of law enforcement and justice. No better justification for its continued existence can be offered than that it may persevere in advancing in the public's conscience the individual responsibility of each citizen in the perpetual war of law and order versus crime.
Thank you, Director Garrison, Mayor Bachman, and Chief Pride, for these fine tributes to Gangbusters on its 14th anniversary. Your words will serve as a great challenge throughout the years to come. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Carl Eastman and Chuck Webster in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You made a contract with me under false pretenses. Usually, when I get forced into a corner, I can shoot my way out. But this time, you've made that impossible. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you like a coffee now?
Yes, Hey, boy. What are you doing waiting on table?
I come warn you.
Of what?
Man over there. He watch you all the time you eat. Maybe so he enemy. I think I better tell you.
What man?
Man over by... Oh, too bad. He coming over here now.
Huh. I've never seen him before.
Well, I've been nearby. You need me?
Yes, I'll let you know, hey, boy.
Oh, are you Mr. Paladin?
That's right.
I've been watching you, Mr. Paladin. I've decided you'll do.
Well, thank you. What will I do?
Well, you're just the man for the job. You're capable enough from what I hear, and I dare say fearless.
Oh, you flatter me.
No, it's not flattering, Mr. Paladin. Facts, based upon keen observation. May I sit down?
By all means.
Thank you. My name's Fibber Fid.
Fibber? What can I do for you, Mr. Fid?
But I've been sent here by the respectable element of Brackwater.
Brackwater?
It's a cow town south of the Hatchbys.
Oh, yes.
The respectable element has triumphed in Brackwater, Mr. Paladin.
Oh.
Triumphed, I tell you, but it was not an easy victory.
Well, virtue's victory never is.
Well, there remains, however, one pocket of resistance, one holdout, one sink of sin. And that's where you come in.
Where I come in?
Exactly. A.J. Banion's the name.
Of whom?
The holdout. A.J. Banion, proprietor of the Paradise Saloon, which I tell you is indeed a cesspool of corruption. This A.J. Banion refuses to listen to the sweet voice of reason, so we are compelled to employ the force of your persuasion.
At my usual fee, Mr. Fid?
Of course.
Well, that's a relief. And so often I found that the respectable element believes that virtue is its own reward.
Well, not in this case. We were paid.
Well, then you have just engaged a Pied Piper who guarantees to remove the rats of Brackwater.
Wonderful. I thank you, Mr. Paladin. I thank you indeed. Oh, how the good folk of Brackwater will rejoice when they hear these splendid tidings.
Constipation is something people don't talk much about, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Now, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Well, pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Brackwater wasn't much of a town. A wide main street, deep in dust, a few scraggly cottonwoods aridly protesting against being asked to grow where no tree had grown before, but it was home to the respectable element whose roots went deep, many of them being the first families who helped found this Mecca almost a decade ago. The other element came and went, came thirsty and went slaked, hungover, and otherwise depleted, thanks to the hospitality of the Paradise Saloon.
Did you hear that? This stranger's looking for Mr. Bannion.
Well, tell him, Shorty, tell him.
Oh, I ain't got the heart.
I'm losing patience, gentlemen. Just a straight answer, please. Where can I find Mr. Bannion?
Well, I'm trying to tell you, stranger. You see those 4 people leaning on the bar over there?
Yeah?
There's 4 10-gallon hats, right?
Right.
4 gun belts, right?
Right.
Well, you look lower. Only 3 of them are wearing pants. The one wearing a skirt is a lady. You ask her about Mr. Bannion.
Yes, thank you. I will. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, what can I do for you, stranger?
Well, they said that you could tell me where to find Mr. Bannion.
Mr. Bannion? There ain't no Mr. Bannion. There never was.
A.J. Bannion?
A.J. Bannion. That's me, Alice Jane Bannion.
Oh.
Any comments, criticisms, or objections?
Oh, no, none at all.
Well, then what can I do for you?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all. I guess I got the wrong party. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all. Drop in anytime you're thirsty. We got the best drinking whiskey in town. Matter of fact, it's the only drinking whiskey in town.
Mr. Fidd.
Mr. Paladin.
Mr. Fidd, I must ask you to release me from my contract.
Release? Oh, my. No, that'd be quite impossible, I'm afraid. A contract's a contract.
Of course it is, but it can be dissolved by mutual consent of the contracting party.
Yeah, that's true, only I don't consent.
Now, look here, Mr. Fidd. You made that contract under false pretense.
Mr. Paladin, that's a very serious accusation.
Nevertheless true. You engaged me to rid this town of a man named Bannion.
No. I never said anything about a man named Bannion. I engaged you to get rid of A.J. Bannion.
But you didn't tell me the A.J. stood for Alice Jane.
Well, no, that's true, in a way, Mr. Paladin, but I didn't say A.J. stood for Albert James or Arthur John either. Now, did I?
No, but you led me to believe...
No, I did not, Mr. Paladin. The subject just never came up.
But I can't get rough with a woman.
Well, you can with this one, and she'll get rough right back to you. Rougher. She is the roughest woman you'd ever want to meet. You don't suppose if she wasn't, that we'd be wasting the town's good money hiring an expert like you? No, sir. We'd have thrown her out ourselves. We tried, but she wouldn't cooperate.
Mr. Fidd, you place me in a most difficult position.
But I reckon you've been in worse ones before.
But I could shoot my way out of them.
Well, you might have to shoot your way out of this one before you're through.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco make the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco make the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Well, good evening, stranger.
Evening.
Right friendly of you to visit us again. What can I do for you?
Whiskey, please.
You look like you're carrying the troubles of the world on your shoulders.
I am.
Then have a drink on me.
Thank you, Miss Bannion.
Miss! Nobody called me Miss. I'm A.J. to my friends and to my enemies, and folks are either one or the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. A.J., I'd like to be your friend.
No reason why we can't.
I'd like to talk to you.
Go ahead, talk.
Well, couldn't we go over to that table where it's more quiet?
Sure. Why not?
Ain't it a fact that Ulysses S. Grant is the worst president
president the United States ever had?
I wouldn't know, Tex.
I've been trying to tell this mule-headed shorty here.
Well, now, who's mule?
Now, simmer down, boys. You know the house rules. Obey them. You'll live longer.
Well, all right. I'm mule-headed. You, sir?
This table to your liking?
Yes, fine.
Well, then sit down.
Thank you. Now, you have house rules.
Oh, in a way. 3 subjects is taboo in this saloon. Politics, religion, and women. Too many good men have died defending one another.
Yet where would the world be without them?
Better off.
But you're a woman.
Well, I never felt much like one.
That's a pity.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather be the way I am than be yoked up to one of these hairy-ear Ranahans.
These aren't the only men in the world.
Only one that I ever seen. I was born among them, raised among them, will die among them. Just a minute. Excuse me, stranger. Tex!
What?
Shorty! I warned you!
You shot my head off. Mine, too.
Next time I'll shoot your head off. I told you to simmer down. I don't mind if you kill each other, but do it outside. Won't have none of you giving this place a bad name. Now, where were we, stranger?
We were talking about you.
What were we saying?
Well, I believe that I had observed that it was a pity that a lady of your obvious charm and talent should be born to blush unseen and waste her fragrance on this desert air.
Stranger, you talk plumb poetic.
It is time, Miss Banyan, that you thought of yourself as a woman. A woman still young, still attractive. A woman for whom some man somewhere awaits.
Where?
Who knows? Certainly not here. The world, my dear Miss Banyan, is yours for the taking.
What?
So why don't you abandon this provincial backwater? Come into the wide, wonderful world of gallant men and lovely ladies of whom, believe me, Miss Banyan, you have no peer.
You make that sound mighty tempting.
Then you will leave Blackwater?
Well, I might permit myself to be persuaded.
Then by all means, permit me to persuade you. Look at these hairy-eared tin horns and ask yourself why you spend another day in this jerkwater town.
Why, say you are right. You've convinced me that I was born for better things than this.
Good. How soon can you leave?
Just as soon as you're ready.
Me?
Yes, sir. Just a minute, dearie. Listen, boys! I got an announcement to make. First off, tonight the drinks are on the house. Wait a minute! The drinks are on the house because I am closing down the Paradise Saloon. The pantywaist crowd in this town has been wanting to get rid of me for some time now. You all know that. What they wasn't able to do, this stranger has done. He has opened my eyes and is going to take me out of all this.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I didn't say anything.
Tonight's the last night, boys. Drink hearty!
Oh, but now, Miss Banyan, please. Oh, well. Have it your way for now, A.J.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women, too. So listen. Today, you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
never see the day you'd walk into the Paradise Saloon.
I came over as soon as I heard the news, AJ.
Yes, sir. I decided to see it your way, thanks to this sweet-talking stranger.
Good. But it just happens I have the papers right here with me. Do you want to sign them now?
You making the same offer?
They're the same offer.
All righty.
There you are.
He's yours, Fibber.
And I'll have the money for you the first thing in the morning, as soon as I open my safe.
Oh, I trust you, honey.
She'll make a fine meeting house.
Well, you got this stranger here to thank for bringing me to my senses.
I know that.
Yes, sirree, he convinced me that I was wasting my time.
My keen judgment assured me he was the right man to hire.
Hire? What? What do you mean, hire?
Have you got any idea who the stranger is?
No, it all happened so fast, didn't get around to asking him his name.
Well, ask him now.
What's your name, stranger?
Paladin.
Paladin. A hired gunslinger from San Francisco?
At your service, Miss Banyan.
Not at my service. Fibber, who paid him to come down here and make a fool out of me?
I meant every word I said, Miss Banyan.
Don't call me miss. You just stand up. Be ready to draw. Nobody makes a fool out of A.J. Banyan. Stand up! Go ahead, Paladin. Go for your gun any time.
Although you seem to doubt it, Miss Banyan, I have principles, among which is consideration for and admiration of the weaker sex.
Weaker sex? Draw!
I have never drawn on a woman, and I shall not begin now.
Draw!
You won't draw unless I go for my gun, and, as you see, my hands are in the air.
Which makes it convenient for me to relieve you of your gun. You may live to regret that you didn't let me kill you in a fair fight. Because I'm going to make you prove all those sweet words you told me. Why, you're a-going to wine me and dine me, Mr. Paladin. You're a-going to romance me. You're going to show me the world. At gunpoint, if necessary. Fibber?
Yes, A.J.
You still deputy in this town?
Yes, A.J.
Want to do me a favor?
Sure, A.J.
Lock this critter up in the jailhouse until I come for him in the morning, will you?
Sure, A.J. I'll be glad to. Come along, you.
Oh, brother. This miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan reaches all congested areas. In one fast-acting, uncoated 3-layer tablet, Dristan, for the first time, combines
a decongestant to shrink all swollen membranes, relieve pressure and pain,
an exclusive anti-allergen to help keep breathing passages dry and clear,
pain relievers to ease body aches, reduce fever,
vitamin C to help build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. For real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion, there's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Fibber Fid played his part to the hilt. Poking his gun in my ribs, he pushed me out of the saloon ahead of him and marched me down the main street for all the town to see. Then we turned a corner in the direction of which I assumed was the jail. But once out of sight of the townsfolk, he pushed me into a door across which was the sign, Fid Land and Development Company. Inside the office, he locked and bolted the door.
Now, this time you've gone too far, Paladin.
Look here, Mr. Fid. Just pay me my money. I'll be on my way.
With A.J.?
Not if I can help it.
But she said...
I can't help what she said. You wanted me to close her saloon, and I did.
But I said nothing about taking her away from Blackwater.
Oh, that's her idea.
You've bewitched her. You've stolen her from me.
From you?
Yes, Paladin. And you may as well know. I've admired Miss Banyan from afar for a long, long time. I've always felt that she could be deterred from her evil ways. She would make a man like me a fine wife.
Oh, Mr. Fid.
The fee I offered you was not put up by the respectable element of Blackwater, but by myself. And I must say in all frankness, I don't feel compelled to pay you for this ultimate breach of contract.
Look, Mr. Fid, I don't want the lady, just the money.
Now, yes, but it appears you have her. She is leaving with you.
Not if I can help it. Look, if you want her, take her.
You didn't mean what you said to her?
Oh, yes, I meant every word of it, but I didn't mean that I was the man to make her dreams come true.
Oh, well, Mr. Paladin, you know, I think I am.
Good. Now, you just hold that thought. And in the meantime, just give me back my gun and let me get out of here.
Yes, I'm inclined to do that, Mr. Paladin. Only there's one thing I want to verify before I let you go.
What's that?
Having watched your technique with A.J., I've come to the conclusion that one can't fail if one simply treats her as a lady.
Ah, Mr. Fidd. That's not only true with Alice Jane Banyan. It's true of every woman who ever lived. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Paladin.
Good morning, Miss Wong.
Good morning. I bring morning paper and mail. You got special fat letter from place called Blackwater.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering when it would come.
Lots of green money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I earned every penny of it, Miss Wong.
Look, there's something else in the envelope.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Miss Alice Jane Banyan and Mr. Fibber Fidd request your presence at their nuptials, Friday the 13th at 3 o'clock at the First Blackwater Church, formerly the Paradise Saloon.
Oh, you gonna make you present at nuptials?
No, Miss Wong, no, I think not. I make it a policy never to get mixed up in marriages.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie.
It's perfect for parties or picnics, so serve Pepsi to your guests.
That's helpful, but...
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
Singing still sounds more inviting. May I?
Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair. Get an air. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by William N. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jeanette Nolan. Our sincere congratulations and good wishes go to the staff and management of radio station WAAX in Gadsden, Alabama, which has joined the ever-growing list of CBS radio affiliates. Welcome again, WAAX. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this one the Devil's Drum. In our part of the West, a man can get into the strangest complications just by taking a shortcut through the hills instead of going the long way around. Like the time California and I were on our way into the little cow town of Saguaro, not far from the Mexican border.
Hoppy, are you plumb certain this mule track's gonna get us to Saguaro?
Sure, unless they moved the town since I was here last. That's the Drumming Mountain on our right. We should be there in another half hour.
I don't know if I can hold out that long. All I had for breakfast was a view of the sunrise.
California, I told you not to wolf down all your grub last night. Wait a minute. Hey, that's funny.
What is?
That old weather-beaten cabin back there among the trees. Nobody's lived in it for years, but there's smoke coming out of the chimney.
There is. You sure get sharp eyes.
Maybe we'll get you something to fill that empty spot after all. Let's go. I don't see anyone, but I smell something cooking.
I hope it's a nice, juicy 2-inch steer steak.
That's strange. Anybody here? There's food on the table. It's still warm.
Food? What is it, Hoppy? A steak? Doggone. Beans.
Yeah, somebody's just sitting down to eat. Hello there.
Kind of eerie, ain't it? Like it was haunted.
Never heard of a ghost eating beans.
Well, in a case of emergency, I eat 'em.
California, that food doesn't belong to you.
Oh, no, Hoppy, just one little taste won't hurt nobody. And...
Now, I wouldn't do that if I...
Wow!
What's the matter?
I'm burning up. Somebody spilled a whole box of pepper in that stuff.
That's one time you got exactly what you deserve.
Some bushwhacker must have been laying for me.
All right, you two. Put him up in there.
Huh?
I'll take that 6-gun, mister. Yours, too. Now, where are they?
Where's who?
I'm afraid we don't know what you're talking about.
No? Then what are you doing out here 10 miles off of the main road?
Well, we just thought...
Now, don't you try to dry deal me, mister. I'll give you exactly 10 seconds to talk, or the West is going to be shy 2 cowpokes. 1, 2, 3...
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Devil's Drum. While taking a shortcut through the hills, Hoppy and California ran across a mysteriously empty cabin with a hot meal still on the table. Next, an armed stranger appeared in the doorway and is threatening to shoot if they don't give him some information which they don't possess.
6, 7, 8...
If you stop playing with that trigger, we'll tell you all we know.
Yeah, anything.
All right, let's have it.
I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is my sidekick, California Carlson. We're on our way into Saguaro from the Bar 20. We cut across this way to save a little time.
Mm-hmm.
We came in here to see if we could buy some grub. The door was ajar, but there was no one around.
Yeah? How about that food on the table?
It's a mystery to us.
Well, I guess if you knew anything, you wouldn't have let me catch you with your guns holstered. Who's that coming up the trail?
Nobody we know. Well, you can see him through the window.
Huh? Oh, it's the sheriff and Chappie Doon. Here, take back your guns.
Thanks.
That's a relief. I never did admire the view down the inside of a gun barrel. Too dark and dismal.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, who are these men, Grinnell?
Couple of strangers on the way to town. This here's Cassidy, and that's Carlson. What brings you out here, Sheriff?
I'm looking for Jose Moreno. Isn't this his cabin?
Well, he's been using it to bunk in.
I checked around and back, Sheriff. Nobody there.
All right, Chappie. Now, anybody seen Moreno?
Not me. What do you want him for?
Little gunplay down at the Sawara Hotel where Jose works. A man got killed, that's all, shot in the back. Another Mexican named Calderon.
Was that Louis Calderon?
Yeah. How did you know, Cassidy?
Well, if I've heard right, he is one of the meanest gunslingers in Mexico.
Yeah? Well, if you heard so much, maybe you heard where Jose Moreno is.
I'm afraid I can't help you there.
How about you, Carlson?
Shucks, I don't know nothing.
Did somebody see Moreno shoot Calderon?
No, but he made a little mistake. He let Calderon live long enough to write a note telling who did it.
Mind letting me see the note?
I guess not, if you handle it careful. This is the evidence that's going to hang a man.
Jose que trabaja en el posado es el capullo.
Yeah. That means Jose, who works in the hotel, is the guilty one.
Uh-huh. You know Spanish?
No, I looked it up in the dictionary.
Hey, Sheriff, this stove is still hot.
That's so. Who's been doing the cooking?
Oh, why, Cassidy and Carlson was hungry. They stopped in for a meal.
I see.
If you don't mind, Sheriff, California and I'll be on our way.
All right, go ahead. Chappie, you and me'll wait here for Moreno. He'll be back. He don't know yet that we got him in our sights.
Sure, be like shooting a tin can off of a post.
Yeah. Grinnell, why don't you stick around with us and see what we do to fancy gun toters from over the border?
Well, all right, Sheriff.
Come on, California.
Hoppy, why did Grinnell lie to the sheriff about me and you cooking them beans?
I'm not sure. But Grinnell must know something the sheriff doesn't. I think he wanted to give Jose time to get away. Did you notice something strange about that death note?
No, what?
Jose que trabaja en el posada. It should have been en la posada. He used the masculine article with a feminine noun.
Oh, that's bad. When you get the masculine mixed up with the feminine.
Yeah, and in this case, it's unbelievable.
No
Mexican would write a thing like that, even if he was dying. California, that note is a forgery.
Yeah? Hey, Hoppy, what in the dog bones are we turning off here?
We're going to circle around behind the cabin and try to pick up the trail of this Jose fella. There are a lot of questions I'd like to ask him. We'll have to leave the horses here. He went right up Drumming Mountain. See where the pebbles slid down?
Yeah, sure do. That's a funny name for a mountain, Hobby. What do they call it that for?
You see that rock formation up on the second ridge? No, not there. Look up higher.
Yeah?
That big round rock on the crest. They call it the Devil's Drum.
It ain't shaped like a drum.
No, but the way it's balanced up there, they say that when the wind is just right, that rock tips back and forth on its foundations and makes a drumming noise you can hear all over the valley. There's an old superstition around here that when you hear the Devil's Drum beating, a brave man is going to die.
That wouldn't worry me none. I ain't brave enough.
Down, California. Oh, looks like we found our man.
He ain't very friendly like.
That was a rifle shot. We're still out of revolver range. Stick something up and draw his fire, and I'll try to spot his location.
Right, Hoppy.
He's up in that patch of jack pines right under the Devil's Drum. I'll work up behind him through this dry wash while you keep him busy by moving around to the right.
Right, Hoppy. But be real careful unless your insurance is made out to me.
Drop that rifle, son, and you won't get hurt. All right, California, come on up. Now, let's take a look at you. Well, what are you... Who are you?
No speak English.
¿Cómo se llama usted, por favor? Oh, don't tell me you don't speak Spanish either.
Why, shucks, Hoppy, he ain't nothing but a boy.
Take another look, and don't let the clothes fool you.
Well, saddle me up and ride me to Frisco if it ain't a purty little senorita. Buenos dias, Madame Azelle.
I don't think she's talking to us.
She was doing plenty of talking with that Winchester. Look at the hole in my favorite sombrero.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess we might as well be going. We made a mistake.
Ain't you going to find out who she is?
What difference does it make? By this time, Jose Moreno is probably in the hands of the sheriff for killing Louis Calderon.
Oh, no. Oh, my poor Jose. What will they do to him?
No speak English, huh?
Oh, please, senor. Did Jose really kill Senor Calderon?
The sheriff thinks so. He said it was Jose who shot Calderon in the back.
But Jose would not shoot in the back. Calderon was our enemy. But Jose is a verdadero vaquero. Oh, he is not a bushwhacker.
That's what I thought. And I believe we can help you prove he's innocent.
Oh, gracias, Senor...
Cassidy.
Cassidy, I have promised Jose I would talk to no one, but I think I trust you.
Good. You're Jose's wife?
See, I'm Linda Morena. I wear these clothes to hide from Senor Calderon, who want to take me back to Mexico and claim the reward.
Oh, you mean you're a fugitive from justice, ma'am?
Oh, no, but my father is a big man in our country, and Jose is only a poor vaquero. When I have run away with Jose, my father offered 12,000 pesos reward to bring me back.
Well, I'll be barbecued.
Luis Calderon has followed us across the border. He was one who would sell his own grandmother for 12,000 pesos.
A lot of men would. That's 5,000 American dollars, California.
Hey, Hoppy, look down there. Somebody in the trail, heading for the cabin.
Oh, see? It is Jose. Oh, quick, let us go down to meet him.
I'm afraid we'll be too late.
Yeah, the sheriff and his deputies laying for him at the cabin. The way they talked, they was going to shoot first and arrest him afterward.
Oh, terrible. Oh, Jose, go back. Go back.
I can't hear you, ma'am. He's even out of rifle range.
He's riding right into a trap, and there's not one thing we can do to save him.
Mi poor valiente querido.
Hoppy!
What is it?
It's the devil's drum.
Jose stops. He's looking up.
Quick, Linda, wave to him. That's right. Wave him back from the cabin.
See? Oh, I hope he... Oh.
Too late.
They have killed my husband.
Now, back to Along Cassidy and our story, The Devil's Drum. High up on the drumming mountain, Hopalong, California, and Linda Morena watched helplessly while in the valley below, Linda's young husband rode into the sheriff's ambush to be shot down for a murder he didn't commit. Now, the three are on their way down the mountainside.
That rifle must be heavy for you, Senora. Can't I carry it?
No. Oh, we may meet my husband's murderers.
Oh, no, ma'am, you don't want to go making things any worse.
Listen.
Somebody found our horses.
Can you see who it is?
Yeah, it's the ornery old galoot that held us up in the cabin.
Linda, where are you going?
Don't try to stop me. If Jose is dead, do you think I care who else dies?
No, Linda, don't.
Linda, is that you?
Oh, Uncle Charlie. Oh, Uncle Charlie, did you see what they did to Jose?
Yes, honey, but he ain't hurt much. It warn't nothing but a little scratch.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Well, they patched him up and took him down to the Saguaro jail.
Well, show me for a plug of tobacco. Is this fella really your uncle, ma'am?
No, he's not my real uncle, but I have known him since I was a child. He used to visit my father in Mexico.
That's right, sure did. Linda was the prettiest little muchacha you ever saw.
It was Uncle Charlie who suggests I stay in the cabin where I would not be seen.
I figured it warn't safe for him at my ranch, because anybody that come looking for the reward might have heard we was old friends and started coyoting around.
I hate to break up this reunion, but Jose is still facing a murder charge.
Yeah, sure is a shame he had to plug that no-good cauldron and get in all this trouble.
But Uncle Charlie, Charlie, he did not do it.
Huh?
No, I think I can prove that death note wasn't written by Cauldron or any other Mexican. The killer must have gotten the words out of an English-Spanish dictionary, but he didn't quite know how to use them.
I see.
Brunel, how about you taking care of Linda while California and I ride into the sheriff's office and get a few things straightened out?
Sure. We'll ride out to my ranch, child. I guess you'll be safe enough in that get-up. Leastways, if nobody sees you.
See, Uncle Charlie.
We'll see you later. I hope we'll have some good news. Come on, California.
Kind of funny about Jose being out of the Hoosgow already, ain't it, Hoppy?
Uh-huh.
Fellow said he talked the sheriff into taking him out to inspect some evidence. Must have done some fancy talking, or that sheriff's a mule-headed man.
Well, maybe we'll find out now. Here's the sheriff's office.
But that ain't the sheriff with his boots on the sheriff's desk and his nose in the sheriff's bottle.
No, it's Chappie Doon, the deputy. Hello, Doon. Where's the sheriff?
I'm in charge when the sheriff's away. What can I do for you, Cassidy? Have a little spot?
No, thanks. I do my drinking out of a spring. Doon, do you know anything about the Spanish language?
Only what I read in my dictionary.
Well, if you did, you'd know that Cauldron's note was forged by an American.
Oh, yeah? Now, why didn't the sheriff think to investigate that note some more? That was downright neglectful of him.
Perhaps, but now that we...
You know something? There are plenty of voters in this county don't think our sheriff is the smartest man they could find for the job.
Well, I wouldn't know about that. But, Mr. Doon, there's something else you and the sheriff should know. Jose has a wife hiding out near town. Her father offered a 12,000 peso reward for her return to his rancho.
Yeah?
Cauldron came up here to kidnap Linda and claim the reward. Whoever killed him must have been after the reward, too. So he put Cauldron out of the way and tried to saddle Jose with the murder. So he'd be sitting in jail while the killer took his wife back to Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Now, it's up to you and the sheriff to find out who fits into that picture. It's got to be someone who knew about the reward. When you find him, you will have your killer.
Now, listen, Cassidy. What call you got to come nosing in out of nowheres and tell the sheriff's office what our duty is and what it ain't?
Chappie, somebody in this town shot one man in the back and tried to get another man hung for it. Whether you like it or not, that's anybody's business.
Cassidy, I wouldn't want to have you for an enemy. Heard tell you can unholster a gun like scared lightning.
Whoever told you that wasn't prevaricating, son.
I think I'm coming over to your side.
Just what do you mean?
Well, I've been covering up for this sheriff. I was scared to say anything. He's a fast-drawn man. Besides, I kind of like my job.
You better talk now and fast.
Well, it was the sheriff that plugged Cauldron and wrote that fake note so he could arrest Jose Morena. He must have heard about the reward, like you said.
The sheriff? Then what for did he let Jose out of the jail?
Well, so he'd have an excuse to drop him for trying to escape.
Why, the dirty sidewinder.
If that's the way things are, we'd better get going, California.
Better move fast. You want to save that young lady from a trip back to Mexico.
Uncle Charlie's ranch?
Yeah, and I hope we get there in time.
Wouldn't that scorch you if the sheriff was already in his way to Mexico with that poor little gal?
I'm still not sure what to expect. I don't trust Chappie Doon any more than I would a rattlesnake.
You think he told us a barrel full of lies?
He's been double-dealing the man he works with every way he can think of. A man like that'll double-deal anybody.
And what for are we starting out in this maverick chase?
We don't dare take a chance. Just this once, Chappie Doon may be telling the truth.
Hey, Hoppy, what's that teaming wagon doing out in front of Grinnell's ranch house?
I don't know. I don't see any sign of the sheriff. Better draw your gun, California. Grinnell, we're coming in.
Nobody home.
We'll see.
Quite some library of books the old Billy collected.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I guess there's no... who's that on the floor?
Grinnell.
Is he dead?
Wait a minute. No, he's just unconscious. There's no wound.
Somebody must have gun-butted him. What you doing?
Checking to see if his gun was fired. It wasn't.
He's coming too, Harvey.
Uh-huh.
Who hit me?
Was it to the sheriff?
Oh, Carlson and Cassidy. I remember now. Help me up. We got to stop them.
Grinnell, where's Linda?
They grabbed her, and then they knocked me out with a gun butt. Hurry. They're taking her back for the reward. They're gone. They got clean away.
Who did? Who's they?
The sheriff from Chappie Dune.
Chappie Dune? Why, he couldn't... we ain't got time to argue. Harvey, for the love of ball and dogies, get on your horse. They might be halfway to Mexico by now.
I don't think we'll have to look that far. Take a look under that wagon cover.
Why, sure, Harvey. Linda. Oh, why, you poor little kid, all trussed up like a Kansas City fowl.
California, watch out
now,
for...
you two nosy he-hands, up in there. Come on, way up.
Why, Uncle Charlie.
California, you're looking at a man who'd sell his own grandmother for $5,000.
You're pretty cool, Cassidy. Why don't you go for your gun? You're so fast on the draw.
Harvey, did you know about...
Yeah, I should have known much sooner. Remember when I told Chappie to look for a man who knew about the reward? That started me thinking. The only people besides us who knew about it up to then were Jose and Linda and Uncle Charlie Grinnell.
Now, why didn't I think of that?
But it was your library that convinced me, Grinnell.
Yeah?
Dust on every book 1/4 inch thick, all except one, an English-Spanish dictionary. The one you used when you forged that death note from Calderon.
Yeah, that's right. But this time I won't bother with death notes from Cassidy and Carlson. Because after I collect the reward, I ain't coming back to this flea-bitten cowtown.
California, take your knife and cut Linda's rope.
Why, sure.
Hold it, Carlson. I want her the way she is for the trip.
Go ahead, California. Cut her loose and take off that gag.
All right, Harvey.
Oh, no. Oh, gracias.
All right, if you want it so bad. Hey, what's wrong with it?
I took your cartridges out while you were playing possum on the floor, Grinnell. I was afraid somebody might get hurt.
Oh, good old Hoppy. I thought for a minute that...
All right, start thinking all over again. This one's got plenty of cartridges in it. You didn't look for his shoulder holster, did you, Cassidy? You ain't as old and as smart as I am. And the way things are, you ain't got any time left to learn.
No, don't do it.
Oh, my fingers!
Nice shooting, son. Right out of his hand.
Buenos dias, senores.
Linda.
Are you all right, my precious little turtle dog?
Sí, Jose. Oh, my brave, handsome caballero.
Oh, my aching lumbago.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
What's the matter, California?
I'm just starting to breathe again. I was all set for the 6 foot under.
It was a little close for comfort.
Hoppy, how did you know Jose would show up when he did?
Well, assuming that Chappie wasn't telling the truth, which he wasn't, we knew the sheriff took Jose out of the jail to look at some evidence, which can only have been that message in Spanish. I knew that once Jose took a look at it, he could prove to the sheriff that it was a forgery.
Yeah, but...
And once the sheriff turned him loose, where else would he go but looking for his wife?
Yeah, I see. Speaking of Chappie Dune, why in tarnation did he fill us full of that flapping cackle about the sheriff?
Chappie's an ambitious man, California. Not knowing my habits very well, he expected me to go out on the prod for the sheriff. And I guess he thought I could outdraw and outshoot him.
You could, too.
After that, Chappie's going to be the new sheriff of Saguaro County. Ambition is all right in its way, but it can get out of hand and cause a lot of confusion. Listen, the devil's drum.
Uh-oh. A brave man's gonna die. Let's get out of here.
Getting conceited, old pal?
Worrying about you, old fellow.
Well, let's go then.
And so Linda and her caballero live happily ever after, thanks to Hoppy in California. When we meet again, Hoppy spins a yarn about how he becomes a little too involved in politics. Western style, that is, in a thrilling adventure titled Hoppy, Alexa Sheriff. So be sure to listen to the next episode of Hop Along Cassidy. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Devil's Drum was written by Alan Rader. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
You probably recall the dramatic program entitled Lights Out. For the many of you who are loyal followers of that series, as well as for those of you who are hearing these memorable plays for the first time, NBC is presenting a limited number of the fantasies which comprised one category in the Lights Out repertoire. Willis Cooper, then of NBC's Chicago staff, was the author. And tonight's play is the second in our cycle of revivals. And so it's Lights Out.
It is an old saying, how if you shall pluck from the grave even one flower, and shall afterward cast it away, then shall the place where the flower be cast forevermore be haunted by the soul of him from whose grave is the flower plucked.
We'd better go now, Adam. It's getting dark. I'll go soon. It isn't good for you, Adam, to stay here by her grave.
No, Adam. You can't bring her back now.
I know, but it's so hard to leave her here all alone. She was always afraid of the dark. I can't leave her.
You must come, Adam. It's hard, old man, but time is the great healer, you know.
It doesn't do any good now. You've got to live your life, Adam. Yes. Yes, I know.
Come on now, then.
Yes, in just a moment. I'm sorry, boys. I can't help it. We'll walk along a little way, Adam. We'll wait for you. Down by the cemetery gate? All right, I'll come right away. You won't have to wait long. I'll be right there. Come on, Christian.
We'll wait, Adam.
Yes. Yes, wait. Poor chap.
It's hard, isn't it?
I guess they were pretty much in love.
I've never seen two people so completely, madly in love with each other as those two were. Married just 2 months.
We'll have to do something with him. He can't go on as he started.
Poor fellow. I'm always so awkward at times like that. I never know what to say or do.
Neither do I.
I wish you'd come along. cemetery at night is hardly my idea of a pleasant place to stay.
That's right. Well, you can't tell what we'd do under the same circumstances.
No.
I guess we can stand it a little while longer. Poor chap. Shall we wait here for him?
This will be all right, I guess.
You see him?
He's kneeling down.
Praying.
I didn't know that Adam was especially religious.
He isn't. That's probably the first time in his life he's ever prayed.
Beth, does strange things to us, doesn't it? Oh, he's coming now.
I wish we could do something for him.
Probably the best thing we could do is leave him alone.
I don't know. Adam's always been moody. You can't tell what he'd do.
Commit suicide.
I wouldn't take a chance on leaving him alone. Very long.
And you're planning on staying with him tonight?
Yes, he's coming to my house. Better come along.
Don't mind, I will.
You're coming to my house tonight, you know, Adam.
Am I?
Thanks, Basil. We'll sit and talk all night, just like we used to. Shall we?
I couldn't sleep. Adam, you've got to put this out of your mind.
Put Diane out of my mind, Christian? No.
No, I think not. I didn't mean that, Adam. But she's gone now, and nothing you can do can change that, you know. You've got to face it. You can't go on.
You can never forget her, Christian.
Of course not. But you've got to accept her. This is a fact. It's inevitable, all right. It comes to all of us.
Yes. What's that you're carrying, Adam?
What? Oh, I took some roses from her grave. Those red Ulrich runners that you sent, Christian. You knew she always loved them better than any other kind. Yes. They're her flowers. She always had a bowl of Ulrich runners in the living room, and they were at her bedside all the time she was sick.
We'll put them in water when we get home.
No, I don't think so, Basil. I think I want them to wither. I don't think I want to see red roses again blooming and happy. I'll think too much of her lying out there, lonely, afraid of the dark.
Don't, Adam.
Oh, Basil, I loved her.
Yes, old fellow. We know.
They're very fresh now. Almost as if they've just been cut. Yes. Well, except this one. It started to wither too soon. I don't want it. I want them all to wither together. Did you throw that rose away, Adam? Yes, I didn't want it. You shouldn't have done that. I didn't want one rose of all of them to wither away and die before the other's time comes. No, Adam, but...
What's the matter, Christian?
Nothing. What's the matter? Adam, I hope you won't think I'm completely mad, but my grandmother used to tell me of a superstition the old people had. What, Christian? Let's find that rose, shall we? Why, what are you talking about?
What is the matter, Christian?
Well, it's almost indecent to mention it now, but there's an old superstition that if you take a flower from a grave and then throw it away, the spot where you throw it will be haunted by the spirit of... What do you see? Oh, I threw it right back there by those old stone steps. I can find it again.
Oh, Christian, why did you...
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, Basil. My grandmother told it to me, and she believed it.
But you don't believe any such rot.
I don't know, Basil. None of us knows what truth there is in these superstitions. I'd rather not take a chance. I can't find it. It's gone. It's gone, Christian. So sweet. Now she lies out there alone, afraid. I can't stand it, I tell you.
Now, Adam, please, old fellow, you mustn't.
Oh, Diane, my dearest,
lie down on the couch, Adam. Perhaps you can sleep a little. I'll read to you, shall I?
I can't sleep, Basil. I can't with Diane. Oh, Diane, I can't live without you. I won't. I'll lie down, Adam, old boy. That's it. I'm sorry, fellows. I can't help it. We know. It's all right. Keeping you both awake when you stop work could do that.
ashamed of myself, but what can I do? What can I do? I'll get a cup of coffee, sir. No, don't you. I can only a minute. No. Will you boys do something for me?
Certainly. Oh, good friends. What do you want us to do, Adam?
Will you go with me to that place where I threw away the road? Will you? I know it sounds mad, idiotic, but if there's the slightest possibility that... If you want us to, Adam.
Of course.
I wonder if there could be any truth in it.
None of us know, Adam. But there are folks who believe it.
Yes, if it is truth. You suppose I could... Can't be much farther. By those old stone steps. Oh, there are the steps. Oh, if it could only be, if it could only be. We'll wait with you a little while, shall we? Yes, I'm afraid to be alone. We'll stay with you, Adam. If she's here, she hears us. Yes. Diane. Diane. Do you really think Christian Angel? Diane. Diane. Dogs howl when ghosts walk. Midnight. The hour when ghosts walk and graves give up their dead. Diane. Diane, dear. Diane. Oh, Diane, if you're here, answer me. Diane. Oh, it's no use. It's no use. I've lost her. I've lost her. Oh, Diane. Diane. Yes. Adam, we'll walk down the path a little way. Perhaps if we're not here with you... That's it, Christian. Oh, Diane! Come on, Basil. Poor chap. Oh, the poor fellow. He'll go mad if he doesn't... Listen. Diane. Diane.
Adam. Dearest husband.
I tell you, she did come. Yes, you're certain, Adam. Yes, I heard her voice. I talked to her. Could you see her, Adam? She was like a white shadow, Basil. A white shadow that wavered before me, and it was Diane. Good heavens. She knew why she was there, Christian. The flower, the withered rose was in her hand, and it wasn't withered anymore. It was fresh and beautiful as the day it was cut. I could smell its fragrance, the fragrance of a whole great garden of roses. You were sure? I'm as positive that I saw her. I spoke to her, Basil. She spoke to me. She's happy? Happy. But lonely. She was so afraid of the dark always. Now she'll never be afraid of it anymore. I'm going there every night. Every night. Adam, do you think it's best? The only thing I can do, I must do it. I thought I'd lost her, now I've got her back. Snatched from the very grave. She's mine forever. You're very faithful. Till death do us part, I said. Till death do us part, Christian. And death cannot part us. She's mine forever. I wondered. She asked about you, both of you. She remembered. She knew that you sent the roses, Christian. She told me to thank you. She remembered. Beyond the grave, she remembered. You're fortunate, Adam. Or are you? Adam, are you sure that you saw her and heard her? Are you sure that perhaps it wasn't wrought-up nerves? Hallucination, perhaps? You heard, you said, Basil. Yes, we thought we heard a voice. But it might have been the wind in the tree. No, it was Diane. And now she's mine again. Every night. Every night. For all the long years ahead.
I don't care. They're coming again tonight. I'm going out.
But Evelyn, dear.
Don't Evelyn, dear, me. They've been coming come to my house every Wednesday night since we were married, and I don't like them. I don't like them, I tell you.
But, Evelyn, they're my oldest and best friend.
And I'm your wife. If you could spend a little time with me instead of sitting around talking all night long with a couple of workers.
Evelyn, please.
I don't care. I won't have it, that's all.
If you want to go, Evelyn.
Well, I am going. That's all there is to it. Since I will not sit around here and try to amuse myself when you and they... Well, there they are now. I'm going.
Evelyn, you could at least be civil to my friend.
I've been civil enough to them for 6 years, and I'm not going to do it a minute longer. Go ahead. Have your good time. Don't worry about me. I'm going to enjoy myself.
Well, how are you, Adam?
Hello, Basil. Christian.
Adam, how are you?
Tired, boys. I seem to be tired all the time. Evelyn went out. She wanted to see a movie, I think, or something. I hope you won't mind.
No, not at all.
Oh, of course not. Come on into the studio. Just put your coats wherever you like and sit down.
Thanks. You know, we always look forward to these Wednesday nights, Adams. We don't see enough of each other anymore.
No, it's not like the old days when we spent all our time together. Sit down, Christian. There are cigars in the box there.
Oh, thanks.
You're looking a little done in, Adam. Been working too hard? No, I suppose not. But it gets a little harder each time. I haven't the steady hand I used to have.
No, that isn't true. Your hand is just as sure as it otherwise.
From the looks of that landscape there, I'd say it was.
Oh, I should say so. Well, interesting, Adam. Very interesting.
You like it?
Very much. It looks rather familiar. I can't place it, though.
Well, that's what I was thinking. You'd remember it, perhaps.
Yes?
You remember those old stone steps?
It's familiar.
Yes, very familiar.
I know.
Where, Bartle?
The cemetery road.
Where I threw away an Ulrich Brunner rose one day. 7 years ago. I've been married 6 years.
6 years? That doesn't seem possible, Adam.
No, but it is.
Is everything all right, Adam?
Oh, yes. I've not been very faithful to her.
Well, you can't expect...
No, but I promised once till death do us part. Till death do us part. And I brought her back from the grave.
You still believe that?
For a long time, Christian, I didn't believe it, but now I wonder.
It was a long time ago.
Yes, a very long time ago.
You never went back there again, Adam?
No. Even the next day I had to go west on a business connected with my uncle's death. I was gone for almost a year, you remember?
Yes.
And I came back, married to Evelyn.
Adam, Christian and I are your oldest friends. Why did you ever marry Evelyn?
I've been asking myself that question for 6 years, Basil. I don't know. That was the fact that she made over me, flattered me, a great artist. That was because I was so lonely.
It isn't too late. Too late? There are divorce courts.
Yes, I suppose so, but I gave her a promise.
You gave Diane a promise.
Yes. I broke that one. I shall not break another.
I drove down the cemetery road this afternoon. The old stone steps are gone.
Gone?
Yes. They're building houses along there now. New houses for a new generation.
The world changes.
And men change, Basil.
Have you changed, Adam? Really changed?
Do you think I have? Do you, Christian? I thought you'd changed. Now I'm not so sure.
You've not changed, Adam. No. No, I think I've not. Grown older, forgotten a little. That's all.
We could drive out along the cemetery road, Adam. There are cars outside.
Yes,
Mary. Tomorrow, we die. When I think of him tied to that woman, Adam, who loved Diane and brought her back from the grave, he's made his life a perfect hell. What can you do about it? He won't divorce her. No, of course not. He explained that tonight. Yes. Poor Diane. Basil, did we hear her voice at the old stone steps that night? Did we? I don't know. Adam was certain he did. I remember. He loved her so much. He hasn't forgotten her. No, he'll never forget her. That wife of his will have him insane in another year. Yes. Did you notice that landscape we were talking about? The stone step? Yes. Yes, I noticed it. Bad color. Perspective out of drawing. Composition all wrong. I suppose Adam doesn't know that, Christian. I don't know. He's taken that from him. He was a fine artist once. Yes. Not anymore. No. Well, thanks for bringing me home. Stop in and have a drink. No, I don't think... Yes, I believe I will. Well, then, come along. I think Vera's going to bed, but we can find something. I wouldn't ordinarily, but I think I need one tonight. Yes, we both do, I think. All right. Come in. Oh, phone's ringing. I'll get it before it rings, Vera. Yes? Yes? Who? Oh. Oh, it's... No. Oh. Yes, of course. That was Adam's wife, Basil. Adam's wife? He's dead. She found him lying in front of the picture of the stone step. Didn't get much out of life. Did you see her? Yes, I saw her. She didn't seem very moved, impatient to get away. Yes. Shall we go? Leave the poor chap here, alone, with Diane there beside him. Diane isn't there beside him, Christian. What? Oh. Yes. Well, rest in peace. Adam. Amen. I suppose it's the best thing. Yes. His last 2 years haven't been very happy. Still, it's hard to see the earth close above the head of a friend. Yes. He's smiling. Did you see? Yes, I saw. He's keeping that broken promise now. Getting awfully dark. It's the time of year, and we've been there a long time. A long time. We'll be passing the place in a moment. Place where the stone steps were. Yes. There's a new house there now. Would you recognize the place? I don't know. We must be almost there now. It's so dark. Dogs howl and ghosts walk. Remember? I remember. Listen, Basil. What? I thought I heard something. A woman crying. Could it be? Be still. Diane. Diane. Be still. Diane?
Who called me?
Yes, Diane.
Who called me?
I see her. White shadow. It's Basil, Diane.
Basil. And Christian.
Yes, Diane.
Oh, Basil. I've waited so long for him. In the dark.
We know, Diane. He has been faithful to you, Diane.
I know. I know, but now he will never come. He's dead, Christian.
Yes. We've just come from his grave.
Oh, Adam. Adam. I'm so longing for you.
You love him, Diane?
I love him, Basil. To the end of eternity. And he is lost to me forever now.
Lost? How can he be lost to you?
Because he has chained me to the spot that the flower he flung away. This flower. The red rose that I love. Till the end of time, I must stay here. I cannot go.
Yes, I knew that. I knew it too.
I've lost him forever.
No, Diane. You remember too, Basil? I remember it, yes.
What have you done?
A flower from his grave to bring him here to you and keep him. Together, Basil. Now, keep your promise, Adam.
Adam.
Oh, Diane. Diane, my love. I've found you again.
Adam. You come back to me.
For eternity now. It is an old saying, how if you shall pluck from the grave even one flower, and shall afterward cast it away, then shall the place where the flower be cast forevermore be haunted by the soul of him from whose grave was the flower plucked. Tonight's play was written by Willis Cooper. Our players tonight included Alexander Crosby, Joan Alexander, Sarah Burton, Arthur Cole, and Bill Griffith. The entire production was directed by Garnett Garrison. Next week's play will deal with interstellar rockets, and although written 10 years ago, will be fresh and timely today. Join us again next Saturday for another fantasy chosen from Lights Out. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Much of our greatest and most eloquent American literature is comprised of the words of pre-Civil War abolitionists. Wendell Phillips, James Russell Lowell, Henry Ward Beecher, Harriet Beecher Stowe. Their legacy we all know. But you are about to hear from the other side. A series of quotes. One statement was made by a renowned lawyer, another by an esteemed orator, yet another by an aspiring state senator, and so on. There's even an excerpt from the inaugural address of a one-time president of the United States. Part of the significance of these public utterances, these enthusiastic endorsements of white supremacy, is the widespread bigotry they not only reflected, but inflamed. I mean, each was intentionally injected into a specific charged atmosphere during generally volatile times. And despite the facade of respectability behind which the speaker in each case stood, the rhetoric of racism was repeated again and again. Quote, "The black man is not my equal in many respects, certainly not in color, perhaps not in moral or intellectual endowment." Quote, "There is a natural disgust in the minds of nearly all white people to the idea of an indiscriminate amalgamation of the white and black races. A separation of the races is the only perfect preventative of amalgamation. But as an immediate separation is impossible, the next best thing is to keep them apart where they are not already together." Quote, "There are white men enough to marry all the white women, and enough black men to marry all the black women, and in God's name let them be so married." Quote, "I give the most solemn pledge that I will to the very last stand by the law of this state which forbids the marrying of white people with Negroes." Quote, "I am in favor of the race to which I belong having the superior position." Quote, "I am not nor ever have been in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. I am not nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people." Quote, "I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." End quote. The remarks I have just recited were not the ravings of revolutionaries or self-interested slave masters. Each was written or spoken by an American statesman and or an attorney and or a citizen of some repute. And as surely as history can be distorted by historians, so any man's out-of-context utterances are less significant than the sum total of his life. It is sufficient to complete the record of that most agonizing era in our nation's history, to include without evaluation those precise quotations, all of them, from the pen or the lips of the same lawyer, the same statesman, all of them public statements by Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know the rest of the story.
Well, it is that time of day again. We have come to the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The name Tallahassee translates to Old Fields in the Creek Indian language. Tallahassee, Florida is the only state capital in the United States that borders two different states. It is located near the Florida-Georgia border and has the unique distinction of being the state capital that is closest to another state capital, which is Atlanta. Tallahassee is home to an impressive collection of oak and magnolia trees, creating a beautiful green canopy that shades the city's streets. Standing at 345 feet tall, the Capitol building dominates the city skyline and offers breathtaking views from its observation deck, and is the tallest state capitol in the United States. The Florida State Seminoles have a storied history in college football and have won multiple national championships. And that was the Trivia Minute. I certainly hope you enjoyed this stream. Until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless you.
Thank you.